They are wandering prophets, skilled in the arts of divination and feng shui, traversing the world with a bundle of vegetable knives and scissors forever upon their backs. Wherever they go, they leave behind ominous prophecies of the darkest kind. Leave this vegetable knife with you, if in 5 years an elder perishes from tuberculosis in your home. I shall return to collect my fee. Leave this pair of scissors, should your child be born haunted by malevolent spirits. I will come back to claim my payment. They are inheritors of a distant lineage of the Daoist tradition, with unwavering certainty of life and death, wielding divine insight to govern the cosmos. To anticipate what lies beyond, one must inquire of the Knife-Wielders. Chapter 1. I was born on the day of awakening insects. On June 16th, a day deemed auspicious for weddings and funerals. Living souls, do not intrude, wandering spirits, do not obstruct the path. The Yin-Yang master, with a piercing voice, bore the soul-calling banner upon his shoulder while scattering paper money, followed closely by 8 robust men carrying a splendid coffin crafted from golden silk Namu wood. They carried the coffin, leading the procession to bid farewell to the departed. Behind the exquisite coffin trailed an extensive funeral procession, a dense throng of mourners. This funeral procession emerged from the urban area of Knife-Wielders, making its way to a mountainous region in the eastern suburbs, where the ancestral grave of the family lay. Traditionally, affluent families observe the custom of ensuring the coffin never touches the ground, for it symbolizes a peaceful resting place. Even transportation by vehicle is considered somewhat taboo, hence the coffin is carried by designated bearers to the ancestral burial site. Let's pause at the bridge, where life and death meet. As the procession approached a bridge, the Yin-Yang master turned to the crowd behind and proclaimed, "Descendants, step forward and bow 3 times to escort our ancestors across the bridge to the realm of the living." Among the mourners, a middle-aged man with a slick-back hairstyle wore a mourning cloth, followed by at least 30 individuals of all ages who collectively offered their respects with 3 deep bows, indicative of a thriving family lineage. After the bows, the Yin-Yang master waved the soul-calling banner and raised his voice once more. "Living souls, do not intrude, wandering spirits, do not obstruct the path." Half an hour later, the funeral procession departed Knife-Wielders, advancing towards the old burial ground on East Mountain. June's weather is as fickle as a child's temperament. Changing swiftly and unpredictably, a dark cloud drifted across the horizon, and before long, a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets pattering upon the coffin crafted from golden silk Namu, coalescing into rivulets that trickled down to the earth below. Ahead of the funeral procession along the mountain path, a young man suddenly emerged on the horizon, clad in a deep navy robe and carrying an old canvas bag upon his back. With each step he took, a series of clear, ringing sounds echoed. And most curiously, a common kitchen knife was tied to the bottom of his bag. Moments later, the robed youth crossed paths with the funeral cortege. He abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the ground beneath the coffin. Once the procession had passed, he crouched down, running his fingers across the surface of the earth. Upon contact, 2 of his fingers became stained with a drop of blood, which visibly congealed into a solid mass at an alarming rate. With a swift motion, he pinched the hardened blood clump, causing it to shatter instantly, releasing a wisp of black smoke. Rising to his feet, the young man turned and followed closely behind the funeral procession. After a brief interval, the master of the Yin-Yang rites led the group to the ancient burial grounds of Dongshan, where a grave had already been prepared. The master looked up at the sun obscured by dark clouds and, after calculating a few moments with his fingers, turned back and proclaimed, "Raise the coffin and seat it." The front ranks of the funeral party stood in sorrowful silence, intermittent cries of mourning piercing the air. A man with slicked-back hair, alongside a woman dressed entirely in black, bowed deeply 3 times before the coffin. "Father, grandfather, may your journey be peaceful." As the coffin was lowered into the ground, the family members stepped back slightly. The Yin-Yang master scattered paper money around and bowed, saying, "New soul passing through, I beseech the spirits from all realms to step aside. Please accept this humble offering as a sign of respect." 8 bearers, with hemp ropes tied around their waists, positioned the coffin directly above the grave. After planting the spirit-calling banner into the earth, the Yin-Yang master commanded, 8 bearers, lift your heads. Give your waists a shake. Wait! A young man in a long robe suddenly approached from behind, just as the coffin was about to be interred. Both the Yin-Yang master and a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair gazed at him in astonishment. The robed youth untied a kitchen knife from his bundle and placed it on the ground, speaking softly, in 3 days. Should anything unusual occur in your household, you may seek me at the inn near the train station in the city with this knife. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, while the Yin-Yang master, as if ignited by a flame, leaped up with a yelp, exclaiming, "You little brat! Are you implying that the feng shui of the burial site I meticulously selected is flawed?" The young man shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I did not say that your chosen grave is flawed, that I merely indicated that there is something amiss with this coffin. They are 2 separate matters. Do you understand?" The Yin-Yang master ground his teeth, retorting, "Is that not the same? If the coffin is problematic, then the grave must also be incorrect, that I have spent 3 years seeking dragons and 10 years locating burials. And with over 20 years in this profession, I have never tarnished the reputation of my lineage with the hundreds of graves I have examined." The young man in the long robe glided past the eccentric fortune teller, resembling a capering monkey, and addressed the middle-aged man with slick-back hair, saying, "I shall remain here for merely 3.5 days. 3 days hence marks the 7th day since the interment of the individual within this coffin. Should any misfortune befall your household, bring that kitchen knife to the city and seek me out. Remember, only with the kitchen knife shall it be deemed valid. It serves as my receipt for payment." After the young man spoke, he paid no heed to the peculiar gazes of those around him, turning instead to descend the mountain with a canvas bag slung over his shoulder. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the knife embedded in the ground, his expression one of suspicion. The fortune teller, incensed, raised a leg to kick the knife away, exclaiming, "You insolent child, spouting nonsense without a care for reality." At that moment, a young woman passed by, intervening with the fortune teller and addressing the middle-aged man. "Father, he is clearly a newcomer, having not yet reached Knife-Wielding. How could he possibly know that 3 days from now is grandfather's 7th day?" The middle-aged man paused, taken aback, and his suspicion deepened. The fortune teller scoffed from the side, stating, "Your esteemed elder's passing is not akin to that of an ordinary individual. If you were truly interested in inquiring, would he not know the precise date? This boy merely speaks without thought, and you actually believe him?" Turning his gaze, the middle-aged man asked with a steady tone, "Sir, are you certain there is no issue with this tomb?" The fortune teller pointed skyward with assurance, declaring with conviction, "I swear by the name of my revered ancestor, if this burial site is not a grand resting place blessed by the feng shui of the descendants of the fortunate, I shall henceforth renounce my lineage and cease all dealings with the realm of Yin and Yang." The middle-aged man paused, slightly before decisively stating, "All right, proceed with the burial." The geomancer turned to the 8 bearers and instructed, "Prepare to unravel the flowers. Tighten the cord, lower the coffin, and prepare to scatter the flowers." The term flowers refers to the hemp ropes tied to the coffin. To unravel the flowers means to lower the coffin into the grave. And scattering the flowers signifies pulling out the ropes from the bottom of the coffin once it is settled into the grave, thus completing the placement of the coffin. Following this, only the final task remains, preparing to fill the grave with soil. Once the coffin was interred, the surrounding earth began to be filled, and a circle of mourners stood solemnly by the grave, their expressions somber. On the ground nearby, a plain kitchen knife was thrust into the earth, appearing as though it belonged to an ordinary household, its surface marred by rust, unnoticed by anyone around. Suddenly, a delicate hand grasped the knife's handle, pulling it from the ground to the foot of the eastern mountain. A young man in a long robe emerged from the old cemetery, glancing back toward the grave site, where dark clouds drifted ominously overhead. Over 2 hours later, in the urban area of Knife-Wielding, near a small and close to the train station, the young man in the long robe entered, carrying 2 pounds of pig's head meat, a bag of peanut skins, and a bottle of strong liquor. "Room for the night," he declared, producing his identification to hand over to the innkeeper. Upon receiving it, The innkeeper glanced at the name and instinctively murmured, Wang Jingzhe? The young man smiled broadly, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. I was born on the day of Jingzhe, hence my name, Wang Jingzhe. Chapter 2. The night of the 7th, a night of terror as Wang Jingzhe ascended to the second floor. He pushed open a door to reveal a room permeated with a damp, musty odor. The floor creaked underfoot, producing a series of eerie groans with each step. Inside, the room was sparsely furnished with merely a bed, a chair, and a rudimentary toilet that exuded the acrid scent of disinfectant. Setting down the pork head and wine he had brought, Wang Jingzhe removed a canvas bag from his back and carefully laid out several seemingly ordinary kitchen knives and scissors upon the bed. With reverence in his eyes, he meticulously wiped them with a white towel. Wang Jingzhe was a member of the Shidoran, a term that signifies a unique profession shrouded in mystery, reputedly belonging to one of the most enigmatic organizations in folklore. However, as time has passed and history has evolved, this vocation has gradually faded from public consciousness. Yet, its existence persists. The Shidoran remain in the world, perhaps tucked away in a corner, or wandering through the streets, or even beneath a bridge, displaying their antique knives and scissors upon a tattered cloth. They traverse the realm of common folk, their bags containing an array of knives, and wherever they go, they encounter individuals or events that pique their interest, sometimes leaving behind a trail of enigmatic, perplexing, and bewildering prophecies. In the early spring of next year, when the Yellow River floods, you may leave this kitchen knife behind. Once the river swells and the people of your village have moved away, I shall return to collect payment. There was once a knife dealer who arrived in a village on the arid plains of central Hebei, where the village secretary, gaunt and pale from hunger, was leading the villagers in digging for yam and gnawing on tree bark. The dealer said to him, Leave this knife with me for now. When a great disaster has passed in a year and a half, and everyone can eat their fill, I shall return for payment. Such prophecies have echoed through the annals of history, with knife dealers leaving countless similar predictions among the folk. If you choose to believe that they will provide you with a knife or scissors, rest assured that when the prophecy comes to fruition, they will appear punctually to collect their dues. Should the prophecy fail to materialize, the knife shall be yours without charge. Indeed, throughout the ages, knife dealers have made countless predictions, none of which have ever fallen short. One year, however, the profession of a knife dealer abruptly vanished from the populace. That year, the winds of reform swept across the vast expanse of 960,000 square kilometers, and many who had been labeled as superstitious or practitioners of the occult were confined to the bullpens. It was in that year that knife dealers disappeared from the streets and alleys. Some later claimed that before their disappearance, the knife dealers had left behind a prophecy. 10 years hence, chaos shall cease, and the land of Hua shall welcome a new dawn. Then, time swiftly advanced to 1976, a decade later, when the turmoil had subsided, marking precisely 10 years. Midnight approached, a mere minute shy of 12 o'clock. 2 gin of pork head, a handful of peanuts, and a bottle of liquor had all found their way into Wang Jingzhe's stomach. He belched and pushed open the window, gazing towards the east. During the day, Wang Jingzhe had driven a kitchen knife into an old grave and left behind note, 3 days hence. Should any strange occurrences befall your household, you may find me at the inn beside the train station, armed with this very knife. A few days prior, an esteemed elder from a prominent family in Knife-Wielders met with a tragic accident while traveling on the highway. The Volkswagen Phaeton he was riding in was violently struck by a trailer, reducing the luxury sedan to the size of a beetle. The passengers within met a grim fate, as the elder's body was grotesquely contorted, dismembered by the twisted wreckage, rendering it beyond recognition, with some limbs torn into chunks. The remains were later transported back to Knife-Wielders, where the elder's son, wielding considerable influence in the area, arranged for the body to remain uncremated, intending instead to inter it in the family's ancestral grave. Today marked the day of the funeral, and in 3 days it would be the 7th day of mourning. Wang Jingzhe stood by the window, whispering softly to himself, "The malevolence is soaring." 3 days had swiftly passed, and according to tradition, That evening marked the 7th day following the death of the esteemed patriarch of a prominent family in Knife-Wielders. It is commonly said that the 7th day is the night of the returning souls, when the spirits of the deceased are believed to revisit their homes. Family members should prepare a heavenly ladder made of yellow paper or release sky lanterns to guide the souls into the underworld, facilitating their reincarnation. Failing to perform these rites could lead the deceased to believe that their family wishes for them to remain, potentially resulting in their spirit lingering behind, which could burden the living. Thus, the act of burning offerings on the 7th day holds paramount importance in funeral customs. That night, under a darkened sky with the wind howling, Lin-Yuan had sent his wife back to her family and called forth his only daughter. He erected a heavenly ladder fashioned from yellow paper in front of their villa in the Guangzhuan Lake Garden of Knife-Wielders, placing offerings beside it, intending to burn the ladder after paying homage to his late father around 8 o'clock. With a flick of a match, Lin-Yuan turned to his daughter and said, "After the ceremony, we must not remain in the house tonight. You shall accompany me to your grandmother for the evening. Xinyu, bow to the offerings for your grandfather." Lin Xinyu, clad in plain attire, her face tinged with sorrow, was about to bid farewell to her grandfather through the offerings laid before her, when suddenly, a gust of wind stirred the air, extinguishing the match that Lin-Yuan had just struck. Lin-Yuan dismissed the incident with a casual air and proceeded to strike another match. Just as he neared the foot of the heavenly ladder, the gentle breeze that had just passed seemed to turn back upon itself, extinguishing the match with a soft puff. He and his daughter, Lin Xinyu, exchanged glances, their bodies momentarily stiffening. When such occurrences happen once, it may be mere coincidence, but when they recur, it hints at something more sinister. Lin-Yuan produced a Zippo lighter from his pocket, his fingers deftly gliding over the flint wheel. A flickering flame, no longer than his pinky, sprang forth, and he cautiously extended it towards the base of the ladder. With a third puff, the flame, defiant against the breath of the wind, was snuffed out once again. This time, however, the breeze carried an unmistakable chill, raising goosebumps from their toes to the nape of their necks. A sense of dread enveloped them. "Is your grandfather planning to linger?" Lin-Yuan remarked, his brow furrowed, feigning levity. "Dad?" Lin Xinyu suddenly pointed at the offerings laid upon the ground, her voice trembling and breaking. The offerings consisted of longevity cake and various fruits, all favored by the elderly. Gazing down, Lin-Yuan noticed that the fruits, once fresh, had inexplicably dried out, resembling those that had been scorched under the sun. The longevity cake appeared particularly shriveled, as if a mere touch would cause it to crumble to dust. It is said that in the northeastern regions, if the offerings left for the household deity lose moisture after a day or two, it signifies that the spirit has absorbed their essence, confirming the presence of a guardian spirit in the home. A fortunate omen indeed. Chapter 3. The Iron-Willed Judgment. The man with the debt knife. A sudden gust of chilling wind swept through the Lin family's courtyard, causing Lin Xinyu's hair to billow in the air. Strangely, this eerie breeze seemed to be confined solely to the Lin residence, while the treetops of the neighboring households remained utterly still. Suddenly, a cold, bone-chilling sensation enveloped Lin Xinyu's shoulder as she felt a hand descend upon it. At that moment, she sensed a series of labored breaths near her left ear, as if someone were exhaling softly beside her. "Father, did you call me?" Lin-Yuan, initially turned away from her, pivoted at the sound of his daughter's voice. A wave of terror coursed through him as he beheld a grotesque figure, its head oddly contorted, pressing closely against Lin Xinyu's back, rendering its face unrecognizable. The hand rested ominously on her shoulder, and a pair of pallid eyes hung grotesquely over her, appearing to droop onto her. The eerie eye shifted, and Lin-Yuan felt an unsettling sensation, as though that solitary eye was fixated upon him. Bark! 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 From a neighboring home, a pair of Labradors, separated by a mere fence, suddenly charged towards the Lin family's yard, their cacophonous barks resonating through the air. Lin-Yuan raised his trembling arm, pointing at the figure behind his daughter, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word, his voice lodged in his throat. Tears welled in Lin Xinyu's eyes as she stood before her father, bewildered by the presence behind her, exhaling into her ear and resting a hand upon her shoulder. Who could that be? Dad, father. Lin Xinyu collapsed in an instant, sobbing and frozen in place. At that moment, regardless of her fright, the innate bond between father and daughter remained intact. Lin Yuan stepped forward, steeling himself as he grasped his daughter's arm, pulling her towards him with force. Lin Xinyu collided into Lin Yuan's embrace, and a shadow that had been looming behind her seemed to be repelled away in an instant. At that juncture, the figure became clearer. Aside from a distorted head, not a single part of it appeared intact. In a general sense, it seemed as if the being had been haphazardly stitched together. "Dad, is that you?" Lin Yuan exclaimed, a tinge of terror in his voice. "We're your family, here to honor your 7th day. What are you trying to do? Have we ever been unfilial to you in life?" The dark shadow appeared to pay no heed to Lin Yuan's words, floating before them with an air of hesitation, as if torn between advancing and retreating. Lin Yuan held his daughter tightly, gasping in fear. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He reached for a piece of yak horn bone that hung around his neck, a relic he had sought from a llama several years prior. Woof, woof, woof. The two Labradors barked even more ferociously, their cries echoing into the night, rousing the neighbors nearby. "Old Lin, what's happening?" A neighbor, noticing the two Labradors clawing at the fence, approached to inquire. Lin Yuan pointed at the grotesque figure, stammering as he asked, "Can't you see it?" The neighbors were bewildered, glancing over twice only to find that it was just the father and daughter in the yard. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What are you staring at? Isn't today the day to burn offerings for your old man? It's about time. Yet, why hasn't the ladder been set ablaze?" Lin Yuan swallowed hard, uncertain how to explain, "No, it's nothing." In the corner, a shadow seemed to regard the ox-horn pendant around Lin Yuan's neck with trepidation, swaying slightly before dissipating into thin air. The two Labradors next door fell silent, obediently responding to their owner's reprimands before being led away, leaving Lin Xinyu and Lin Yuan utterly exhausted. Such matters, even if spoken of, might not be believed, and could lead to undesirable consequences. The ladder remained untouched in the yard. The withered offerings lay beside it, while in the living room, Lin Yuan was listlessly puffing on a cigarette, the ashtray already filled with several butts. Lin Xinyu was curled up on the sofa, her gaze somewhat vacant. In an era where online consultations thrive and supernatural thrillers are bestsellers, encountering something inexplicable might not be readily dismissed, as some understanding could still be grasped. Burying her head in her arms, Lin Xinyu choked out, "Dad, was that a ghost?" Lin Yuan's hand, gripping the cigarette, but froze momentarily as he replied, somewhat bewildered, "It should be, right? Sigh, what sins have we committed for this to happen? What did the old man do?" "Dad, do you remember?" Lin Xinyu lifted her head, speaking with urgency. "A young man appeared at our family's old grave on the day of grandfather's burial. He mentioned that there would be an unusual occurrence at home on the 7th day after grandfather's passing." Lin Yuan, extinguishing the cigarette that had burned down to its filter, frowned and inquired, "Is he the one who threw a kitchen knife?" Startled, Lin Xinyu leaped from the sofa and hurried upstairs to her bedroom, retrieving a rather ordinary-looking kitchen knife from her bag. At that moment, she found it peculiar that a stranger arriving in Knife-Wielders would know the specific day of her grandfather's 7th day. While others dismissed the knife, Lin Xinyu instinctively kept it. Returning to the living room, she placed the knife on the table. He said he would wait in Knife-Wielders for 3.5 days. "If anything happens at home, we should take this knife to the hotel near the train station to find him." Lin Yuan pursed his lips, gazing at the knife on the table, then took out his phone and dialed a number. "Help me locate someone approximately 24-25 years old, dressed in a dark blue robe with short hair. He should be residing in a hotel near the train station. Call me back as soon as you find him. I need the information within half an hour." Lin Xinyu retrieved the car keys from her bag and declared, "Let us go now." 20 minutes later, the father and daughter arrived at the roadside. Near the STA, Lin Yuan lowered the car window, and the other party bowed their head respectfully, saying, "Mr. Lin, the person you are looking for has been located and is currently at the inn just ahead. They have been residing there for 3 days." The innkeeper mentioned that this individual seldom ventures out, only departing for about half an hour twice a day, and otherwise remains in their room. "The first room on the 2nd floor is the one you seek." Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xianyu retrieved a few banknotes from her wallet and handed them over, softly expressing her gratitude. The other party waved their hand dismissively and turned to leave, saying, "No need for thanks, Mr. Lin. As long as we can fulfill the task assigned to us, that is sufficient." Upon arriving at the train station plaza, Lin Yuan halted the vehicle, hastily exiting the car alongside Lin Xinyu. As they made their way into the inn, the two ascended directly to the second floor, and upon reaching the door of the first room at the corner, they had yet to knock before the door creaked open. Wang Jingzhou was still clad in his long robe, a canvas bag slung over his shoulder. Glancing at the kitchen knife Lin Xinyu held, he extended his hand and said, "Hand over the knife, and I also require the money." His words were assertive, akin to a knife seller at the door. Chapter 4. Digging graves and retrieving coffins. My home is haunted, it seems. Lin Xinyu allowed him to reclaim the kitchen knife. When your elder passed away under tragic circumstances, and the remains were not entirely recovered before burial, how could you not harbor some resentment? Suddenly, Wang Jingzhe pushed Lin Xinyu, turning her back towards him, and swiftly tore open her collar. Lin Xinyu gasped in astonishment, instinctively attempting to turn away, but Wang Jingzhe firmly grasped her shoulder and admonished, "Do not move recklessly. Remain still." The collar behind Lin Xinyu slipped down, revealing her left shoulder, where the delicate, fair skin bore 5 distinct, dark fingerprints. Tilting her head, Lin Xinyu caught sight of the ominous marks on her shoulder, and her petite face paled in fright. She reached out to wipe them away, but to no avail. The more she rubbed, the more she began to sob. "If you do not come to find me by noon tomorrow, you shall be haunted by this entity every single day, unable to escape." Wang Jingzhe then shut the door behind him and declared, "Let us proceed to your family's ancestral grave. Chao Feidian, East Mountain Slope." Before the newly buried grave from a few days prior, Wang Jingzhe knelt down and sifted through the loose soil atop the grave. Behind him, Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu observed a long fissure that extended from the grave's surface deep into the earth below. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "The geomancer we consulted affirmed that the selection of this burial site was sound. The grave itself is well placed, and the feng shui of this area is fairly auspicious. However, the issue does not lie with the burial ground, but rather with your family's elder." Wang Jingzhe clapped his hands together, turned around, and stated, "When this elder passed away, the body was not fully intact, yet you hastily interred them in the coffin. Have you ever heard that oft-repeated phrase from films and television? I wish for you to meet a fate devoid of a complete corpse. This is not merely a fierce utterance. It signifies that should one perish without a complete body, the deceased will not be received by the king of hell in the hidden realm, thus unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, destined to wander the underworld for countless lifetimes. Consequently, your elder will remain bound to you, lingering until the day his remains are reunited." Lin Xinyu could not contain her tears, exclaiming, "My grandfather died in a car accident. The vehicle was so mangled that it required cutting the entire car apart to retrieve his body. However, parts of his remains were reduced to mere flesh, rendering them unidentifiable. Sir, since it cannot be fully gathered," Lin Yuan lamented, "is there any solution to this?" "My kitchen knife was not relinquished without reason," Wang Jingzhe replied, casting a glance at the sky. "We must summon someone to excavate the grave before 11 o'clock. Prepare cinnabar and lotus root. The root must be fresh, with precisely 9 holes. As for the rest, never mind. I shall write it down for you, for I doubt you will remember. But do bear in mind, the coffin must be unearthed by 11, and everything I require must be accounted for. Can this be accomplished?" Lin Yuan nodded, resolute. "No matter the means, it shall be done." "Then let us hasten," Wang Jingzhe urged. Lin Yuan stepped aside to make a phone call, urgently issuing instructions. Lin Xinyu stood hesitantly behind Wang Jingzhe and inquired, "Tonight, when we burned the headstone for my grandfather, the fire failed to ignite several times. Then, a gust of wind swept through the house, and the neighbor's dog barked incessantly. My father, and I saw a shadow lurking behind me. Was it my grandfather? When he was alive, he was indeed my grandfather. What you encountered was merely his lingering resentment. He clings to you because you were closest to him, wishing for your assistance in locating the other parts of his remains. If you fail to find them, you will be forever ensnared. As Wang Jingzhe spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the grave. After he brushed away the loose soil, the fissure in the grave became particularly pronounced. Lin Xinyu interjected, "I've heard that a cracked grave is an ominous sign, indicative of great misfortune." Wang Jingzhe paid no heed to Lin Xinyu's remark. After taking a few steps forward, he leaned in and wrinkled his nose. Instinctively, Lin Xinyu mimicked him, taking a deep breath, only to be immediately overcome with nausea, a string of saliva hanging from her lips. "What is that smell? Why is it so foul?" "The stench of death, your grandfather's," Wang Jingzhe replied. Lin Xinyu froze, blinking her wide eyes before squatting down and retching violently once more. Suddenly, the putrid odor enveloped them entirely, even reaching Lin Yuan, who was still on the phone a short distance away. The fissure in the grave seemed to widen dramatically. A dark stream of blood oozed from the crevice, surging toward the grave where Lin Xinyu stood. Wang Jingzhe swiftly pulled her behind him, the acrid stench of decay overwhelming, causing a wave of nausea to rise within him. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, Wang Jingzhe thrust a kitchen knife into the earth atop the grave, the blade sinking entirely below the surface, leaving only the handle exposed. He then nonchalantly retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his bag, biting his fingertip to draw a series of talismans upon it. With a deft flick of his fingers, the talisman adhered itself to the knife handle. Gradually, the blood seeping from the crevice began to subside, eventually ceasing its flow. However, the air remained thick with the foul odor of decay. Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Had they not encountered ghosts earlier that evening, they would have surely been paralyzed with fear. What a sight to behold! The malevolence is palpable. Wang Jingzhe cursed under his breath. Turning to Lin Yuan with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "What did your father do for a living?" "He was a businessman. During the reforms in the late 80s, he took over a daily goods company and began trading in small commodities." "Wrong," Wang Jingzhe interjected, his brow furrowing deeper. "Let us go further back." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "My father began working at the age of 18. His first job was at the county meat processing plant, where he worked for over 4 years, as a butcher. Later, he moved on to a daily necessities company." Wang Jingzhe pointed to Lin Yuan's chest and remarked, "In the future, should there be any more deaths in the family, when seeking the services of a geomancer, please ensure to find someone more reliable. That one is merely a half-baked charlatan." What's the matter? Didn't you say that the feng shui of this mountain ridge was quite good?" Wang Jingzhe's words were rather biting, but Lin Yuan could not afford to dwell on it. Evidently, the matter concerning the old gravesite was of greater significance. For ordinary folk, the feng shui of this hill might indeed be favorable, promising prosperity and fortune for future generations. However, your father spent 5 years as a butcher at the meat processing plant. Who knows how many animals he slaughtered? All things in the world possess a spirit, and the resentment harbored by those creatures in their final moments fell upon your father's shoulders. Ultimately, it led to his untimely demise, which can be seen as a form of retribution. That geomancer merely assessed the gravesite. I suspect he did not even review your father's birth date before allowing the body to be buried." Wang Jingzhe, rendered speechless, responded, "Your elder must be interred in a place that dispels negativity. Only by erasing the lingering malice from him can peace be restored. Do you understand? Buried here will bring calamity to future generations." Lin Yuan's expression darkened instantly as he nodded and said, "Troublesome matter, sir, I understand." After a brief wait, 3 vehicles approached from the foot of Dongshan, one of which was a truck carrying over a dozen workers equipped with tools. This clearly indicated the considerable influence of the Lin family in Chaophidian. Despite the late hour, several calls had summoned a significant number of people, bringing the items that Wang Jingzhe specifically requested. They began to excavate from beneath the grave, but Wang Jingzhe cautioned, "Be careful not to disturb the kitchen knife resting atop the grave. It should remain embedded in the earth." Lin Yuan reiterated his instructions with utmost seriousness, and the workers commenced their task of digging. A few individuals wielding shovels began to excavate from the periphery. Moments later, the grave was unearthed, revealing a coffin crafted from golden silk enamel. Wang Jingzhe ordered them to halt and whispered to Lin Yuan, "Instruct these men to remain at the mountain's base, but ensure they do not leave. Tomorrow morning, the coffin must be relocated for reburial." "Understood." Lin Yuan summoned the leader of the workers and conveyed his directives. Chapter 5. Taking your wealth to avert calamity. Wang Jingzhe, rolling up his long robe and securing it at his waist, leaped into the grave. Using a crowbar, he pried at the coffin lid with a series of creaks. After a few attempts, the lid loosened, and with a single hand, he gripped the seam and forcefully lifted it open. Instantly, a repugnant stench of blood and decay surged forth. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze, and an immediate frown creased his brow. Lin Xinyu, emboldened yet apprehensive, dared to steal a glance at the small face, only to be met with a fright that turned her pale, prompting her to turn away and retch. The June heat had already soared to over 30 degrees, and the corpse buried underground had long succumbed to decay in the stifling conditions. Compounding this, the elderly individual had met a tragic end in a traffic accident, leaving the coffin filled with dismembered remains, teeming with maggots. Lin Yuan, suppressing his revulsion, inquired, "Is it possible to reassemble this? It's a bit troublesome, but not insurmountable. Please hand me that bag of lotus roots." Wang Jingzhe, grumbling under his breath about the arduous task ahead, was clearly displeased with the demanding nature of the job. Prior to the interment, the body had been arranged as best as possible, mimicking the placement of a typical corpse. Yet several parts were missing. A segment of the lower leg, half of the right hand, and the chest had caved in, while the left side of the skull lay shattered. Wang Jingzhe extracted several lotus roots from the bag and meticulously sliced them into segments with a kitchen knife. He then compared the missing sections of the corpse and, using the knife, fashioned them into approximate shapes, affixing them to the body. In Taoist practice, there exists a technique known as the lotus root substitute, employed to replace the missing fragments of a corpse. In the classic tale Investiture of the Gods, there exists a passage where, after Nez's demise, his master, Tai Zhenren, endeavors to resurrect him by reconstructing his physical form using lotus roots. It has been long established in ancient Taoist practices that the 9 holes of the lotus root possess a spiritual essence, as their intricate network bears a resemblance to the human anatomy. In contemporary medical terms, both human bodies and lotus roots exhibit a porous structure, with similarities found in cells and blood vessels. Consequently, in Taoist traditions, there exists a technique for reconnecting the deceased's body, aptly named the lotus root substitute. It is said that skilled morticians, particularly those with a notable background, possess a craft known as corpse stitching, which involves the suturing of disfigured corpses. Among their techniques is the use of lotus roots to replace missing parts. However, few modern embalmers are versed in this art. Over a century ago, there was a profession adept in this practice, known as wuzhua, who undertook both embalming and examination duties. After Wang Jingzhe meticulously trimmed and arranged the lotus roots, he produced several talismanic papers, affixing them to the roots. He then lifted a brush dipped in cinnabar and began to intricately inscribe upon the blank talisman. Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu, standing by the grave, observe as the elder's incomplete form was vividly rendered on the paper with just a few strokes. Once he completed his work, Wang Jingzhe grasped a nearby kitchen knife, and suddenly, Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu felt the once overpowering stench of decay gradually dissipate, while the chilling, ghostly winds around them ceased to blow. Wang Jingzhe glanced upwards. The hour had not yet passed midnight. This moment was indeed perfect. Beyond this hour would mark the next day, and the crucial 7th day would have elapsed, making it significantly more challenging to quell the resentment lingering in the grave. As the crowing of the rooster resonated, you instructed the group below to ascend and retrieve the coffin, relocating it for the burial of Wang Jingzhe. Wang Jingzhe pulled the coffin lid over it and remarked, "This hillside has commendable feng shui. Near the source of fortune, there is invariably a place of conflict. Just behind this slope, you can dig a pit anywhere to inter it, and that will suffice." "Is that all?" Lin Yuan felt that the conclusion was somewhat hasty. "Shouldn't you consult a compass or perhaps calculate something? Once the coffin is buried, it would be prudent to hold a ceremony for the elder, reciting scriptures for a few days to suppress his malevolence. Although you may not have any immediate concerns, he might still haunt you in your dreams. Wouldn't that be unsettling? Wang Jingzhe dusted off his robe and continued. After 100 days following a person's death, it is advisable to perform acts of kindness in the elder's name, attaching his name to them. This prevents the king of hell from holding his past transgressions against him in the afterlife, making it difficult for him to be reborn. In life, one may not perceive the weight of their actions, but the underworld keeps meticulous records. Once you depart this world, those debts will come due. Hence, I share these insights. Lin Yuan and Lin Xinyu simultaneously exhaled, and upon hearing Wang Jingzhe's guidance, they exchanged inquiring glances as he paused. Wang Jingzhe extended his finger and remarked, "Therefore, what I have said bears no relation to me. You may handle it yourselves. I shall only concern myself with the task at hand." Lin Yuan promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. However, I would appreciate it if you could lend a bit more effort. Should we encounter any uncertainties, we would be grateful for your corrections." Wang Jingzhe, visibly impatient, twirled his fingers, and Lin Xinyu, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean?" "Money, of course. Are we to toil through the night without compensation?" Wang Jingzhe rolled his eyes, finding the two men somewhat lacking in awareness. Lin Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, my apologies. In my haste, I completely overlooked this matter. How about this? Once we conclude the burial tomorrow, I shall personally deliver your payment. There's no need for such trouble. Just pay me whatever you have on hand. I am not specifically overseeing your affairs. I merely happened upon this situation. As for the payment, you may decide what you deem appropriate." "That seems rather inappropriate." Lin Yuan responded earnestly, "It is rather late now, and withdrawing cash is not convenient. Once the bank opens tomorrow, I shall arrange for a check to be issued for you. I trust the amount will be to your satisfaction." Wang Jingzhe replied coolly, "It would be improper for me to accept an excessive sum for this type of service. No matter how much you offer, I cannot accept more than what is just. The troubles of your elder are worth only this much. If you offer more, I might find the money burdensome." Seeing Wang Jingzhe's persistent stance, Lin Xinyu tugged at Lin Yuan before retrieving his wallet, opening it to reveal a handful of loose change, approximately 1,000 yuan, which he then handed over. Wang Jingzhe took the item and placed it into his bag, saying, "Do not forget what I just mentioned. This will suffice." After finishing his words, he turned decisively and walked away. Lin Xinyu leaned closer to the hesitant Lin Yuan and whispered, "Father, he will stay in Knife-Wielders for more than half a day. After we lay grandfather to rest tomorrow, we can visit him then. Upon arriving in the capital tomorrow, we can procure 2 caddies of pig's head meat." Wang Jingzhe exclaimed, clapping his hands with the bills in them. Chapter 6. A startling encounter the following day. Wang Jingzhe awoke to the sun hanging high in the sky, having slept soundly until nearly noon. After hastily washing up, he began to organize his belongings, though he referred to them as luggage. They were remarkably sparse, just an old canvas bag containing a few kitchen knives, a towel, and a toothbrush. Beyond that, he had little else. His life had always been rather modest. Stepping out of the inn with his bag slung over his shoulder, he stood on the street, closing his eyes to bask in the sunlight while stretching lazily. With his left hand, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the bag, extracted one, and placed it between his lips. As he lit the cigarette, a sleek black 750 motorcycle came to a halt before him, with the cigarette clutched between his teeth. Wang Jingzhe lowered his gaze and found Lin Xinyu's face peering out from the lowered window. It seemed that the previous day's shock had been cast aside, for the woman appeared to have regained her composure, albeit with a hint of lingering sorrow on her face. "As you mentioned," Lin Xinyu began, "we have reburied grandfather's coffin last night. Today, father is going to invite someone to conduct a ritual." After reiterating what Wang Jingzhe had instructed the day before, she continued, "Where are you headed? I can accompany you, and there are some things I would like to clarify along the way." "Beijing," Wang Jingzhe replied, the cigarette still dangling from his lips. "Not far from Knife-Wielders, merely a couple of 100 kilometers, a drive of just over 3 hours." Lin Xinyu, a woman of apparent sagacity, pinpointed the crux of the matter with a glance at Wang Jingzhe's bag, observing, "The contents of your bag seem rather ill-suited for public transportation. Encountering security checks could prove problematic." Wang Jingzhe flicked his cigarette butt away, strode to the passenger's side, opened the door, and settled inside. As Lin Xinyu steered the car onto the road, Wang Jingzhe inquired, "Does Sun Jiadong still have that alley where Sun Laosan's braised entrails restaurant operates?" "Indeed it does. My grandfather, in his lifetime, was particularly fond of their braised entrails with baked wheaten cakes. You seem quite familiar with Ko Fidian. It's an establishment of considerable vintage. In bygone days, when my old man and I were itinerant, we frequented it a few times." A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xinyu drove to an alley near Sun Jiadong. After parking the car outside, the two proceeded into the alley to a braised entrails restaurant with a diminutive storefront. The establishment contained only 4 tables, with the cooking station directly opposite where the proprietor prepared the dishes to order. Wang Jingzhe approached a table laden with grease, pulled out a chair, adjusted his long robe, and sat down. Lin Xinyu, impeccably attired, seemed unperturbed as she took a seat opposite him. "Boss, a serving of braised entrails," Wang Jingzhe called out, craning his neck. "Generously portioned with large intestines, lungs, and a few slices of pork kidney, if you please." The proprietor looked up, squinting, and retorted, "Why don't I just give you an entire pig, then?" Wang Jingzhe awkwardly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Well, let us add more chili." Lin Xinyu turned around and smiled. "Grandpa's son, please bring me 3 bowls of braised dish with extra chili." The owner immediately squinted his eyes and chuckled, "Oh, Miss Lin has arrived. Splendid." Wang Jingzhe scratched his nose and inquired, "You have quite an appetite. Coming alone for 2 bowls? I'll have 1 bowl, and the other is for you, filled with extra intestines and kidneys." A woman's intelligence and emotional intelligence can often be reflected in small matters, and her approach undoubtedly enhanced Wang Jingzhe's perception of her considerably. Moments later, 3 bowls of braised dish were served. Wang Jingzhe picked up his chopsticks and hastily dug in, while Lin Xinyu ate more delicately. After lifting a piece of lung, she sought to continue the conversation. "I still don't know your surname." "Wang Jingzhe. I happen to have been born on the day of the awakening of insects." "Then if you were born on the winter solstice?" Wang Jingzhe looked up, responding with a nonchalant, "That would be my sister. Her name is Wang Dongji." Lin Xinyu was momentarily speechless, as she had merely intended to find a topic to bridge the distance between them. The 3 bowls of braised dish were consumed within a mere 10 minutes. Before Wang Jingzhe could reach for his wallet, Lin Xinyu proactively settled the bill. After exiting the eatery and making their way through the alley back to the vehicle, Lin Xinyu steered towards the direction of the capital. At the beginning, the road was relatively quiet, and Wang Jingzhe appeared rather silent, exchanging only a few words with Lin Xinyu, who posed questions that Wang answered. It was not until they entered the highway, where the traffic diminished, that Lin Xinyu could no longer contain his curiosity. "Do ghosts truly exist in this world?" Wang Jingzhe replied. "The notion of spirits has been a topic of speculation for millennia. I cannot definitively provide an answer, but I can offer one piece of wisdom. Existence itself is reason enough. What you see and have experienced may not be the entire truth, while what you have not seen or encountered may not be false. Regarding your grandfather, if you do not believe in the supernatural, you might consider it a mere fright, and he shall not trouble you again. However, if you choose to believe, do take heed in the future, should you encounter anything sinister or unusual. Be cautious and do not dismiss it lightly." "How could I possibly not believe?" Lin Xinyu sighed. "You managed for over 30 years without belief, didn't you? Who has lived for over 30 years? Lin Xinyu retorted, turning away in exasperation. "I am merely 23, just out of my teens. What sort of eyesight do you possess to mistake me for someone in their 30s? Wang Jingzhe awkwardly nodded, admitting I might have a bit of prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia is when one cannot recognize faces. This is an issue of perception. 2 hours later, the vehicle exited the highway. "Where to?" Wang Jingzhe suddenly said, his excitement palpable. "Tianhe prison." "Huh?" Lin Xinyu looked at him, perplexed. Wang Jingzhe explained, "I have a friend who will be released from prison in a few days. I plan to visit him, inquire about his release time, and then wait for him." Lin Xinyu frowned as he glanced at the navigation system. "If you had mentioned it earlier, we wouldn't have taken this exit from the highway and could have avoided an additional detour of several dozen kilometers." "Well, You didn't ask me where I was going, Wang Jingzhe replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Rolling his eyes, Lin Xinyu entered the correct destination into the navigation and began driving toward Daxing Tianhe. They arrived at their destination around 4 in the afternoon. At the prison gate, Wang Jingzhe opened the car door and turned back with genuine sincerity. Thank you. You've saved me quite a bit of trouble. It is I who should express my gratitude. Without you, our family's issues would have escalated significantly, Lin Xinyu replied, tucking her long hair behind her ear. In her 20s, Lin Xinyu exuded an air of maturity that was both captivating and sophisticated, likely a product of her family background. She possessed a striking presence that would stand out in any setting. As Lin Xinyu adjusted her hair, Wang Jingzhe turned to speak with her and was momentarily captivated by her graceful gesture, his gaze momentarily lost in admiration. What are you staring at? Lin Xinyu inquired. Noticing his lingering gaze, Wang Jingzhe instinctively replied, You can toss your hair all you want, but why must you tug at my heartstrings? Lin Xinyu was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected flirtation. The combination of his long robe and the shabby bag he carried rendered the remark somewhat incongruous. Chapter 7. I am not selling kitchen knives in the Tianhe prison. Particularly within the confines of the recidivist monitoring area, an oppressive atmosphere pervades the entire cell block. This facility houses individuals who have committed grave offenses in the capital or are residents thereof, with sentences ranging from a minimum of 5 years to approximately 15 years. There are also those serving life sentences and awaiting execution. Among the inmates, the predominant offenses include murder, robbery in substantial numbers, drug trafficking, and significant fraud. Petty thieves and minor offenders are deemed unworthy to enter this realm. Prisoner 201258, step forward. A guard called out from outside one of the cells, addressing an inmate who lay on the bed. Upon hearing his number, the inmate sprang up reflexively, legs together, and shouted, reporting, Come out. There is someone in the visiting room who wishes to see you. With a clatter, the guard unlocked the cell door and affixed leg irons and handcuffs onto 201258 before escorting him to the visiting room. Inside a visiting room in Tianhe prison, Wang Jingzhe had been waiting patiently by a glass window. Upon seeing Ding Wu being brought in by the guards, a broad smile broke across his face, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Ding Wu, who had maintained a stern expression, surprisingly displayed a hint of a smile as well. If any fellow inmates from the same block had witnessed Ding Wu smiling, they would undoubtedly be taken aback by the unexpected curve of his lips. It is indeed a rare sight to see the fierce and untouchable 201258, known for his ruthlessness, exhibit such a human emotion. Ding Wu is Wang Jingzhe's childhood companion, indeed his sole companion since their births were merely 3 days apart. During their early years, they would playfully urinate side by side, sharing innocent moments of camaraderie. At that time, Wang Jingzhe lived with his father and sister in an old house perched on a hillside, while Ding Wu resided in the village below. Their friendship flourished into their teenage years. However, fate took a dire turn when Ding Wu moved to the capital with his parents for work. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, he found himself imprisoned for a case of manslaughter, sentenced for excessive self-defense to 8.5 years. We of the Shi Dao lineage are often hailed for our astute judgments and prophetic insights. Alas, I could foresee the destinies of others, but failed to predict your misfortune, Wang Jingzhe lamented, voice trembling as he spoke into the microphone. If only you hadn't come to the capital, those years of youth would not have been squandered. Ding Wu, reclining on the table, responded languidly into the phone. I was sentenced to 8 years, but with a 1.5 year reduction. I will be free in just over a month. No need to dwell on those wasted years. They are but a thing of the past. Just getting out is what matters. I will await your return in the capital. Call me as soon as you are free. Ding Wu scrutinized Wang Jingzhe for a moment before inquiring, What have you been up to these past years? Why are you still clad in that robe? Can't you switch it up a bit? You're barely in your 20s, yet you look like a 30-year-old old man, trying so hard to appear mature. It is inevitable. My father insists that in our profession, this attire is our trademark and cannot be altered. Wang Jingzhe, grinning widely, remarked, Over the past few years, I have wandered far and wide, traversing various places. I am quite the sentimental soul, Upon hearing Zhao Lei sing Qingdu, I was compelled to visit, and after listening to by Guzelo Zhengzhou, I made my way there as well. The only place I now dare not venture musically is when Han Hong sings, for I fear her rendition of Tian Lu. Ha! You are just like your father. Ding Wu scratched his head and said, when I was young, your father deceived me, solemnly declaring that a kiss would lead to pregnancy and childbirth. Once, while I was eating, our dog approached and tried to snatch my food. Its snout brushed against my lips, and shortly thereafter, the dog gave birth to 5 pups. I ran to him in tears, asking if they were mine, and your father had the audacity to claim they were my offspring. From that moment on, I silently resolved that as long as I had food, I would ensure that they and their mother would never go hungry. For that reason, my mother would prepare meat for me, and I would save a few pieces from each meal to feed the dog. Sigh, how could you be so innocent as a child, yet grow up to brandish a knife at the slightest provocation? Ding Wu pointed to a scar on his head and remarked, upon my arrival in the capital, I discovered that it is no easy feat for outsiders to navigate this city. If you lack wealth and capabilities, you will inevitably be bullied, regardless of your endeavors. I was subjected to such torment that I could scarcely lift my head. I vowed to myself that as long as you did not succeed in extinguishing my life, I would ensure that you would spend your nights in trepidation. Ding Wu's words encapsulated the essence of his entire life journey, revealing an extraordinary and unwavering tenacity, a determination that could not be swayed by any force. Later, Wang Jingzhe offered numerous pieces of advice, yet Ding Wu assured him, do not bind me with those morbid reflections on what happens after death. I am solely concerned with the present and what lies before me. The matters of the afterlife are far beyond my reach. After conversing for a while, the time for visitation drew near, and the prison guard urged them that only 2 minutes remained. Ding Wu then inquired of Wang Jingzhe, what are your plans moving forward? Once I am released, shall we not embark on some venture together? Perhaps you could set up a stall selling kitchen knives, though it seems you would struggle to secure even a single sale in a month. With 2 men relying on such a livelihood, will we not face starvation? I am not selling kitchen knives. Wang Jingzhe retorted emphatically, stretching his neck as he did so, then furrowing his brow as he continued. I still have 2 debts to collect, one in the capital and another in Longxi. Before you are released, I intend to collect the debt in the capital, after which I must make a trip to Longxi. You should accompany me. Once we are finished, we can discuss our future plans. What about your father? Was he not the one who handled the debt collection before? Ding Wu asked, puzzled. Wang Jingzhe remarked, I haven't seen him for 3 years. 3 years ago, he told me he was going to wander the world, and then he vanished without a trace. Since then, I have not even made a phone call to him. I simply cannot locate him. Moreover, I must personally go to Longxi to collect the accounts, as no one else can do it. Very well, just wait for me. Ding Wu stood up, waved his hand at Wang Jingzhe, and said, give me half a month, and your brother Wu will once again see the light of day. Go on, go on. After meeting Ding Wu, Wang Jingzhe emerged from the prison. As he stepped through the main gate, he noticed Lin Xianyu's 750 parked by the roadside. Upon seeing him, the young woman lowered her car window, waved her hand, and beckoned Wang Jingzhe over. Are you waiting for me? Wang Jingzhe inquired. Chapter 8. I truly am a seller of vegetable knives. Lin Xianyu pushed open the car door and stepped out, saying, my father just called to inform me that distinguished families throughout history often employ a resident master to oversee their households. If our family had such a person during previous incidents, it could have spared us the shock. While this master may not possess extensive knowledge, he certainly understands the principles of feng shui and can dispel malevolent forces to some extent. It is not necessary for him to reside with us year-round. Rather, it suffices that we can reach out to him when needed and receive his counsel. I heard that in the past, this was referred to as offering, but now it is termed consultation. Ah, what do you mean by sharing this with me? Wang Jingzhe inquired, tilting his head. Lin Xianyu, with crescent-shaped eyes, replied, my father believes that encountering you signifies a fateful connection. I am merely a seller of vegetable knives. You are overthinking this. After tossing out a brief remark, Wang Jingzhe abruptly turned away, leaving Lin Xianyu, who still had much to express, in silence. Hey, how can you just leave like that? Lin Xianyu called out. I haven't finished my thoughts. My father mentioned that the price is negotiable, and you can propose any terms for your compensation. Goodbye. I don't have time for handshakes. Wang Jingzhou waved his hand without looking back. Where's the grace? Where's the decorum? Lin Xinyu, feeling irate, muttered under her breath before dialing Lin Yuan. Upon overhearing their conversation, her father remarked, "It's nothing extraordinary. If such individuals were easily solicited, they would be commonplace and devoid of value. We shall seek to engage him again in the future, but do ensure that you maintain contact. Begin by fostering familiarity. Do you possess his number? While I do not have his contact information, he is certain to return in a fortnight. I shall await his arrival," Lin Xinyu confidently replied. Lin Yuan's observation was astute. Looking back a century, it was common for affluent households to employ masters or sages knowledgeable in feng shui and exorcism. However, as times changed and historical transformations unfolded, particularly following the campaign against the Four Olds, such practices gradually faded. This was especially true in the northern regions, where such traditions have nearly vanished, leaving only the northeast with remnants of ancestral spirits being venerated. Conversely, in the southeastern coastal areas, particularly in Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau, as well as in Minnan, such beliefs persist and the practice remains fashionable. Yet, the masters are no longer stationed in their halls. Rather, they maintain connections and are summoned as needed, transforming from deities to consultants. Take, for instance, the affluent individuals in Hong Kong and Macau, each acquainted with some great master or enlightened figure. They treat them with utmost respect, often regarding them as esteemed guests, and annually present substantial red envelopes, all to ensure that the bonds between them remain unbroken. Whether welcoming a new child, mourning a passing, or preparing for a move, they often invite these masters to offer their insights. After the recent tumult at home, Lin Yuan found himself invigorated with the intention to seek assistance. Unfortunately, he encountered a wandering knife dealer who never set up shop. This lineage of knife dealers is characterized by their nomadic existence, traversing various regions without being tied to a specific locale. Their origins and destinations remain a mystery, and though one might endeavor to seek them out, they may be lurking in a hidden corner nearby, displaying a few kitchen knives without calling for customers, merely awaiting someone to approach and request credit for a blade. When the prophecy comes to pass or a domestic matter arises, the knife dealer will return to collect the debt. For the past 2 years, Wang Jingzhe has roamed the countryside, living as freely as he pleases. As he mentioned, whenever he hears someone sing about Chengdu, he ventures to Sichuan. Upon hearing a mention of Zhengzhou, he makes his way to central Hunan. His life has been quite carefree, moving wherever he wishes, devoid of a permanent residence. This time, upon arriving in the capital, his intentions were twofold: to secure Ding Wu's release from prison and to settle an outstanding debt. Once he concludes his business in the capital, he plans to journey to Longxi. Wang Jingzhe remarked that he would essentially refrain from further endeavors this year, focusing solely on settling these two accounts. The debt in the capital dates back over 40 years, a remnant from his grandfather. It is evident that the Wang family has been in the knife-dealing trade for generations, and it is unclear how many have passed down this legacy by the time it reached him. At the southernmost edge of the capital lies the Daxing Tiana prison, almost on the verge of leaving the city limits. After visiting Dingwu, Wang Jingzhe was bound for the urban area. This locality is rather remote. After walking 2 kilometers, he finally boarded a bus, which meandered through several stops before arriving at a subway station. Around 6 o'clock, the streets were teeming with people, bustling and jostling against one another. Dressed in a deep blue long-distance running outfit and carrying a tattered bag, Wang Jingzhe attracted considerable attention. However, he was accustomed to this appearance and paid it no mind, confidently following the throngs into the subway entrance. Yet, he encountered a slight complication at the security checkpoint. His bag contained several kitchen knives, which are considered hazardous items in the capital. As soon as he passed through the security gate, a guard detained him. "Sir, what do you have in your bag?" The security officer inquired, pointing at the screen. "Knives, it's quite evident," Wang Jingzhe replied, unzipping his bag to show the security personnel. "I sell kitchen knives." This line had been uttered countless times throughout his years of traveling, as he was often questioned wherever he went. While this explanation might suffice elsewhere, it fell short here, for this was the capital, where the carrying of kitchen knives in such a manner was strictly prohibited. "I'm sorry, sir, but you are carrying hazardous items and cannot enter the subway." "But I can do so in other places," he protested. "Other places are not the capital." The security officer replied with an almost surreal logic, leaving Wang Jingjia momentarily speechless. Two security guards stood nearby, gripping their batons and watching him intently, clearly ready to apprehend him at the slightest provocation. Wang Jingjia was acutely aware of this. Even if he were captured, he had no avenue for redress. For this was the capital city. With a swift motion, he secured his bag on his back and turned to leave. In a corner, a young man in his 20s, with a somewhat dazed expression, gazed at his departing figure. It was only after Wang Jingjia exited the subway station that he snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed after him. Unable to take the subway, he had no choice but to switch to the bus. Wang Jingjia walked toward the nearest bus stop when he noticed someone jogging up behind him. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, colliding with the figure behind him. "Why are you following me?" Wang Jingjia asked, studying the young man before him, whose eyes were sunken and spiritless. I wanted to ask." The young man stammered, clearly anxious. "Are you a knife credit dealer?" "I don't deal with anyone. I sell kitchen knives." Wang Jingjia replied curtly. No. I mean, are you one of those knife credit dealers?" The young man pressed urgently. "I heard my grandfather mention that there exists a profession known as a knife credit dealer. Besides divining the future, they also understand feng shui and the principles of yin and yang." Chapter 9. Some individuals beckoned to you, yet it was unwise to acquiesce. Wang Jingjia felt a twinge of annoyance as he could not access the subway. The other party recognized him as the knife master and chose to disregard him. Furthermore, it was customary in their line of work to let the blade do the talking. Wang Jingjia turned on his heel and began to walk away when a young man behind him, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, "Master, I have encountered misfortune. No, I have encountered a ghost. I have been waiting here at this subway entrance for nearly 7 or 8 days, hoping to find someone capable of aiding me. Please, I beseech you for assistance." Without his words, Wang Jingjia could perceive the distress in the young man's sunken eyes, a clear indication that his vitality had been drained. This person had been ensnared by a ghost for at least several days, and if this continued, it would not be long before his life force was entirely depleted. A normal person's essence, when diminished, would inevitably lead to severe illness, a gradual decline in physical strength, and ultimately, an inability to endure, resulting in death. Noting that Wang Jingjia remained unresponsive, the youth followed him, his face a mask of despair, and lamented, "Master, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. I am no monk." Wang Jingjia scoffed. "Then how about payment? Would that suffice?" The youth hastily retrieved his wallet, producing a bundle of cash and proffering it. "Is this enough? If not, I can withdraw more from the bank." "Master, please save me. Had you mentioned that sooner, we might have had a more fruitful conversation," Wang Jingjia remarked, glancing at the money in the young man's hand. The youth's cries abruptly ceased, his darkened eyes reflecting confusion. After taking the money from him, Wang Jingjia inquired, "Now, enlighten me about your predicament. In just half a month, Ding Wu will emerge, and the matter of collecting debts is not particularly urgent. If a business opportunity presents itself, he is more than willing to accept a deal, especially since the funds from the debt collected in Longxi are quite necessary." The young man swallowed hard, composed himself, and spoke. "I boarded the subway here a week ago, around 9 o'clock in the evening. I had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol at a class reunion, and upon entering the subway station, I urgently needed to relieve myself. After using the restroom, overwhelmed by fatigue from drinking, I inadvertently dozed off while seated on the toilet. This young man, Wang Qing, is a student at a university in the capital. After the gathering with his classmates, he took the subway back to school, but fell asleep in the restroom of the subway station due to intoxication. When he eventually awakened, he had no idea of the time. Groggy and disoriented, he stumbled out of the restroom, only to find the subway station deserted, save for the overhead lights still aglow. In his inebriated state, he failed to notice the clock on the wall indicating that it was already past 11 o'clock. After waiting for a while, the sound of an incoming train resonated through the subway corridor. When a train arrived and the doors opened, Wang Qing stepped inside. A oblivious to the fact that the carriage was entirely empty. Assuming the late hour accounted for the lack of passengers, he paid little heed to it. However, after the train had traveled 2 more stations, he began to feel a sense of bewilderment from his vantage point. He could see that the entire subway car was devoid of any passengers, the silence so profound that it sent chills down his spine. As Wang Qing awaited the subway, he glanced around and suddenly noticed a figure approaching him from the rear carriage. A wave of relief washed over him. It wasn't long before the figure drew near, revealing itself to be a woman clad in a flowing dress, her hair disheveled, obscuring her face. At this juncture, Wang Qing found his voice trembling as he recounted the encounter. The woman approached him, clutching a stack of maps of the capital, and inquired whether he wished to purchase one. Initially, he declined, yet she lingered before him, unmoving. Contemplating the solitude of the subway car, he decided to buy 1 map. Upon asking the price, she replied it was 5 yuan. Lacking change, he handed her a 50 yuan note, receiving 45 yuan in return. After the transaction, she departed. After 2 more stops, Wang Qing reached his destination, setting the map aside as he exited the subway. Upon returning to school and taking a brief rest, he awoke the following morning to find that when he went to the supermarket to make a purchase, the 45 yuan the woman had given him had vanished, replaced entirely by paper money. "Did you board the subway after 11? Wang Qing remarked, admitting, "I had indulged a bit too much and lost track of time. By the time I returned to school, it was already past midnight." Wang Jingzhe sighed and replied, "Are you unfamiliar with the strange tales surrounding the subway in the capital?" Wang Qing, with a mournful expression, lamented, "Upon discovering the paper money, I was utterly terrified, realizing I might have encountered something malevolent. I then researched the subway in the capital online and learned that after 11 o'clock, it is best not to board the train when the stations close. However, I thought perhaps it was merely a minor misfortune and nothing grave would come of it. To my surprise, that night, as I slumbered, I dreamt of the woman selling maps. She inquired about the whereabouts of the map." Wang Jingzhe interjected with a frown, "You must have conversed with her in your dream. You should have told her you discarded the map. Encounters with malevolent spirits can sometimes be entirely avoidable. For instance, had Wang Qing refrained from purchasing the map from the woman, he would not have found the paper money later. Likewise, if he had not engaged in conversation with her during his dream, he would not have become entangled in this predicament. Consider this. If you find yourself walking alone at midnight and someone calls your name from behind, do not respond. If someone taps your shoulder, do not turn around, for it could lead to dire consequences. Reflect on this. After the passing of a loved one or a friend, you may dream of them, and they might beckon you to follow. In most cases, you likely refused and did not comply. Had you followed, it is possible you would awaken to a serious ailment." Wang Qing nodded thoughtfully and said, "Indeed, I told her that I had discarded the map, and suddenly she lunged at me, which terrified me to my core. Her face, obscured by her hair, was drenched in blood, and she gripped my neck tightly, rendering me motionless. Just as I felt on the verge of asphyxiation, I jolted awake. Living in a dormitory at school is one thing. In a different setting, who knows what might transpire? Schools are often dominated by a potent masculine energy. National treasures are rarely challenged by malevolent spirits. Just look." Wang Jingzhe loosened his collar, revealing 2 vivid, bloody fingerprints on his neck. A deep crimson that was utterly chilling. "Ever since that incident, I have been haunted by dreams of that woman demanding the map from me. In desperation, I rushed to the subway station and purchased several maps, clutching them tightly as I slept, yet to no avail. She continues to pursue me relentlessly." Chapter 10. The enigmatic tales of the subway in the capital city. There exist 2 renowned locations reputed for their supernatural occurrences: the Forbidden City and the subway stations. A once popular online novel titled Legends of the Ancient Well vividly chronicled the spectral events within the Forbidden City, earning it the distinction of a literary masterpiece. In addition to the Forbidden City, the subway stations present a captivating allure. It is often whispered that after 11 o'clock, the last train of the Beijing subway embarks on a journey solely to transport the restless spirits of the underground. During this hour, ordinary individuals are advised to refrain from entering the subway stations for fear of being ensnared by malevolent apparitions. Thus emerges the mystery of the last train in the Beijing subway. Legend has it that during the construction of the subway, numerous lines encountered significant challenges. Workers faced accidents, and the projects were fraught with peril. These difficulties were attributed to the discovery of skeletal remains or ancient tombs during excavation. Some claim that the construction disturbed the dragon veins beneath the city. Regardless of the myriad of explanations, the outcome remained constant. After 11 o'clock, the Beijing subway became a conduit for ghostly encounters, with various supernatural events unfolding. Subsequently, it was said that Daoists and sorcerers were summoned to address the situation, leading to the establishment of a peculiar custom. Each night, after the stroke of midnight, the subway cars must run empty to ferry the wandering souls. The official narrative presented to the public was that this was necessary for line adjustments after the day's operations. After that, all subway stations would close at 11 o'clock, prohibiting any further entry. On that day, Wang Qing entered early and ultimately ended up sleeping in the restroom, unnoticed by the staff, which allowed him to catch the last train. After recounting his plight to Wang Jingzhe, he wiped away his tears and, in a state of disarray, said, "I have searched online for countless solutions, yet none have proven effective. I am unacquainted with anyone knowledgeable in Taoist practices, so I have been waiting here daily in hopes of encountering someone who could assist me. I never expected to meet a master like you. This must be fate." The appearance of Wang Jingzhe felt to Wang Qing like grasping a lifeline. He hailed from Liaoyang, and during the time of the Japanese invasion, a debt-collecting knife master had visited his village. The village chief had inquired when the Japanese would be driven away, to which the master lent a kitchen knife and informed the chief that he would return in 5 years to collect payment. The village chief at the time was Wang Qing's grandfather. In August of the 4th or 5th year, the Japanese left, and by the end of the year, the debt-collecting knife master returned to collect his dues. Wang Qing had heard tales of the debt-collecting knife master numerous times in his childhood, so he was well aware of the existence of such individuals, those who could divine fortunes and communicate with the spirits. He never anticipated that in his moment of utmost helplessness, he would encounter a legendary debt-collecting knife master. Wang Jingzhe glanced at the time. It was just past 7. He remarked, "This evening, I shall accompany you down and investigate the matter. Your predicament should not be too challenging. It is merely a case of being entangled with a vengeful spirit, perhaps." Wang Qing immediately sighed in relief and eagerly grasped his arm, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much." Wang Jingzhe cast a sidelong glance at him. After a moment, Wang Qing felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, which seemed to convey a multitude of meanings: aggression, inquiry, and a hint of yearning. Wang Qing, suddenly feeling a bit flustered, stammered quietly, "I have already compensated you, sir. You wouldn't desire anything further, would you?" "That is unacceptable," Wang Jingzhe replied coldly. "Isn't it time to dine?" In a nearby restaurant next to the subway station, Wang Jingzhe and Wang Qing ordered several dishes, perhaps in an attempt to curry favor with this gentleman. Hoping that a shorter hand would lead to a more generous heart, Wang Qing chose predominantly meaty dishes, complemented by a soup. Wang Jingzhe nodded in satisfaction, but showed no inclination to pick up his chopsticks. Cautiously, Wang Qing inquired, "Sir, if the flavors do not suit your palate, shall I order a couple more? What else would you like?" Wang Jingzhe stroked his chin, pondering. Something seems to be missing. "Missing what?" Wang Qing asked. "Without wine, the meal is wasted," Wang Jingzhe remarked, maintaining a sense of decorum. The boss ordered 2 bottles of beer, or perhaps a dozen, to avoid the inconvenience of ordering again later. Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed, and asked, "Sir, aren't you afraid of overindulging?" "Not at all." Wang Jingzhe waved his hand dismissively. "A little alcohol is merely a warm-up, a means to bolster one's courage. You see, there's a saying, alcohol emboldens the timid. In truth, it can be interpreted as such. Once imbibed, one's confidence swells, and one may find themselves less fearful of apparitions. To put another way, ghosts, much like people, are inclined to prey on the weak. When one stands firm and resolute, it is the specter that may find themselves intimidated. Do you understand?" Wang Qing pondered this for a moment, then replied, "But it was precisely because I drank too much that I encountered misfortune that day." With utmost seriousness, Wang Jingzhe retorted, "Then you simply didn't drink enough." Truth be told, at this juncture, Wang Qing felt an inkling of retreat, for he sensed that his mentor might not be entirely reliable. They were on the cusp of confronting a ghost, yet here they were, indulging in spirits. It seemed rather odd to him. In reality, Wang Jingzhe's earlier remarks were mere nonsense. He merely thought it was still too early for 11 o'clock and felt that a few drinks would help pass the time, as sitting across from one another in silence could be rather awkward. After several bottles, a rosy hue crept onto Wang Jingzhe's cheeks, and the sight of him, cigarette in mouth and drink in hand, caused a flutter in Wang Qing's heart. Ultimately, he could only console himself with the thought that the ways of the wise are often inscrutable. At 10 o'clock, Wang Jingzhe, with a slight hiccup, beckoned Wang Qing to rise. He left his bag at the restaurant, informing the proprietor that he would return the following day to collect it. The two made their way directly to the subway station. After passing through security, they boarded the train, which was considerably less crowded at this hour. "I'll take a brief nap. We'll ride this train back and forth, right?" Wang Jingzhe instructed Wang Qing, without waiting for a reply. He crossed his arms and leaned against the railing, swiftly drifting into slumber. The subway rattled and rolled, yet did not disturb Wang Jingzhe's repose. Beside him, Wang Qing sat with a dazed expression, his heart racing. Perhaps it was merely psychological, but the moment he entered the subway, he felt a cold sweat breaking out. As time ticked away, the number of passengers dwindled further. This train would be the last before it reversed course. Unwavering o'clock yap proshid. Wang Qing anxiously monitored the time on his phone. The last train was now utterly deserted. The safety officer began patrolling the carriages, checking for any remaining passengers. At that moment, Wang Jingzhe suddenly opened his eyes, grasped Wang Qing's arm, and urged him to hide beneath the seat. As the train doors closed with a chime and it began to move, the two emerged from their hiding place. Suddenly, the lights in the last train extinguished, leaving the carriage eerily empty. Looking ahead, visibility was reduced to mere meters, as if they had instantaneously entered another realm. Wang Qing's heart suddenly raced, and his hurried breaths irritated Wang Jingzhe beside him. "Relax, there is someone next to you. Feel my presence. How can you still be afraid?" Wang Qing felt speechless, wishing to convey that it was precisely due to the other's previous unreliability that his fear had intensified in their company. Ding dong. Ding dong. The subway arrived at the station. As the carriage doors opened, Wang Qing craned his neck to glance at the platform, only to find it utterly deserted. Moments later, the subway doors slowly closed again, and the train resumed its journey. After several stops, beads of sweat suddenly broke out on Wang Qing's forehead. Although he had been inebriated that day, he vaguely remembered that after one or two more stops, he would reach the location where that woman had appeared. Wang Jingzhe let out a grunt, noting that such occurrences adhered to a fixed pattern, typically manifesting in the same location without variation. Without Wang Qing's prompting, he furrowed his brow slightly. The temperature within the carriage abruptly dropped, but rather than feeling cold, it was chillingly eerie, reminiscent of a southern winter's deep chill, permeating to the bone. Ding dong, ding dong. After the subway halted once more, Wang Qing instinctively turned to look again. Suddenly, he gasped, leaping up. On the platform stood a woman clad in red, her head bowed, her long skirt cascading down to her ankles. In her hands, she clutched a stack of papers resembling small advertisements, and then she stepped into the subway carriage. With a swift motion, Wang Jingzhe seized the almost faint Wang Qing, pulling him close. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket, illuminating the ground beneath the mysterious woman with the screen's glow. She had not walked in. Her skirt had not swayed even slightly, as though she floated into the room. She cast no shadow. Despite being terrified to the brink of death, Wang Qing noticed that the ground beneath his phone displayed no trace of her presence. Sit still and do not move. Simply act as though nothing is amiss. You can converse with her normally, Wang Jingzhe reassured him. Wang Qing, however, thought to himself, "Are you jesting? How can I pretend that everything is fine? I can scarcely muster the strength to speak." As the woman hovered before Wang Qing, her long hair obscured her face, rendering her features indecipherable. Her voice emerged with a peculiar stiffness, each word delivered in a monotone, devoid of any emotional resonance. "Sir, would you like to purchase a map?" Wang Qing swallowed hard, his throat tight as he turned his head stiffly to glance at Wang Jingzhe, who remained unresponsive, fixated on the woman before them, as if oblivious to Wang Qing's presence. "Sir, would you like to buy a map?" The woman repeated mechanically. "How much?" He managed to stammer. 5 yuan. Wang Qing felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, recalling the identical exchange from a week prior, word for word, without a single variation. Trembling, he extracted his wallet, fumbling until he presented a 100 yuan note with shaking hands. As the woman reached out to grasp the money, she suddenly froze. Wang Qing, bewildered, stared at her, and in an instant, the woman lifted her head and said, "Didn't I seek you out for 45 before?" Wang Qing was instantly overwhelmed, his face a mask of despair as he lamented, It's her." He collapsed in shock, sitting on the ground. When she looked up, her entire face was a gruesome sight, covered in blood, devoid of any recognizable skeletal features. If one were to describe it accurately, her face resembled that of someone who had been run over by a vehicle, shattered and distorted beyond recognition, rendering it impossible to discern that this head once belonged to a person. "What about the map I sold you? Did you throw it away? Did you?" The woman suddenly lunged forward, seizing Wang Qing by the throat with a ferocious grip, reiterating her question with a menacing intensity. "Did you discard it? Why would you throw it away? Why?" Gasping for breath, Wang Qing, seated on the ground, struggled in vain, flailing his arms to push her away. But she remained immobile. Moments later, his face turned crimson from the lack of air, his tongue hanging limply from his mouth, clearly struggling to breathe. "Help! Help me!" Wang Qing managed to choke out a few words, casting a desperate glance towards Wang Jingzhe, who remained unresponsive. "What are you panicking about?" Wang Qing was on the verge of uttering a curse, feeling as though he were on the brink of suffocation. How could he possibly remain calm in such a dire situation? It seemed he had entrusted his fate to the wrong entity. Ordinarily, Wang Jingzhe would find it impossible to expel this female spirit, for such actions would only address the symptoms rather than the root cause. Even if he were to save Wang Qing today, the spirit would inevitably continue to haunt him until it ultimately led to Wang Qing's demise. However, Wang Jingzhe could not simply strike the spirit down, as obliterating her entirely would yield no benefit for him either. It is a general truth that all living beings in the universe exist for a reason. To unlawfully strip another of their existence would entangle oneself in karmic repercussions. This is precisely why both Buddhism and Taoism discourage the taking of life. Each act of killing adds to one as karmic burden, necessitating even greater efforts to atone for such transgressions. This is akin to why wealthy individuals often engage in philanthropy. They comprehend that the more good deeds they perform, the more merit they accumulate to alleviate their past misdeeds. With Wang Qing nearing the brink of death, Wang Jingzhe let out a heavy snort from his nostrils. Instantly, the female spirit paused, her arms stiffening as she turned her head with a jerk. Blood trickled from her parted lips, and she bared her teeth, letting out a guttural roar from deep within her throat. "He did not intentionally discard your belongings. Even if you were to strangle him, it would be futile." Wang Jingzhe, adjusting his wrist, remarked, "Release him. Do not compel me to take action that may harm you." Upon hearing his words, the female ghost indeed relinquished her grip on Wang Qing, only to then extend her arms and lunge toward Wang Jingzhe. Remarkably, he remained still, allowing her to seize his neck. Yet in an instant, Wang Jingzhe eloquently uttered a single word: "Halt." The female ghost's hand, which had been clutching Wang Jingzhe's throat, instantly loosened, and her body soared into the air, colliding with the glass of the compartment behind her. At that moment, the subway car unexpectedly jolted into motion. Wang Jingzhe, grasping the incapacitated Wang Qing on the ground, urged, "Let us depart. It is time to leave." Chapter 12. Indeed, something awaits as they departed. Wang Jingzhe tugged at Wang Qing, pulling him out of the carriage just as the sliding door sealed shut behind them. Almost immediately, a deafening thud resonated against the window. To Wang Qing's horror, he beheld a woman clad in crimson, her entire form pressed against the glass. Blood trickled down the pane, and her grotesque visage was hauntingly terrifying, marred by crimson streaks. Her eyes and tongue appeared to be a gruesome amalgamation, resembling a heap of raw flesh. In a sudden motion, Wang Jingzhe produced a crumpled yellow paper from his possession, flicking it against the glass. With dexterous fingers, he inscribed several characters onto the talisman, uttering a single word, seal. This Daoist spirit-sealing incantation would firmly confine her within the carriage, ensuring that Wang Jingzhe could locate her easily the following day, thus avoiding the complications that might arise should the female specter become restless and unable to emerge. She cannot escape? Wang Qing queried, his voice trembling. Not for the time being. We must leave now, Wang Jingzhe replied. Is that all there is to it? Will she haunt me again tonight? Wang Qing pointed toward his darkened eye sockets. I haven't slept in days. I dread falling asleep, for she seeks me in my dreams. I feel as though she is slowly draining the life from me. This is not the end, but for tonight, she is confined here and will not pursue you. Now, return and try to rest soundly. Tomorrow morning, come back here and wait for me. I will devise a plan to deal with her, Wang Jingzhe assured him. Tomorrow morning? Wang Qing remarked, glancing at the time displayed on his phone. In just a few hours, dawn would break. Perhaps it was best not to stir, and instead find a nearby place to rest. The two stealthily emerged from the subway station, where at this hour the streets were nearly deserted, save for a few 24-hour establishments still illuminated, their lights casting a dim glow that accentuated the desolation. A gentle breeze swept by, causing Wang Qing to shiver involuntarily, his eyes darting suspiciously around as he huddled his shoulders. Once one develops a psychological shadow, it often triggers a conditioned response. Take Wang Qing, for instance. Although the breeze was undeniably warm, he perceived it as a chilling draft, reminiscent of the unsettling atmosphere he experienced moments earlier in the subway. I doubt I can manage to sleep, Wang Qing murmured forlornly. You may not sleep, but I must, Wang Jingzhe replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If you won't sleep, then I'll assign you a task. Investigate whether there have been any fatalities at this subway station. Murders or accidents, all counts, particularly if the deceased was a woman. Understanding dawned on Wang Qing in an instant. Are you suggesting that the fatality might be that woman we just encountered? More than likely, Wang Jingzhe asserted. In places reputed to be haunted, there exists a peculiar specificity. Such entities tend to linger in the very locales of their demise, unwilling to depart easily. Thus, it stands to reason that the ghost in question likely met her end here, perhaps even within the confines of the subway station, which would explain her restless spirit roaming this vicinity. The two individuals subsequently located a budget hotel nearby and reserved a standard room. After washing his face, Wang Jingzhe collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, with his eyes wide and bloodshot, lay on the bed, nervously extracting his phone to search for the phrase accidental death at Li Guzhuang subway station. Upon hitting search, a plethora of information immediately sprang forth. Among the results, there were advertisements for the Xiandamen Urology Hospital, treatments for infertility, and the Marie Hospital offering painless abortions. What on earth is all this? Wang Qing muttered in frustration, his gaze falling upon a particular news article. On June 17, 2015, a woman, while riding the subway in the evening, scaled the barrier and leapt onto the tracks, just as a train was approaching the station, tragically running over her. The Xiandamen subway station is not fully enclosed, featuring only a barrier over a meter high. The report detailed that a woman clad in red swiftly vaulted over the fence and jumped into the path of the oncoming train. Although the accompanying images were blurred, they still conveyed the grim reality of the scene, with the train's front wheels caught on the victim's head, blood splattered across the ground. Subsequent reports indicated that this was a clear case of suicide, revealing that the woman had lingered for quite some time, having passed several trains without boarding. Until this particle, Wang Qing was drenched in cold sweat, his throat constricting as he swallowed repeatedly. A mere glance at the corpse in the image confirmed his fears. It was the very female specter that had haunted him relentlessly. Her physique, height, and long hair were an exact match. He scrolled through several other pieces of information, all of which were riddled with uncertainty. with some claiming that the woman had come to Beijing for work, only to find herself trapped in a life of misfortune, surviving on meager earnings from distributing flyers. Reports suggested that she had a boyfriend who deceived her, leaving her bereft of both wealth and affection. Ultimately, in utter despair, she chose the path of suicide. The overarching narrative portrayed a life steeped in tragedy, so unbearable that she could no longer muster the courage to continue living. After absorbing the news, Wang Qing sighed deeply, casting a glance at Wang Jingzhe, sleeping across the room. His snores were thunderous and rhythmic, a cacophony of sound that resonated through the air. Had it not been for Wang Jingzhe pulling him out of the vehicle at the last moment, ensuring their safe escape, Wang Qing might have been tempted to imprint his foot upon his comrade's face in a fit of frustration. The heart of this individual is remarkably vast. Shortly after Wang Qing finished reading the news, he drifted into a slumber, enveloped in a serene comfort, perhaps due to Wang Jingzhe's presence beside him. Once he succumbed to sleep, he did not dream at all. The fatigue accumulated over the past few days allowed him to rest soundly until dawn, ultimately roused by Wang Jingzhe's gentle nudging. "Alas, wake up, it's time to get up," Wang Jingzhe urged, prodding him a few times, prompting Wang Qing to rub his eyes and sit up. "How did the matter you were investigating yesterday turn out?" Wang Jingzhe inquired as he donned his clothes and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Wang Qing, still clearing the sleep from his eyes, yawned and replied, "You know what? You were indeed right. That woman truly met her demise at the Xiandamen subway station. It was a suicide. I suspected as much. Had it been an accidental death, she wouldn't have transformed into a vengeful spirit. At that moment, she was clad in red, which likely contributed to her lingering resentment, compelling her to cling to you incessantly. Why does wearing red seem to exacerbate such a fate?" Wang Jingzhe asked, drying his face with a towel. "Why do some people bring red cloth to provoke bulls, which then charge as if possessed? It's because when you smear bull's tears on your spectacles, you can perceive the unseen. Red is the color that most attracts misfortune and gathers ominous energies." Chapter 13. What to do when faced with betrayal. Now that we have uncovered the truth behind her demise, what steps shall we take next? Should we seek out an exorcist to address the matter? Wang Qing inquired. "Allow me to elucidate. Once you have discerned the underlying cause, you must follow the trail and seek a resolution. Do not be misled by her spectral form. She was once a living being and, perhaps, committed no egregious acts during her lifetime. Hence, there is no need for excessive measures. No exorcist would obliterate her completely, as it serves no beneficial purpose for themselves. The most prudent resolution would be to guide her willingly into the netherworld. The subsequent handling of her spirit is a matter for the judge of the underworld and does not pertain to us." Wang Qing blinked his innocent eyes and remarked, "I believe I grasp your meaning, though it remains somewhat elusive." Wang Jingzhe rolled his eyes and replied, "Understand the reason for her death, then assist her in fulfilling any unfulfilled wishes or lingering matters. The persistence of her vengeful spirit surely has its roots. Did you not discover that she was involved in distributing small advertisements? Start there, seek out those who knew her, and continue your investigation. As for me, I shall step out for a meal. You may continue your research. I might return later. Utilize this day to thoroughly digest what I have shared with you." With that, Wang Jingzhe departed, leaving Wang Qing invigorated, knowing that he had found a way to avoid being haunted by this female ghost. He felt as if he had been energized, instantly immersing himself in the task at hand. Wang Qing lay upon his bed, perusing several posts he had previously discovered. He identified a few individuals who had shared messages and attempted to leave comments for them, eagerly awaiting a response. Meanwhile, Wang Jingzhe emerged from the hotel after purchasing a pancake and made his way to the restaurant where they had dined the previous evening. He retrieved the bag he had left behind, and after collecting his belongings, he proceeded to the bus station, boarding a bus heading towards the city center. The troubles of Wang Qing would soon be resolved. Thus, he must first attend to matters he needed to settle in the capital. Besides awaiting Ding Wu's release from prison, his primary purpose for coming to Beijing was to collect a debt. This debt had originated over 40 years ago, left by Wang Jingzhe as grandfather, who had once bequeathed a knife to an individual. At that time, the recipient had offered payment, yet the elder declined, informing the person that in 42 years, Someone would come to collect the debt. Should he no longer be alive, his descendants were to settle the account, and the knife was to be returned as well. A debtor is always bound by their promises, much like the grim reaper who decrees one's fate without delay. When a debtor specifies a time for collection, it shall be honored, and if the prophecy foretold is fulfilled, the debtor must faithfully uphold their commitment. For a promise is worth its weight in gold and cannot be altered. One might ponder, what if the prophecy left by the debtor does not come to pass? I can assure you, a legitimate debtor-esque prophecy is never destined to fail. There may still be inquiries regarding what to do if, during the debt collection process, the other party denies their obligation. In some cases, the matter may be so old that the original parties are no longer alive, and their descendants or heirs may completely disavow the affair. In such instances, it becomes rather troublesome. According to the rules of the creditor, if you acknowledge the debt, everything can be amicably resolved. However, should you refuse to recognize it, you must return what you have received in kind. The fate is sealed, and the divine will determine the universe. To inquire about matters beyond this life, one should consult the creditor. There is, in fact, a lesser-known continuation to this saying. If the affairs beyond this life come to fruition, and one turns their back on the agreement, the creditor will ensure you understand the meaning of being thrust back to the starting point of liberation. Approaching noon, Wang Jingzhe took 3 buses before finally arriving in Dongchang District. After disembarking, he followed the signpost to a place called Mauer Hutong. This particular hutong is quite renowned in the capital. Aside from some residences, it houses 3 sihiyuan. Nowadays, it is common knowledge that sihiyuan are synonymous with wealth, often fetching prices exceeding 100 million, leaving many in awe. Furthermore, they are typically in high demand yet scarce on the market. It is rare to hear of anyone selling a sihiyuan, and even when available, the prices are exorbitant. Thus, if one knows of someone possessing a sihiyuan, it is clear that this individual belongs to the elite or affluent class. Upon entering Mauer Hutong, Wang Jingzhe strolled leisurely towards the innermost part, where he halted before 2 grand crimson doors. Flanking the entrance were 2 stone lions, guardians of the residence. Above the porch hung an ancient plaque inscribed with 2 prominent characters. Wang Jingzhe glanced at the plaque above and then reached out to knock on the door several times using the door knocker. After a short while, a man in his 60s opened the door. Upon seeing a young man in a long robe standing at the entrance, he hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Wang Jingzhe smiled politely and asked, "Is this the residence of the Feng family? I am searching for Feng Yuan." The elderly man furrowed his brows in surprise and asked, "You are looking for Feng Yuan?" "Indeed, I am," Wang Jingzhe replied. "Well, you might be disappointed. Finding him is rather difficult." Wang Jingzhe inquired, "What do you mean?" 3 years ago, my uncle passed away. How do you expect to find him?" Wang Jingzhe frowned slightly, sighed inwardly, and continued, "If Feng Yuan is no longer here, then I would be content to seek out his children." The old man scrutinized him for a few moments, perplexed, and asked, "What exactly is your purpose?" Wang Jingzhe explained slowly, "Many years ago, Feng Yuan owed my grandfather a debt, and I have come to collect it. Since he is no longer here, I will seek his children to settle matter." The old man was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he shook his head and said, "Impossible. How could the Feng family owe anyone money? Don't make a fuss here. It's not about money," Wang Jingzhe replied, narrowing his eyes. "It's about a promise that Feng Yuan made to my grandfather long ago. You may not be aware, but just inform Feng Yuan's children that a man named Wang has come to reclaim a kitchen knife from 42 years ago, and they will understand." The old man, astonished, uttered an "oh" and replied, "All right, I will mention it." "Good. I will return the day after tomorrow at this same time," Wang Jingzhe said with a smile, turning to leave the alley. After Wang Jingzhe departed, the elderly man returned to the courtyard. Once in a living room, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. The Feng family no longer resided in this courtyard, and the old man, a distant relative of the Fengs, was merely there to oversee the property. When the call connected, the old man spoke to the other party. "Heavenly virtue, today a peculiar young man came to the courtyard claiming to be here to collect a debt." Upon hearing the old man's account, the person on the other end dismissed it with a curt remark, "Nonsense. A kitchen knife? I know nothing of this matter." If he comes again, just send him away. Chapter 14. A love hard to cherish in the afternoon. When Wang Jingzhe returned to the hotel after a meandering journey, Wang Qing had yet to arrive. He dozed off in a daze, and upon awakening, found that night had fallen. He rose to wash his face. Just as he was about to venture out for dinner, the door was abruptly flung open. Wang Qing entered with an expression of exhilaration. Spotting Wang Jingzhe at the sink, he exclaimed breathlessly, "You won't believe it. I actually found someone who knows that woman, and I gathered some information about her." Wang Qing animatedly continued, "It's true. The news online is accurate. I left messages for a few people, and unexpectedly, one of them replied. She was a former colleague of that woman. She worked in advertisement distribution, having moved from the countryside to the city. She struggled to make ends meet, earning just over $2,000 a month. During that time, she met a man, and they became romantically involved, even cohabiting. It seems she was pregnant at one point, but chose to terminate the pregnancy. Just before her tragic decision to take her own life, that man deceived her. He had once promised to marry her, but suddenly he reneged on his word and broke up with her. Unable to bear the heartbreak, she jumped from the subway station. Wang Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "All that is well and good, but the crucial question remains. Have you found that man?" Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the woman had been visited by him at the time of her demise, which left him quite astonished. Subsequently, her colleagues also spotted him in the vicinity, having rented an apartment in a nearby community. I even managed to ascertain the address. Wang Jingzhe expressed his surprise, saying, "In just one day, you have unraveled everything?" Wang Qing sighed and replied, "When it comes to human life, how can I not be anxious about my own? Let's have a meal before we seek out this man," Wang Jingzhe suggested after wiping his face. "Why the rush? Can we not eat later?" Wang Qing retorted, clearly displeased. "Human life is at stake. If I were to starve, who would assist you in exorcising ghosts?" Wang Jingzhe replied nonchalantly. Wang Qing nearly coughed up blood at that moment, exasperated by his apparent lack of responsibility. After leaving the hotel, the two hastily consumed a meal. Shortly after 8 o'clock that evening, Wang Qing, guided by the address he had gathered, led Wang Jingzhe into a nearby residential complex, locating a specific household by its door number. Knock, knock. Wang Qing rapped on the door a few times, waiting in silence for a moment, but received no response. He knocked again, and after a brief interval, sounds began to emanate from within. Eventually, the door creaked open, revealing an unpleasant, acrid odor. A disheveled man with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard leaned against the doorframe, clutching a bottle of alcohol, clearly intoxicated. "Who are you looking for? And what do you want?" he asked, his eyelids drooping. With earnest anticipation, Wang Qing inquired, "Are you not Zhu Jiang?" The intoxicated man lifted his eyelids and slurred, "I don't recognize any of you." Upon hearing his response, Wang Jingzhe forcefully shoved him into the room and promptly kicked the door shut with his heel. "Hey, you all." The drunkard wobbled, pointing unsteadily at the two. Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow as he assessed the man's condition and instructed Wang Qing, "Fetch a basin of water and pour it over his head." What are you waiting for? Hurry up," Wang Jingzhe urged impatiently. After Wang Qing emerged from the bathroom with a basin of water, he splashed it over the still-dazed Zhu Jiang. With a splash, Zhu Jiang was drenched from head to toe. Wiping the water from his face, he exclaimed incredulously, "Are you all insane? Come into my house to douse me? Do you believe I'll call the police? Are you sober now? If not, I can do it again." Wang Jingzhe gestured to Wang Qing. "All right, splash." After the second basin of water was poured, the drunkard was utterly bewildered, yet significantly more alert. Wang Jingzhe pointed at his chest and asked, "Do you not feel responsible for the death of a woman?" Zhu Jiang immediately jumped up, shaking his head vehemently. No, I didn't harm her, I swear I didn't. I never wanted this, You drove someone to commit suicide by jumping in front of a subway train, and you still deny it?" Wang Jingzhe pressed on relentlessly. "I too am at a loss, truly. I never anticipated that she would react so drastically." Suddenly, Zhu Jiang collapsed on the ground, clutching his hair, and wailed, "Who could have known she would be so unable to withstand the blow? I truly did not mean to deceive her. My intention was always to marry her, yet my family opposed it fiercely. My mother, in tears and turmoil, forbade me from marrying her. What could I do? Wang Jingzhe, taken aback by Zhu Jiang's words, lowered his head and inquired, "What do you mean? You did not genuinely intend to deceive her and truly wish to marry her?" Zhu Jiang raised his head, tears streaming down his face, and replied, "She is genuinely a wonderful person. She is capable in all household matters, understanding, and not frivolous like other women. She cooks and shops without complaint and does not disdain my circumstances. How could I possibly oppose her? It is just that my mother believes her family is too impoverished and earns too little. She insisted I break up with her, even threatening to end her life if I did not comply. What do you expect me to do? Have you seen how I have lived these past 2 years? I have wanted nothing but to drink. I never imagined she would suddenly be gone. I shall never forgive myself for this." Wang Jingzhe glanced around the room, which was in utter disarray, littered with empty bottles and leftover food, the air thick with an unpleasant, sour odor. It was evident that this was the state of someone who had lost all faith in life, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhu Jiang wiped away his tears and said, "Over the past 2 years, the only solace I found was in alcohol. Whenever I awaken, thoughts of her flood my mind. I deeply regret my decisions. I should have held on a little longer and not ended things with her." "Were you truly sincere in your sentiments?" Wang Jingzhe inquired, narrowing his eyes. Zhu Jiang responded with a bitter smile, "What does it matter if I was sincere? She is gone, and it is too late for words now. If you genuinely wished to marry her and were granted a second chance to be with her, would you embrace that opportunity?" Zhu Jiang was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he stammered, "What do you mean? I'm asking you, would you accept?" Wang Jingzhe reiterated, "Yes, yes." Zhu Jiang nodded fervently. "But is that even possible? Whether it is possible or not is not for you to concern yourself with. What matters is your willingness," Wang Jingzhe replied. "Now, gather your things, change your clothes, and accompany me." Chapter 15. A ghostly marriage. As Zhu Jiang went to change his clothes, Wang Qing whispered, "What did you just say about them getting married?" The woman's lingering spirit indicates an unresolved issue within her heart, and it is evident that the key to her liberation lies with this man. Their connection is one steeped in causality. If he genuinely regrets his actions and sincerely wishes to marry her, the situation would be easily remedied. But what if he was merely deceiving you? Wang Jingzhe cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "Deceiving to such a degree? What remarkable acting skills he possesses. Is he a trained professional? What kind of intuition do I have if I cannot discern this?" After pondering for a moment, Wang Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the observation. Once Zhu Jiang had changed, the three of them set out, not directly to the subway station, but instead to a shop where they purchased an array of supplies. They then waited until approximately 11 o'clock at night before finally heading to the subway, anticipating the arrival of the last train. At 11, the final subway train arrived at the station. The trio boarded the carriage, and at that moment, Zhu Jiang, having sobered up completely, asked in a slightly dazed manner, "Why are we still taking the subway at this hour? Waiting for someone, or rather, waiting for a spirit." Suddenly, the lights in the carriage extinguished without warning. Wang Qing's breath became heavy with tension as he pressed closely against Wang Jingzhe. Despite having undergone this experience 3 times already, he instinctively began to tremble once more. Exhale. A chilling breeze arose from the ground, sending shivers down the spines of Wang Qing and Zhu Jiang, who clasped their arms tightly and swallowed nervously. After a brief moment, Wang Jingzhe suddenly turned his gaze towards the distant carriage. Following his line of sight, they beheld a woman with disheveled hair, clad in a crimson dress, slowly approaching them. She's coming, Wang Qing stammered, trembling. Zhu Jiang, taken aback, let out a startled cry and slid off his chair to the ground, his voice trembling with fear. A ghost? We've encountered a ghost." Wang Jingzhe firmly grasped his shoulder, pinning him to the earth. As the spectral figure drifted closer, she held a stack of flyers and mechanically repeated, "By one, by one." Overwhelmed, Zhu Jiang struggled desperately to rise, as most would be terrified in such a situation. Yet, Wang Jingzhe held him down resolutely before pulling him upright, then shouted towards the apparition, "Do you see who this is?" The woman slowly turned her head, revealing a fragmented visage that left Zhu Jiang in a state of shock. Following this, she emitted a piercing wail, causing the flyers in her hands to flutter down like leaves. Wang Qing distinctly observed that the fallen advertisements transformed into paper money and ghostly currency upon touching the ground. Abruptly, the specter extended her arm, seizing Zhu Jiang's throat. With a ghastly roar, she exclaimed, "I have awaited you. I have finally awaited you." Gasping, Zhu Jiang struggled vehemently, attempting to pry open her grasp. Two distinct imprints materialized on his neck instantaneously. He is on the verge of being strangled to death. Are you not going to intervene? Wang Qing inquired anxiously. Rest assured, he shall not perish. Just as Zhu Jiang was nearing asphyxiation, the woman abruptly released her grip, her bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Zhu Jiang's countenance. She repeated, each word distinct, "Why did you deceive me? Why? You pledged to marry me. I even terminated our child for your sake. Yet why did you betray me?" Cough. Coughed Zhu Jiang. After a series of coughs, uttered in terror, "Yi Yu Xiaoya? Yuan Xiaoya? Why did you deceive me? Why?" Wang Jingzhe interjected suddenly. "Recite to her what you previously stated." "What am I to say?" "Profess that you did not deceive her. Utter words from the depths of your heart. And do so swiftly. If you tarry, she may indeed strangle you to death, and none shall be able to rescue you." Zhu Jiang was immediately dumbfounded. "You misled me to come here. You intend to be the death of me. But you're not yet deceased, are you? Let us discuss it after you have passed on. Make haste." Wang Jingzhe urged impatiently. The woman, suddenly becoming ferocious once more, was about to pounce upon Zhu Jiang when he instantly reacted. Gudu Zhu Jiang swallowed hard, twisting his neck stiffly, and spoke in a terrified tone. "Xiaoya, I did not deceive you. I truly did not deceive you. At that time, I intended to marry you, but my family opposed it, and I was powerless to change their minds. I never anticipated that you would suddenly take such a drastic step. Since your passing, I have been consumed by guilt and remorse. Each day feels like a torment worse than death. I deeply regret it, truly regret it. I have always loved you." As the woman's hand was about to grip Zhu Jiang's throat, she hesitated and murmured, "You lied to me. Even in death, you continued to deceive me." "No, I truly did not. If I could have another chance, I would definitely marry you." Wang Jingzhe glanced at the time. It was 11:15. Suddenly, he stepped between the two and said, "If you wish to know whether he has deceived you, let him marry you once, and you will find out." Zhu Jiang, in a state of confusion, asked, "What do you mean by marriage? She is already dead. How can there be a wedding?" "Ghost marriage," Wang Jingzhe proclaimed, addressing Yuan Xiaoya. "Isn't your lingering spirit merely a reflection of feeling abandoned by him? You two should engage in a ghost marriage. Only then will you discover whether he deceived you in the past." Zhu Jiang, his eyes vacant, nodded slowly and said, "I am willing. I am willing. After all, my life has become a living hell. Marrying you would grant me some liberation. Otherwise, I cannot bear to live out the rest of my days." Typically, a person with a somewhat kind heart would feel a pang of guilt upon realizing that their actions led to another's demise. Some individuals carry the burden of such shadows throughout their lives, unable to escape. Zhu Jiang clearly exemplified this condition, and what made it more poignant was that the deceased was a woman he once loved. Upon hearing Zhu Jiang's heartfelt promise to join her in a ghost marriage, Yuan Xiaoya gradually regained her composure. Wang Jingzhe produced a piece of talisman paper and stated, "I will seal it within. Tonight, I shall conduct a ghost marriage for the two of you, allowing you to gain awareness in the afterlife and be reborn in the underworld." Yuan Xiaoya's eyes suddenly welled with crimson tears as she replied, "Very well. I wish to see if your intentions are sincere." "Gumein." Wang Jingzhe extended the talisman paper, sealing Yuan Xiaoya's soul within it. Ding dong, ding dong. The subway arrived at that moment, and, as the door slid open, the three of them stepped outside. Wang Qing suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. After searching for a moment, he noticed a child with braids peering down from the top of the subway car, struggling to reveal more of their head as they smiled at him. "Wait, there is more. How can there be more?" Wang Qing exclaimed in panic, grasping Wang Jingzhe's arm. Wang Jingzhe lifted his gaze and furrowed his brow at the carriage. "Get lost." In an instant, that little rascal vanished into thin air. Chapter 16. The Divide of Yin and Yang. No need for entanglement. Get lost. Wang Jingzhe shouted fiercely at the roof of the car, causing the little ghost to dart away in a flash. Both Wang Qing and Zhu Jiang stared at him in astonishment, inquiring, "What on earth is that thing?" "Consider yourself fortunate," Wang Jingzhe elucidated, "for you encountered a recently deceased female ghost, whose malevolent aura is relatively mild after only 2 or 3 years. Had you crossed paths with a more seasoned malevolent spirit from earlier, you might not have even had the chance to confront me at the subway entrance. The subway lines in the capital are rather erratic. The history here is extensive, and the tunnels are excavated deeply. Countless ancient graves may have been disturbed in the process, and one can only speculate what entities might have been unleashed. The last train operates at the witching hour, a time when wandering souls and restless spirits are most active. There are far too many unwholesome presences on this train. Be more vigilant in future journeys." Wang Qing, trembling with trepidation, inquired, "So, if someone like me accidentally boards the last train, am I doomed to encounter a ghost?" "Not necessarily. It might not happen to others," Wang Jingzhe replied. "Why is that?" Wang Qing asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Wang Jingzhe cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "You possess an aura that suggests your demise is imminent from the moment you embark on your journey, making you more susceptible to ghostly encounters." Wang Qing's expression fell instantly. As he retorted, "Could you please speak more reasonably? The phenomenon of encountering ghosts truly varies from person to person. Some individuals may brush past spirits without eliciting any response, while others, like yourself, may inadvertently board the final train and become ensnared. Allow me to elucidate. A person's vital energy, when robust, can render them impervious to malevolent forces. For instance, those imbued with righteousness and steadfast convictions, such as law enforcement officers and soldiers, tend to elicit caution from spirits, compelling them to steer clear." Wang Jingzhe remarked, pointing at Wang Qing's chest. "Individuals like you, who often burn the midnight oil or indulge excessively, may find themselves rather vulnerable, especially if they harbor a few dubious thoughts." "If not you, then who?" Wang Qing's face flushed crimson, and he stammered defensively, "Do not speak nonsense. Who indulges excessively? Huh? Your hands are calloused from your habits. Surely that cannot be denied?" "Surely not. My frequency is not that high," Wang Qing instinctively retorted, glancing at his right hand. The smoothness of his palm contradicted the exaggerated claims made. Wang Jingzhe turned to the still somewhat dazed Zhu Jiang and cautioned, "You must carefully consider this. Should you proceed with this ghostly marriage, it may profoundly impact you." Zhu Jiang pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "As long as it alleviates my guilt, I desire to free myself completely." After the trio exited the subway station, they returned directly to Zhu Jiang's home. Wang Jingzhe instructed Wang Qing, "You should wait outside. Do not follow us in." "Why not?" "I wish to witness what this ghostly marriage entails." Wang Qing protested, clearly displeased. "If you wish to fall gravely ill in the coming days and find yourself bedridden, then by all means, proceed inside. I shall not hinder you. I must forewarn you, however, that the atmosphere within is laden with a heavy, malevolent energy. Should you inadvertently inhale even a fraction of it, you may find yourself beset by misfortunes for the ensuing months." Wang Qing, alarmed, took several steps back and declared, "Please extend my wishes for their everlasting union. But I shall not enter." With a resounding clang, the door closed. Moments later, the windows of Zhu Jiang's abode were shrouded so thoroughly that not a single ray of light penetrated, plunging the room into utter darkness, where one could not discern their own hand before their face. Only after lighting 2 red candles, positioned against the wall in the living room, did a faint glow begin to emerge. Wang Jingzhe placed the talisman on the table, and in an instant, the vengeful spirit of Yuan Xiaoye surged forth from within. He swiftly seized a red cloth and draped it over her head. "Inscribe the birth dates of both of you upon this talisman." The practice of conducting ghost marriages, or marriages, endures in many regions to this day. To speak candidly, such customs are rather unscrupulous. They bear no consequence for the deceased, yet they can significantly shorten the lifespan of the living. In households where young, unmarried individuals have passed prematurely, it is common for the family to seek a spouse for them. Some even refrain from burying the body keeping it intact solely for the sake of this union, fearing that an unaccompanied spirit might disturb the living. In contemporary society, such occurrences may be rare or less exaggerated. However, a century ago, affluent families might have resorted to extreme measures to arrange ghost marriages, including the heinous act of murder to provide a partner for the deceased, or even the gruesome act of sealing a living person within a coffin to be buried alongside the dead, thus committing an egregious transgression against the moral order. The restless spirit, lingering in discontent, perceives the deceit it suffered in life, believing that now, in death, the other party willingly seeks a union in the afterlife. Therefore, I must implore you, once the ghost marriage is concluded, you must present yourself to the underworld and cease to be a menace in the realm of the living. Should you persist in your tenacity and refuse to depart, do not blame me for personally escorting you to your final resting place. My patience may not endure that long. Wang Jingzhe offered a stern warning. A faint whisper drifted from beneath the red veil as Yuan Xiaoye's voice emerged. I beg your pardon, esteemed sir, I understand. First, we bow to heaven and earth, Wang Jingzhe remarked, casting a glance at Zhu Jiang, who remained unresponsive. Zhu Jiang and Yuan Xiaoye stood side by side, turning to face one another as they performed their bow. At that moment, the flames of the two burning candles on the table flickered and shrank, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Second, we bow to our parents. Wang Jingzhe instructed, just bow towards your family's direction. As they bowed, the candles appeared to flicker perilously, with only a feeble flame flickering in a desperate struggle for existence. Wang Jingzhe pinched a talisman paper between his fingers and held it to the candle, which ignited with a soft whoosh, transforming into a plume of ash that gracefully descended. Now, let the couple bow to each other. Wang Jingzhe spoke softly. After this bow, none of you can turn back. The marriage in the afterlife shall be formalized. For a fleeting moment, a look of conflict and struggle crossed Zhu Jiang's face, but it vanished just as quickly. He gazed at the figure of Yuan Xiaoye, draped in red cloth, and said, "In those days, I truly wished to marry you, but alas, I was compelled by my family to part ways with you. I never anticipated that my actions would bring you harm. Xiaoye, today I offer you a wedding, a testament that I never deceived you." Without hesitation, Zhu Jiang bent down. A tear slipped from beneath the veil, landing softly on the ground. Wang Jingzhe observed Yuan Xiaoye without rushing her. After a while, Yuan Xiaoye suddenly lifted her veil and gently said, "As long as you never deceived me, I shall not die in vain." When Zhu Jiang looked up again, Yuan Xiaoye's expression had returned to its original calm. He trembled as he reached out, but she drifted away, turning to Wang Jingzhe and declaring, "I shall not marry. Knowing he was truthful is sufficient. Have you come to a resolution?" Wang Jingzhe inquired with a nod. What is the need to entangle ourselves further, separated by the realms of life and death? Chapter 17. Consequences of self-responsibility haunted by a lingering obsession. Yuan Xiaoye's spirit incessantly roamed the final subway carriage. Once she realized that Zhu Jiang had not deceived her, that very fixation dissipated like smoke. Her ultimate resting place was in the underworld. Her fondness for the mortal realm would inevitably lead to her being claimed by someone. Perhaps not Wang Jingzhe, but another. Yet, the lineage of the Sha Dao, people revered fate, seldom taking the initiative to extinguish any living soul, even those wayward spirits that once caused mischief. The Sha Dao practitioners are deeply attuned to destiny, stemming from their propensity to divulge secrets of the heavens. Their ability to discern the threads of fate with precision is often seen as a transgression against the celestial order. Each individual's life is believed to be preordained, yet the Sha Dao possess the uncanny ability to unveil these divine mysteries, which is tantamount to violating the cosmic balance. Known as the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortages. The 5 deficiencies encompass widowhood, solitude, and affliction, while the 3 shortages pertain to wealth, life, and power. This world operates under its own set of rules, yet the Sha Dao lineage alters these principles. Once they pierce the veil of destiny, they inevitably incur divine retribution, thus manifesting the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortages. Just as those who accurately predict the future are often blind, it is because heaven itself disapproves. Having unveiled too many paths for others, the consequences ultimately fall upon them. Therefore, the Sha Dao practitioners are loath to act hastily, as they seek to avoid accumulating too much karmic consequence from taking lives or spirits. When matters can be resolved through reason, they refrain from resorting to violence. Conversely, when logic fails, sometimes a firm hand is necessary, for the Sha Dao ultimately wield a blade in their hands. After Yuan, Xiaya vanished like smoke. Zhu Jiang untangled his heart's knots, and Wang Qing no longer had to worry about being haunted by some female ghost in his dreams. The night passed, and the next morning, Wang Qing and Wang Jingzhe emerged from the hotel after a long slumber. In just one night, Wang Qing's complexion had improved considerably. The dark circles under his eyes had diminished, and he appeared less listless. Upon returning, he planned to replenish his energy with some nourishment and restore his health. Otherwise, he would inevitably fall ill for several days. After Wang Jingzhe offered a few words of advice, he turned to leave, acknowledging that their fateful encounter had come to an end. "Hey, sir, may I ask you something?" Wang Qing followed closely behind, taking small steps. Wang Jingzhe cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Wang Qing continued, "Are you in need of a disciple? Don't you think I possess an exceptional appearance and unique talents? Might I have an aptitude for learning from you?" "Honestly, I don't see it," Wang Jingzhe replied. "Well, if a disciple won't do, how about I help out in some minor tasks? I'm not picky. Just being fed while following you would suffice," Wang Qing said, attempting to ingratiate himself. Wang Jingzhe retorted, "You may not be picky, but I certainly am. I'm simply not interested in you. I can pay. How much do you want? Just name your price." Wang Qing insisted, but Wang Jingzhe, disinterested, hurried towards the bus station, needing to make a trip to Mauer Hutong. Wang Qing, unwilling to concede, trailed behind, chattering incessantly, "We share a bond, don't we? Isn't that something your profession values? When fate brings us together, let's not hastily let go. Would you consider taking me in? Truly, I observe you traversing the world alone, which must be rather burdensome. I am more than capable of assisting you in any tasks you require. Would it be so difficult to accept my help?" Upon arriving at the bus station, Wang Jingzhe stood with his arms crossed, waiting for the bus to arrive. Wang Qing, feeling somewhat discontented, remarked, "Could you spare a moment amidst your busy schedule to humor me?" Wang Jingzhe let out a resigned sigh and replied, "Do you not see that I am not busy at all? I simply do not wish to engage with you. Could you not exhibit a bit of awareness?" After a prolonged silence, Wang Qing timidly suggested, "If all else fails, please just share a phone number with me, so I can reach out to you when necessary. If you refuse, I shall follow you endlessly. Could you not maintain some semblance of dignity?" Wang Jingzhe exclaimed in exasperation, with a resounding slap to his own cheeks. Wang Qing shamelessly quipped, "How much does this cost per pound? It's hardly valuable. Why would I want it?" Ultimately, Wang Jingzhe found himself unable to resist the audacity of this fool, who could withstand 100,000 Huns at the Great Wall. After reluctantly providing his phone number, he watched as Wang Qing joyfully departed. Having preemptively resolved the issues between Wang Qing and Zhu Jiang, Wang Jingzhe found himself with an entire day free. He arrived early at Hutong, anticipating that the elderly gentleman overseeing the courtyard would have communicated with the Feng family by now. He ventured to see if he could settle the accounts today. Upon entering the Hutong and reaching the courtyard at the far end, Wang Jingzhe knocked on the doorbell. Moments later, the old man opened the door, furrowing his brow upon seeing the visitor, and inquired, "You have come again? Have you conveyed my words to the Feng family?" Wang Jingzhe inquired with a smile, "Are you just causing trouble, my child? What does a 20-year-old kitchen knife have to do with anything? Go on, attend to your own matters, and stop meddling here. I have consulted with the old man. He has never given any instructions. Now be off." The elder, growing impatient, urged him to leave as he prepared to shut the door. With a single hand, Wang Jingzhe propped the door open, frowning as he said, "Did you relay my message exactly as I spoke it? Oh dear, didn't I tell you not to be ridiculous?" Wang Jingzhe narrowed his eyes and replied, "There is something else I need you to pass along to the Feng family. If they refuse to acknowledge it, they must bear the consequences themselves. Just 300 meters to the right down the alley is the police station on Mauer Hutong. If I call the police, they will arrive in less than 2 minutes. Do you believe that?" Haha, very well. Wang Jingzhe released his grip and stepped back 2 paces. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a kitchen knife from his bag and suddenly hurled it towards the plaque on the porch. Swish! The knife flew through the air, striking the plaque with a dull thud, embedding itself about 20 centimeters deep. The fine wooden plaque yielded as easily as tofu to Wang Jingzhe's decisive throw. The knife lodged precisely between the 2 large characters of the feng residence. The elders stared at him in disbelief, and after a moment, he regained his composure. Looking up at the knife and the plaque, he shouted in astonishment and anger, "Are you looking for trouble? Consequences shall be borne." Wang Jingzhe, with a resonant voice, cast aside his words and turned his back, disregarding the furious tirade of the old man behind him. Moments later, his figure, clad in a long robe, vanished at the entrance of the alley. The Dao lineage, inquiring about the path ahead, was already at odds with the heavens. Yet, while debts may be incurred, it is fundamentally unreasonable to default on them. The old man, hopping in rage and cursing for quite some time, eventually returned to the courtyard to fetch a ladder, intending to remove the kitchen knife from a plaque. However, after straining to pull it down for an extended period, the knife remained steadfastly in place, utterly unyielding to his efforts. Chapter 18. The dragon's head remains low, the 7 orifices remain closed. Feng Tianliang is a highly esteemed merchant within the Jing-Jin-Ji region, belonging to the illustrious class of the affluent. To what extent does his prominence reach? One could frequently encounter his presence in financial forums and economic reports. While a mere search of his name online yields a plethora of related links, endlessly paging through them proves futile. The term great merchant aptly applies to him without exaggeration. Feng Tianliang's influence can be attributed not only to his fortunate association with a prominent figure over the past decade, but also to the groundwork laid by his father's generation, which had already begun to unveil the family's path to prosperity. The Feng family, once a distinguished lineage, had ties to the salt merchants of Lianghua, even forming familial alliances with the salt transport officials of that era. At that time, Lianghua salt merchants epitomized wealth, with some affluent salt traders described as being rich enough to rival nations. However, following the overthrow of the Qing dynasty, the Feng family experienced a decline in fortune, compounded by the tumultuous state of affairs, leading them to a period of stagnation. It was not until the era of Feng Yuan, around the years of liberation in 79, that he seized a wave of reform and opening up, revitalizing the family's fortunes. Rising from humble beginnings as a small vendor, he transitioned into managing private enterprises. When Feng Tianliang inherited the family business from Feng Yuan, he fortuitously found himself amidst the fervor of real estate development, amassing vast tracts of land and catapulting the Feng family into the ranks of great merchants. In recent years, particularly over the past 7 or 8, the influence of the Jing-Jin-Ji region has extended to other areas. Among the prominent real estate developments, it is not uncommon for 1 or 2 to be spearheaded by Feng Tianliang's company. Beyond real estate, they have also ventured into sectors such as the internet and insurance, establishing themselves as formidable players in the business world. Therefore, one must ponder, would Feng Tianliang truly be concerned about a threat posed by an unknown young individual? Undoubtedly not. The phrase consequences at your own risk, as articulated by Wang Jingzhe, is, in his eyes, nothing short of jest. In fact, after hearing it, the words simply passed through one ear and out the other. He did not take it to heart at all. With several meetings to attend throughout the day and the necessity of traveling by plane to various locations within a 24-hour span, he hardly had the mental bandwidth to reminisce about a tale involving a kitchen knife from over 40 years ago. "Hello, Tianliang, it's your cousin. The young man I mentioned yesterday has returned." The elderly man spoke, his voice laced with frustration. "He has affixed a kitchen knife to our family plaque, warning me that if you do not acknowledge this, you will bear all consequences." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianliang was momentarily taken aback and instinctively remarked, "Isn't that akin to kidnapping and extortion?" "Humph, that young rascal is quite quick on his feet. Otherwise, I would have certainly reported him to the police. You handle this. Have someone repair the plaque and inform the nearby police station. If he dares to return, just apprehend him. I must depart for Lingnan shortly to attend a meeting." Please refrain from troubling me with this matter any further, if you would. Had it not been for the fact that the elderly gentleman on the other end of the line was a distant relative of Feng Tianliang, he would undoubtedly have launched into a reprimand. His desk was cluttered with a myriad of documents awaiting his signature, while his secretary and assistant stood outside, poised with a plethora of itineraries to report. The trouble brought by a mere kitchen knife was hardly worthy of his time. With a decisive click, the call ended. Feng Tianliang rubbed his temples, the fleeting thought of the knife dissipating almost instantly. He pondered briefly, unable to recall the elderly man's mention of the matter during his lifetime. But his train of thought was swiftly interrupted by the stack of documents demanding his attention. Within the confines of the Feng family's courtyard, after hanging up the phone, the old man called the nearby police station. "Hello, Director Li, this is Feng Tianxiang. I have something to discuss with you." To summarize, the Feng family had dismissed Wang Jingzhe's warning of the consequences are to be borne by oneself. That very afternoon, Feng Tianliang boarded a flight to Lingnan, casting aside the perplexing young man who had inexplicably emerged from nowhere. As for the elder, Feng Tianxiang, he afforded the situation a modicum of seriousness, albeit solely regarding the notion of extortion. After placing his call to the police station in Mauer Hutong, he awaited the reappearance of a young man clad in a long robe. Meanwhile, Wang Jingzhe, having exited Mauer Hutong, had no intention of returning, for he was determined to take responsibility for the consequences of his own words. The lineage of the Shidao tradition allowed for credit and debt, yet there was no room for shirking one's obligations. For days have swiftly elapsed, and at a construction site on the eastern Fourth Ring Road of the capital, Wang Jingzhe gazes upward at a sign hanging at the entrance, inscribed with the characters Jinxiu Shanhe Real Estate. Behind the gates lies a significant project underway this year, a CBD district comprising several luxurious residential buildings and a towering office edifice reaching 33 stories, alongside a star-rated hotel and various shopping facilities. The total investment is spearheaded by Jinxiu Shanhe Real Estate, with several other shareholders holding approximately 40% of the equity. This CBD has progressed to the mid-stage of construction, with about half of the 33-story office and the upscale apartments completed. The site buzzes with activity. Construction vehicles traverse the area, and tower cranes swing back and forth, hoisting building materials. Wang Jingzhe conducted a brief online inquiry to ascertain the ongoing projects of Jinxiu Real Estate in the capital. He transferred through 2 modes of transport and arrived 3 days prior, subsequently lingering around the periphery of the site, circling for over 2 days. During these 3 days, Wang Jingzhe meticulously measured every inch of land surrounding the construction site with his own footsteps, pausing only for the basic necessities. It was not until the 3rd day that he squinted at the characters Jinxiu Shanhe Real Estate, disdainfully curling his lip. As night fell, the hour approached midnight, and the world grew quiet. Approximately 1 kilometer due south of the splendid construction site, Wang Jingzhe ascended a lofty overpass. Upon reaching its pinnacle, he gazed into the distance at the brilliantly illuminated site, and then tilted his head upwards to behold the starlit sky. The weather was relatively clear, a rare respite from the pervasive smog, allowing the celestial bodies to be distinctly visible. In the due south direction, he chanted softly the 4th star of the Big Dipper. The celestial pivot of the north, the summer solstice brings forth calamity. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved an unassuming prism from his bag and affixed it to the structure of the overpass, its reflective surface directed toward the northern construction site. 20 minutes later, Wang Jingzhe descended from the overpass and made his way to the southeast, where a locust tree, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, awaited him. With a flourish of his robe, he grasped the trunk and, with a few agile movements, ascended to the treetop. In the southeast, he murmured, "The 5th star of the Big Dipper, the Jade Balance. Tomorrow's dawn gathers the shadows." He then secured a second prism atop the tree. In the due east, he intoned, "The 7th star of the Big Dipper, the Radiant Light. Midday is not conducive for construction." In the due north, he continued, "The 6th star of the Big Dipper, the Open Sun. The evening hour shuns the presence of smoke and bustling activity." To the northwest and southwest, he recited, "The 3rd star of the Big Dipper, the Celestial Pivot. Dusk sees no hearth fires." In total, Wang Jingzhe meticulously positioned 7 prisms around the construction site, aligning them with the 7 cardinal directions. As the crowing of the rooster heralded the dawn, he nimbly leaped over the surrounding wall into the site, calculating his path until he reached the focal point where the prisms converged. With his left hand gripping a piece of talisman paper and his right foot striking the ground with force, he exclaimed, "Puff!" After a muffled thud, he swiftly cast the talisman paper towards the ground, summoning the dragon. Gathering its essence, the dragon's head remains low, the 7 orifices remain closed. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept across the ground, fleeting in its presence. As the talisman vanished into the earth, the entire construction site quivered ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Chapter 19. A sudden sound more than 2 hours later, as dawn had yet to break, the distant crowing of roosters began to echo from the outskirts of the capital. At the moment the first call pierced the stillness, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped the construction site at Jinshioshanha, causing the workers who had spent the night there to instinctively curl up in their sleep. Although it was late June, undoubtedly summer, the season for air conditioning, the workers, deep in slumber, remained oblivious to the unusual drop in temperature. At that instant, the 5th star of the Big Dipper, Yuheng, flickered unexpectedly. As daylight broke around 7 in the morning, individuals gradually stirred from their slumber. Within one dormitory, the sound of sneezing resonated several times, prompting a worker to rub his nose and remark, "In the height of summer, can we still catch a cold? Alas! Do you not feel that the weather seems a bit chilly?" Another glanced up at the sky and replied, "The forecast did not indicate rain. Yet the atmosphere appears somewhat overcast. Perhaps a downpour is imminent?" The weather reports have been rather unreliable of late, quite typical. The workers paid little mind to the peculiarities and commenced their tasks in succession, for the construction schedule was quite stringent, with work typically commencing at dawn and extending until 9 or 10 in the evening. Approaching noon, the operations at the site proceeded in an orderly fashion, everything seeming perfectly normal. However, those who entered from outside could not shake the sensation that the temperature here felt slightly cooler than beyond the confines of the site, causing goosebumps to rise on their bare arms. At noon, beneath the 33rd floor of a commercial building, the foreman clutched a walkie-talkie, tilting his head to shout at the tower crane, "Lower the boom, lower the boom, release the cables. This batch of materials needs to be delivered to the 15th floor. Hurry up, they're waiting over there, and the pressure is on. After you finish this load, come down quickly. It's almost time for lunch." "Understood," replied the crane operator over the walkie-talkie. Moments later, over 2 tons of construction materials were hoisted by the crane, swinging towards the under-construction 15th floor. With creaking sounds, the crane rotated its arm, lifting the materials higher. As it reached the 13th floor, the arm suddenly faltered, the taut steel cables swaying erratically. The foreman urgently shouted into the walkie-talkie, "What is happening?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps there is an issue with the motor." Before the response could finish, the cargo suspended in midair abruptly tipped, and over 2 tons of construction materials plummeted from the height of the 13th floor. With a thunderous crash, cement, rebar, and other materials crashed to the ground. Those nearby scrambled away, rolling and fleeing in every direction as a cloud of dust erupted. Fortunately, the area was unoccupied. Otherwise, anyone caught beneath would have surely been crushed to a pulp. After a brief silence, the foreman wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his hands trembling as he picked up the intercom and said, "Come down, hurry, let the maintenance workers go up and see what is wrong. Didn't we just have a checkup on the crane last month? How could this happen? I have no idea. Those kids must have cut corners during the inspection." He grumbled. The crane operator, cursing under his breath, was about to push the door to descend, but to his astonishment, as he stood up from his seat, several screws in the middle of the crane suddenly burst out with a loud bang. Immediately, the tower, which had been securely fastened, began to tilt slightly. The operator was left in a state of shock as he witnessed the towering structure lean dangerously towards the building. Within mere seconds, the tower crashed down onto the stairs, sliding a short distance before the cabin of the crane lodged itself against a protruding part of the building, halting its descent. After a moment of dazed silence, the crane operator swallowed hard, wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a fiery sensation in his throat, unable to utter a single word. Within 5 minutes of the incident, the project supervisor and the chief manager rushed over. A middle-aged man in his 50s, with a grim expression, inquired, "What happened to the crane?" "The crane must have malfunctioned. Perhaps a critical aspect was overlooked during the maintenance," the foreman explained. "Were there any casualties?" "No, the driver is still trapped up there. However, we have observed that the tower crane is unlikely to fall further. Someone has already ascended to the upper levels to coordinate the rescue efforts." Only then did Mr. Huang's expression improve slightly. Accidents resulting in fatalities are the gravest concern at a construction site. If there are no casualties and it's merely an issue with the tower crane, then it is manageable. Quickly organize the rescue, then investigate the malfunction. "We must resume work this afternoon," Mr. Huang declared with a furrowed brow. Yes, I will arrange for the foreman immediately," came the prompt reply. Before long, the trapped tower crane operator was rescued. Upon reaching the ground, he staggered, his legs trembling, clearly still shaken by the earlier incident. Following this, the maintenance personnel began their inspection, while the work at other sites continued as usual. Although incidents of tower crane collapses are rare, they are not entirely unfamiliar. And after a momentary scare, everything returned to normal. Everyone stopped standing around. "Let us go have lunch. Afterward, we must expedite the work." The foreman urged the workers to the dining area. People in the office building gradually evacuated, and about 10 minutes later, as they made their way to the cafeteria, a sudden, violent tremor shook the office building. Everyone turned in astonishment, only to hear a resounding crash, followed by the ground quaking beneath them. A massive cloud of thick smoke and dust billowed out from all directions. The dust lingered for a good 15 minutes before finally dissipating, leaving the construction workers dazed as they rushed back towards the building. After a while, a shocking and unbelievable situation was confirmed. The supermarket and shopping mall located in the basement level B1 of the office building, along with the parking facilities on levels B2 and B3, have all succumbed to a catastrophic collapse. What was once a completed underground third floor has transformed into a vast chasm. Half an hour later, the engineering supervisor, construction manager, vice president of Jinxiu Shanhua Real Estate, and representatives from the Quality Supervision Department convened on-site to ascertain the cause of the disaster. The head of Quality Supervision pulled Mr. Huang aside, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "Tell me, did you cut corners?" Mr. Huang confidently shook his head, asserting, "How could that be? This structure is primarily built by our company. It is intended for leasing, not for sale. Would you skimp on the construction of your own home? Has the company lost its sanity?" The quality supervisor replied, "If the quality is sound, that is reassuring. However, there may have been an issue during some phase of construction or with the architectural plans." Mr. Huang frowned, stating, "That is even less plausible. You are aware of our company's qualifications. In the past 5 years, we have constructed at least 12 such commercial buildings across 6 cities, all without a single instance of collapse. Our experience is extensive and construction errors are out of the question." The quality supervisor pointed to the collapsed building behind them and questioned, "Is this some sort of cruel joke from heaven? Or are we all simply imagining this?" Immediately, produce a report identifying the issues at hand. The leaders overseeing urban construction have already contacted me, and we must present the investigation report by tomorrow. "No problem. I will organize it right away." Mr. Huang sighed, expressing his exasperation. "Today truly feels like a nightmare. The tower crane has collapsed in the middle, and the underground third level has caved in. How could such disasters all occur in a single day?" Chapter 20. The causality you cannot bear that afternoon. Jinxiu Shanhua Real Estate convened a working meeting and simultaneously initiated a thorough sampling inspection of the 3 floors that had collapsed in the commercial building. The examination encompassed everything from steel reinforcement to concrete and the overall structural integrity. At the site of the collapse, several engineers crouched down to inspect the fractured concrete layers, particularly focusing on the load-bearing walls. An elderly gentleman in his 50s, wearing spectacles, picked up a piece of cement, glanced at it a few times, and then shook his head, stating, "The quality is undoubtedly sound. If any faults can be detected in this project, regardless of where it is sent for inspection, I would willingly part with my head for you to kick." Mr. Huang furrowed his brow and replied, Engineer Li, I must insist that you adopt a more serious tone while working. A representative from the Quality Inspection Department interjected, Nothing is absolute. We must await the report. With a snap, Engineer Li tossed the piece of concrete onto the ground, stood up, and declared, Are you questioning my 30 years of professional experience? Yes, you. Not only do I assert this, but all the engineers present from our group can ascertain, with their own eyes, whether there are issues or not. The inspection is superfluous. There is no need for a report. I can unequivocally state that both the concrete grade and the yield strength, ultimate strength, elongation, and weldability of the rebar are all satisfactory. I graduated from a most prestigious civil engineering program in the country, and I could easily call upon my former mentor to provide you with insights from one of the most authoritative experts in the field of construction engineering. Listening to Engineer Li's emphatic affirmation, it became evident to most attendees that the quality of the project is, indeed, likely satisfactory. Those within the Jingxiashan Real Estate Company are undoubtedly the most aware of this, as they are acutely conscious of the construction standards on their sites. As General Manager Huang has previously stated, would one deceive oneself when building one's own home? How misguided one would have to be to engage in such folly. However, to return to the point, the collapse at the construction site has already occurred. This is an indisputable fact. There are indeed issues, though the source of these problems remains unclear. General Huang sighed inwardly and remarked, In this case, we must let the data speak for itself. We should promptly send the concrete and steel reinforcement from the site for inspection, while also inviting experts from the Design Institute to conduct a secondary review of the architectural plans. This construction site shall be temporarily sealed off, while other projects proceed as usual. Later, I expect all reports to be presented to me, as we need to provide an explanation to the headquarters and also respond to the relevant government departments. Following the collapse, leaders from the Jingxiashan Corporation began to arrive on site, accompanied by personnel from governmental agencies. Thankfully, there were no casualties at the construction site, a fact that brought relief to many. In this era of advanced connectivity, had even a single life been lost at the moment of the incident, it would have taken no more than 5 minutes for headlines to emerge across various news platforms. The inevitable consequence would be a temporary suspension of the construction site. In the afternoon, around 5 o'clock, a group of senior executives from Jingxiashan gathered in the command office of the site to discuss the day's incident. General Huang perused the web pages on his mobile device and pondered aloud. In this age of abundant information, what poses the greatest threat to enterprises? It is a scandal, a rumor detrimental to the company's positive image. Today's incident has begun to circulate online. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, or else we would have been burdened with the infamous reputation of unscrupulous merchants. The secretary beside him continued. The Public Relations Department has already reached out to several major websites and media outlets, urging them to adopt a more temperate tone in their coverage. I have informed the news departments of a few influential websites, and once we receive our inspection report, we shall promptly send it to them for immediate publication. This will help steer public opinion back in our favor. Indeed, we must maintain this momentum. Mr. Huang nodded, glancing at the time. It's nearly 5:30. We need to urge them to deliver the report before 7. Such matters cannot be delayed. The longer we wait, the more detrimental it becomes for us. The secretary replied, There should be no issues. In half an hour, before she could finish her sentence, the lights in the office abruptly went out, followed by the extinguishing of all lights on the construction site and a shutdown of dozens of operating machines. 5:30, by ancient reckoning, is the time known as dusk. In June, the dusk does not bring immediate darkness. It remains almost as bright as day. Yet this is also the moment when night falls the quickest, and in less than 2 hours, it will be utterly dark. Is there a power outage? Mr. Huang said in disbelief. The East 4th Ring Road is considered part of the urban area in the capital, and since the turn of the millennium, major cities across the nation have rarely experienced power outages, barring electrical maintenance. It is inconceivable that a power outage could occur, given the magnitude of our project. The power department would provide prior notification if such an event were to take place, rather than abruptly cutting off the electricity. I shall promptly contact the Power Supply Bureau and request that the electricians inspect the main switch and circuits. Huang's heart raced. an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if today were fraught with inexplicable misfortunes, each one following swiftly upon the last. Minutes later, there was no need for a response from the Power Supply Bureau. Those at the construction site discerned that the issue was not a power outage, as lights illuminated the surrounding areas, leaving only their section in darkness. Concurrently, several electricians arrived at the office. The main switch had tripped, several wires had short-circuited, and some circuits had burnt out. This day had been nothing short of tumultuous for Jinxiu Shanhua real estate, marked by the unexpected collapse of a tower crane, the complete subsidence of the underground levels, and the subsequent power failure, an unrelenting series of calamities that left everyone bewildered. While accidents are not uncommon on construction sites, the inability to ascertain the root cause of these incidents renders the situation decidedly awkward. Outside the gates of Jinxiu Shanhua real estate, on the opposite side of the street, a young man clad in a long robe squinted his eyes, quietly observing the eerily tranquil construction site. Our lineage, Sha Dao, possesses an unerring insight into the future. Yet, given the cosmic imbalance, do you dare to accept the consequences of engaging with those who wield such power? I wonder if you will ultimately withstand the trials that lie ahead. Chapter 21. The Fear of Words in the Evening. The electricians on the construction site conducted an inspection of the circuits. After several hours of scrutiny, they shook their heads in disbelief. Asserting that there were no issues with the electrical system, the wires showed no signs of aging, and there was no evidence of human interference. Earlier, the results of the concrete and steel reinforcement tests had also been released, and the Architectural Design Institute had conducted a second review of the construction plans, similarly concluding that everything was in order. This left the members of the Jinxiu group perplexed. Despite the absence of any apparent problems, a multitude of issues had suddenly arisen. That night, due to the lack of electricity and numerous complications, work on the site was temporarily halted, with plans to resume the following day. The next morning, as dawn broke, the site commenced electrical repairs while simultaneously clearing the debris from the 3 collapsed lower levels. This endeavor proved to be quite monumental, as the primary task was to remove the rubble before any restoration could be undertaken according to the blueprints. Around 8 in the morning, several dump trucks arrived at the site, ready to load the waste materials from beneath the commercial building for disposal. However, another unexpected incident occurred. As the first dump truck approached the commercial building, the driver suddenly lost control, the wheels slipped, and he was unable to stop the vehicle in time. A 15-ton truck plummeted directly into the adjacent foundation. Following this, the second truck, also suffering from brake failure, crashed into the debris beneath the commercial structure. When the third dump truck arrived, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. All 4 tires exploded simultaneously, rendering the vehicle immobile. The personnel at the construction site, along with the upper management present, gazed in bewilderment at the 3 vehicles that lay dormant, rendered speechless by their astonishment. At that moment, the electrician responsible for circuit repairs approached to report that the wiring had been reconnected and all systems had been thoroughly tested. He had just conducted a trial run with no issues detected. Mr. Huang waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming in exasperation, "If there are no problems, then proceed with the power supply. Other sites need to resume work promptly." "Understood, Mr. Huang," replied the supervisor, who quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie to instruct the team to restore power and expedite the resumption of operations. Within mere seconds, all machinery and equipment requiring electricity began to operate. However, just as they sprang to life, several sparks erupted across the site, and the machines and devices abruptly ceased functioning once more. The electrician stammered, "No, this can't be right. We had indeed verified everything was in order. How could there be another short circuit?" An eerie atmosphere enveloped the crowd, as nearly every individual harbored the same unsettling thought: something was amiss. In Chinese culture, there exists a deeply ingrained belief that when scientific and technological means fail to provide an explanation for a phenomenon, individuals often turn to alternative interpretations, such as the notion of supernatural interference, ghostly presences, or unfavorable feng shui. This reaction reflects a long-standing human tendency throughout the history of Chinese civilization. When the heavens withhold rain, it is often attributed to having offended celestial deities, while flooding may be blamed on the displeasure of the Dragon King or river gods. Even in the realm of leisure, such as losing at mahjong, one might lament a streak of bad luck. On the construction site, an overwhelming majority of individuals harbored similar thoughts, particularly the ordinary laborers who had begun to murmur among themselves, speculating that something must be amiss. For how else could so many incidents occur within the span of 2 days? An elderly worker, with a cigarette clamped between his teeth and a gaze that seemed to hold profound wisdom, recounted, 7 or 8 years ago, when I first left my village to join a construction crew, we were working on a large housing project. After about half a month of laying the foundation, we unearthed an ancient grave. Can you imagine what happened next? His words trailed off, and the listeners leaned in with eager anticipation, asking, what happened? It was a burial pit, he continued, with no fewer than a dozen skeletal remains, all jumbled together. The sight was utterly horrifying. Subsequently, the construction company notified the authorities and summoned archaeologists, who investigated for a time before declaring the site a burial ground from several centuries past, devoid of any burial artifacts. They instructed us to clear the bones so that we could resume our work. The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette, seemingly haunted by the memories of that time. At night, as we finished work and settled down to sleep, we began to hear cries echoing across the site. Initially, only 2 or 3 of us noticed it, but soon everyone on the site was aware. That night, we thought little of it, assuming the sounds originated from outside. However, when we returned to work the following day, a worker accidentally fell into the concrete mixer. Those nearby trembled at the sight, for once a body was caught in the mixer, it was torn asunder. The old worker sighed and remarked, in the following days, 2 more incidents occurred consecutively, and we sensed something was amiss. No matter what we said, we refused to continue working. The construction team, desperate, summoned a Daoist priest to conduct a ritual, promising that no further issues would arise, and only then did we resume our tasks. Is your construction site haunted? Someone mused with a click of their tongue. Then what do you think is going on at our site? Could it be? Such matters are not easily articulated, the old worker replied, casting a significant glance at the collapsed commercial building and several tipper trucks. How do rumors begin? Quite simply, they originate from a single person's lips, and once others believe it, the tale spreads from 1 to 10, then to 100, solidifying into a full-blown rumor, with each person who disseminates it convinced as if they had experienced it firsthand. For instance, within less than half an hour, nearly everyone at the construction site was in a state of anxiety. The splendid construction site has encountered a malevolent force. Let us grant the workers a brief respite, a 2-day break for now. After I report to the higher-ups, we shall decide when to resume work, Mr. Huang concluded with resignation, then returned to his office to promptly relay the information to Mr. Feng Tianliang. After listening to General Manager Huang's account over the phone while attending a conference in Lingnan, Feng Tianliang furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems improbable. When we launched the project, we specifically consulted an expert to assess the site, and the feng shui here is quite favorable. In rural areas, when constructing a house and laying a foundation, one would invariably seek the counsel of a knowledgeable person to ensure the location is suitable. A real estate company would undoubtedly engage a feng shui master to inspect the site for any potential issues. Such practices are an open secret in the industry. For the Jinxia Shanha construction site, I had our company's designated feng shui expert assess it, and he provided a definitive affirmation that once completed, the property would undoubtedly sell exceptionally well. It is a prime location. However, there are indeed problems. General Manager Huang pressed on, his tone resolute. Having problems is one thing, but the fear lies in our inability to resolve them. Winter is approaching in the capital, and after December, many projects cannot commence. Our timeline is tight, and we cannot afford delays. Every day of stoppage results in losses amounting to hundreds of thousands. Do you believe it is truly a matter of feng shui, or perhaps something more sinister? Feng Tianliang inquired hesitantly. More likely than not, it is indeed quite ominous. General Manager Huang asserted confidently. After contemplating for a moment, Feng Tianliang replied, "I will conclude my meetings tomorrow. Let us discuss this further upon my return." Following his conversation with General Manager Huang, Feng Tianliang promptly contacted the feng shui master he had engaged for the company, and they arranged for him to come the next day to assess the situation firsthand. After a night of silence, the following day, Feng Tianliang flew back to the capital from Lingnan. Upon his arrival, he immediately contacted the feng shui master, and they both proceeded to the construction site. Around noon, Feng Tianliang arrived first at the site, waiting at the entrance with the responsible personnel and General Huang. After a wait of mere minutes, a Mercedes-Benz approached. Coming to a stop at the entrance, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a traditional Tang suit, alighted from the vehicle. Chapter 22. The Master. As the middle-aged man descended from the vehicle, he exuded an air of grandeur. A young man in his 20s, seated in the passenger seat, swiftly leapt out, clutching a bag, and hurried to the rear door. He opened it and, with a hand placed atop the window, bowed slightly. Meanwhile, the middle-aged gentleman, clad in a traditional Tang suit, stepped out with one leg extended, hands clasped behind his back, his posture reminiscent of a proud goose. Neck arched and nostrils pointed at a sharp angle toward the ground. "Master Su, I appreciate your assistance," Feng Tianliang greeted, extending his hand for a handshake. This Master Su, known as Su Wenjie, was a prominent feng shui master in the Beijing-Tianjin region, revered among numerous businessmen and officials. He frequently provided consultations for both ancestral and residential properties and was often engaged for real estate project inaugurations. He had even graced several forums and reports, commanding appearance fees that typically began in the six figures. When the Jinxiu Shanhua Company commenced work on this construction site, they had enlisted the services of Master Su, for which Feng Tianliang had paid nearly 7 figures. In return, Master Su had assured him of unwavering support, promising that should any feng shui-related issues arise, he would provide after-sales service. "I will take a look inside." After a brief handshake, Su Wenjie crossed his arms and proceeded toward the construction site. As he stepped through the entrance, he suddenly paused, exclaiming softly as he felt a cool breeze envelop him, the temperature plummeting by 4 or 5 degrees. While outsiders might attribute this to the weather, Su Wenjie instantly recognized that he had certainly entered a feng shui configuration. His expression fluctuated between contemplation and concern as he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing his cessation of movement, Feng Tianliang quietly inquired, "Master, is something amiss?" Su Wenjie shook his head in silence, his brows furrowed as he made his way onto the construction site. He gestured for his assistant beside him to produce the compass. Outside the site, Wang Jingjia observed with a cold gaze as Su Wenjie, surrounded by a throng of people, took the compass into his hands, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. This individual undoubtedly possessed some skill, yet to dismantle his own feng shui arrangement, he must first comprehend the meaning of the words overestimating oneself. As the compass was unveiled, its needle began to whirl rapidly, pausing momentarily at the positions of Gui, Zhen, Mao, and Shun before spinning again. Su Wenjie, holding his breath in astonishment, exclaimed, "The magnetic field here is so unstable." It was not like this before. After a couple of thoughtful glances, he turned directly to Feng Tianliang and inquired, "Have you offended someone?" "Offended someone?" Feng Tianliang pondered briefly, his expression darkening immediately. "In business at my level, offending others is inevitable. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Competition and disputes over business are unavoidable. One can contend openly, but there are also those who strike from the shadows. It is only natural." Feng Tianliang paused, taking a deep breath before continuing, "Master Su, can this trouble be resolved?" "Let's give it a try," Su Wenjie replied ambiguously, casting off any further companions and wandering alone around the construction site, compass in hand. Feng Tianliang picked up the phone and dialed, his voice chillingly cold as he instructed, "Investigate our company's recent cases and operations. Ascertain which party poses the most formidable competition against us." After issuing a few directives over the call, he hung up, a shadow of foreboding flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a young man nearby, clad in a long robe and carrying a backpack, who was smiling at him. Upon meeting Feng's gaze, the young man turned and walked away. Feng Tianliang, slightly taken aback by the peculiar attire, dismissed it and continued to converse quietly with General Huang beside him. "Has any adverse information surfaced online?" he inquired. General Huang shook his head, replying, "Initially, there were some unfavorable remarks. However, once we issued several quality inspection reports, the noise subsided. The public relations department also communicated with those websites, urging them to refrain from negative coverage. Our rapport with the media has always been commendable, so you need not worry on that front. The critical point is that there have been no fatalities from the construction site incident, which is pivotal. Well handled now. It remains to be seen how Master Su will resolve this predicament. Feng Tianliang nodded in agreement. Time is of the essence, and we truly cannot afford any delays. Feng Tianliang and General Huang's concerns may not be easily dismissed. At this moment, Su Wenjie feels far from at ease. He is acutely aware that the construction site has been ensnared in a predicament of geomantic influence. However, extricating himself from this situation proves to be exceedingly challenging, as he has yet to identify the focal point of the geomantic configuration. The needle of his compass spins incessantly, akin to a wound-up toy that refuses to cease its movement. Wiping the beads of cold sweat from his brow, Su Wenjie inwardly laments that he may soon face utter humiliation, cursing those who orchestrated this misfortune. Why must they wreak havoc on Feng Tianliang's site? Is it not enough to bring me trouble? Over an hour later, drenched in perspiration, Su Wenjie returns to the construction site, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. Feng Tianliang eagerly inquires, "Mr. Su, what do you think?" Su Wenjie ponders for a moment, clasping his hands behind his back, and replies, "This situation is rather extraordinary. The one who set this in motion possesses considerable skill. I nearly fell victim to their subterfuge. Fortunately, my years of immersion in geomancy have equipped me with some insight, and this predicament shall not best me." Relieved, Feng Tianliang breathes a sigh of relief, exchanging a smile and a nod with General Huang. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a fleeting glimpse of panic and helplessness flashes in Su Wenjie's eyes. Su Wenjie continued, "Today, I conducted a preliminary examination and familiarized myself with the opponent's tactics. I shall return home to gather some materials and prepare accordingly. By tomorrow, I should be adequately equipped to handle matter." Feng Tianliang extended his hand to shake Su's, expressing with a sense of gratitude, "Thanks to Master Su, I shall certainly bestow a token of appreciation upon you after this is resolved." Su Wenjie, with an air of inscrutability, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. It is merely part of my duties." After exchanging a few more words and agreeing to meet the next day, Su Wenjie and his assistant entered the car. The moment he settled into the seat, he slumped down, rubbing his anxious cheeks and turning to his assistant. "Let us first return home to tidy up, then proceed to the station. We shall purchase tickets and depart from the capital this afternoon." The assistant, taken aback, stammered, "Master, what is the matter?" "Damn it, I cannot resolve this feng shui predicament. I cannot discern the opponent's methods at all." Su Wenjie lamented with a pained expression. "The reputation I have built over these years in the capital has been reduced to nothing." The assistant, now a bit panicked, replied, "So we are leaving? But where shall we go?" "Anywhere will suffice. We can find a place to reinvent ourselves and continue in this line of work. After all, it is easy money wherever we may be." Chapter 23. Offending people that evening, Master Su made a swift and silent exit, leaving Feng Tianliang abandoned without a trace. Such individuals, a century ago, would have been labeled as charlatans, possessing a superficial understanding of various esoteric practices and technical jargon. They excelled in self-presentation and could effortlessly spout arcane knowledge, rendering their audience bewildered. Consequently, they were exalted to the status of revered sages. To echo the words of a famous comedian from northeast China, Feng Tianliang and his companions have been deftly duped by Su Wenjie. The following day, Feng Tianliang arrived at the construction site, eagerly awaiting Su Wenjie. He waited until noon, but there was still no sign of him. Initially, he dismissed the absence, assuming the master was engaged in preparatory work. However, by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, with no appearance from Su, he grew concerned. His calls went unanswered. As Su's phone was turned off, it dawned on Feng that the master had seemingly vanished. He reached out to several acquaintances of Su, yet their efforts yielded no results. As night fell without any contact, Feng Tianliang began to suspect that he had been stood up. The implications were clear. Su Wenjie had evidently fled from a dilemma he could not resolve, and Feng was left with the unsettling realization that he was entangled in a significant predicament. In desperation, he sought connections and inquired if anyone could recommend another feng shui master, as the construction site had been at a standstill for 3 days, incurring daily losses amounting to hundreds of thousands, a delay he simply could not afford. Fortunately, Feng Tianliang received a response from a friend who owned a shopping mall. The friend informed him of a feng shui master who resided near the capital and agreed to visit the following day, albeit at a rather exorbitant fee. In his desperation, Feng Tianliang assured him that money was not an issue. He merely wished for the problem to be resolved. The next morning, Feng Tianliang arrived early at the construction site, awaiting the master's arrival. Around 8 o'clock, a rather unremarkable Passat with a Hunan license plate pulled up. From one side emerged a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly stooped, while from the other side stepped a young woman in her 20s, her hair styled in a simple braid. Despite her plain appearance, she exuded an aura of warmth and tranquility, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze as she approached. Both the man and the woman were dressed in exceedingly ordinary attire. The man in coarse fabric and shoes with layered soles, akin to a daughter accompanying her father for a stroll through a rural street. Feng Tianliang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself and approached them with respect, showing no sign of condescension. "Good day. You must be Mr. E?" The middle-aged man grunted noncommittally, ignoring the hand extended towards him, while the young woman's gaze remained fixed on the clouds above. Unperturbed, Feng Tianliang withdrew his arm and gestured for them to enter. "Please do come in." As Mr. E stepped through the gates of the construction site, both he and the young woman halted in their tracks. Feng Tianliang noted the uncanny similarity between their reaction and that of Su Wenjie from the previous day. The girl beside him spoke with a melodious voice. "What a gloomy place this is. It appears to be a trap." Mr. E turned to gaze at Feng Tianliang, concentrating for a moment before noticing a dark aura swirling above his head, a clear indication of misfortune. Such a countenance suggests that one has recently encountered numerous setbacks. "You must have offended someone," Mr. E stated with certainty. Feng Tianliang nodded in agreement. "That seems to be the case. The day before yesterday, I consulted a gentleman who mentioned the same thing. Someone has set up a feng shui trap at my construction site. However, I was unable to reach him yesterday. He likely found the situation too daunting to resolve, which is why I sought the assistance of a friend to bring you here. Mr. E, I implore you to help. We can discuss the remuneration. It is not a matter of money. You have indeed offended someone, and they are plotting against you. If I were to dismantle their scheme, it would be tantamount to making an enemy of them. In our profession, we adhere to certain rules. Unless there is a direct conflict of interest, we seldom disrupt another's arrangements. It is unwise to invite trouble upon oneself. Each trade has its own regulations, and these are not easily broken." Hearing this, Feng Tianliang grew anxious. "According to your words, does it mean my construction site cannot proceed? Do not be hasty. Allow me to assess the situation first. Whether I can take on your case requires further contemplation. However, I can inform you that if I decline, it may prove exceedingly difficult for you to find anyone else to resolve your predicament in the near term. Firstly, I might perceive the other party as significantly more formidable and choose not to make an enemy of them. Secondly, their background may be too elevated for me to risk offending. Do you understand? If I truly cannot resolve this matter, I would advise you to transform hostility into harmony with those who have orchestrated this situation and find a way to have it dismantled." Feng Tianliang inhaled deeply, shaking his head in distress. "To be honest, I am at a loss as to whom I have offended. Otherwise, I would sincerely seek them out to offer my apologies and perhaps compensate them. Financial matters are not an issue for me. The crux of the matter lies in my ignorance of where to allocate my funds. Let's observe for now." Leading his daughter, Isusu, onto the construction site, Etienne walked steadily, following the 8 trigrams with deliberate steps. They meandered for nearly 2 hours in what appeared to be a purposeless stroll, the pair remaining silent with pursed lips and furrowed brows. As noon approached and the sun reached its zenith, they found themselves at the heart of the site, precisely where Wang Jingzhe had previously buried a talisman. "Dad!" Isusu raised her hand, pointing towards a distant elevated bridge. a brilliant ray of light suddenly piercing through, causing both to squint. What about that place? Isusu shifted her finger to another spot, where yet another beam of light emerged. Huh? Tianyi exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of feng shui formation is this? I have never encountered anything like it before. It should not be limited to just these two locations, Isusu asserted with certainty. Let's proceed and take a look, Tianyi remarked as he grasped his daughter's hand and ventured outside. Upon noticing their intention to depart, Feng Tianliang hurriedly approached and inquired, Mr. Yi, how is it? Tianyi waved his hand dismissively and whispered to his daughter, This situation is quite peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it before. I find it rather intriguing. Shall we explore it? Isusu pouted slightly and replied, If you suggest we give it a try, then let us do so. But are you not concerned about potential troubles? Tianyi rubbed his hands together and said, I am genuinely eager to engage. It is rare to come across such an unusual feng shui arrangement. If I can decipher it, it would undoubtedly enrich my knowledge. As for offending someone, we can address that if it arises. Chapter 24. Misfortune strikes, the flowers smile at you with a sentiment of offense first and explanation later. This father-daughter duo, Tianyi and Isusu, found themselves at odds with Wang Jingzhe. A spark of exhilaration ignited within them upon unexpectedly encountering an obscure geomantic formation, reminiscent of researchers stumbling upon a challenging subject in need of resolution. It beckoned them with an irresistible allure. Let us proceed to investigate, Tianyi declared. After emerging from the construction site alongside Isusu and Feng Tianliang, they veered left at the main entrance. After traversing nearly 2 miles, they stumbled upon an ancient locust tree, standing a height of 7 to 8 meters. A moment ago, a glimmer had flashed, casting a beam straight into the construction area. Observing Tianyi, who appeared somewhat hunched and frail, he suddenly straightened his posture, exhibiting agility akin to that of a monkey as he adeptly scaled the tree trunk. Upon reaching the treetop, he discovered a mirror affixed with a red thread, positioned to face the construction site 100 meters away. He swiftly plucked it from the branch and leaped back down to the ground. As Tianyi landed, a faint crack echoed from the mirror, which, until that moment, had seemed unremarkable. Instantly, the surface fissured, resembling a web of spider silk. This mirror is devoid of earthly connection, he exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. A shiver coursed through his arm as the mirror slipped from his grasp and shattered upon impact with the ground, revealing a streak of blood within its fractured surface. Tianyi's thumb had been pierced by the shards, and the blood curiously spread across the cracked mirror, transforming it into a chillingly stained reflection. Father? Isu instinctively bent down to pick up the mirror from the ground, but Tianyi hurriedly stopped her, saying, Don't touch it, don't move. What's wrong? Tianyi licked his cracked lips, and his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He gazed at the ominous mirror, stained with blood, and remarked, This is not merely a matter of feng shui. The opponent is exceedingly malevolent. Anyone who dares to disrupt his feng shui array will inevitably entangle themselves in a web of causation. As long as the array remains intact, the one who attempts to break it will find themselves beset by misfortune, like this construction site. Troubles will abound. Isu suddenly lifted her gaze to her father's head, where a cloud of ominous energy began to swirl around him. Upon glancing at Feng Tianliang beside him, she realized he was enveloped in a similar aura. This implied that by merely removing a mirror set by Wang Jingzhe, Tianyi had unwittingly drawn himself into the feng shui trap. Now, like Feng Tianliang, he would be subject to continuous misfortune as long as the trap resisted. The concept of misfortune is rather easy to comprehend. For instance, if you happen to pass by a fortune teller who ominously declares, Sir, I foresee bloodshed in your future. Calamity may soon befall you. Kulme, let me cast your fortune and help avert this disaster. Such lines are often found in films, television, and various novels. Most individuals might dismiss them as cliché dialogue. However, in reality, if a truly skilled fortune teller makes such a pronouncement, it would be wise to heed their warning, for they may genuinely perceive a potential for disaster in your destiny. Isu became anxious, her eyes instantly reddening. Tianyi frowned and remarked, What is the rush? It's merely a bit of trouble, nothing life-threatening to fear. Boss Feng. Feng Tianliang quickly responded. You asked me to find a quiet place, one that is not too noisy, and it mustn't be a hotel or any bustling venue. Ideally, it should be somewhere seldom visited, the fewer people the better. Yiqiani found himself unable to break through this predicament. He needed a place to contemplate the feng shui of Wang Jingzhe, and suddenly, a rather ominous thought struck him. He might be entangled in significant trouble. Feng Tianliang pondered for a moment before recalling his old residence in Cat Alley. That place had been neglected for the past decade or so, with only a distant relative keeping watch, and rarely did anyone visit. There's a rather clean place, where only my cousin resides, and it has never been frequented by anyone. All right, let us head there first. Yiqiani nodded in agreement. Who bears the surname Feng? A child, sucking on a lollipop and clad in tattered clothes, squeezed through the crowd. Feng Tianliang was taken aback and replied, I am Feng. Are you looking for me? I'm not looking for you. Someone is seeking you. The child, with lollipop drool staining his shirt and muddy hands emerging from his pockets, handed a note to Feng Tianliang, saying, a brother just exchanged 2 lollipops with me to deliver this to you. Feng Tianliang, surprised, accepted the note and casually inquired, where is he? The child regarded him with a rather foolish expression and remarked, he must have left. If he were waiting for you, why would he have sent me here? Feng Tianliang was momentarily rendered speechless. Isusu crouched down, her face radiant with a spring-like smile, and inquired, little brother, could you tell your sister what the brother who sent you looks like? Faced with Isusu's braided hair and her amiable visage, the child exhibited a noticeable lack of resistance. He looks quite ordinary, but he dresses oddly. He wore a long garment and carried a rather tattered bag. However, when he spoke, his teeth were very white, exceptionally white. What does it say on the paper? Yiqiani asked. Feng Tianliang unfolded the note, which contained a message. If you wish to thwart my plan, go to 1918 Liuhe Street and wait. The 3 were immediately startled. It was evident from the note that it was a warning left by someone who had set up a feng shui trap at the Jinxiu Shanghua construction site. Dad, what does this mean? Isusu asked, puzzled. I'm not sure. This person acts in a peculiar manner. Feng shui is quite esoteric, and his methods are inscrutable. Yiqiani replied. At that moment, he began to regret taking on this job, feeling as though he had unwittingly stepped into a quagmire from which he could not escape. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tianliang's driver took the 3 of them towards Liuhe Street. Regardless of what lay hidden behind the message, they felt compelled to investigate, even though they harbored doubts about finding a way to resolve the situation once they arrived. Father, do you think he might? Are you suggesting he would deceive us? Yiqiani shook his head and replied, not necessarily. With the bustling crowds on Qianmen Street, would he dare to act openly? I am genuinely curious about what he means by asking us to wait there. Around 2 in the afternoon, the vehicle arrived at Liuhe Street and eventually stopped in front of a restaurant at number 1918, situated within a residential area. The surroundings appeared quite ordinary, with nothing out of the ordinary. After the car halted, they waited for nearly 2 minutes without anyone approaching. Only passers-by and vehicles moved by, seemingly indifferent to their presence. As time passed, impatience began to set in among the occupants of the car. Feng Tianliang and Joe Mason remarked, is he playing games with us? Let us wait a little longer, Yiqiani suggested. However, just as he spoke, Isusu suddenly noticed a troubling aura swirling ominously around Feng Tianliang's head. Moments later, Yiqiani's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Drive, quickly drive, Yiqiani urged, momentarily dazed before hastily prompting the driver to leave. The driver, somewhat bewildered, shifted gears while glancing at his boss for clarification. Feng Tianliang, perplexed, turned to ask, Mr. E, aren't we waiting a bit longer? No time for that. We need to leave this place. Both Yiqiani and Isusu sensed that something was amiss. Upon their arrival, the ominous signs of misfortune had become evident, indicating that lingering here was decidedly unwise. As soon as Yiqiani's words fell, an object suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the hood of the car and causing a significant dent. A flower pot, the origin of which was unknown, had landed precisely in front of their vehicle. Shattering upon impact, and scattering fragments everywhere. Amidst the debris of the broken pot, a rose bush remained planted in the soil atop the dented hood. The fallen flower pot was not particularly large, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length and width, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. However, the nearby street-side residential building towered over 10 stories high. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences, if not just a flower pot. But even a set of keys were to fall from such a height, potentially resulting in a fatality. The 4 occupants of the car were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Had they not been seated within the vehicle, anyone standing nearby could have met a grim fate. Feng Tianliang, still shaken, exclaimed, "Who could be so irresponsible? Do they not fear harming someone?" He was not at all concerned about the damage to the elongated Mercedes 600. His primary concern was for his own life, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of the underworld. Upon regaining his composure, he realized his back was soaked with perspiration. The driver hastily reversed the car and moved it away, promptly contacting the police and the insurance company. Yi Tianyi, with a grave expression, remarked, "Reporting this is futile. It is undoubtedly an accident, and we have unwittingly fallen into their trap. We were already ensnared beforehand." Feng Tianliang, taken aback, turned to inquire, "So Mr. Yi discerned this earlier, prompting you to urge us to move the car? The machinations of this individual are exceedingly intricate. We have unwittingly been lured into the trap he meticulously crafted." Yi Tianyi exhaled deeply, a wave of helplessness surging within him. His earlier proclamation of daring to offend now seemed exceedingly hasty in retrospect. Isusu, biting her lip in indignation, remarked, "Moreover, it will be exceedingly difficult to extricate ourselves from this predicament unless you can dismantle his scheme." Moments later, the police arrived at the scene following a report of the incident. After conducting preliminary inquiries regarding the events that transpired, the authorities suggested that the likelihood of an accident due to a falling object from a height was substantial. Should it be a case of an object being thrown from above, the culprits could merely be discarding bottles or refuse. However, if someone were to hurl a flower pot weighing 4 to 5 kilograms, it would indeed constitute premeditated murder. While the officers took notes, they instructed individuals to investigate which resident was responsible for the fallen flower pot. The street-facing residential building featured open balconies, with many households displaying an assortment of items, and some cultivating a variety of plants. Feng Tianliang and the driver were busy documenting statements, while Yi Tianyi and Isusu pondered how they had fallen prey to the other's schemes. "Father, it must have originated from the shattered feng shui mirror. Only you and Feng Tianliang have encountered such misfortune, yet I remain unscathed." Yi Tianyi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the restaurant adjacent to where they had parked moments ago. 1918, Lioha Street. "Why do you think he insisted we come to this location?" As they traversed the winding path, they encountered several intersections, pausing multiple times without incident. It was here that calamity struck. Yi Tianyi, with a contemplative gesture, remarked, "Can one truly predict the unforeseen? Did he foresee our misfortune at this very juncture?" Suddenly, Isusu turned her head sharply, and both she and Yi Tianyi simultaneously cast their gaze upon the license plate of Feng Tianliang's vehicle, Jing A32. A moment of shared astonishment flickered between father and daughter, prompting Yi Tianyi to hastily retrieve his phone, locating Feng Tianliang's contact number, 1399. He pulled Feng Tianliang, who was busy providing a statement to the police, closer and inquired, "What is your birth date and time?" Before Feng Tianliang could respond, Yi Tianyi furrowed his brow and asked, "Were you born between 9 and 11 in the evening?" "Indeed," Feng Tianliang replied, puzzled. "How do you know my birth time?" With a sigh, Yi Tianyi refrained from answering directly and continued, "To be precise, it was shortly after 10:30, around 10:45. Feng Tianliang nodded, acknowledging, "I have a vague recollection of that time, though my parents can't recall the exact moment. It certainly wasn't past 11. Yi Tianyi slapped his forehead in exasperation. While Isusu calculated aloud, "The door number is 18, the license plate ends with 32, the phone number concludes with 99, and your birth time is 45. This forms an ominous configuration within the Luo Shu's 9 stars. How could he have predicted it with such precision? Had the vehicle not arrived at 1918 Lioha Avenue, Or had they not boarded this particular car? Or if Feng Tianliang were absent from within, this flower pot would not have fallen. Only after considering these factors did the intricate Luo Book 9 Stars Fatal Formation become activated. It has become quite troublesome, as they have encountered a formidable opponent. With his eyes shut, Ichiani mumbled to himself, "One should not meddle in trivial matters." At this moment, both Ichiani and Isusu felt a twinge of regret. Faced with this unknown adversary, they were enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. Their opponent had not even revealed themselves, yet they had deftly maneuvered them into a deep pit. Should this adversary choose to engage them in earnest? The father and daughter duo were uncertain if they could withstand the confrontation. Take, for instance, the current Luo Book 9 Stars Fatal Formation. They were utterly unprepared, only realizing the gravity of the situation after it had concluded. The Luo Book 9 Stars Fatal Formation is a peculiar and intricate divination capable of bringing calamity, financial ruin, and chronic ailments, rendering it exceedingly difficult to decipher and defend against. However, conversely, it can also bestow promotions, wealth, and a carefree existence if approached differently. In simple, albeit vague terms, the combinations of one's telephone number, vehicle license plate, and residential address could potentially influence the aura governing one's fortune. At this moment, Feng Tianliang found himself ensnared within the 9 Stars Fatal Formation, and it seemed he might be unable to extricate himself. The number 18 signifies a complete severance. 32 indicates a lethal force. 99 represents a fatal fate, and 45 denotes a profound darkness. When these numbers converge, Feng Tianliang is instantaneously thrust into the perilous realm of the Luo Shu's 9 stars. The significance of the combinations formed by pairs of numbers transcends mere simplicity. For instance, the union of 17 and 24 evokes the presence of 5 specters, while 21 and 37 herald a fatal outcome. The pairings of 32 and 46 signify calamity. Yet it is essential to recognize that alongside the negative aspects, there also exist beneficial dimensions. The number 14 symbolizes a benefactor, 16 governs emotions, and 31 presides over wealth. If one possesses these auspicious combinations, prosperity and the realization of desires are surely within reach. One must not underestimate the potency of these numerical combinations. If you have yet to encounter them, it is merely a matter of luck. However, should misfortune strike and all these numbers align unfavorably, one might indeed face unforeseen calamities, akin to being struck by a speeding vehicle while strolling down the street, a fate that befalls many. There are also individuals who have never purchased a lottery ticket, yet find themselves fortuitously winning the jackpot after a single purchase, an occurrence not beyond the realm of possibility. As a brief aside, I am aware of an individual whose phone number ended with 5 nines. He believed this number to be exceptionally powerful, yet he was unprepared for the ensuing troubles it brought forth. Losses in all his business endeavors and persistent minor ailments. Seeking guidance, he consulted a fortune teller, who revealed that the weight of his phone number was too burdensome for him to bear. Eventually, he changed his number, and all his troubles dissipated. Such a phone is undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. However, it is not to say that it is entirely inaccessible to anyone. For instance, individuals of considerable stature may very well bear such a number, which symbolizes supreme authority. The telephone number you frequently utilize, the license plate of your often driven vehicle, and even your household's door number are all intricately linked to your fortune. These numerical identifiers, which have long accompanied you, have seamlessly merged into your very being. One must not underestimate the significance of seemingly trivial matters. It is often the slightest misstep that leads one to ponder, why is misfortune perpetually my companion? At this juncture, the officer nearby has completed taking statements, while the driver engages in discourse with the insurance company. The police have also traced the origin of the fallen flower pot, which is rather peculiar, as the household in question has been abroad for over a year, leaving the property unoccupied throughout that time. Mr. Feng, this appears to be an unfortunate incident. We will actively reach out to the homeowners to seek compensation on your behalf. The police have initiated a formal investigation. One officer stated, Feng Tianliang, his expression grim, replied, I appreciate your assistance. Please have any matters communicated through my driver. As Yi Tianyi previously remarked, this incident of a high-altitude drop is unequivocally an accident. Locating the homeowners would bear no fruit, as the root cause ultimately lies with the individual involved in the incident. Let's return for now, Yi Tianyi lamented, feeling a throbbing headache. Chapter 26. The Kitchen Knife. Once again, it's best to return first, sighed Yi Tianyi, feeling somewhat powerless. Isusu responded with a soft HM, turning to get into the car. Just as she adjusted her body, she noticed a young man in a long robe standing on the sidewalk at the intersection, gazing in their direction, an old canvas bag slung over his shoulder. At that moment, he suddenly smiled, revealing a set of neat white teeth. Isusu's heart skipped a beat. Dad, is that him? Feng Tianyang, standing nearby, added, I've seen him at the construction site. The young man grinned and turned to leave, prompting Isusu to sprint after him. Despite her delicate appearance, she dashed forward like a gust of wind, her braid trailing gracefully behind her. She chased him to the intersection and turned in the direction he had vanished. Just as she took a few steps, a flash of light suddenly zipped past her side. Isusu halted, her neck jerking back sharply, only to feel a chill on her forehead as a tuft of her bangs was cleanly severed. Wang Jingzhe had swung a blade across her head, then swiftly maneuvered behind her, raising his left hand to strike her shoulder fiercely. With a resounding thud, his elbow connected with her shoulder, and he thrust his knee in her back, forcefully pushing her against the wall. There's a girl in the village named Xiaofeng, right? With that long braid of yours. If you tie a string to it, you could fly like a kite, couldn't you? Damn it. Xiaofeng, no, Yasusu exclaimed in indignation. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Do you not understand the rules of the underworld? I have a vendetta with Feng Tianliang, and the trap I laid is a matter between us. My actions are just, as heaven can attest. Your unwarranted interference is a breach of protocol. Wang Jingzhe, gripping a kitchen knife, pressed it against Yasusu's neck and whispered menacingly in her ear, This is a warning. If you continue to meddle, you shall bear the consequences. You bastard, let me go. Yasusu protested, her back pinned against the wall, the pressure causing her chest discomfort. After a futile struggle, she retorted, What kind of cowardly ambush is this? Are you afraid to face us openly? Humph, afraid. The assailant suddenly shoved her, and Yasusu felt the pressure release as Wang Jingzhe turned and swiftly moved across the street, disappearing into the crowd. At that moment, Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang arrived. Witnessing Wang Jingzhe standing defiantly on the street, brandishing the knife as a demonstration before striding into the throng, quickly vanishing from sight, Yi Tianyi looked at Feng Tianliang, who shook his head and said, I do not know him. This is only the second time I've seen him. I have never encountered him before. What did he say just now? Yi Tianyi turned to his daughter. Yasusu brushed her hand across her bangs, severed by the knife, and replied, He warned us not to meddle, and that next time we would bear the consequences. It is not surprising. We were indeed the ones who broke the rules. Yi Tianyi said with a sense of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianliang became anxious. Sir, you cannot disregard my plight. What am I to do now? He was acutely aware that he had landed himself in a dire predicament. The previous two incidents, the halt of construction and the recent assault, had instilled a profound fear within him. The methods of this individual were exceedingly unpredictable. One might wonder, if an object were to fall from the heavens and pose a lethal threat, would he not be terrified? Let us discuss this later, Yi Tianyi reiterated. Once they boarded the vehicle, they set off towards Mauer Hutong. Initially, the car was enveloped in silence, burdened by the ominous cloud cast by Wang Jingzhe. Eventually, Yi Tianyi could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Can you not recall when you may have offended such a person? I assure you, that young man would not target you without cause. To put it bluntly, even if you sought his malice, he might not be inclined to oblige. Feng Tianliang felt as though his head might explode, exclaiming in despair, I swear. This is my first encounter with him. Is it possible that a business rival has enlisted his services? While that possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, it is unlikely. Individuals of his ilk seldom act impulsively. Should a life be lost, the repercussions could be profoundly detrimental to him. Thus he would refrain from taking action lightly. Upon arriving at Mauer Hutong, the three disembarked and proceeded towards the courtyard. Standing before the Feng residence, Feng Tianliang knocked on the door, at which point Yi Tianyi and Yi Susu suddenly lifted their gazes toward the plaque above the door. The two prominent characters of Feng Zhai were ominously pierced by a kitchen knife, its blade reduced to mere half. A kitchen knife, once more, Yasusu remarked, "Father." The person earlier was also wielding a kitchen knife, quite similar to this one. Instantly, Yi Tianyi's expression turned grave, and Feng Tianliang raised his gaze to the kitchen knife displayed on their family plaque. Just then, the door swung open, and upon seeing the person outside, Feng Tiansheng exclaimed, "Tianliang, I asked someone to remove the plaque to extract the knife above, but it seems impossible to do so without damaging it. Reluctantly, I hung it back up, intending to discuss it with you upon your return." Yi Tianyi suddenly seized Feng Tianliang by his collar, shouting, "Are you still claiming you have not offended him? It would be one thing if it were someone else, but he would not strike at you without cause. You are being sought for revenge. Father, do you know who he is?" Yasusu inquired. Feng Tianliang immediately pointed skyward, asserting, "Mr. Yi, I swear I have truly not wronged him." Seeing the sincerity in Feng Tianliang's expression, Yi Tianyi released his grip, stating, "If you haven't, then it must involve someone in your family. Reflect carefully on this matter." Upon entering the courtyard, several individuals seated themselves in a side room. Feng Tiansheng served tea, only to be pulled aside by Feng Tianliang, who asked, "Could you reiterate what this person said when he visited a few days ago?" Feng Tianliang then recalled that a few days prior, Feng Tiansheng had indeed called him, though the specifics of their conversation had long since slipped from his memory. Feng Tiansheng remarked, "This individual arrived 5 or 6 days ago, stating that Feng Yulin had once made a promise to my grandfather, a promise made 42 years ago. He also mentioned that you should inform the Feng family that a person surnamed Wang has come to reclaim a kitchen knife left behind all those years ago." Subsequently, I relayed this matter to Tianliang, yet he could not recall it either, so I sent that person away. Before departing, he left a parting remark, warning that should we refuse to acknowledge the debt, we would bear all consequences. Bang! Yi Tianyi slammed the table with great force, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "This is still a problem of your own making. You failed to fulfill a promise made to someone else. However, my father has been deceased for several years, and I truly have no recollection of such an occurrence within our household." Isusu inquired once more, "Father, do you know who it is?" "I have merely heard of them in passing," he replied. "This profession has long since vanished from memory. I have only come across fragments of knowledge, but have never encountered them in person." The lineage of the debt-collecting knife practitioners had nearly faded into obscurity before the campaign against the Four Olds. Any rare whispers of their existence have become exceedingly scarce. What remains are merely tales of charlatans posing as debt collectors, peddling sham and substandard wares. In truth, the authentic practitioners of this craft dwindled even before the Republic era. Perhaps they still exist among the folk, yet rarely reveal their identities. The sporadic rumors that do surface are confined to rural villages. Yi Tianyi pointed at the table and advised, "Inquire with the elders in your family regarding this kitchen knife matter. Do not hastily dismiss it. I assure you, there is something to uncover, though you may be unaware of it. Investigate thoroughly, and I believe you will unearth some information. Understood?" "Got it," responded Feng Tianyang, who then stepped aside to make a phone call. Isusu, feeling somewhat anxious, wished to ask further, but Yi Tianyi gestured for her pause and then took out his phone, sending a message. "Reply urgently. I'm waiting online." After dispatching the brief message, Yi Tianyi murmured, "Although it appears that we, as father and daughter, have encountered misfortune, perhaps fortune is still on our side regarding that young man with the kitchen knife. Indeed, fate resides within him." The enigmatic Yi Tianyi, with his shifty eyes, circled about and remarked, "He is a debt knife man, a lineage steeped in antiquity and mystery. They possess the uncanny ability to predict life and death, to ascertain destiny, and they are well versed in the arts of feng shui and the dualities of yin and yang. Should you wish to foresee matters beyond your grasp, you must consult a debt knife man, and their predictions are invariably accurate. However, this lineage has become exceedingly elusive, particularly over the past 2 to 3 decades, nearly vanishing from the public eye. They may be hidden in some obscure corner or traversing through narrow alleys. Yet they never reveal their true identities openly. Isusu responded with a soft "oh," her expression one of realization as she said, "I wondered why I had never heard of them. You have never mentioned them before. I thought it might be unlikely to encounter a debt knife man, which is why I never brought it up," Ichiani said, rubbing his hands together with excitement and anticipation. "Do you know why they can discern life and death, determine fate, and navigate the intricacies of feng shui and the dualities of yin and yang? It sounds even more extraordinary than the 5 lineages of the mystic arts, almost as if they possess boundless capabilities." Isusu shook her head, her face alight with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. "This is because it is said that the Shidoran possesses 3 ancient tomes that have long been lost to the world. The Chimen-Duanjia from the Luo Shu, and the Lianshan and Guizhong from the I Ching. These extraordinary texts of the Daoist tradition, no longer circulating in the realm, are believed to be known only to the Shidoran. It is said that they can navigate the intricacies of feng shui and the dualities of yin and yang, as well as foresee events beyond the present." Isusu, enlightened, nodded and remarked, "Indeed, that is quite terrifying." Ichiani responded with an affirming sound, stating, "It is said that the 2 eminent figures under Empress Wu Zetian, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, share a profound connection with the Shidoran. Even if they do not directly descend from the Shadao lineage, their ties are undoubtedly significant, which is why they possess knowledge of events 500 years hence. It is rumored that the 2A Tu was derived from the Guizhong and Lianshan. Within the I Ching, there exist 3 canonical texts, Lianshan, Guizhong, and Zhou. The former 2 have long been lost to time, leaving only the Zhou in existence. Most of the Luo Shu has been preserved, and it is said that Chimen-Duanjia originates from the Luo Shu. However, much of the knowledge has become obscure over the ages. Tianyi discerned that the technique previously employed by Wang Jingjia, the Luo Shu 9 stars absolute killing, actually stems from the Chimen-Duanjia, which ignited a spark in his eyes. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the table vibrated. Tianyi hastily picked up the call, and a composed voice resonated from the other end. "Tianyi? Uncle, I was introduced through a friend to resolve a feng shui situation in the capital, only to unexpectedly encounter a possible rival of the Shadao faction. The opponent began to set up a scheme, and before I could discern any underlying tricks, I became entangled in their karmic web. Subsequently, the adversary employed the method of the 9 stars of the Luo book, drawing me further into their machinations." Ichiani recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail, leaving no stone unturned. After he finished speaking, the voice on the other end of the line fell into a profound silence for over a minute before the composed male voice resumed. "Are you certain you haven't misjudged?" Ichiani responded with unwavering confidence. "Uncle, how many years have I been in this field? Although I have not directly interacted with the opponent, their techniques unmistakably align with the Shadao lineage. I am utterly certain of this conclusion. If we disregard everything else, who else within the 5 branches of the mysterious arts could possibly execute the 9 stars of absolute kill? We are in the vicinity of the capital. Provide me with the address, and we shall arrive shortly." "You? And whom?" "My master and I." With a sharp click, the call ended. Ichiani exhaled deeply and turned to Isusu, saying, "It's all right. Your Grandmaster and Second Master are also nearby and will reach the capital soon." Isusu did not focus on this detail and instead inquired, "Dad, they aren't coming to resolve the situation, are they? I can't help but feel that you seem to regard that young man with the knife more seriously than the feng shui issue itself." "Ah, Rigar. It is imperative to acknowledge this matter, as it has first come to the attention of our 5 factions within the Shinmen. Should others learn of the resurgence of the Shadao lineage, a multitude would undoubtedly flood to the capital in search of him." Ichiani narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Do you understand the meaning of to bear the crime of holding onto a wall?" Isusu suddenly enlightened, nodding as she replied, "It pertains to the long-lost works of Lianshan, Guizhong, and Chimen-Duanjia. These are the mystical texts of the Daoist tradition, which have been lost for so long that it is commonly believed they are solely possessed by the Shadao practitioners. Who wouldn't covet such treasures? The 5 factions of the Shinmen, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, have seen many of their lineages severed. Countless individuals over centuries have sought to restore these traditions. Yet access has eluded them. It is said that only through Lianshan and Guizhong can one hope to reclaim what was lost. Alas, both texts remain elusive and difficult to find. Furthermore, the southern Kunlun and northern Chuma lineages would likely drool at the prospect of this revelation. The Kunlun Mountains in the south stretch across 800 miles of desolate sea, while the northern Chuma flows with shimmering waters, undulating across 1,000 miles of boundless sky. To the south lies Kunlun, a realm of geomancy, and to the north, Chuma, a gateway to the underworld. At that moment, Feng Tianliang, with a look of astonishment, ended the call and turned to address the father and daughter, stating, "Indeed, there is truth to this. 42 years ago, someone gifted my late father a kitchen knife, claiming it was to be retrieved after 42 years. With a resounding clap on his thigh, Ikutiani exclaimed, "As long as there is truth to this, it suffices. Until the knife is reclaimed, the matter between you two remains unresolved." Chapter 28. The hidden techniques Feng Tianliang had gleaned this information from his mother. Before his passing, the old gentleman had not imparted any specific instructions. However, he had mentioned this matter to his mother during his lifetime. The Feng family had once been salt merchants in the two Huai regions, but their fortunes had waned before Feng Yulin's birth. During the tumultuous years of the 1940s, marked by chaos and instability, Feng Yulin led his family to seek refuge in what was then Beiping, where they settled and eked out a modest living through various small enterprises. Following the national liberation in the mid-1950s, he secured employment at the state-owned No. 285 factory, where he toiled for nearly 2 decades. As the family's circumstances remained rather lackluster, Feng Yulin encountered an elderly man surnamed Wang. This man, carrying a bundle of kitchen knives, set up a stall without hawking his wares. At that moment, Feng Yulin's household was in need of a knife, prompting him to approach the elder for a purchase. To his surprise, the old man offered the knife without charge, then inquired if Feng Yulin wished to engage in business and earn substantial profits. Feng Yulin readily expressed his interest, and the elder advised him that if he desired wealth, he should acquire the factory where he worked. By 1994, he could sell the factory and invest in plots of land in both the east and west districts to pivot his career. The elderly vendor, known as Wang Laotu, imparted numerous insights to Feng Yulin, who found the old man rather intriguing. Coupled with his naturally sharp memory, Feng retained everything in his mind. As Feng prepared to depart, the elder earnestly advised him, "In 42 years, your family will undoubtedly prosper immensely. When that time comes, I shall send my grandson to collect the payment for the kitchen knives." Feng, not giving it much thought, chuckled and assured the old man, "If my family indeed flourishes by then, I shall fulfill any request you make within my capabilities." To his surprise, the old man replied with utmost seriousness, "If that is your stance, then our transaction is sealed. Keep the knives. I will arrange for someone to collect the debt." Merely a few days after acquiring the knives, Feng Yulin's workplace, the state-owned No. 285 factory, unexpectedly announced a transition to privatization. A sudden jolt of realization struck Feng as he recalled the elder's words. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he borrowed a sum of money and sold 2 heirlooms from his family at Panjiayuan. With the funds secured, he successfully acquired the No. 285 factory. From that moment onward, the Feng family's fortunes began to ascend. By the early 1990s, Feng Yulin had purchased land in both the eastern and western districts of the city. What followed was predictable. By the dawn of the new millennium, the real estate prices in the capital were common knowledge among children, and the Feng family soared to unprecedented heights, especially under the stewardship of Feng Tianliang, who emerged as a prominent merchant in the Beijing-Tianjinhebei region. After listening to Feng Tianliang, Yiqiani couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is truly the style of the knife seller, not an ounce of exaggeration." Isusu, astonished, inquired, "Father, is the knife seller truly that accurate?" "As long as you accept his blade and heed his guidance, there is no possibility of error," Yiqiani asserted emphatically. Feng Tianliang, in disbelief, responded, "Is it really so? Was the Feng family indeed calculated by him? If my father had not heeded his advice..." Yiqiani interjected with a cold laugh, then who would even know who Feng Tianliang is? Feng Tianliang stood dumbfounded, while Yiqiani cast a sidelong glance, sighing inwardly. It seemed that Feng Tianliang had missed a grand opportunity. Had he believed the young man and followed his instructions, the saying that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations would not apply to him. The knife seller could have ensured that his family enjoyed prosperity for many generations to come. Nevertheless, one must consider that such matters might not be credible to others, as they seem too ethereal and insubstantial. At this moment, Wang Jingzhe found himself in a lodge less than 2 kilometers from our hutong, where the doors and windows were tightly shut, curtains drawn, and the room enveloped in darkness. On the table lay an ancient tortoise shell, intricately adorned with a multitude of crisscrossing patterns. The distinctive patterns on a turtle's shell remarkably correspond with the concepts of heaven, earth, and humanity found within the trigrams and the theory of divination, whether by mere coincidence or due to the turtle's divine nature. This characteristic has rendered the turtle an essential tool in ancient divination practices. Wang Jingzhe caressed the texture of the turtle shell with his right hand while his left fingers rhythmically tapped a beat on the table. The night of misfortune reigns. Blood is seen. At the hour of high, the southern guest arrives from the north, a distance of less than 100 paces. He continued, returning to concealment. There is a method for divination. A single phrase can manifest reality, thus determining the cosmos. With a swift motion, Wang Jingzhe drew back the curtains, revealing the darkening sky outside. He casually stowed the turtle shell into his bag, shouldered it, and muttered as he opened the door, "I shall not play with you any longer. Find your own amusement." With a loud thud, he closed the door behind him and exited the inn, his figure vanishing into the night beyond Hatu Alley. Before long, he boarded a bus heading towards Daxing, leaving the Feng family's affairs unattended. Miide, Yitianyi, Yisusu, and Feng Tianliang were still awaiting the arrival of guests at the courtyard. Around 9 o'clock that evening, a weary vehicle arrived at the alley's entrance. After it came to a halt, 2 elderly gentlemen hurriedly emerged. Having received the news earlier, Yiqiani was already waiting at the courtyard's entrance. Upon seeing the newcomers, he promptly bowed and said, "Master, second uncle, let us dispense with idle chatter and get to the matter at hand. If our conversation over the phone was unclear, please elaborate further." The robust elderly man with thick eyebrows and a commanding voice proclaimed. In the quiet confines of the chamber, Yiqiani recounted the events that had transpired with meticulous detail. The 2 elderly gentlemen listened intently, their silence punctuated only by the rhythmic stroking of their beards and furrowed brows. Once Yiqiani concluded his narrative, an elder with prominent cheekbones and thin lips nodded thoughtfully and remarked to his companion, "Given what Tianyi has described, it must indeed be the Shidoran, the Luoshu 9 stars. Without a doubt, are a technique rooted in the mystique of Chimen Duanjia. None among the 5 branches of the Xianmen would possess such a skill. It could only be the work of a Shidoran." The elder with the bushy eyebrows turned with a smile to the gentle-faced Su beside him and inquired, "Little Su, have you spoken to your master about this? You are the only one who has encountered this person up close. What impression did he leave upon you?" Eagerly, Su sprang to her feet, playfully tugging at the elder's arm before exclaiming, "Just a scoundrel, really. He was quite the mischief maker, even going so far as to cut my freshly trimmed bangs. The next time I see him, I shall surely give him a bald head. My impression of him is certainly not favorable." The elder chuckled, patting Su gently on the head. "It matters not. Encountering him again would be futile, for you're no match for him." Chapter 29. The curse of heavenly retribution. Wang Jingzhe vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of his presence at either the East 4th Ring construction site or the Mater Hutong. He had retreated to the suburban district of Daxing Tianhe, patiently awaiting Ding Wu's release from prison, with only a few days remaining. His departure was inconsequential, yet it left Yiqiani, Feng Tianliang, and the 2 elderly gentlemen bewildered. For the very next morning they hurried to the construction site, intent on dismantling the feng shui arrangement that Wang Jingzhe had established, fervently hoping that he would reappear. However, reality proved merciless. Wang Jingzhe did not show himself at all. Am I foolish enough to walk right into an ambush? The following day, the group proceeded to the construction site of Jingxiashan. Fortunately, Yi Tianyi and Yi Susu had previously discovered one of the mirrors, making the search for the remaining ones relatively straightforward. It did not take long for the other 7 mirrors to be unearthed in succession. The elderly gentleman, referred to as Master, examined one of the mirrors and remarked, "These 7 are merely auxiliary formations. We are still missing the pivotal element, which is crucial for drawing in the energy. Without it, this feng shui arrangement remains unbroken." "Master, do you know what kind of feng shui formation this is?" Isusu inquired, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking with curiosity. He chuckled softly, gently stroking her head, and remarked, "Though there may be 8,000 formations of feng shui in this world, they ultimately converge upon a singular truth. All paths lead to one. The essence of the Tao is unified, and it primarily concerns the malevolent manipulation of feng shui that disrupts one's financial avenues. This site, if it cannot break free from this formation, will find itself forever entrapped. The moment work commences, it will inevitably invoke the sinister energies. Fortunately, thus far, there has been no loss of life. However, should operations begin, the risk of casualties will increase. If even one soul perishes, their lingering resentment will accumulate in this place. And should this cycle continue, it may become a site of utter malevolence. Not only would construction be impossible, but anyone lingering here for too long would likely succumb to illness, and by nightfall, they might even find themselves haunted by spirits. Feng Tianliang, listening from behind, felt a chill run down his spine. He cursed himself for his naivety, lamenting that had he been more diligent and inquired with his family, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. "Master, do you possess any means to assist me?" he inquired, his face a mask of distress. The elder lifted his gaze slightly and replied, "My interest in aiding you is rather minimal. I am primarily eager to witness the Shidoran. Once the formation is disrupted, he should emerge. Should he not?" In the bustling Tianhe district, Wang Jingzhe lay ensconced in his blanket, curled up in bed, his eyes bleary with sleep, drool threatening to escape. The previous night, after making his way from the Hada Hatong, he had found lodgings near Tianhe prison and subsequently succumbed to slumber, remaining in its embrace until well after the sun had reached its zenith. As noon approached, Wang Jingzhe, who had already awakened, leaned against the headboard, indulging in a cigarette. Suddenly, without any warning, his right middle finger twitched, causing the cigarette but clamped between his lips to tremble, and ash fell onto the quilt. "Have these reinforcements some skill?" he muttered, realizing that they had swiftly disrupted his arrangement. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jingzhe sprang out of bed and, just as shorts, drew back the curtains, and squinted towards the southwest, where the east fourth ring lay. Only the 5 meridians of Xianmen could accomplish this. He cursed under his breath after a few glances. The smog in the capital is insufferable. In any case, a feng shui arrangement, once disrupted, would undoubtedly create a substantial upheaval. Conversely, if the arrangement were to fail, it would similarly evoke celestial phenomena. Regrettably, the pervasive haze hung low, obscuring any sight. Meanwhile, at the Jingxiashan construction site, the talisman that Wang Jingzhe had pressed into the ground was retrieved. The moment the talisman was lifted, the ground trembled noticeably, causing everyone to feel a wave of disturbance beneath their feet, while the chilling sensation that had permeated the surroundings quietly dissipated. Even Feng Tianliang, an outsider, felt an unexpected warmth envelop him, banishing the goosebumps that had surged moments before. He inquired eagerly, "Is everything all right now? The sight may have been fine, but you still face trouble." The master glanced at Feng Tianliang's head and replied, "You have been ensnared in a deadly formation. The specter of calamity will likely accompany you henceforth. Is there no way for you to help me break this?" Feng Tianliang asked, his heart racing with trepidation. The second master shook his head and said, "It is difficult. Both you and Tianyi are entangled in his karma. Unless he voluntarily withdraws, it is challenging for outsiders to intervene." Isusu, with her bright apricot eyes, surveyed her surroundings, while Tianyi furrowed his brow, scanning various directions. The father and daughter duo had been searching for the figure clad in a long robe, sensing that he had been covertly observing them for the past couple of days. Now that the feng shui array had been disrupted, they feared he might suddenly emerge. However, after searching for quite some time, there was no sign of Wang Jingzhe. The master let out a sigh and remarked, "Stop searching. It would be futile. He may not even be here." "Why not, master? Isn't he supposed to keep watch?" Isusu asked in astonishment. If he truly comprehended the texts of Gui Tsang and Lian Shan, he should have foreseen that someone was targeting him. Is it not said that one may predict others, but not oneself? In the realm of divination, there exists an unyielding principle. The diviner cannot predict the heavens or the earth, nor can they predict themselves or those closely related by blood. Otherwise, they would incur divine retribution. Just consider, a diviner revealing the secrets of fate is already frowned upon. If they were to divine for themselves, how would the heavens respond favorably? The Daoist teachings state that one may suffer from 5 afflictions and 3 deficiencies: the bereaved, the widowed, the solitary, the destitute, and the powerful. The Buddhist teachings warn of the 5 declines of celestial beings: soiled garments, withered hair, sweating under the arms, foul body odor, and discontent with one's station. Divine retribution is irrevocable. As soon as Isusu finished speaking, both masters fell silent. After a long pause, the second master hesitantly said, "Unless he has already incurred divine retribution?" Etienne, puzzled, inquired, "Master, what do you mean by having already incurred divine retribution?" In the inn of Daxing Tianhe, Wang Jingzhe sat on the bed clad only in his undergarments, his left leg dangling off the edge, while his right leg bore a festering sore that exuded a pungent odor. The wound, the size of a coin, was evidently in a state of decay, oozing with pus. With a snap, Wang Jingzhe lit a cigarette, biting down on the filter as his fingers pressed against the infection. Damn it, is it about to begin? Outsiders are only aware that the lineage of the Shadao can sever life and death, stabilize the cosmos, and navigate the realms of wind, water, and the duality of yin and yang. Yet, they remain oblivious to the truth that each Shadao bearer is marked by the fate of the 5-3, condemned to endure divine retribution every 3 generations. This curse clung to Wang Jingzhe like a shadow, an inescapable fate unless he could unravel the celestial punishment afflicting him. The words of his father, who had departed this world years ago, echoed in his mind. At 30, one must inevitably bear its consequences. Chapter 30. The urgency of childbearing. The lineage of the debt knife practitioners is one of singular inheritance, passed from father to son. While it is not uncommon for some individuals to study under the debt knife sect and acquire ancillary skills, the true debt knife practitioners are invariably bound by the ties of blood, as if cursed by the heavens. Every 3 generations, they are destined to endure divine retribution, and for the lineage of debt knife practitioners, the time has come for Wang Jingzhe to face this fate. Years prior to his wandering, Wang Jingzhe's father had imparted a solemn warning. "My son, your fortune is rather unfortunate. At this juncture, our family is once again at the threshold of the 3rd generation. The ominous signs of 5 calamities and 3 deficiencies are inescapable. Such is fate. It was your mother and I who brought you into this world on that fateful night, and therein lies profound significance. Perhaps it is destined for you to endure this tribulation." Infuriated, Wang Jingzhe had vehemently retorted, "Had I known, I would have forsaken the study of the debt knife altogether and simply become a humble farmer, toiling the land." His father chuckled softly and replied, "No matter your path, you cannot evade this curse. It is intricately woven into our bloodline. For a millennium, our ancestors have been debt knife practitioners, their very essence marked by the divine retribution. The ability to unveil the secrets of life and death, to fathom the cosmos, is our punishment from the heavens. For every gain, there must be a loss." Wang Jingzhe, seething with frustration, yet feeling powerless, eventually inquired of his father whether there existed a means to break the curse. If the debt knife practitioners were to face divine retribution every 3 generations, then the absence of descendants in his lineage suggested there must be a resolution. His father, with a glimmer of hope, reassured Wang Jingzhe that indeed there was a way. "Indeed, it is quite natural. In reality, the phenomenon of divine retribution every 3 generations bears little connection to the absence of descendants. Take your great-grandfather, for instance. He had already married and fathered children prior to the onset of divine punishment. By the time that punishment arrived, he had already bequeathed a lineage, as your grandfather had been born long before his demise. Wang Jingzhe, his lips twitching, inquired, "My great-grandfather passed away at the tender age of 35. Was that the cause? Must I then adhere to the path of early marriage and parenthood?" Sighing, he was reminded of the unfortunate fate of his great-grandfather, bedridden, unable to move, his body ravaged and oozing, emaciated to the bone, deprived of sight and speech. He languished in a state akin to a living corpse for 3 long years before finally expiring, having exhausted his life force. Wang Jingzhe's father regarded him with pity, saying, "Though the world is rife with injustice, there are moments of fairness as well. Consider our plight. Who could blame the debt collector for knowing too much?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Jingzhe could not suppress a sigh, lamenting, "Is there truly no means of breaking this cycle? I refuse to believe that our family, spanning dozens of generations, must all share the same fate as my great-grandfather." People often curse the heavens for their blindness, yet the truth is more nuanced. Sometimes, the heavens have already opened numerous windows for you, but you stubbornly choose to tread into a dead end. Who can be blamed for that? The same holds true for us debt collectors. While we may endure divine retribution, there exist avenues for breaking the cycle. This thread I planted in your mind 2 decades ago. Your grandfather also laid the groundwork for you. Do you know why the lineage of debt collectors has been absent from the world in recent decades? My grandfather and I, in an effort to evade the decrees of fate and mitigate the divine retribution upon us, have refrained from traversing the mortal realm for nearly a century, spanning 2 generations. Now, it is incumbent upon you to forge your own path. After imparting a few words, Wang Jingzhe's father departed on his leisurely journey, urging his son to leave their ancestral home and, upon reaching the age of 30, to absolve himself of this celestial punishment. Such matters cannot be resolved by others. One must rely solely on oneself. The so-called divine retribution has begun to manifest for Wang Jingzhe, as a festering sore on his leg has inexplicably appeared over the past year. Initially, the wound was small, akin to a cut from a knife, but as time elapsed, it began to ooze and spread, now reaching the size of a coin. Several months ago, when the wound was still discharging pus, Wang Jingzhe sought medical attention. Receiving anti-inflammatory medication and having the wound cleaned and dressed by a physician who assured him that it would heal in a few days. Yet, upon removing the bandage a few days later, he discovered the sore remained unchanged, showing no signs of improvement. Unwilling to accept this fate, Wang Jingzhe visited several hospitals, each time receiving the same prognosis: it would heal in due course. However, after waiting, the sore continued to show no signs of recovery. It was at this point that Wang Jingzhe resigned himself to the notion that he could not escape his destined cycle. This is merely the beginning. As time progresses, Wang Jingzhe will manifest numerous festering wounds, oozing with pus, until he becomes so weak and emaciated that he can only lie in bed, clinging to life like a person half paralyzed. Ultimately, he will exhaust all his vitality, leading to his demise upon the bed. A few minutes later, Wang Jingzhe donned a long robe, completed his grooming, and exited the inn. He hurried to a nearby shopping center to purchase several pieces of undergarments and outerwear, preparing for Ding Wu's imminent release from prison. According to custom, one must change into a new outfit from head to toe to ward off misfortune. Wang Jingzhe harbored a persistent concern for Ding Wu. During his last visit to Tianhe prison, he had discerned that Ding Wu's countenance was rather unfavorable. 2 days swiftly passed, yet the construction site of the splendid landscape remained dormant. Although the feng shui had been disrupted, Feng Tianliang's 9-star absolute calamity still lingered. From this point forward, whatever he undertook would attract disaster, an inevitability he could not evade. He could change his license plate or his phone, yet he could not alter his birth date and time. Henceforth, whenever Feng Tianliang encountered numbers aligned with his birth details concerning calamity, misfortune, or ruin, he would inevitably face bloodshed. In these past few days, Feng Tianliang had been in a state of great anxiety, continually consulting with Yi Qianni and others on how to dispel the predicament he found himself in. The master had informed him that unless the individual who cast the spell personally withdrew it, breaking such a curse would be exceedingly difficult. This technique, whether derived from Guizhong or Lianshan, remained elusive, making it impossible to decipher. Must he truly seek out that individual? Feng Tianliang lamentingly inquired. Indeed, that seems to be the case, the master nodded and said. Very well, I shall seek out this individual. Feng Tianliang gritted his teeth and declared. Chapter 31. Missing person notice in the vast metropolis, with a population of around 20 million, locating an inconspicuous individual can prove to be quite challenging. However, this difficulty is relative. For Feng Tianliang, there exists a certain methodology. Wang Jingzhe has made several appearances, notably once at Mauerhutong and again at the construction site of Jingxiashan. Both locations bear witness to his presence. In this era, where surveillance is ubiquitous and the streets are replete with monitoring systems, various departments possess numerous strategies to locate an individual. Leveraging connections within the municipal bureau, Feng Tianliang made a discreet inquiry, alleging that someone had previously threatened him at the courtyard in Mauerhutong, with a knife displayed on the plaque serving as evidence. Although this situation did not rise to the level of a criminal case, given Feng Tianliang's annual patronage of the municipal bureau and local authorities, the police were inclined to assist. Consequently, Wang Jingzhe, clad in a dark blue robe and carrying a tattered bag, was identified at several intersections, and his visage could even be discerned clearly through the surveillance footage. While other cities may exhibit a lesser density of monitoring systems beneath the imperial seat, nearly every intersection and even the most secluded alleys are equipped with cameras. By this logic, as long as Wang Jingzhe remains within the city, locating him should not pose a significant challenge, contingent upon the police's willingness to exert effort in the depth of Feng Tianliang's connections. In recent days, Feng Tianliang has been dining with connections at the municipal bureau, making rounds district by district. Consequently, several precincts and police stations in the capital have received notices for collaboration. While the severity of this alert may not equate to that of a wanted notice, one should not underestimate its impact. After all, the legends surrounding the enigmatic populace of Chaoyang have gained substantial credence over the years. Had Wang Jingzhe not been absent from Chaoyang, he would undoubtedly have been apprehended within a few days. A photograph of Wang Jingzhe, clad in a long robe, lay upon the table, capturing the attention of Master Yi. Second Master Yi, as well as Isusu and Yi Tianni. It is indeed him, Isusu remarked, pointing to the image. He has not changed his attire for several days, and that tattered bag left in the trash has gone untouched. The two elderly gentlemen snorted in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Second Master Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you discerned anything noteworthy?" Master Yi shook his head in response. "It is all rather mundane. His visage is strikingly ordinary. If one were to cast him among a throng of people on the street, it might take an eternity to identify him. One might even experience a fleeting sensation of forgetting his features altogether upon turning away, as if he could vanish from memory in an instant. Master, how can this individual possess such an utterly unremarkable appearance?" Yi Tianni questioned, bewildered and perplexed. Wang Jingzhe is indeed rather unremarkable in appearance. His features lack any distinctive charm, rendering descriptors such as thick eyebrows, large eyes, or prominent nose utterly irrelevant. Standing slightly over 1.7 meters, his physique is also unexceptional, embodying the typical visage of an urban-rural fringe. Nothing noteworthy can be gleaned from his countenance. Nevertheless, Yi Tianni and his companions are not preoccupied with his physical allure. Rather, they seek to perceive Wang Jingzhe's intrinsic beauty. Admittedly, this description may be somewhat exaggerated. In truth, they are focused on his physiognomy, engaging in the ancient practice of face reading. The 5 branches of the mystical sect from which these individuals hail are adept in the art of observing the heavens, the earth, and humanity, as well as discerning the nuances of feng shui. Regrettably, They gleaned nothing of significance from Wang Jingzha's features. His visage resembled that of a blank canvas, devoid of any interpretative clues. In a certain locale of Chaophidian, Lin Xinyu was busy packing her belongings when she accidentally bumped into a vehicle. Lin Yuan, arms crossed and brow furrowed, inquired, "Are you planning to leave without a return? Why have you packed all your luggage?" Stubborn as ever, "I refuse to believe I cannot manage him," Lin Xinyu retorted, casually gathering her long hair into a bun. Adjusting her skirt, she settled into the car and declared, "Father, I've come to realize that our family, while prosperous, lacks a guardian spirit. I believe he is perfectly suited for this role." Lin Yuan, taken aback, replied, "If he refuses, do you intend to forcibly bind him and tether him at the entrance? It is essential to engage in a thorough discussion, appealing to reason as well as emotion. I believe that your conversation with him should resemble a business negotiation, identifying the other party's needs and addressing them accordingly. People are inherently driven by desires." Lin Xinyu rolled her eyes and remarked, "He claims he lacks a wife. Must I really lower myself to that level? If only he were a bit more handsome, but alas, he is simply not to my taste. I prefer someone akin to Takeshi Kaneshiro. He resembles nothing more than a golden retriever, which is far too distant from my ideal." With that, Lin Xinyu slammed the car door shut and waved her hand, saying, "Dad, I am heading to the capital to keep watch over him. He will undoubtedly be lurking around the entrance of Tianhe prison in the next couple of days." Lin Yuan initially intended to caution her to stay safe, but after some contemplation as the car drove away, he managed to mutter, "Just be mindful of the impact." In the courtyard of Mater Hutong, Feng Tianliang arrived, dragging his weary body. Upon seeing the elders, he hoarsely stated, "We can almost ascertain his whereabouts. He is likely in the vicinity of Daxing. I requested the police to check the surveillance along the route, and they confirmed that he disembarked at the bus station in Tianhe and has not departed since. He is probably staying there for the time being. Can you be certain?" "Yi Tianyi Ingwidit. I can only reassure myself that he has not left the capital," Feng Tianliang replied, shrugging. "These past few days have been quite taxing. I had to change cars temporarily, and now I must exercise extreme caution no matter where I go. To be honest, he has developed a psychological shadow over everything. He has become exceedingly sensitive to all numbers. For instance, just yesterday, as Feng Tianliang was returning home, he noticed his driver was engrossed in purchasing lottery tickets and was about to announce the numbers aloud. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianliang felt as though he were set ablaze. Promptly instructing the driver to cease verbal communication, pull the car over, and send the information via text. The financial director of the company was reporting on financial inflows and outflows, a matter that typically required Feng Tianliang's signature. However, he found himself compelled to delegate this responsibility to the vice president. This was a deliberate attempt to evade any potential calamity that could arise from his actions. Yet, can such a life truly have an end? Feng Tianliang has certainly had his fill of this existence. Chapter 32. Fleeting Youth as the days swiftly passed. The moment arrived for Ding Wu's release from prison. Before noon, Wang Jingzha had already positioned himself outside the gates of Tianhe prison. Across the street, a car was parked, and Lin Xinyu leaned against the window, calling out to the approaching Wang Jingzha, "Hey, come here. Let us discuss poetry and distant horizons, shall we?" Wang Jingzha flashed a grin and replied, "I'm afraid I am quite unlearned." Lin Xinyu responded with surprise. After a brief wait, the clock struck noon. Ding Wu emerged from the prison, sporting a buzz cut that revealed only the crown of his head, a bag in one hand and the other tucked into his pocket. As he reached the entrance, the guard behind him remarked, "Upon your release, strive for reform and do not repeat your mistakes. I have no desire to see you here again." Ding Wu closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, stating, "I either refrain from wrongdoing, or if I err again, it will be of a nature that grants me no opportunity to return." The guard fell silent, a chill creeping up his spine at Ding Wu's words. With a clatter, the prison gates swung open, and under the watchful eyes of armed guards, Ding Wu stepped outside. Upon spotting Wang Jingzha across the way, he tossed aside his bag and opened his arms wide in greeting. In Ding Wu's life, Wang Jingzha was his sole companion, and, similarly, Wang Jingzha had only him as a friend throughout his 20s. In the past, Wang Jingzhe's father had jested that if they were a couple, they could have spared themselves the arduous search for a partner. Wang Jingzhe gently patted him on the back and said, "It's good that you're out. From now on, let us, as brothers, walk hand in hand." Ding Wu chuckled. "Are you suggesting I accompany you to sell kitchen knives? I fear I might starve myself. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you need not worry." Beep beep. Across the street, Lin Xinyu chirped a few notes on his flute, poked his head out the car window, and called out, "Get in. We're going to host a proper welcome." Ding Wu tilted his head and inquired, "Oh, have you brought your wife along for the welcome?" "Do not misconstrue. I am not well acquainted with her." Wang Jingzhe rolled his eyes in response. Seeing that they had not moved, Lin Xinyu adjusted the steering wheel, maneuvered the car towards them, and opened the door, stating, "Your friend has just emerged. He ought to freshen up, enjoy a meal, and perhaps purchase some new clothes. There isn't even a taxi in sight. Do you intend to lead him to the bus stop? That would be quite a waste of time, wouldn't it?" Wang Jingzhe squinted and replied, "Is this complimentary? Money is no object for me. Just get in." Lin Xinyu winked. With that, Ding Wu promptly opened the car door and sat down inside, saying, "Thank you. I cannot refuse such hospitality." "Do not mention it. We are all children of the rivers and lakes," Lin Xinyu responded with a playful wink. Having exchanged banter, Wang Jingzhe, feeling somewhat shy to decline, also took a seat on the other side. Lin Xinyu turned his head, a smile gracing his lips, and with a press on the accelerator, the car surged forward. "You're not selling kitchen knives with me. What are your plans?" Wang Jingzhe asked. "I have no concrete plans yet. Are you contemplating a life of toil?" Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow and remarked, "After spending several years within those walls, you will emerge with nothing to your name. One must learn to sustain oneself, do they not? For now, accompany me for a while. Once I conclude my affairs in Longxi, we shall deliberate on our next steps. Your father is no longer with us, yet your mother remains. You surely have a duty to provide for her, do you not? She is back home, possessing a house and land, managing to get by, albeit barely." As Ding Wu spoke these words, Wang Jingzhe remained observant of his expression, noting a disconcerting placidity that sent a chill down his spine. The incident that led to Ding Wu's father's demise transpired 6.5 years ago when their family of 3 sought their fortunes in the capital. They had acquired a modest storefront for business, only to discover that, within a month of settling in, the property was slated for demolition. The landlord had failed to notify them of this impending fate, indicating that he had knowingly rented the premises despite the impending eviction. This betrayal resulted in the loss of their hard-earned savings, and when they approached the landlord for redress, he outright denied any responsibility. In a fit of desperation, Ding Wu's father confronted the landlord, who was a local thug, wholly unwilling to engage in civil discourse. Not only did he refuse to return their money, but he also became embroiled in a scuffle with Ding Wu's father, leading to a brutal assault. Upon learning of this, Ding Wu rushed to his father's aid, only to find himself embroiled in a violent confrontation with a gang assembled by the landlord. During the fray, Ding Wu seized a knife from one of his assailants and, in a moment of panic, fatally wounded him. Consequently, Ding Wu was sentenced to 8 years for excessive self-defense. The trauma of his father's prior injuries, compounded by Ding Wu's imprisonment, ultimately led to his father's untimely death from a heart attack brought on by grief and anger. Ding Wu shares a profound bond with his father, and Wang Jingzhe comprehends him all too well. This childhood companion of his possesses a vengeful disposition, and he doubts that Ding Wu will ever forget this matter, even after several years have passed. Furthermore, Wang Jingzhe noticed during their last encounter that a faint line of blood lingered on Ding Wu's brow. "Jingzhe, please stop advising me." Ding Wu licked his lips and gazed dreamily out of the car window as he spoke. "I have heard countless philosophies, yet continue to struggle through this life. I apologize for merely existing." Wang Jingzhe, growing anxious, grasped Ding Wu's arm and exclaimed, "Are you joking with me? How old are you? Not even 30 yet. You have decades ahead of you. Are you contemplating something foolish?" Ding Wu turned his head and smiled faintly. "Do you remember the animated series we watched at home when we were kids, Slam Dunk? Huh, I adore that show. I vividly recall when Akagi announced that they were about to compete in the national championships. The next day after school, I rushed home only to find it was not airing, Another program was on instead. I thought to myself that it must be postponed for a few days. So I decided to wait. Little did I know, that wait would consume my entire youth. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingzhe lowered his head in silence, his heart quaking with emotion. Years later, in my early 20s, I arrived in the capital, only to be sentenced to 8 years in prison, of which I served 6.5. By the time I emerged, I was nearing 30, and the vibrant years of my youth had been entirely devoted to the labor reform endeavor. Ding Wu gazed impassively at Wang Jingzhe and remarked, "You see, my youth has been stripped away. Should I still care about the decades that lie ahead? My life is already lacking in fullness. Thus, for me, the future holds little significance." Lin Xianyu, who was driving, suddenly turned his head and softly suggested, "There has been a television series in recent years that you may not have seen. When you have the time, you might want to watch it. It's titled My Youth, My Decision." Chapter 33. Stubborn as oil and salt. Shortly after Wang Jingzhe's departure, Feng Tianliang and Yi Tianyi, among others, hastily arrived near Tianhe prison. They had come based on the information provided by the local community committee and the police station. Wang Jingzhe's conspicuous appearance made it relatively easy for the vigilant public to spot him. However, the information had arrived rather late, and they found themselves arriving only to discover he had already slipped away. After waiting for a while at the entrance of Tianhe prison, a police car from a station pulled up. 2 officers approached Feng Tianliang and said, "Mr. Feng, after receiving the notice from the municipal bureau, we kept an eye on this individual. Interestingly, it seems that a guard at Tianhe prison identified him while verifying the identity of visitors. His name is Wang Jingzhe?" "Yes. Yes, I'm not entirely certain about the full name, but he certainly goes by Wang," Feng Tianliang replied, relieved that the investigation had been thorough. "Very well. Please accompany me to check the surveillance footage to confirm if this is the person you are looking for." Feng Tianliang followed the officers to Tianhe prison, where they reviewed the surveillance footage. Wang Jingzhe's figure appeared distinctly, and ultimately, the camera at the prison's entrance captured him getting into a vehicle and departing. The vehicle bore a license plate from Hebei, and upon seeing this, Feng Tianliang immediately frowned. Is he leaving the capital? It is not necessarily the case, as there are numerous license plates from other regions outside the capital, particularly from Hebei. It is quite possible that they have not left the city. Although the person may have departed, they still leave behind a trace of information, making it somewhat easier to locate them by following the vehicle's registration. As long as it is not a counterfeit or fraudulent plate, tracking down the car should not pose much difficulty. Yi Tianyi believes that they are drawing ever closer to Wang Jingzhe. In fact, finding a vehicle is often more straightforward than locating a person. Lin Xianyu took Wang Jingzhe and Ding Wu out for a meal before escorting them to a nearby bathing center. There exists a common practice shared by individuals released from prison across the nation. Upon their release, they often indulge in a sauna or a hot bath to rid themselves of the negative energy accumulated during their incarceration. Prisons are imbued with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, housing various offenders, and prolonged exposure can lead to the absorption of negative influences, crudely put, the essence of wrongdoing. A cleansing ritual serves as a form of psychological comfort. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wang Jingzhe glanced sideways at the bathing center sign before lowering his head to speak to Lin Xianyu, saying, "Miss Lin, you are quite thoughtful." Lin Xianyu bit her lip, her face flushing instantly, as the sign for the bathing pool inevitably sparked some suggestive thoughts. It was aptly named Mandarin Ducks Playing in Water, a name that clearly indicates the nature of such establishments in the northern regions. "I'm not very familiar with this area either. I merely noticed this place while passing by. You two go wash up and emerge afterward," Lin Xianyu remarked, rolling her eyes. "Hey, aren't you joining us?" Wang Jingzhe teasingly inquired. Lin Xianyu cast him a sidelong glance, feigning an intention to exit the vehicle. Wang Jingzhe was taken aback. This young lady's demeanor was quite spirited, and he found it challenging to counter her words. While he was adept with his tongue, he lacked the courage for any serious confrontation. After changing clothes and taking a shower, Wang Jingzhe sank into the warm pool, the water temperature exceeding 30 degrees, which opened his pores and elicited an involuntary moan. Ding Wu, with a towel draped over his face, sprawled languidly by the edge of the pool. Wang Jingzhe glanced down at his calves in the water, observing that the inflamed areas, after being soaked, showed no change. The injury seemed innate, utterly unaffected by external factors. When you plan to go to Longxi? Ding Wu queried, tilting his head back. I intend to go after I pick you up from prison. Will you accompany me? What for? Ding Wu inquired. Wang Jingzhe pondered for a moment before responding candidly. To propose. Huh? Ding Wu removed the towel and turned in astonishment. Propose? What do you mean? After years apart, you are heading into the fortress of marriage? I must say, I am quite impressed. Enough of that. A proposal is merely a proposal. What fortress? I have yet to even meet the person in question. All I know is that she is female. Beyond that, I am entirely in the dark, not even a photograph to speak of. Wang Jingzhe's face reflected his evident lack of confidence regarding this match, yet he felt compelled to pursue it, as it was a union his father had arranged over 20 years ago. Outside, Wang Jingzhe remarked, her acquaintance was purely accidental. Do not misconstrue it in a romantic sense. We are not even friends. Oh, what a waste. Just look at her. She possesses quite the allure, an ideal match for you. I thought you two might make a lovely pair, Ding Wu lamented. Huh, I harbor no such intentions towards her. If you feel otherwise, then you should pursue her. Wang Jingzhe replied. Ding Wu, stroking his thigh, mused, upon first seeing her, I did feel a flicker of attraction. If I were to make a move, would it truly be considered stealing someone's love? Wang Jingzhe earnestly stated, I would actually welcome your pursuit. It would do you good to find a woman and settle down. Wouldn't it? Ding Wu shot him a sidelong glance, saying, Are you attempting to lecture me again? Take my advice. Abruptly, Ding Wu stood up from the water, wringing out his towel to dry himself. Enough of this. I need to buy some items to burn paper for my father. It has been years since I last sent him any money. Wang Jingzhe fell silent, aware that the stubborn Ding Wu would not heed his words. They emerged from the bath, feeling refreshed, only to find Lin Xinyu waiting in the car at the entrance, her face weary, clearly having just awakened from a brief nap. We are headed to the funeral parlor. Lin Xinyu, with a spark of determination, declared, I shall accompany you. Wang Jingzhe, amused, replied, Your service is no less than that of the women inside. Lin Xinyu, with her wide, innocent eyes, responded, Is there not a peculiar sense of emotion? As if my sincerity has touched your heart? Wang Jingzhe, at a loss for words, retorted, What are you so eager for? Lin Xinyu, with a slight tilt of her head, replied, My father wishes to invite you as a consultant, without any obligations. However, should any matters arise at home, we hope you could, like last time, make an appearance. First, you must win over my brother. Then I shall consider your request, Wang Jingzhe said, opening the passenger door and pushing Ding Wu inside. No negotiations will commence from my end. If you can reform him, then perhaps I might reconsider. With a chuckle, Lin Xinyu turned to Ding Wu and said, Aside from poetry and distant dreams, I can also discuss the essence of youth with you. What do you say, my friend? To which Ding Wu lamented, My youth has been utterly squandered. There's nothing left to discuss. Chapter 34. A Sudden Realization. Yet futile after paying homage to Ding Wu's father, the evening had nearly descended. Observing Lin Xinyu, who had tirelessly accompanied them throughout the day, Wang Jingzhe felt a mix of astonishment and sympathy for her relentless spirit. This woman possessed an extraordinary resilience, driving them around without a single complaint. Her obedience akin to that of a devoted maid. With proper guidance, she could easily embody the ideal wife and mother. Yet alas, our destinies seem misaligned. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude, Wang Jingzhe stated earnestly. Sure, I'm indifferent to what we eat, Ding Wu replied, as if still ensnared in the sorrow of his father's memorial, merely expressing a desire for something to drink. Thus, the trio casually selected a roadside eatery, ordering a few dishes along with 2 bottles of Nyolan mountain liquor. When the food arrived, Lin Xinyu exhibited no restraint typical of a refined lady, embracing the humble establishment with unreserved enthusiasm. Grasping her chopsticks, she eagerly picked up a piece of poached fish, fanning herself with her small hand while exclaiming how delicious it was. With a clink of their glasses, Wang Jingzhe and Ding Wu drank heartily. After wiping his mouth, Ding Wu took a moment to recover from the effects of the alcohol, exhaling deeply before declaring, What a thrill. It's been years since I last indulged in liquor. This first sip has truly liberated my senses. So refreshing. Opportunities to drink will always present themselves. Just take your time. Wang Jingzhe said as he filled Ding Wu's glass once more. When do you plan to return home for a visit? There is no rush. I had previously called my mother. Ding Wu lifted his glass and clinked it with his companion before continuing to drink, letting out a belch as he playfully draped his arm around Wang Jingzhe's shoulder, smiling as he remarked, "Why do I have the distinct impression that you are guarding me as if I were in a prison, with the eyes of the guards shining like searchlights? The moment I appear, I feel as though I am firmly locked in place. Are you truly concerned that I might engage in some unlawful activities?" Wang Jingzhe gazed deeply into his eyes and inquired, "Is that not your intention?" "Xiao Wu, I know you too well. Your father's death and your imprisonment are two events that will not allow you to let go of that landlord from a few years back easily. Tell me, are you planning to seek revenge on him?" "Haha, aren't you the one who can predict the future? Go ahead and make your calculations," Ding Wu jested. Wang Jingzhe withdrew his arm and replied earnestly, "I need not calculate. It is evident. There are countless ways to deal with the situation. Yet you insist on choosing the most foolish and clumsy approach." Lin Xinyu observed the conversation between the two men as she ate. After spending the day with them, she had pieced together the narrative. Ding Wu was imprisoned due to a case of excessive self-defense, which was intertwined with his father's demise. Wang Jingzhe's concern lay in the possibility that Ding Wu, upon his release, might seek retribution against those involved in the case, potentially opting for a shortcut, such as an eye for an eye. The two men seemed to be engaged in a tug-of-war, one side persistently obstructing while the other side adamantly refused, as if neither could sway the other, locked in a futile war of words. They continued drinking until past 10 o'clock in the evening. After finishing 2 bottles of Nilangshan, they downed another 4 bottles of beer, leaving them empty. Wang Jingzhe and Ding Wu appeared somewhat inebriated, their eyes glazed. I excused myself to the restroom for a moment, reflecting on the copious amounts of alcohol consumed that day. Ding Wu, swaying slightly, stood up and made his way to the bathroom. Wang Jingzhe a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. He leaned towards Lin Xinyu and murmured, "What do you think of my friend?" Lin Xinyu blinked her wide, bewildered eyes and inquired, "What do you mean?" Wang Jingzhe replied, "How is he as a person? The young man seems quite spirited, doesn't he? Do you feel any spark? I must tell you, while showering, Ding Wu mentioned he has quite the interest in you. Why not consider dating him?" Lin Xinyu covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "Surely not. I only wanted you to serve as a consultant for our family. Do you have any ulterior motives? Just look at how much you've drunk. Your tongue is barely functioning. Let's make a deal. If you can win his heart, I will gladly offer my consulting services for free. How does that sound?" With gritted teeth, Lin Xinyu retorted, "I sell my art, not my body. Don't even think about that." Wang Jingzhe chuckled, "I was merely joking. Don't take it to heart." Meanwhile, in the restroom, Ding Wu leaned against the wall, extending 2 fingers to press firmly against his throat. Ugh! With a sudden heave, a torrent of vomit, mingled with alcohol, erupted from his mouth, instantly filling the restroom with a pungent aroma of spirits. Ugh! After retching several times, Ding Wu managed to expel all the alcohol from his stomach with his fingers. Once he was done, a newfound clarity returned to his gaze. Wiping his mouth, he exhaled deeply, feeling significantly better. He had consumed the liquor too hastily. At least half of it had been expelled before his body could fully absorb it. Upon returning to the restaurant, Ding Wu's eyes once again became glazed, and he swayed as he settled back into his seat. Glancing at the now empty bottle, he called out, "Boss, bring us another dozen beers." Wang Jingzhe frowned and asked, "Are you still drinking?" "You've had enough. You can't spend the entire day drinking. If it's too much, we can continue tomorrow. You can't possibly make up for years of drinking in one evening, can you? Come on, we're celebrating. You promised to welcome me properly. You should indulge me," Ding Wu urged. "Let us drink just a couple more bottles, and then we'll head back to sleep." Before long, they had polished off a dozen beers. By the time they finished the last glass, Wang Jingzhe was thoroughly intoxicated, swaying dangerously as if he might topple over. Just before he succumbed to the drowsiness, he noticed a bloodline on Ding Wu's forehead that seemed to have suddenly deepened and thickened, about the width of a pinky finger. Listen, tonight, just keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him slip away, Wang Jingzhe murmured to Lin Xinyu before his head drooped in a stupor. Lin Xinyu let out a soft hum, glancing at Ding Wu, who was also on the verge of collapsing onto the table. She found herself in a bit of a quandary. How was she to manage these two inebriated gentlemen? Ultimately, Lin Xinyu spent 200 yuan to enlist the help of the tavern staff and the owner to assist Ding Wu and Wang Jingzhe. They soon found a nearby hotel where she arranged for the two men to share a room. You expect me to keep watch over them? What do you envision? That I could possibly share a bed with him and keep a vigilant eye? After escorting Ding Wu and Wang Jingzhe to their room, Lin Xinyu took a room for herself next door. Chapter 35. Time cannot erase the hatred within. Wang Jingzhe collapsed onto his bed, utterly consumed by slumber. The libations he indulged in had thoroughly disoriented him. At this point, any additional drink might lead him to the brink of alcohol poisoning. He was undoubtedly in a state of oblivion. On the adjacent bed, Ding Wu lay down, only to abruptly awaken, his gaze fixed blankly upon the ceiling. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he rolled out of bed and made his way to the bathroom to splash water on his face. Upon emerging, he appeared significantly more alert. For you, there may be countless ways to resolve an issue. Yet for me, none are as effective and straightforward as the 101st approach. My apologies, Jingzhe, but I fear I may disappoint you. Ding Wu murmured softly before quietly slipping out of the room, closing the door behind him as he departed. A few minutes later, Ding Wu exited the hotel, standing at the entrance while smoking a cigarette, awaiting a taxi. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room above, Lin Xinyu had just finished a shower, donned her pajamas, and applied a facial mask, preparing to indulge at her phone before drifting off to sleep. With a swish, Lin Xinyu activated the air conditioning, approached the window, and drew back the curtains to close the window. It was then that she spotted a figure standing on the street below, cigarette in hand, beckoning passing cars. Wasn't he supposed to be so inebriated that he could hardly remember himself? How had he sobered up so swiftly? What could he possibly be up to? Lin Xinyu muttered to herself, then exclaimed, could it be that the gossiping fool was right? He said I should keep an eye on him, and indeed, he has slipped away on his own. What should I do? Should I really keep an eye on him? Sigh, this is so perplexing. Lin Xinyu's thoughts wandered back and forth in her mind before she hastily removed her mask and quickly dressed herself again. Damn it, I'm just tormenting myself. In the dead of night, I have to go fetch a man. I truly can be so reckless. With that, Lin Xinyu flung open the door and rushed out. As she exited the hotel, she spotted Ding Wu just managing to hail a taxi. In a flurry, she jumped in her own car and sped off after him, catching sight of Ding Wu's taxi a few vehicles ahead. Inside the taxi, Ding Wu rubbed his weary face and instructed the driver to head to Shuni Satellite Road before sinking into the seat, dozing off. The journey would take nearly an hour, and he intended to catch a brief nap to rejuvenate himself. Meanwhile, Lin Xinyu was gradually closing the distance, initially planning to pull up and flag down the taxi. But her curiosity abruptly halted that thought. Damn it, curiosity killed the cat. Especially when a woman's curiosity is piqued. Not even 8 horses could restrain it. At that moment, Wang Jingzhe was sprawled on the hotel bed, fast asleep, entirely unaware that Ding Wu's intent for the night was to get him drunk. Both men had similar drinking capacities, and Wang Jingzhe initially thought, if I get drunk, he surely will too. Little did he know that as they were nearing the end of their drinks, Ding Wu had slipped away to the restroom to expel the alcohol from his stomach. While he was indeed intoxicated, Ding Wu remained fully aware. As time swiftly passed midnight, the taxi arrived near Shuni Satellite Road, prompting the driver to awaken Ding Wu. Lin Xinyu, who had been seated in the back, followed closely behind. Upon witnessing Ding Wu exit the vehicle, he extinguished the headlights and parked at a distance, observing intently. Ding Wu stepped out of the taxi, glanced at the nearby house numbers, and retrieved his phone to dial a number. After informing the other party of his arrival, he ended the call. Within approximately 5 minutes, a black Santana approached and halted nearby, where a young man inside greeted him. Are you out, Brother Wu? Ding Wu acknowledged with a grunt, opening the door to take the passenger seat beside the driver. The young man, Li Tianpeng, turned to him and said, I plan to pick you up. That one TB necessary. I have a friend waiting. I just settled him in, Ding Wu replied, stifling a yawn and stretching his limbs. You brought what I requested, right? It's all here, the driver said, reaching into the back seat to hand Ding Wu a bag. Li Tianpeng, a former cellmate of Ding Wu, had been released over a year earlier. During their time in the same prison block, Li Tianpeng had been devoted to serving Ding Wu, holding him in the highest regard and admiration. While prisoners often formed cliques, Ding Wu remained an enigma, solitary in his dealings. No matter how formidable a criminal, they dared not confront him. It was said that shortly after Ding Wu's arrival, 2 prison bullies sought to recruit him, only to find themselves dispatched to the hospital by his decisive actions. Ding Wu is a person who asserts, "Do not bully me, nor trouble me. Let us coexist peacefully. Should you provoke my ire, rest assured that your tranquility will be equally compromised." Upon opening his bag, he furrowed his brow at the sight within: a sharp knife, a bundle of rope, and 2 pairs of gloves. He then inquired, "Is this all?" "No sound at all." Li Tianpeng shook his head in response. "Brother Wu, do not jest. Where are we? This is the capital, beneath the emperor's feet. Who would dare to sell firearms here? Being caught would result in a far harsher sentence than elsewhere, and the implications of a gunshot would be drastically different. Even if you lent me several ounces of courage, I would not dare to act so recklessly." "Very well. Let us utilize what we have. These are indeed deadly instruments," Ding Wu remarked, securing the bag once more. He then asked, "Did you manage to gather the information I requested regarding that matter?" "Yes, I have inquired, and it is not difficult to learn about Lu Qingyi." Lu Qingyi was the individual who had rented a property to Ding Wu's family several years prior. At that time, the area around Weishing Road had yet to undergo demolition. Now, it has transformed into a residential community, with a row of storefronts lining the street, a few of which belong to Lu Qingyi. The information Li Tianpeng uncovered revealed that Lu Qingyi had not moved away in all these years. He remained entrenched in the neighborhood. He supported himself primarily through rental income, while also engaging in the sale of building materials with others. In a brief span of 5 or 6 years, he had accumulated a considerable fortune, owning property and vehicles in the capital, along with several million in the bank. His life had thus become quite prosperous. The 3 stores over here belonged to him. If you proceed further along Satellite Road, at the end, there is a building materials market where he operates a stall selling construction materials. During the daytime, he generally remains at his stall, returning home at night. He resides in this community, which was allocated to him as a resettlement house after the demolition. He has a wife and 2 children. "And tonight?" Ding Wu inquired indifferently. "They're home. After I received your call at noon, I came here to keep watch. I followed him back in the evening, and he hasn't gone out since. I suppose he is probably asleep by now," Li Tianpeng responded quite directly. "Wu Ge, do you plan to? Let's postpone for another time. His wife and children are at home, so it's not convenient," Ding Wu pondered before replying. "Tianpeng, you should go back. I can handle the rest on my own." Li Tianpeng chuckled. "Wu Ge, I've owned this car for 2 months. It's a black market vehicle with all fake documentation. I thought you might find it useful, so I purchased it. I can drive and assist you. Let me accompany you, please?" Ding Wu frowned and replied, "Nonsense. Why would you follow me? You know exactly what I intend to do. You've left behind a good life. Why involve yourself with me? Be obedient and return home." Chapter 36. A step onto an irreversible path. As hours elapsed, dawn gradually broke. Ding Wu and Li Tianpeng had spent the night nestled in the Santana, lying in wait for Lu Qingyi to emerge. Around 6:30 in the morning, Li Tianpeng awoke and remarked, "Brother Wu, I shall go procure some breakfast." Lu Qingyi typically departs before 9. "There is still time." "Very well, go ahead. I shall keep watch here," Ding Wu replied. Meanwhile, on the street nearby, Lin Xinyu stirred from slumber, stretching her slender waist and yawning. "I have come to realize how I have truly debased myself. What was the point of spending the night in a car with 2 gentlemen?" She mused incredulously. Concurrently, in the hotel where he had spent the night, Wang Jingzhe groggily awakened. The remnants of a night of heavy drinking left his head in a fog, throbbing with a dull ache that felt as though it might explode. He reached for a cigarette from the bedside, lit it, and took a deep drag before calling out, "Xiao Wu, are you awake? Xiao Wu, where is he?" With the cigarette dangling from his lips, Wang Jingzhe sprang from the bed, startled to find the other bed empty, the pillow and blanket scarcely disturbed. A sudden sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to dash to the bathroom for a quick glance. Upon confirming his fears, he flung the door open and raced downstairs to the hotel reception. "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption. May I inquire about my companions? We arrived together. 3 of us, 2 men and 1 woman. Could you inform me of my companion's room number?" Wang Jingzhe asked urgently. "Right next to you, 326 is quite impressive. Thank you." Wang Jingzhe. He turned around and hurried back. Upon returning to his room, he knocked several times on the door, but there was no response. He then asked the cleaning lady to open the door. Inside the room, many items remained untouched. The pajamas were tossed on the bed. Lin Xinyu's luggage was in the corner, and the quilt and pillow were in their original positions, clearly indicating that no one had yet lain down. It seemed that the two had either left together or one after the other. Wang Jingzhe vaguely sensed that perhaps Ding Wu had sneaked out while he was asleep, possibly seen by Lin Xinyu, who followed him. However, he was uncertain whether they were together now. This situation was truly concerning. Wang Jingzhe cursed under his breath and took out his phone to call Ding Wu, but after a few rings, the call was abruptly ended. When he tried again, the phone was switched off. Lacking Lin Xinyu's number, he found himself unable to reach either of them, leaving him bewildered. Where could they have gone? Wang Jingzhe faintly recalled that Ding Wu's family had rented a house in Shuni district years ago, and he surmised that they might have headed in that direction. With no other options, he left the hotel and took a taxi toward Shuni. The previous night, after drinking too much, just before collapsing, Wang Jingzhe noticed that the bloodline on Ding Wu's forehead had thickened considerably, a sign of impending trouble. There are only 2 possibilities. Either he is destined for calamity, or he is the very architect of such misfortune. Neither of these outcomes is what Wang Jingzhe wishes to witness. His cultivation has yet to reach the extraordinary level where he can discern the ramifications of a mere glance at Ding Wu. If it were his father or grandfather observing, the conclusions might be similar. Perhaps his elder sister, Wang Dongji, could also provide insight. Yet, after years of absence, Wang Jingzhe is oblivious to her whereabouts. Among the 4 members of the Wang family, apart from the dearly departed mother and the grandmother who passed away years ago, the remaining 3 are elusive as dragons, rarely seen and even more rarely spoken of. The elder had not shown himself for nearly a decade when he departed. He claimed to be nearing his end, leaving behind the words that he wished to visit a few old friends. A decade has elapsed without a trace or message. And at that time, Wang Jingzhe was merely in his teens. 5 years ago, his elder sister, Wang Dongji, also vanished without a word, leaving Wang Jingzhe to inquire of his father about her fate. His father, in a fit of irritation, retorted, "What concern is she of yours? Perhaps she eloped with some vagabond." 3 years ago, his father followed suit, departing with the casual remark, "I am off to wander the world." In these recent years, Wang Jingzhe has drifted alone through life. Reflecting on this, he could not help but shed a tear, lamenting his unfortunate fate. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Satellite Road, Ding Wu, savoring a pancake, inquired, "Tianpeng, when is the person likely to emerge?" Around 8:30 to 9 o'clock. He has this timing down to a fine art. It's merely a 10-minute walk to the building materials market. With a satisfying clap, Ding Wu stuffed the last bite of his pancake into his mouth and declared, "Have you considered this? If you choose to follow me, there will be no turning back." Li Tianpeng grinned widely. "Brother Wu, what else do you think I could possibly do? Without following you, I would be meandering aimlessly through life. If I'm with you, I would even embrace chaos and destruction. Among the hundreds in our unit, I yield to no one but you. Very well. Remember this. As long as you are with me, as long as I remain unscathed, you will be too. Should any trouble arise, I shall bear the brunt before it ever reaches you." Just as Ding Wu finished speaking, he noticed a man emerging from the community, a man of about 40, bald, with a bit of a paunch, clearly not someone to be trifled with. "Brother Wu, Lu Cheng has come out," Li Tianpeng pointed at the man. I observed as the vehicle commenced its journey, following closely behind him. Once the Santana ignited, Lu Qingyi emerged from the community, meandering leisurely along the roadside. Ding Wu's gaze remained firmly fixed on his figure. As Lu Qingyi approached, Ding Wu flung open the car door and exited, gripping a sharp knife in his hand, and moved to Lu Qingyi's side. He draped his arm around Lu Qingyi's shoulder, pressing the knife's tip against his right ribcage, and whispered, "Do not struggle or scream. I merely have a matter to discuss with you. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall first plunge this knife into you, and then I will ascend to your residence to converse with your wife and child. Do you comprehend?" Lu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, his head turning stiffly as he stammered, "Brother, I don't recall having wronged you, have I? Rest assured, I shall assist you in recollecting shortly. For now, would you kindly accompany me to the vehicle? Should you choose not to cooperate, soon enough, it shall no longer concern just you." Chapter 37. Just 3 knives, it's all up to your fate, as Lu Qingyi was compelled into the Santana by Ding Wu, who brandished a knife. He swiftly bound him with a rope. Throughout the ordeal, Ding Wu's hands remained steady, betraying not a single tremor. The rope he used, commonly known as a wild boar knot, was so secure that even a 300 to 400-pound wild boar could not break free from it. "Brother, let me tell you something," Lu Qingyi implored. "Is it wealth you seek? I have money. How much do you desire? I can accompany you to the bank, or we could transfer it via mobile." Seeing Ding Wu tie himself up with the rope instilled fear in Lu Qingyi. This was clearly not a typical highway robbery. Tianpeng drove the car down the road leading to the crematory, while Ding Wu paid no heed, urging Li Tianpeng to accelerate. "All right, Brother Wu," Li Tianpeng said, shifting gears and pressing the accelerator, propelling the Santana forward. Upon realizing they were heading towards the crematory, Lu Qingyi's breath quickened, and he shouted, "Friend, what have I done to offend you? Can we not speak openly about this?" Ding Wu pressed the tip of the knife against Lu Qingyi's chin, his expression darkening as he replied, "Reflect carefully. Our story stretches back 6.5 years. Back then, our family of 3 left our hometown for the capital, hoping for a better life. But what about you? What on earth are you thinking? Our family has saved a mere 50,000 yuan to rent your property in hopes of starting a small business. Yet within less than a month, the house was demolished. You refused to return our money, driven by your insatiable greed. This trifling sum has led to our family's downfall. Have you given no thought to the implications? That amount, at most, would only afford you a few additional months of luxury, but represents years of our hard-earned savings. You have callously absconded with our labor's fruits. Are you attempting to drive us to despair?" Ding Wu, with reddened eyes, shouted vehemently. It was only then that Lu Qingyi scrutinized him closely and suddenly recalled the past. Over 6 years ago, Ding Wu was not yet 20. Now, at 25, the years spent in prison have transformed him considerably. If one were not to look closely, Lu Qingyi might not have recognized the young man who had once violently clashed with him, ultimately resulting in the tragic death of his friend. It was a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of the situation at that time. Lu Qingyi, upon recollection, hastily exclaimed, "I will compensate you. I will pay you immediately. 100,000, no. 30,000. I shall pay you tenfold. If that is insufficient, please tell me how much you require." "Brother, it is merely 30,000 yuan. There is no need for such extreme measures. What use is your money to me now? Will you give me 3 million? Can I make my father rise from the ashes?" Ding Wu gritted his teeth, retrieving a bundle of gloves from his bag and forcefully stuffing them into Lu Qingyi's mouth. He then urged Li Tianpeng, "Hurry, drive faster." Lu Qingyi, bewildered, was utterly unaware that following his instigation, Ding Wu's father had been assaulted, and as a consequence of excessive self-defense, Ding Wu found himself imprisoned. Tragically, these events culminated in the untimely demise of Ding Wu's father. As Ding Wu led Lu Qingyi away, Lin Xinyu observed from behind, gasping in astonishment. "What is happening? Is it kidnapping, extortion, or revenge?" I never realized that this little Wu was quite the societal youth. Feeling perplexed and at a loss, Lin Xinyu attempted to contact Wang Jingzhe, only to realize that she had failed to save his phone number after their meeting the previous day. In her helplessness, she trailed after Ding Wu, pursuing the Santana car. Meanwhile, Wang Jingzhe, having just exited the hotel, was still over 20 minutes away from Shuni. Even if he managed to reach Shuni, it was likely that both Ding Wu and Lin Xinyu would have already departed. Wang Jingzhe had not located the two, yet someone had already arrived before him. Ever since the previous day, when Wang Jingzhe was seen getting into Lin Xinyu's car at the entrance of Tiana prison, Feng Tianliang had enlisted the help of a friend within the traffic police system to investigate the vehicle's information. Consequently, the authorities commenced their scrutiny through several traffic cameras, initially not expecting to identify the vehicle so swiftly. However, fortune smiled upon them, as the location where Lin Xinyu had parked the car was adjacent to an intersection, where the cameras had clearly captured the vehicle's license plate, along with a citation for illegal parking. The vehicle's details were promptly reported, and by morning, Feng Tianliang had learned that the car was stationary on Shuni Satellite Road, having remained undisturbed by the roadside for nearly an entire night. Thus, he and Yi Tianyi hastened to this location, intent on intercepting Wang Jingzhe. Yet, they were unaware that Wang Jingzhe was not in the vehicle. It was solely Lin Xinyu. Just as Lin Xinyu had discreetly followed Ding Wu out, Feng Tianliang and Yi Tianyi arrived, catching sight of her driving the 750 as it began to move. "Is that the car, Mr. Feng?" the driver inquired upon noticing them. Feng Tianliang scrutinized it closely and, smacking his thigh in realization, exclaimed, "Yes, yes, indeed. Follow closely. Do not lose sight of it." Upon discovering the vehicle that Wang Jingzhe occupied, Feng Tianliang felt an immense relief as the weight on his heart began to dissipate. Yi Tianyi then posed a question, "Mr. Feng, now that you've located them, how do you intend to address the situation between you? What other course of action is there?" "I am filled with trepidation. I cannot afford to offend him. Since our Feng family has indeed made a promise to him in the past, I shall acquiesce to whatever he demands," resignedly uttered Feng Tianliang. "I sincerely hope we can truly find him." Yi Tianyi also yearned to locate Wang Jingzhe, for their Xianmen lineage had lost numerous arcane arts, said to be restored only by the ancient texts of Lianshan and Guizhong. 4 ages, the 5 lineages of Xianmen, along with the southern Kunlun and northern Chuma, and even many feng shui sects and practitioners of yin and yang, have sought the other 2 volumes of the I Ching and the secrets of the Luo Book S. Chimenduanjia. Yet, countless years have passed without success. It is rumored that only the Shadao lineage retains these ancient texts, or at least a portion of them, but the Shadao practitioners have vanished. Around 10 o'clock, the vehicle traversed out of Shuni district and arrived near the second crematorium, an area quite desolate, surrounded by dense woods, with scarce traffic and pedestrians. "Stop the car," Tianpeng said upon noticing the emptiness around them. Ding Wu instructed Li Tianpeng to halt the vehicle, then pulled Lu Qingyi out, and together they pushed him into the woods. With a thud, Lu Qingyi knelt on the ground, crying out, "Brothers, I truly did not mean to. It was not intentional. Please, grant me a chance. I will pay you. Whatever amount you desire, I shall provide. Is that acceptable? My principle is simple. Debts must be repaid, a life for a life. I attribute my father's death entirely to you, which may seem rather cruel. Yes, yes, it truly is not my fault. I did not wish for this." Lu Qingyi hastily nodded in agreement. "I present you with an opportunity, a singular chance, so brace yourself." Ding Wu brandished a sharp knife, aiming it at Lu Qingyi's chest, declaring, "I shall stab you thrice. Endure it, and if you survive those 3 strikes, consider yourself fortunate. We can then put our grievances behind us. Should you perish after the 3rd thrust, it shall be deemed your fate, and I shall reclaim a life for my father." Lu Qingyi was momentarily stunned. With a swift motion, Ding Wu plunged the knife into Lu Qingyi's chest 3 times in quick succession, and blood erupted forth, splattering onto him. Chapter 38. A state of bewilderment. 3 stabs, merely 3 stabs, and it was all over. If we cannot endure this, let us settle it in 1 stroke. If we endure, consider it a stroke of fate, and we shall bury the hatchet between us. With a swift motion, Ding Wu seized Lu Qingyi by the collar and plunged the knife into his chest thrice. As the blade withdrew for the 3rd time, blood gushed forth, splattering all over him. "Tianpeng, hand me a change of clothes. We must leave in 2 minutes. This area is quite remote and seldom frequented. It is also close to the central region of you. Once I change, we will depart straight from Beijing and abandon the vehicle en route," Ding Wu commanded urgently, hastily shedding his bloodied garments for a fresh set, preparing for an immediate escape. In the forest, Lin Xinyu hid behind a tree, her eyes wide with shock as she witnessed the scene unfolding before her. Her complexion drained of color. Had a murder just occurred? Initially, She had thought Ding Wu had brought someone to either extort or confront, or perhaps there were previous grievances to settle. She never imagined that he would stab the other man 3 times before uttering more than a few words. Each blade had pierced Lu Qingyi's chest, and though her understanding of human anatomy was limited, it was evident that the knives had likely punctured his lung and heart. The sheer volume of blood erupting from Lu Qingyi's body suggested a catastrophic internal pressure within his chest cavity. Lin Xinyu was still in a daze when a car stopped by the roadside. Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang, who had been tracking along the way, opened the car doors and stepped out, both heading towards Wang Jingzhe. Upon seeing Lin Xinyu's vehicle halted, they mistakenly assumed Wang Jingzhe had also alighted and hurriedly ventured into the woods. At this moment, Ding Wu believed he was undetected. This area was seldom traversed. However, unbeknownst to him, after he had stabbed Lu Qing thrice, he had not yet managed to escape when 2 groups of individuals entered the woods behind him. With hurried footsteps, Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang were oblivious to the murder that had occurred within. They rushed in without concealing their hurried movements. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Lin Xinyu turned to see the 2 men approaching. As they arrived, Ding Wu and Li Tianpeng felt a shiver run through them. Their gazes shifted towards this direction, first spotting Lin Xinyu, followed by Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang. In an instant, the 3 parties were left in a state of bewilderment, and the atmosphere fell abruptly silent. The silence was palpable. Ding Wu was confused, unable to comprehend how Lin Xinyu had followed him. Lin Xinyu was stunned, realizing that after Ding Wu committed murder, not only had he witnessed it, but others had too. Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang were equally perplexed. They had come in search of Wang Jingzhe, but never anticipated stumbling upon a body lying in a pool of blood, clearly the aftermath of a heinous crime. Lying on the ground, Lu Qingyi coughed up blood, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. With great effort, he raised his hand and managed to utter 2 words. "Help, save me." "What should we do, Brother Wu?" Li Tianpeng, sweating profusely, spoke first. They had initially planned to retreat immediately, leaving behind no traces of the scene. Even if the police discovered Lu Qingyi's death, it was unlikely they would be able to apprehend them. Moreover, by the time the authorities identified them, they would have long vanished. However, they never anticipated that before they could even take that first step, fate would conspire against them. Ding Wu, with a stern expression, remained silent, calmly gripping his knife as he advanced a few paces. Lin Xinyu was startled and hastily retreated, exclaiming, No misunderstandings. He asked me to follow you. Last night, I saw you leave the hotel, so I trailed behind. I didn't expect. I didn't see anything. I truly didn't see anything. Please, don't kill me." Overcome with fear, Lin Xinyu began to cry, fully aware that merely sharing a drink could lead to deadly intentions. Ding Wu's lips twitched slightly as his gaze flickered towards Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang behind him, momentarily perplexed by their sudden appearance. "I was looking for Wang Jingzhe, but I didn't expect." Feng Tianliang responded quickly, realizing he had followed the same car as Wang Jingzhe upon witnessing Lin Xinyu conversing with Ding Wu. The first thought that crossed his mind was that they were all acquainted with Wang Jingzhe. Indeed, Ding Wu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Upon hearing those words, he instinctively assumed that Wang Jingzhe was acquainted with him. In that fleeting moment, Ding Wu had entertained the notion of silencing Lin Xinyu. While he may not have intended to harm her, he was unfamiliar with Yi Tianyi and Feng Tianliang. Observing that Ding Wu had frozen in place, Yi Tianyi let out a silent sigh, his head throbbing with discomfort. It was most inopportune for him to stumble into such a delicate situation today. Seemingly intertwined with Wang Jingzhe, a wave of frustration washed over the minds of those present. "Do you know Jingzhe?" Ding Wu inquired, his gaze fixed upon Lin Xinyu, implying that since they had arrived in her vehicle, she ought to have some recognition of him. Lin Xinyu shook her head, prompting Feng Tianliang to hastily clarify. This young lady may not be aware. You should call Wang Jingzhe and inform him that my father is Feng Yulin, and he will understand." "She doesn't know him? How can you be so certain? And how did you come to be in her car?" Ding Wu's confusion deepened, as the logic of the situation appeared flawed. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lu Qingyi was struggling for breath. The 3 stabs inflicted by Ding Wu had left one puncturing his lung. Even if he had been rushed to the hospital, survival was uncertain, as Ding Wu had indeed intended to deliver a lethal blow. As Lu Qingyi's condition rapidly deteriorated, Li Tianpeng urged anxiously, "Brother Wu, what should we do? We must leave. They have seen us." Suddenly, Yi Qianni's eyes shifted rapidly as he decisively darted past Ding Wu. As Ding Wu turned to extend his arm in an attempt to stop him, Yi Qianni, with remarkable agility, raised his left hand to block and deftly retrieved a talisman from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman ignited as if by magic, and he swiftly tossed it onto the corpse of Lu Qingyi. A muffled explosion erupted from the body, followed by an intense and sudden combustion. Ding Wu and Li Tianpeng were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the nature of this person's actions. "Very well," Yi Qianni remarked with a light-hearted clap of his hands. "If we continue our conversation now, might we not feel any pressure?" Chapter 39. Fire Prevention and Theft Prevention. Yi Qianni set ablaze the corpse of Lu Qingyi, a gesture akin to an oath of allegiance. His underlying message was clear: "Behold, I have incinerated the body, thus I am complicit in this act. If we are to continue our discussion, I trust you will feel no undue pressure?" Indeed, Ding Wu appeared to lower his guard significantly and inquired, "What do you mean?" "I seek Wang Jingzhe." From Yi Qianni's perspective, he had a vested interest in Wang Jingzhe. Their relationship was devoid of animosity. He was merely acting on behalf of Feng Tianliang to dismantle Yi Qianni's geomantic arrangements. In essence, it was a matter of exchanging wealth for the alleviation of misfortune. However, during the course of this endeavor, he unexpectedly uncovered that Wang Jingzhe was affiliated with the Sha Dao lineage. This revelation opened a portal of yearning for Yi Qianni, for they desperately sought to complete the fragmented art of physiognomy, a task that could only be fulfilled through the texts of Lianshan and Guizhang. Coincidentally, the practitioners of the Sha Dao possessed these 2 remarkable tomes, making a dialogue with Wang Jingzhe far more advantageous than fostering enmity. "I harbor no ill intentions towards Wang Jingzhe. You may contact him first. The remainder of the conversation shall be mine to conduct. Ultimately, it is his prerogative to decide whether to meet or not, is it not?" Yi Qianni gestured towards the charred remnants, stating, "Is this not sufficient evidence of my resolve?" His method had utterly obliterated Lu Qingyi's corpse, leaving only a trace of ash scattered by the winds. Such a technique of corpse destruction and evidence eradication was undoubtedly more reliable than merely disposing of a body in the wilderness. Even if the police were to discover Lu Qingyi's disappearance now, they would merely classify it as a missing persons case. Ding Wu cast a deep glance at him, and after a moment of contemplation, he retrieved his phone and turned it on. As he dialed Wang Jingzhe's number, the moment the call connected, a torrent of curses erupted from the receiver. "Where the hell are you? So, you want to play tricks on me, do you? Let me tell you, it's over between us. From this day forth, we shall part ways and never cross paths again. Farewell." Wang Jingzhe's tirade was so fierce that it almost seemed as if spittle would fly from the phone. On the other end, Wang Jingzhe was indeed furious. Upon waking that morning to find Ding Wu missing, his heart had jumped into his throat with worry. Ding Wu, feeling a wave of awkwardness, pointed to the phone and remarked, "He might just be a bit grumpy after waking up. Please hold on for a moment. He'll calm down soon enough." After a few more expletives, Wang Jingzhe's mood visibly improved, and his anger began to dissipate. Ding Wu then said, "I'm near the woods by the second crematorium. There's a small incident that requires your presence. Someone wishes to meet you." Ding Wu glanced at Yi Qianni and Feng Tianliang, who both introduced themselves, prompting Ding Wu to reiterate their names before asking, "If you feel uncomfortable, there's no need to come." "All right, I'll wait," Wang Jingzhe replied gruffly from the other end of the line. After hanging up the phone, Ding Wu turned his gaze towards Lin Xinyu, who resembled a frightened little rabbit, covering her head and shaking it like a rattle drum, insisting, "I saw nothing, I have amnesia." Ding Wu, feeling helpless, replied, "Even if you did see something, it would matter little. The police would hardly take your solitary testimony at face value, and you wouldn't be foolish enough to report it, would you? After all, you still wish for Wang Jingzhe to act as your family's guardian spirit. don't you? If you were to send me back to prison, I fear that fellow would avoid you like the plague." Lin Xinyu lowered her hands and earnestly said, But you just killed someone." "That?" Ding Wu gestured towards the ground, stating, "If you regard him as human, then he is indeed a person. If you see him otherwise, you may consider him a beast. By eliminating him, I may have spared many others from his future harm. In a way, one could say I have performed a good deed." Yi Qianni nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Ding Wu's words. This was precisely why he had acted without hesitation to destroy the evidence. Upon witnessing Lu Cheng's face on the ground, Yi Qianni had immediately discerned that this man was of great wickedness, one who had undoubtedly committed numerous heinous acts throughout his life. His countenance was a true reflection of his vile nature. In a statement that may not be overly exaggerated, it can be said that one's appearance often reflects their moral character. Many individuals with malevolent dispositions can be discerned at a glance, signaling to us that they are not to be trifled with. This phenomenon can be considered a form of physiognomy. Take, for instance, the infamous Brother Long, who met his demise recently. With a scant layer of hair atop his head, his facial features appeared grotesquely distorted. A flat nose and a round skull, so unappealing that even a 3-year-old child would instinctively recognize him as a nefarious figure. Upon his death, many rejoiced. Similarly, Lu Qingyi fits this mold. Over the years, his dealings in the building materials business have been rife with deceit and exploitation. After waiting in the woods for less than half an hour, Wang Jingzhe arrived by car. Upon entering the forest, he observed a gathering of people and, with a furrowed brow, he inhaled deeply and remarked, "Is he dead?" A faint aura of malevolence lingered in the air, a manifestation of Lu Qingyi's vengeful spirit yet to dissipate. His manner of death was exceedingly tragic. It is a tale laden with sorrow, as Lu Qingyi likely never anticipated that his greed for a mere few thousand yuan would ultimately cost him his life. Thus, the adage rings true: vengeance is not absent, merely awaiting its opportune moment. One may remain oblivious to the misdeeds committed in the past, unaware that they may one day come to collect their due. Wang Jingzhe cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, fixing a fierce glare upon Ding Wu before turning to Yi Qianni and inquiring, "Did you seek me out?" Before Yi Qianni could utter a word, Feng Tianliang hurried over, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. "Feng Yulin is my father. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Wang. When you initially sought me out, my father did not mention anything about having once received a kitchen knife. It was only later that I learned of this from my mother. Had I been aware of such matters, I would never have evaded my responsibilities. I hope you can forgive me. This is not entirely your fault. Perhaps my father did not clarify things back then, or he might have simply dismissed the significance of it." Feng Tianliang shivered momentarily, hastily adding, "Indeed, it was significant. My father once mentioned that he encountered a fortune teller, which played a role in the resurgence of the Feng family. However, he never spoke of the knife incident." "Very well, we shall address your concerns shortly," Wang Jingzhe interjected, directing his gaze towards Yi Qianni. "The reason you from the Shanxi sect are so urgently seeking me is undoubtedly related to that matter, is it not?" Yi Qianni, taken aback, inquired, "You are aware?" Wang Jingzhe replied with a sardonic smile. "Before my elder departed, he imparted to me a piece of wisdom. Be wary of fire, theft, and the enigmatic lineage of the Xianmen." Chapter 40. Like a gentle rain falling upon your heart in a small room of the Feng residence's courtyard in Miao'er Hatong, the news of Wang Jingzhe's appearance summoned both the elder and the second master. It was reminiscent of the allure that the bones and spiders sensed, akin to the tantalizing aroma of Tang Seng's flesh while journeying to the west, leaving them drooling and wide-eyed with anticipation, as if ready to boil water for a feast. The courtyard resembled a den of silk-spinning spiders, with Wang Jingzhe igniting an insatiable appetite. Isusu, fiddling with her small teeth, couldn't help but reach up to smooth a lock of hair that had fallen across her forehead. The mere sight of Wang Jingzhe reminded her of the few wayward strands of bangs that fluttered down. For a woman's affection for her hair is nearly equivalent to her fondness for luxury cosmetics and exquisite handbags. Undoubtedly, Wang Jingzhe's past transgression with that kitchen knife against her bangs had left Isusu seething with resentment. One's body and hair are gifts from one's parents. She thought, "Are you biting me?" Feeling the hostile gaze beside her, Wang Jingzhe retorted playfully, refusing to back down. With a thud, Isusu clenched her small fist and slammed it onto the table, declaring, "Just wait. One day, I shall shave your head bald." "Huh, no need for that, dear lady. With the recent heat, I was contemplating a melon-shaped haircut to keep cool," Wang Jingzhe teased, stroking his already short hair with a mischievous expression. Fire seemed to blaze in Isusu's eyes, prompting the elder master to clear his throat and interject, "Young brother." Sighing, Wang Jingzhe readily acquiesced, clearly pleased with the familial address. Isu and Yixianyi were momentarily taken aback. The moment their counterpart appeared, he had been elevated by the master to a revered status, clearly indicating that they were to show respect to their elders and maintain harmony, avoiding any conflict with Wang Jingzhe. "As fellow practitioners, I shall not conceal my intentions. I have heard that you, the Shidoran, possessed two legendary texts, Guizhong and Lianshan." The second master, ever forthright, pondered briefly before directly inquiring, for his nature was one of straightforwardness, unaccustomed to subtlety. "Who shared this information with you?" Wang Jingzhe replied with a cold smirk, casting a sidelong glance. His voice tinged with derision. "Has any Shidoran explicitly acknowledged this to you? Or did you perchance see Guizhong and Lianshan resting upon our bookshelf? I could just as easily claim that Hichu and Luoshu are enshrined within your Schwamin's main hall. Is there any truth to that? Such are the whispers of rumor, which can lead to perilous folly. I implore you, my esteemed brothers, do not place your faith in such ethereal tales, for they can mislead both nation and populace." The master and his companion found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by Wang Jingzhe's nonsensical ramblings. Isu, disregarding the interruption, pressed her nails into the table, her voice laced with frustration. "The 9 stars absolute kill emerges from these very texts. No one else possesses this knowledge but you, yet you refuse to acknowledge it? The Daoist arts encompass an extensive array of 9009, and the Buddhist scriptures, 8008. I shan't elaborate further, for your understanding may be limited. Allow me to mention just 2 of the 5 branches within your Xianmen. Inquire of those within the medical branch. Can they truly gather every formulation known to mankind? Does the mountain branch possess knowledge of every talisman? Must everything that eludes your grasp be relegated to Lianshan, Guizhong, and the enigmatic art of Chimen Duanjia? Daoist. Young lady, even Zhang Daoling would not dare to claim knowledge of all the incantations for warding off evil spirits. Huatuo might not even recall all the prescriptions he penned. What grounds do you have to assert that the esoteric Taoist arts unknown to you lie within the grasp of our debt-collecting comrades? Such a notion is profoundly superficial. Wang Jingzhe spread his hands in feigned innocence, exclaiming, "Ah, I wonder where the imperial jade seal of Qin Shi Huang is. It seems to be propping up a table in my home. Do you believe that?" At that moment, the thoughts of Master Yi, Second Master Yi, Itiani, and Isusu converged. This fellow is too sharp-tongued. For every statement you make, he has 99 retorts waiting to follow. Outside the side room, Ding Wu squatted on the steps, his right hand clutching a cigarette, his gaze vacant as he observed a bustling colony of ants scurrying across the tiled ground. The ash of his cigarette had ignited halfway down. Lin Xinyu leaned against an ancient elm tree, her eyes filled with trepidation as they darted over Ding Wu several times. After a lengthy pause, the ash from Ding Wu's cigarette fell to the ground, startling the ants beneath into a frenzy. "Are you afraid of me?" Ding Wu suddenly murmured. Lin Xinyu, after a moment of realization that he was addressing her, contemplated before softly uttering an affirmative and then fell silent. Ding Wu pinched a half-smoked cigarette and took a deep drag, stating, "My relationship with my father lacks any earth-shattering depth. Our days together have been rather mundane. If I were to pinpoint a moment of emotional resonance, it would likely be when I was 10. One day, during a torrential downpour, I had a quarrel with my mother and impulsively ran away. When my father realized I was missing, he braved the storm and rode his bicycle in search of me. Coincidentally, at the edge of the village, a crowd had gathered by the river, where some villagers claimed a child of about 10 had fallen in and had not surfaced for some time. Upon hearing this, my father leapt from his bicycle and plunged into the river. Lin Xinyu blinked in surprise and exclaimed, "Did he think it was you? My father cannot swim. He fears the water." Ding Wu raised his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Xinyu was momentarily speechless. Ding Wu bowed his head once more, and as he did, two streams of tears cascaded down to the ground. In that instant, Lin Xinyu felt that a man capable of tears might not be so frightening after all. Thus, she lowered her previously impenetrable guard against Ding Wu, despite the recent stains of another's blood upon his hands. Sometimes, it is surprisingly simple to stir a woman's heart. It does not always require diamonds, luxury cars, or extravagant gifts. At times, it is merely a glimpse of a man's softer side that can swiftly dismantle the fortress within a woman's heart. Ding Wu's duality is profoundly perplexing. In one moment, he unhesitatingly plunged a knife into a man's chest, the blood splattering upon him without a flicker of concern. Yet, in the next moment, he merely recounted a past tale, and tears streamed down his face unexpectedly. A man of contradictions? In the adjoining room, Wang Jingjia spat as he emphatically pointed at the table, declaring, "Let me make it clear, do not place the blame on me. What you allege is simply untrue. While we may engage in conversation, let's focus on resolving issues without resorting to unfounded accusations." Chapter 41. The subtle arithmetic. Wang Jingjia, after engaging in a flurry of nonsensical arguments, found his throat parched. He lifted his teacup to moisten it, his mind consumed by a singular thought, one that filled him with a sense of pride. The second master furrowed his brow slightly, while the Grand Master casually traced circles with his fingers. Speaking slowly, "I believe what the young brother has said." Wang Jingjia set down his teacup, chuckling. The Grand Master continued, "Whether we believe it or not is of little consequence. The crucial point lies with the other branches of the Xianmen, particularly the Kunlun in the south and the Chuma in the north. Do they believe it? Imagine if news suddenly spread that the disciples of the Shidao sect had re-emerged in the world, claiming possession of the Lianshan, Guizhong, and Shimen Dunjia texts. Would they not swarm to seek you out? Do you think they would accept your explanations? My dear boy, people like us, who are genuinely benevolent, are increasingly rare." Wang Jingjia muttered under his breath. The Grand Master insinuated that if Wang denied it, they would promptly make his existence, along with his knowledge of Lianshan and Guizhong, known throughout the realm. At that point, he could observe whether those who sought him out would still engage in peaceful coexistence. With a shared understanding, both the Grand Master and the Second Master raised their teacups, moistening their throats, their gazes conveying a singular message: "We are but ancient foxes. What are you trying to play at?" Wang Jingjia twitched the corners of his mouth, suddenly realizing that his youth and inexperience rendered him incapable of contending with these two venerable individuals, whose combined ages approached 2 centuries. They had swiftly struck at his vulnerabilities, achieving their aim with remarkable efficiency. Gudu Wang swallowed hard, maintaining his defiance. "I truly do not know what Lianshan and Guizhong are." With a swift motion, Isusu produced her phone, placed it on the table, and opened a page, locating a WeChat group simply named Su NMN. She playfully licked her little tongue, her delicate hand tapping the group name, before rapidly composing a message, her index finger poised above the send button. "The members of the Shidao sect have re-emerged, holding the texts of Lianshan and Guizhong." As soon as the message was dispatched, Isusu deftly retracted it. Wang Jingjia was left utterly bewildered. "Oh dear, I retracted it," Isusu teased, twirling her fair finger, her smile reminiscent of a playful little fox. "What if I were to be slow next time? Wouldn't that mean everyone would see it?" Wang Jingjia muttered under his breath. Coughing lightly, the master placed his teacup down and remarked, "My dear child, we do not seek greed. We simply wish to acquire the few missing techniques from the Xiang character lineage. Take the art of locating dragons and digging wells, for instance. What has been passed down to this day is merely superficial. It is said that within the art of acupoint sealing lies a technique capable of piercing through mountains." "Is it free of charge?" Wang Jingjia asked weakly, with a hint of grievance in his tone. The master and the second master's eyes suddenly brightened, their voices tinged with a hint of excitement and longing as they said, "Dear friend, please speak. Whatever request you may present, if it lies within our capabilities, we shall not hesitate to fulfill it." Wang Jingzhe glanced at Isusu, who immediately clutched her chest and exclaimed, "No, I have already been betrothed to another. Do not even think about it." Wang Jingzhe rolled his eyes and turned to the master, saying, "I'm only familiar with the concept of Guizhong." The others breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves relaxing as they heard Wang Jingzhe's admission, which grounded their hopes. "Feel free to state your demands. We assure you that we shall honor them," the master solemnly declared. "Are your words truly reliable? After all, in this society, promises are often rendered meaningless, and one may easily retract their commitments. Even written agreements can prove futile. How could I pursue you if you fail to deliver on your spoken assurances?" Wang Jingzhe's tone was laced with caution. "We can swear by heaven and earth. You should know that those of the Xianmen rarely make oaths lightly, once made. There is no turning back, lest one suffer dire consequences," the second master earnestly promised. "I have 2 matters requiring your assistance. The first is urgent and must be addressed immediately. The second can be postponed for 5 years," Wang Jingzhe said, raising 2 fingers in a gentle shake. The master and the second master exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. 5 years? Is that not rather excessive? Huh. For the sake of Guizhong and the Lianshu Xianmen, it seems we have already waited far longer than 500 years. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Is it not still 5 years away? The master pondered for a moment before continuing. "It is no longer a matter of time." Wang Jingzhe rose and rummaged through the cabinet in the room. Soon retrieving paper and a pen, he returned to his seat and began to write, his strokes fluid and vigorous, each character dancing across the page like dragons and snakes. In a brief moment, a series of obscure lines sprang forth on the white paper. Exquisite handwriting! The second master praised Wang Jingzhe's robust and powerful calligraphy without even glancing at the content. Wang Jingzhe slid the paper towards them, tapping the table with his fingers, and said, "In the Guizhong, there is a preface concerning the principles of mountain and water. Please take a look. Consider this my initial offering of guidance. Once you have fulfilled the 2 promises you made to me in 5 years, I shall provide you with the remaining content. Fear not that I might retract my words. For in our line of work, integrity is paramount." "Enough," the second master interjected, waving his hand. "You need not elaborate. No promise in this world is more trustworthy than the words of those who wield knives." The master nodded in agreement, stating, "A word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and that is no exaggeration." The 4 of them leaned in unison towards the page, their eyes greedily fixed upon the few lines penned by Wang Jingzhe. "Commencing the mountains, the landscape undulates, the waters cascade, stirring the winds. The principles of feng shui stem from the veins of mountains and rivers, originating from the governance of water by Gun and Yu. One must commence with the mountains and guide the waters." Though it was merely a preface, this brief passage of about 100 characters filled the air with an electrifying energy, nearly bringing tears to their eyes. A preface, and this is just a preface? The master incredulously remarked, "It is truly unimaginable. The feng shui techniques that have been handed down are barely a fraction of what our predecessors achieved." Wang Jingzhe scoffed. "If the world were filled with such practices, wouldn't it descend into chaos?" Indeed, indeed. The master nodded repeatedly in agreement. Leaning back in his chair, Wang Jingzhe propped his feet up under the table, swaying leisurely. Inadvertently, his toe struck someone's leg. When Isusu glanced down, she spotted Wang Jingzhe's cloth shoe swinging about, and a flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. Was he not supposed to be distressed and irritated, yet he appeared quite pleased? Chapter 42. A clean break from wealth and prosperity as Wang Jingzhe emerged from the side room. Feng Tianliang stood at the doorway, anxiously rubbing his hands, the tension palpable in the air. Among the parties involved in the negotiations, none were more anxious than he. Upon witnessing the 2 groups engaged in amicable conversation, with calm and collected demeanor, Feng Tianliang let out a sigh of relief. The situation appeared to be quite promising. "Mr. Wang, please feel free to express any requests. I assure you, Tianliang will not decline," Feng Tianliang earnestly stated, his voice imbued with hope. "A successful businessman is undoubtedly astute, and to speak candidly, Had Wang Jingzhe requested 18 million from Feng Tianliang at that moment, he would not have hesitated in the slightest. In fact, if Wang were to ask for the courtyard as a gift, Feng Tianliang would gladly oblige. Establishing a connection with Wang Jingzhe through material means would serve as a bridge between them, ensuring that any guidance offered by Wang would be immensely beneficial to Feng Tianliang. After all, some things cannot be quantified by money. As Yiqiani had previously remarked, should Feng Tianliang cultivate a relationship with Wang Jingzhe, he would no longer need to worry about the fleeting nature of wealth. Your father once assured me that when we came to collect the knife, any price we enumerated would be met with your agreement. Feng Tianliang directly nodded and responded, my mother mentioned that this indeed was the case. Wang Jingzhe smiled and inquired, what if I were to seek your entire fortune? Feng Tianliang was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he nodded and replied, no problem. I can start anew. Regardless of whether Feng Tianliang was genuinely willing or merely feigning compliance, his attitude had to be earnest. He was genuinely apprehensive of Wang Jingzhe. Both the master and the second master chuckled, fully aware of the situation. Feng Tianliang might not comprehend their insight, but they understood that Wang Jingzhe would never demand money. To them, money was merely a source of karmic entanglement. The more one possessed, the greater the troubles that ensued, which they could not afford. Thus, it was said that those who engage in fortune-telling and divination, who claim that a certain sum of money could avert calamities or bring prosperity, are merely spouting nonsense. If they truly possessed the means to amass wealth, would they resort to setting up stalls for fortune-telling? Surely, fortune-tellers would dominate the Forbes list. I will provide you with an address shortly in the Guangzhou region. Perhaps you could send someone there promptly. There is an old residence, and the caretaker is an elderly gentleman. Upon seeing my handwriting, he will understand who sent you. Your task is quite simple. Have the residence renovated. However, one crucial point must be remembered. The original appearance of the old house must be preserved, and no significant alterations should be made. Exercise caution during the renovation process. Nothing inside should be disturbed. Can you manage that? Feng Tianliang found Wang Jingzhe's peculiar request somewhat perplexing. His company had several construction teams, and any of them could easily undertake this minor task. Is that all? He tentatively inquired. As long as you can accomplish it, Wang Jingzhe replied, dismissing the need for further explanation. Feng Tianliang nodded and said, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. It is not a problem. As he began to speak, the others turned their attention to Wang Jingzhe. His implication was clear. He had promised, but how was he to dispel the 9 stars of absolute evil afflicting him? While strategizing is an art, so too is breaking through a deadlock. It is often said that the one who tied the bell around the tiger's neck must be the one to untie it. However, at times, the knot is bound too tightly, making it a formidable task to unravel. Wang Jingzhe remained silent, striding out of the courtyard towards the 2 grand vermilion doors. Once outside, the others followed him, and they witnessed Wang Jingzhe place a foot upon the right side guardian lion and leap into the air. As he soared before the plaque of the Feng residence, he brought his palm down upon it with force. In response, a kitchen knife, which had been lodged between the characters of the Feng family name, flew forth. Wang Jingzhe reached out and caught it, and as he landed with a thud, Feng Tianliang shuddered, and the misfortune that had lingered above him dissipated in an instant. Yiqiani stood in stunned disbelief and exclaimed, is that all it takes? Wang Jingzhe replied, I can wield a blade effectively. Does it not follow that you could do the same? Yiqiani appeared perplexed, eager to inquire further. But the elder raised a hand to stop him, shaking his head gently and whispering, understand the etiquette. The skills of a protector are not to be questioned so casually. Yiqiani's face flushed as he acknowledged with a hum. Meanwhile, Isusu scoffed, what a show. Do you remember the first matter you promised me? Wang Jingzhe inquired. Remember, I will personally make a trip for you, Master said, raising his head. All right, you have enough weight to carry, so we shall meet again. Wang Jingzhe waved his hand, beckoning Ding Wu and Lin Xinyu to join him as the 3 of them made their way out of the alley. After their figures faded from view, the master turned to Yiqiani and Isusu, saying, you two should walk around the courtyard and observe the feng shui layout here. The second master and the master, hand behind their backs, simultaneously gazed up at the plaque on the door. After a moment of contemplation, they returned to the conversation, directing their inquiry to Feng Tianliang. When did your family acquire this courtyard? It must not have been inherited, right? Indeed, it was not. My father purchased it. Feng Tianliang replied, reminiscing. After my father took over the 285 factory, our family's circumstances gradually improved, allowing us to accumulate some savings. I remember my mother mentioning that my father had faith in the words of a fortune teller, who advised him to acquire a courtyard once our situation improved, preferably in the eastern city area. In retrospect, the person who encouraged my father to buy this residence must have been the very gentleman who gifted him the kitchen knife. Upon hearing this, both the master and the second master nodded knowingly, opting not to elaborate further. After a while, Ichiani and Isusu returned after their rounds. The courtyard possesses excellent feng shui, serving as a hub for wealth and fortune. The master sighed, expressing, the prowess of the Shidoran is such that it distances us from our own lineage. While we establish feng shui formations, each arrangement stand alone. Yet the Shidoran schemes are intricately interconnected, rendering us unable to keep pace. Yasusu, taken aback, inquired, Master, what have you discerned? It was during the time when the Shidoran guided Feng Yulin that he foresaw the rise of Feng's fortunes in a particular year. Consequently, upon taking over the factory, Feng Yulin's family began to prosper. That very year, Feng Yulin acquired this Sihiyuan, which had aged considerably by then. Most had sought the advice of experts when it was constructed. Thus, the feng shui was quite favorable. Moreover, the imperial and noble energies prevalent in the capital significantly influenced the courtyard's feng shui, attracting both wealth and fortune. As a result, after Feng Yulin purchased this estate, the fortunes of the Feng family became intertwined with the Sihiyuan, inevitably leading them to prosperity. The master then posed a question to Feng Tianliang. Surely, your family has advised you never to part with this courtyard, regardless of the circumstances? During my last conversation with my mother, she indeed conveyed that my father had instructed her that, under no circumstances, should the courtyard be sold. In fact, Feng Tianliang was previously unaware of this stipulation. He had enlisted someone to oversee the courtyard because Sihiyuan in the capital have become exceedingly rare, with a market that is both scarce and stagnant. He regarded it purely as a fixed investment, believing that as long as his family remained intact, this courtyard could remain unsold for a century. Yisusu, perplexed, pointed at Feng Tianliang and inquired about the relevance of the deadly formation he bore. The second master gestured towards the plaque above, stating that this plaque serves as the heart of the Sihiyuan's energy. With Wang Jingzhe's dagger embedded in it, Feng's family's fortune has been severed. The blade presses down upon the guardian stone lion, leaving little hope for recovery. Furthermore, Feng Tianliang's phone call, along with his birth date and car license plate number, coincidentally aligned with the malevolent energies from Lioha Street, rendering his misfortunes almost inevitable. Itiani suddenly realized, it is impossible for another individual to extract that knife unless the plaque is broken. If the plaque shatters, the feng shui of the Sihiyuan would also be compromised, meaning that even a different person would yield no result. The master sighed, remarking that retrieving that knife is not as simple as it may seem. Chapter 43. Longxi, the Li family let us journey to Longxi. Wang Jingzhe proposed to Ding Wu after they exited the Feng residence. Now that you have avenged your grievances, you have little else to occupy your time. Accompany me to Longxi. Ding Wu turned his head in confusion and asked, what purpose do I serve in your courtship? Wang Jingzhe replied meekly, to bolster my courage. Ding Wu was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he retorted, you fear not the demons and monsters, yet you dread the prospect of proposing? In this world, there exists a creature far more formidable than any demon or ghost, collectively known as mothers-in-law. Wang Jingzhe gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, a touch of melancholy in his expression. He harbored a mix of anticipation and trepidation regarding the bride who had yet to cross his threshold. After all, while he could effortlessly disperse demons with a mere slap, how would he fare if faced with the fierce scrutiny of a mother-in-law? Meanwhile, Lin Xinyu, walking ahead, pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two men. The flames of gossip ignited within her, and, as they set off in a vehicle, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Wang Jingzhe, Are you going on a blind date? She inquired. Proposal, Wang Jingzhe corrected, emphasizing the word. Oh, a proposal. Lin Xinyu nodded, her eyes casually assessing Wang Jingzhe. The expression she wore was easily interpretable, revealing her sentiment. Someone like you is going to propose? Indeed, Wang Jingzhe, clad in a worn long robe and burdened with a tattered bag, possesses no remarkable features. His facial attributes may exhibit some redeeming qualities when considered individually. However, when amalgamated, they render him exceedingly unremarkable. In an era where romantic pursuits often hinge on appearances or wealth, his prospects appear rather dismal. What kind of gaze is that? Wang Jingzhe could not refrain from inquiring. How amusing. Are you truly proposing? Will you not be chased away? Lin Xinyu chuckled exaggeratedly, covering her mouth. Wang Jingzhe gritted his teeth and retorted, Why would I be chased away? You possess nothing of value, neither looks nor riches. Are you planning to approach them with claims of ghost-catching or fortune-telling? Lin Xinyu teased, pointing at Wang Jingzhe. Oh, I see. You would boast of your talents, wouldn't you? Indeed, my talents, Wang Jingzhe muttered, his lips twitching. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and lamented. Who awakens first from the grand dream? I alone am aware of my own journey. Talent cannot procure dignity or ostentation in life. Sometimes it amounts to mere nonsense. Ding Wu rubbed his face and remarked, Then I certainly cannot accompany you, for I fear your mother-in-law may chase me away. Can you two not engage in a pleasant conversation? Wang Jingzhe exclaimed in despair. Ding Wu and Lin Xinyu fell silent, their expressions softening at Wang Jingzhe's pitiable demeanor. Do you think there is a requisite process for proposing? Wang Jingzhe asked, his gaze vacant and filled with melancholy. Setting aside your own circumstances, Lin Xinyu observed the murderous glint in his eyes and swiftly got to the point. You cannot arrive empty-handed, can you? Even if you are unable to propose. Certain customary courtesies must be observed. As for the betrothal gifts, they typically range from 66,000 to 88,000 in rural areas. Not to mention the expenses for a house and a car. If one hails from a prominent family or possesses considerable status, they may not require such material offerings. Yet you must have something of substance to present, do you not? Wang Jingzhe ran his fingers across his bag, contemplating that any knife he produced from within would suffice as a worthy offering, though regrettably, it could not be given. By the way, who is the object of your affections? Lin Xinyu inquired with keen curiosity. A person from Longxi, surnamed Li, Wang Jingzhe replied. I ask you about the family. What do they do? Are they from a grand estate or a modest dwelling? Are they officials or business magnates? Lin Xinyu expressed her dissatisfaction. I have already mentioned they're the Li family from Longxi, Wang Jingzhe said, spreading his hands in earnest explanation. Lin Xinyu. Well, you may not have much understanding of this term, so I might truly be at a loss for words to explain it to you. Perhaps, in your leisure time, you could delve into the historical accounts of the Tang and Song dynasties, such as the records of the Grand Historian or the romance of the Shui and Tang. You might gain some insight, haha. The aristocratic families, like Li Yuan and Li Shimin, are well-known figures. I have certainly heard of them. Why not refer to this young lady as a descendant of the Tang emperors? Suddenly, Lin Xinyu found it quite amusing, yet as she laughed, she noticed that Wang Jingzhe's expression was quite serious. This earnestness seemed neither frivolous nor feigned. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Lin Xinyu abruptly fell silent, blinking in bewilderment as she inquired, how does one address Li Shimin? The generational gap is somewhat vast. I cannot trace the lineage, Wang Jingzhe responded softly. Lin Xinyu was left speechless. The earliest history of the Longxi Li clan can be traced back to a family in Longxi Commandery around the Qin and Han dynasties. Among the notable figures from this clan in its early days were the valiant General Li Guang and the prominent General Li Xian of the Qin state. During the Wei and Jin periods, the Li clan produced the western Liang King Li Mao, and throughout the northern and southern dynasties, the Longxi Li clan stood out prominently. Often compared with the esteemed families of Qinghe Chui, Boling Chui, Fanyang Lu, Xingyang Zheng, and Taiyuan Wang, collectively known as the five noble clans of the Central Plains. The Longxi Li clan reached the pinnacle of its glory when Li Yuan overthrew the Sui dynasty and established the Tang dynasty, thus elevating the Li family to imperial status. Therefore, when Lin Xinyu inquired about Wang Jingzhe's maternal family background, he found himself unable to elucidate further, ultimately summarizing with a simple reference to the Longxili clan. If you have heard of them, I need not elaborate. If you have not, then discussing this with you would serve little purpose. Wang Jingzhe, a bride yet to be met, akin to a marriage arranged by the finger, is a descendant of the Longxili clan, possibly named Li something. This union dates back over 20 years, when Wang's father arranged it for him. Before embarking on his travels, Wang Jingzhe's father informed him that he must visit the Longxili family, engage to a woman from their household, and subsequently select a date for the wedding. Bound by parental decree and a matchmaking tradition, Wang Jingzhe felt compelled to venture to Longxi to propose. What gifts should I prepare for the betrothal? Wang Jingzhe pondered this conundrum for quite some time, but no answer came to mind. Ding Wu, upon hearing this, expressed his exasperation and said, I must return home to visit my mother. You cannot prevent me from fulfilling my filial duties. Wang Jingzhe, dissatisfied, retorted, wasn't our friendship supposed to last forever? Ding Wu merely gazed out the window with a hint of amusement. Wang Jingzhe then poked Lin Xinyu and asked, You possess considerable experience. Enlighten me on what gifts would be appropriate. Lin Xinyu, immediately incensed, responded, I am still an unmarried woman. I have never been wed. So how could I possibly know what to give? You have inquired of the wrong person. Ding Wu nudged Wang Jingzhe and remarked, Your approach to questioning is flawed. Little fish, let me ask you, if I were to propose at your home, what would be suitable to bring? Lin Xinyu, playfully arranging her hair, replied with charm. As long as you can take me out to dine, that would suffice. After all, my family does not lack for wealth. Chapter 44. Understanding the situation, Ding Wu made his escape, using the excuse of visiting his mother in his hometown. Upon hearing that Wang Jingzhe's potential bride might be a descendant of Li Shimin, he felt his legs weaken, and without hesitation, he cast aside the notion of eternal friendship. Afterward, Wang Jingzhe remarked to Lin Xinyu, The moment you win Ding Wu's heart, I shall agree to safeguard your family's fortune. Subsequently, Wang Jingzhe also departed, quite apprehensive about the prospect of this girl trailing behind him. After all, he was on his way to propose in Longxi, and Lin Xinyu's presence raised questions. He needed to contemplate the matter of the betrothal gifts, as the day of the proposal loomed near, leaving no room for delays. The tradition of betrothal gifts has been an integral part of Chinese history for millennia. In ancient times, it may have involved livestock, such as pigs, horses, and sheep, evolving into silks, satins, gold, silver, and jade in later eras. In contemporary times, it often entails houses or cars. Essentially, one must present something when making a proposal. However, Wang Jingzhe found himself in a precarious position, possessing nothing but a bundle of kitchen knives and scissors. Surely, it would be inappropriate to offer such items as betrothal gifts. What was he to do? He needed to devise a plan to acquire some form of betrothal gift. Otherwise, going empty-handed was simply unacceptable. Wang Jingzhe sighed with a sense of melancholy. In the southwestern area of the Panjiayuan Bridge along the eastern third ring road of the capital, Wang Jingzhe saunters along the street. This locale is renowned as one of the most chaotic spots in the old capital, particularly during the late hours. Colloquially referred to as the ghost market, where one can procure a myriad of dubious antiquities. If one possesses a discerning eye, the treasures unearthed here can aptly be summarized by the phrase, anything is possible. As dusk approaches, after meandering through the streets of Panjiayuan twice, Wang Jingzhe selects the rather secluded corner to settle down. He unpacks a piece of red cloth from his bag, laying it upon the ground, and arranges several kitchen knives and scissors with care. Using a piece of discarded chalk, he inscribes a phrase before him, only on credit, not for sale. The characters are elegantly crafted, flowing, and vigorous. After a while, perhaps sensing that this solitary inscription might not sufficiently capture attention or convey his intent, he adds an additional line, only on credit, not for sale, or barter accepted. Those who understand may approach. This is the traditional manner of a credit knife seller operating within the community, simply setting up a stall with a few knives and refraining from any boisterous calls to attract customers. Unlike fortune tellers who might seize a passerby to ominously foretell impending misfortunes or to lavish compliments on their potential for success, credit knife sellers do not peddle their wares. They await those destined to cross their path. In this instance, Wang Jingjia contemplates trading a kitchen knife for a respectable betrothal gift. Once the stall was set up, half a day passed without anyone inquiring. The primary reason was the unremarkable appearance of the few kitchen knives and scissors on display, which paled in comparison to the exquisite offerings from renowned brands like Wang Matzi and Zhang Shaoqin. Those seeking a good kitchen knife were hardly inclined to ask even a single question. Wang Jingjia remained unperturbed, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, dozing off. There were times in the past when the knife credit sellers would take 10 days or more to secure a single transaction, as they were not genuinely in the business of selling knives. What does it mean? Selling on credit, yet not selling. Just as Wang Jingjia was on the verge of slumber, he sensed someone squatting before him. With half-open eyes, he glanced briefly before shutting them once more. Opposite his stall, a middle-aged man in his 40s squatted down, dressed quite decently, yet exuding a distinct odor of alcohol when he spoke. Clearly someone who had indulged rather liberally and was merely seeking some diversion. Noticing Wang Jingjia's silence, the middle-aged man retrieved his wallet and tossed a 100 yuan bill onto the ground. "I want to buy a kitchen knife," he declared. "I refuse to believe you won't sell it now that I've thrown money on the ground. Can you truly not part with a knife that costs only a few yuan?" Wang Jingjia did not even lift his eyelids, continuing to doze with his arms crossed. The middle-aged man, taken aback by the 100 yuan note on the ground, hesitated for a moment before producing another bill and tossing it down. Still, Wang Jingjia remained unresponsive. Another 100 was flung onto the ground, and yet again. In total, the middle-aged man threw 5 vibrant red bills onto the earth, but Wang Jingjia never opened his eyes, merely mumbling 2 words. "Not for sale? Do you think this is the legendary dragon-slaying saber?" I observed with a sense of amusement as he struggled even to slaughter a chicken. The middle-aged man, evidently exasperated, flung the entirety of his wallet-esque contents onto the ground, a disorganized heap amounting to over 1,000. "I am determined to purchase your kitchen knife. Will you sell it or not?" His fervor unexpectedly piqued the interest of numerous onlookers gathering around the stall. Among them were casual passers-by, nearby vendors of antiquities, and individuals seeking to sell their own old possessions. The sight of someone brandishing over 1,000 yuan for a mere worn-out kitchen knife, only to be met with refusal, ignited curiosity among the crowd. Was this a mere act of publicity? Some in the throng grinned, finding Wang Jingjia's tactics rather captivating, perceiving the middle-aged man as a mere pawn in this spectacle. Was it a case of only extending credit without actual sales? Or perhaps a barter system? Who would desire such a dilapidated blade? Only a fool would consider trading for it. Wang Jingjia refrained from offering any clarifications. Once disturbed from his slumber by the commotion, he leaned against the wall, casually smoking a cigarette while his gaze swept over the gathering. His attention eventually settled on several individuals clutching their antiquities, each displaying an array of peculiar items. Among them could be a snuff bottle from the Qianlong era, a night pot from the Yongjing period, or even someone claiming to possess a genuine piece by Tang Yin. Someone squatted on the ground, puzzled, and, after fiddling with a kitchen knife for a moment, exclaimed, "It's not even an antique, merely an ordinary object with a history that barely exceeds a century. What value could it possibly hold?" Wang Jingjia, having observed the crowd for a while, finally spoke up. "The knife is worthless, and I shall not sell it. I only lend it to those fated to possess it." What does it mean to be fated? At that moment, a man in his 60s or 70s strolled over, clad in handcrafted cloth shoes from Lineage and a garment from Long King-Siang. He hummed a tune as he squeezed his way through the throng. The moment the old man entered, Wang Jingjia's gaze was drawn to him. He immediately noticed the Long King-Siang coat and the Lineage shoes, for he himself was adorned in a deep blue robe also crafted by Long King-Siang. Centuries ago, Long King-Siang specialized in tailoring garments for emperors, princes, and dignitaries. In modern times, while their clothing could still be custom-made, it was readily available at a high price. However, there existed a unique line of attire that was not for sale, exclusively provided to select individuals. These garments were produced in limited quantities each year, personally crafted by the head tailor of Long Yin-Yang. Thus, such clothing was a rarity, recognizable only to those who had the privilege to wear it, as both Wang Jingzha's robe and the old man's coat bore the distinctive mark of Long Yin-Yang on their cuffs. In that instant, the two men exchanged knowing glances, both having recognized the exclusive craftsmanship of Long Yin-Yang adorning their attire. Chapter 45. Only exchange, no credit. When two chauffeurs of Rolls-Royces encounter one another, they may share a brief, knowing smile and exchange pleasantries. However, should they come across a driver of a humble Alto, they are likely to disregard him entirely. Wang Jingzha and the elderly gentleman, adorned in a Long Yin-Yang garment, were akin to the Rolls-Royces within their attire, and thus, when their eyes met, a spark ignited between them. Despite their unfamiliarity, both sensed that the other possessed a certain distinction. Upon the old man's entrance, a nearby gathering of onlookers seemed to recognize him, parting to create a pathway, while some greeted him with cheerful nods. "Ah, is that not old Master He from Rufu, out for a leisurely stroll?" The elderly man responded with a smile and a nod to the familiar faces. However, his gaze soon fell upon the array of kitchen knives and scissors arrayed before Wang Jingzha. After a fleeting glance, old Master He furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. Baruifu is a renowned tea house situated in the bustling heart of Panjiayuan, distinguished not merely by its venerable history spanning several centuries, but also by its illustrious reputation. The establishment serves as a pivotal hub for antiquities, attracting countless patrons engaged in the trading of old curiosities. Each year, the antique transactions orchestrated here reach staggering nine-figure sums. Many choose Baruifu as their venue for negotiations, entrusting He Sandow to lend his discerning eye. If he consents to a deal, it is as good as sealed, with no room for reconsideration. It is said that He Sandow is a prominent collector, possessing a plethora of extraordinary items that seldom see the light of day. On 2 occasions, domestic museums have borrowed remarkable pieces from him for exhibitions to enhance their prestige. He Sandow is the proprietor of Baruifu, originally named He Tingzhen. The moniker Sandow derives from his remarkable ability to discern the authenticity of antiques. With just 3 glances, he can identify genuine articles, never missing the mark. Over time, the collecting community affectionately bestowed upon him the nickname He Sandow. Crouching on the ground, He Sandow glanced at the words inscribed by Wang Jingzha and then picked up a kitchen knife, inquiring, "Is it available for credit or only for trade?" Wang Jingzha chuckled and replied, "If you desire a kitchen knife, I can't extend credit, but I am open to a trade." The bystanders erupted in astonishment, unable to fathom how someone purchasing a knife could address the owner of Baruifu in such a manner, shaking their heads in disbelief. "Do you know me?" He Sandow was taken aback and promptly asked. "I do not," Wang Jingzha replied, but he raised 2 fingers to his eyes and continued, "I possess the ability to observe." He Sandow laughed as he adjusted his coat and, with an air of seriousness, inquired, "What have you discerned?" Wang Jingzha leaned forward, quietly whispering to He Sandow, "I can perceive that you carry an aura of death. If it were not for your imminent demise, it would suggest that you frequently engage with unearthed remnants. Some relics, having lain buried for ages, acquire a semblance of spirit upon excavation. Your constant proximity to such entities naturally imbues you with the deathly essence they exude. Thus, I surmise you possess quite a few remarkable items. As for my knife, I shall not extend credit. Should you wish to barter, feel free to do so." He Sandow playfully gestured towards Wang Jingzha, retorting, "Ha! My knife is not one to be easily relinquished. It has been years since anyone has managed to acquire even a single one. Therefore, should you exchange, you would not suffer loss. The next time I visit the capital is uncertain. Encountering me again might prove challenging." Wang Jingzha smiled brightly and remarked, "Indeed, you have a point." After a moment of contemplation, He Sandow suggested, "How about we change our surroundings and enjoy a cup of tea?" With a flourish, Wang Jingzha stowed away his kitchen knife into his bag, casually wiping away the inscription on the ground. "My apologies, esteemed guests. Today's business concludes here with a single transaction. Farewell, and may our paths not cross again. As Wang Jingzhe concluded his dealings, many in the crowd understood that he had just finalized a transaction with the proprietor of Bruifu. However, the old man had entered and exited within mere minutes, and it was perplexing how their business had materialized so swiftly. Furthermore, was he Sandow truly considering credit for that worn kitchen knife? Please step aside, everyone. Allow us passage. He Sandow urged the onlookers, hastily making his way toward the tea house. He feared that Wang Jingzhe would regret and flee. The middle-aged man who had just taken out over 1,000 yuan to buy a knife stood there in a daze, awkwardly asking, "Are you really not selling it?" Wang Jingzhe paused in his steps, leaned in close to the man's ear, and whispered, "To be honest, this business deal of mine is also thanks to you. If it weren't for your interference, I might not have been able to generate such enthusiasm. I have always believed in repaying favors. Having borrowed your light, I must return it." The middle-aged man looked at Wang Jingzhe in confusion, unable to fully grasp his words. Wang Jingzhe continued softly, "You're currently facing a dilemma in your business, uncertain of how to choose. If you trust me, listen carefully. The Southwest is your land of revival. If you are unsure, simply follow my guidance." Without waiting for the middle-aged man's response, Wang Jingzhe followed He Sandow away. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, the middle-aged man scratched his head and muttered, "Strange, how did he know?" Indeed, this middle-aged man was a businessman who found himself in a predicament of indecision. He was in the process of selecting a site for his factory and was troubled by the uncertainty of his choice. There were two potential locations, one in a small county town southwest of Beijing and the other in Hunan province. The conditions in both places were quite similar, leaving him distressed over how to make his decision. Later that evening, after returning home for a brief slumber, he awoke the following day, contemplating for an extended period. With a decisive slap of his thigh, he resolved to heed Wang Jingzhe's advice. Initially, he had intended to utilize a coin toss to make his decision. However, an encounter the previous night with a peculiar vendor selling kitchen knives prompted him to simply go with the flow. At times, the choice to veer left or right hinges on but a single step, which could very well serve as the pivotal turning point in one's life. For those engaged in business, beyond the notion that circumstances are influenced by human agency, it is imperative to discover one's own auspicious location, as that is where prosperity shall flourish. Following a brief walk with He Sandow, the proprietor of Bruifu, Wang Jingzhe soon beheld a 3-story tea house. Typically, at this hour, most tea houses would be nearing closure. Yet, the lower 2 floors of Bruifu were still bustling with patrons. Chapter 46. Elevated perspectives. The occupancy rate of the first and second floors of Baoroofing hovered around 30%. At this hour, when nearly all other tea houses had closed their doors, the patrons frequenting Baoroofing were evidently not merely seeking tea. As Wang Jingzhe traversed the space, he observed several tables where individuals sat with their arms extended beneath the tabletop. The expressions of the two facing each other remained largely unchanged, marked only by the occasional nod or shake of the head. This was a method of bargaining, a nostalgic practice reminiscent of bygone eras. The buyer would signal their bid from beneath the table, while the seller, if dissatisfied or perceiving a significant discrepancy in price, would likewise negotiate from below. Upon reaching a consensus, both parties would share a satisfied smile, one receiving payment while the other exchanged goods. This antiquated method of transaction, once prevalent in antique dealings to avoid the prying eyes of onlookers, has become increasingly rare, now mainly preserved in places like Panjiamen or other venues dedicated to antiquities. I have some exquisite preaching tea. The upstairs rooms are serene. Shall we indulge in some tea first? He Sandow suggested, beckoning a servant to prepare the tea as they ascended. Wang Jingzhe, however, shook his head and replied, "Let us forego the tea for now, esteemed shopkeeper. I am pressed for time. Let us get straight to the point." "Ha ha, very well," He Sandow acquiesced, leading Wang Jingzhe upstairs without further insistence. The 3rd floor of Bruifu is not accessible to the public. This level is exclusively designated for He Sandow to store his belongings. The entire floor is adorned with exquisite antiques and artifacts that he and his family have meticulously gathered over the years. Although the collection may not be extensive, each piece is a gem, and even a single item could incite envy among collectors. Wei Sandao approached the security door. He did not hesitate. In the presence of Wang Jingzhe, he casually entered the security code. With a click, the door swung open, prompting Wang Jingzhe to remark, "Aren't you afraid I might be a con artist? Since the moment we met, you have yet to ascertain my identity. What if I were a counterfeit?" The term counterfeit is colloquial, implying the possibility of posing as a deceptive trickster. He Sandao turned around, pointing at the emblem of Long Qingxiang beneath Wang Jingzhe's robe, and remarked, "Isn't it a coincidence? I actually have a faint recollection of this garment. 2 years ago, I sought out the head manager of Long Qingxiang to commission a piece for myself. During our idle conversation, I inquired about the recent orders they had fulfilled. The manager mentioned that apart from a few offerings, very few garments have been dispatched. One could count them on one hand." He then shared some insights that allowed me to recognize a few pieces, among which was your dark blue robe. The manager specifically mentioned that it was requested by a client affiliated with Long Qingxiang nearly a year ago. I asked him who this individual was, and he replied it was the Shidoran. Wang Jingzhe's robe was a gift from his father shortly before embarking on a journey, which was over 3 years ago. Wang's father said that despite the apparent poverty of their lineage, there were still moments when one maintained a sense of refinement. The intricate craftsmanship of Yuliang Sheng and the robes of Long Qingxiang were essential, as they were meant to impress those with discerning taste. It just so happened that today, He Sandao encountered one such connoisseur. As the security door swung open, He Sandao reached out to press a switch on the wall, illuminating the ceiling lights. Inside the room were several rows of shelves and glass displays, housing approximately 20 to 30 items, all exuding a palpable sense of history. He Sandao spoke with a hint of pride. "Behold, that piece is a Ming Changhua chicken cup." Wang Jingzhe chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "To be honest, boss, if my family wished to collect such items, we certainly could, but we have little interest in them. Let me be frank. I am here seeking a specific item as a betrothal gift, which is the sole reason for our transaction. Otherwise, well, even if you were to invite me, I might not be inclined to trade with you." He Sandao was taken aback and furrowed his brow. Wang Jingzhe's words were rather blunt. Had it been someone else, he might have dismissed them outright. However, upon reflecting on Wang Jingzhe's esteemed background, he found himself more understanding. In recent decades, the Shidoran had remained elusive, making encounters exceedingly rare. Most individuals were oblivious to the true nature of the Shidoran, with only those possessing considerable knowledge of folklore, like Wang Jingzhe, being aware of their significance. He Sandao was well aware of the legends surrounding the Shidoran, which were not merely hyperbolic. A single word from them could equate to untold wealth. Their guidance might save one from ruin or even restore a life, while others sought their insights to alter their fates. Yet, regrettably, many have been unable to gain access to such wisdom. Very well, feel free to browse. We can discuss exchanges later. Wang Jingzhe nodded in acknowledgement and strolled through He Sandao's collection room, appreciating the depth of the old man's knowledge. That Ming Changhua chicken cup alone could likely fetch a house within the third ring road. However, Wang Jingzhe exhibited a distinct lack of interest in such matters. In truth, he could not articulate precisely what he desired. He merely felt that the betrothal gift should not only be presentable, but also possess the power to leave an impression. After walking in circles for a while, his gaze failed to linger on any particular item for an extended duration. This left He Sandao, who was anxiously awaiting nearby, quite distressed. Although these collections held considerable value, they were merely a matter of personal preference for him. Far more significant was the prospect of obtaining a definitive decree from the swordmaster. "Young man, do you not find anything to your liking?" He Sandao could not suppress his inquiry. Wang Jingzhe shook his head and sighed. "It falls slightly short of my expectations. I suppose it lacks a certain aura." He Sandao furrowed his brow, insisting, "You must describe what you seek." After a lengthy pause, Wang Jingzhe finally replied, "The individual giving the gift likely does not lack for wealth, so the value itself is inconsequential. The crux lies in the ability to captivate the recipient. For instance, how much interest would the world's wealthiest individual have in receiving a gold or silver mine? Then you have quite the challenge ahead." He Sandao sighed in response. He chuckled lightly. "If it comes to that, I shall simply Just as Wang Jingjia had begun to speak, Sandao tapped his head, uttering a brief "wait a moment" before departing. After a short while, he returned to the upper floor, a set of keys in hand. Leading Wang Jingjia to a secluded corner, he pointed to a box resting on the ground and said, "If you cannot find anything of interest within this box, I can only conclude that our business is simply not destined to be." "Very well, please open it for me to see," Wang Jingjia replied. The box in the corner was a Luban box, a rare item indeed, akin to a modern-day safe. This craftsmanship, passed down from the great artisan Luban, is a skill that contemporary artisans are unable to replicate. Chapter 47. Take this kitchen knife. As Sandao opened the Luban box, Wang Jingjia peered inside and was instantly taken aback. Within the box lay a large piece of vibrant red satin, clearly concealing something. However, atop the satin rested a talisman, inscribed with a script that Wang Jingjia could not decipher. The talisman had taken on a slight yellowing, suggesting it possessed considerable antiquity. "This item is not one I acquired myself. It was procured by my father from the folk during his younger days, and it has remained in this Luban box at home. I seldom remove it due to its somewhat sinister nature, as you can see, held down by this talisman," Sandao explained. Wang Jingjia, intrigued, inquired, "What is it? And what do you mean by sinister?" "It is said to be an emerald hairpin gifted by Emperor Xuanzong of Tang to Yang Yuhuan, and it is of the glass variety," Sandao replied, as he carefully extracted the satin along with the talisman from the box and handed it to Wang Jingjia. "I must admit, I am rather hesitant to touch it. If you're interested, feel free to open it and take a look." Upon receiving the object, Wang Jingjia felt an immediate chill, despite the barrier of the red cloth. It was best described as an eerie coldness. After removing the talisman, the chilling sensation intensified, prompting Sandao to instinctively step back a few paces. Wang Jingjia took no offense and unveiled the red cloth, revealing a hairpin nestled within. The emerald hairpin bore a resemblance to ordinary hairpins, yet its quality was exceptional. Crafted from top-grade glass-type jade, it was flawless, devoid of any cracks, and was carved from a single piece of natural jade. The historical value of this hairpin is not to be overlooked. Even the sheer size of the glass piece is worth a considerable sum. Nowadays, a glass bracelet in jewelry stores often fetches around 10 million. Wang Jingjia furrowed his brow and remarked, "The cause of Yang Yuhuan's death and her burial remains shrouded in mystery. The tomb in Yin-Yang is merely a symbolic grave. Do not suggest that this item was excavated from the consort's tomb. There are various accounts regarding Yang Yuhuan's demise. One claims she perished at Mawei Slope, where ministers asserted that the Ungshi rebellion was instigated by Yang Guifei, thus compelling Emperor Xuanzong to have her suffocated there. Others suggest she fell victim amidst the chaos of battle, with her body never recovered. In any case, there remains no definitive explanation for the circumstances surrounding her death and burial." Sandao interjected, "If I were to explain it this way, it would merely deceive the uninformed. I certainly cannot claim it was stolen from Yang Guifei's tomb. This hairpin was acquired by my father from a farming family in Old Chang'an, whose ancestors were said to be the commanders of the imperial guards tasked with protecting both Emperor Xuanzong and Yang Yuhuan. This jade hairpin was once Yang Guifei's most cherished possession, quietly taken after her passing. If you wish to claim it belonged to Wu Meinyang, I would find that more credible, as Wu Zetian's tomb stands in plain sight." Wang Jingjia narrowed his eyes and said, "Huh, do you think I am fabricating this?" Sandao chuckled and continued, "My certainty is not without justification. It pertains to the malevolent nature of this hairpin. You have seen the talisman affixed to it. This was specially drawn by the master from Longhu Mountain, commissioned by my father, specifically to suppress the power of this hairpin." Wang Jingjia picked up the talisman and examined it closely. No wonder he failed to recognize the inscription. This must be the secret art of the Longhu Mountain sect leader, likely known to no one else in the world. Pray tell, what makes it so malevolent? With the talisman suppressing it, this hairpin is merely an ordinary object, nothing remarkable. However, if one were to remove the talisman, come nightfall, the sinister occurrences would commence. At this point, Sandao could not suppress a shiver, goosebumps rising on his skin. Around the hour of the rat, should you take out this hairpin, you might hear someone singing, as if haunted, and even glimpse a figure dancing gracefully. I once, out of curiosity, dared to unveil it, and indeed, there was such a phenomenon. The dancer was adorned in the attire of a noble consort, her hair styled in an elaborate palace coiffure. Although the figure appeared somewhat nebulous, rendering her identity unrecognizable, the opera she performed was remarkably clear. It was the rainbow skirt and feathered coat, sung in the accent typical of Chang'an. Wang Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. This seemed rather extraordinary. Was he Sandao suggesting that the spectral figure dancing and singing at night was none other than Yang Yuhuan? Yang Yuhuan, renowned for her exquisite singing and dancing, captivated Emperor Xuanzong of Tang to an extraordinary degree. Indeed, the tale of Drunken Concubine serves as a vivid portrayal of her enchanting performances. When he Sandao boldly made this assertion, it was undoubtedly a truth he held dear, for he possessed no motive to deceive himself. Wang Jingzhe, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke as he Sandao continued. This item was never intended for sale, nor was there any desire to part with it. It is merely serendipitous that I encountered you, for you seem to dismiss everything with disdain. I simply wished for your acknowledgement, hence I presented it. Wang Jingzhe mused to himself how fortuitous this was. As he was preparing to visit Longxi to propose and present betrothal gifts, lamenting the lack of suitable offerings. Yet here was he Sandao, presenting him a jade hairpin of Yangui Fei, which could be tenuously claimed as one of the ancestors of the Li clan from Longxi. It was an impeccable match, indeed a stroke of luck. After carefully rewrapping the hairpin and sealing it with talismanic paper, Wang Jingzhe declared, I shall take this. He Sandao, initially taken aback by Wang's acceptance, soon exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, if you have chosen it, that is splendid. Although this item appears invaluable, it is rather a double-edged sword. Even if sold, most would fail to appreciate its worth, and should any complications arise, I would find myself in a difficult position. Your acceptance brings me solace. Upon finishing his statement, he Sandao gazed expectantly at Wang Jingzhe, yearning to hear the traditional opening line that had long been the hallmark of the Shitteran's legacy. You may take this kitchen knife. I shall return to collect the payment. Wang Jingzhe placed the red satin back into his bag and, indeed, retrieved a kitchen knife, presenting it to He Sandao. He stated, take this knife. A year hence, should there be any misfortune befalling your descendants, I shall return to collect my due. He Sandao accepted the knife, momentarily bewildered, his mouth agape in search of words. Wang Jingzhe continued nonchalantly, from your features, it is evident that you have a son and a daughter, correct? Approximately 13 months from now, your son may encounter a peril. I shall return then. If by chance you do not cross paths with me, this calamity could prove quite challenging for him. He Sandao grew anxious, exclaiming, but my son is perfectly well at present. What misfortune could he possibly face? You are inquiring too much. Even if I divulge this to you now, there is little you can do to avert it. It is destined to be a trial in his life. Chapter 48. Did Sister Yang fall from the sky? As he Sandao contemplated further inquiries, Wang Jingzhe gestured towards the artifacts within the room, remarking, consider these possessions of yours. How many have been unearthed from graves? These items have long been in the company of the deceased, saturated with an indeterminate amount of deathly aura. By amassing them, do you not risk tarnishing your own virtuous essence over time, while your advanced age may render it inconsequential for you? The repercussions of this loss will inevitably affect your descendants. He Sandao, somewhat skeptical, retorted, there are many collectors like myself in this nation. Are we to believe that each one of them suffers a decline in virtue, leading to misfortune for their offspring? They might possess a slight advantage over you. Wang Jingzhe replied, indicating the ground beneath them. Your annual transactions of antiquities are excessively frequent. Upon hearing Wang Jingzhe's words, He Sandao sighed and refrained from further questioning. However, within less than a year, Brufu gradually ceased its role as a conduit for antique transactions, evolving into a genuine tea house. He Sandao publicly declared his withdrawal from the realm of antique appraisal, inviting patrons to indulge in tea and casual conversation, yet requesting that discussions of antique dealings be left unspoken. Wang Jingzhe's warnings were not mere hyperbole, Upon entering Bruofu, he discerned an ethereal layer of gloom enveloping the establishment. In essence, the tea house resembled a mausoleum, perpetually hosting the comings and goings of ancient relics. As the proprietor of Bruofu, Sandow was undoubtedly affected by this aura. At his age, the most he faced was a shortening of his lifespan, perhaps merely a few years less to live. However, the depletion of his vitality was likely insufficient to safeguard him from the ensuing consequences, which would ultimately befall his progeny. Indeed, a year later, a calamity befell Sandow's son, nearly costing him his life. At this critical juncture, Wang Jingzhe arrived as promised, honoring the commitment made when the blade was lent, and miraculously saved his son once again. After emerging from Bruofu around 10 o'clock, Wang Jingzhe desired to examine the hairpin purportedly worn by Yang Guifei, leading him to seek nearby accommodation. As he drew the curtains with a swish, the room was instantly enveloped in darkness. Placing the red silk on the table, he removed the talisman and revealed the hairpin. In the pitch-black space, the emerald hairpin emanated a faint glow, its radiance encasing the entire piece. The quality of this jade, classified as glass type, was undeniably exceptional. Disregarding its historical significance, should it be auctioned, it would undoubtedly fetch a sum in the millions. Moreover, the craftsmanship was of such finesse that it would be nearly impossible for modern artisans to replicate. Presenting such a treasure as a betrothal gift would certainly bestow considerable prestige. If you could truly conjure up a Yang Yuan, then my blade would not have been given in vain. Wang Jingzhe mused, his gaze fixated on the hairpin. As time swiftly passed, the clock struck midnight, and Wang Jingzhe's eyes were glued to the emerald pin. In an instant, a chilling aura surged from the hairpin, conjuring an eerie wind that rustled the curtains ominously. Wang Jingzhe squinted and let out a soft exclamation. Judging by the usual circumstances of such appearances, it seemed that this hairpin had become a vessel for a wandering spirit. However, he certainly did not believe it to be the soul of Yang Guifei. The beloved consort was endowed with the fortune of a dynasty. Under normal circumstances, she would never become a lost soul. Suddenly, the halo around the jade hairpin dimmed, and Wang Jingzhe's gaze slowly drifted towards the mirror, where an exceedingly eerie and terrifying scene unfolded. In the elongated mirror affixed to the wall, a figure clad in golden palace attire was gracefully dancing. The figure was somewhat indistinct, but it was apparent that it was a woman. As the night deepened, amidst the ethereal melodies of the heavens, a single note from a jade flute lingered in the air, while the moon illuminated the halls of Lishan Palace. A haunting melody resonated throughout the room, its tone obscure and difficult to comprehend, reminiscent of the dialect spoken in ancient Shangxi. The manner of speech from the people of ancient Chang'an was similarly ornate, reflecting the official language of that era, which is now akin to what we refer to as Mandarin, though distinctly different from the northern accents. Though the visage of the figure in the mirror remained elusive, her dancing grace and her somewhat voluptuous form were discernible. The ancient spoke of beauty in terms of plumpness and slenderness. Yang Yuan was celebrated for her ample figure. A rough estimation of the woman in the mirror suggested she weighed around 120 pounds, not excessively heavy, but certainly full-figured. As she danced, there was an undeniable charm exuding from her, rendering the sight quite captivating. Wang Jingzhe gazed into the mirror for an extended period, observing that the figure within, apart from dancing, engaged in no other activity. Were it a restless spirit, it would likely have leapt forth by now. This entity appeared devoid of malice, seemingly content with merely performing a dance. Wang Jingzhe reached for the jade hairpin resting on the table, noticing that the chill it once emanated had dissipated, leaving it slightly cool to the touch, yet surprisingly comfortable in his grasp. After contemplating for a while, he uttered a thoughtful remark, nodding in realization. No wonder it is, after all, a piece of dead jade. You might indeed be a remnant of Yang Guifei's soul. He had come to understand that this hairpin was once a vibrant piece of jade, worn by Yang Yuan herself. Over time, her essence had gradually infused the hairpin, and after her demise, the passage of years had allowed a fragment of her spirit to manifest from it. Jade, apart from its quality and classification, is divided into living jade and dead jade. As the saying goes, A person nurtures jade for 3 years, and jade nurtures a person for a lifetime. Jade possesses a certain spirit, a fine piece of living jade, when worn over time, merges with its wearer. After nurturing living jade for several years, it, in turn, can offer similar nourishment to the individual, providing a sense of tranquility and clarity, while also serving to ward off malevolent forces. Conversely, dead jade embodies an entirely opposite nature. Once, an individual stumbled upon a jade pendant, its lustrous surface exuding an air of elegance. Enchanted by its appearance, he adorned himself with it. However, as years passed, his health deteriorated, plagued by a series of ailments, both grave and trivial. Eventually, he withered away to a mere shadow of his former self. It was only after encountering an expert that he learned the truth. The jade he wore was malevolent, siphoning away his vitality and essence. As his spirit waned, the jade grew increasingly radiant and resplendent. Indeed, upon discarding the jade and allowing himself time to recuperate, he gradually regained his strength. Had he continued to wear the jade, he might have met with a dire fate. Thus, while jade could be a splendid choice when selected wisely, donning a cursed piece could lead to catastrophic consequences. Wang Jingzhe lifted the talisman and placed it upon the jade hairpin. In an instant, the figure dancing in the mirror vanished, and the hairpin turned chillingly cold to the touch. Should this piece be offered as a betrothal gift, its quality would undoubtedly suffice. Meanwhile, less than 100 meters from Wang Jingzhe's residence, a shadowy figure hastened towards him, eyes fixated on a particular window. The air was thick with ominous energy. Chapter 49. The Departure of the North. Traversing the Yin and Yang, a heavy aura of darkness enveloped the surroundings. Outside, a figure gazed upward at a window on the 3rd floor and muttered softly before suddenly dashing towards the room where Wang Jingzhe resided. With a swift leap, the individual perched on the windowsill of the 1st floor, then propelled themselves upward by grasping the railing of the 2nd floor, executing a seamless series of movements that brought them to the windowsill of the 3rd floor, outside Wang Jingzhe's dwelling. Just as Wang Jingzhe had wrapped a hairpin in talisman paper, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure outside the window. With a crash, the glass shattered, and the intruder crashed through the window, surveying Wang Jingzhe's grasp of the jade hairpin, which was enveloped in talisman paper and red cloth, with a frown. Without hesitation, the assailant flung an object towards Wang Jingzhe. A silver lighter soared through the air, producing a sharp sound before erupting into a burst of flames that swept toward Wang Jingzhe's face. He staggered backward, colliding with the door, instinctively dodging to the side as the lighter clattered against the door behind him. The assailant advanced a few steps, raising a leg to deliver a kick. Wang Jingzhe instinctively raised his hand to block, seizing the opponent's ankle, and thrust his left elbow forward with force. The adversary evaded slightly, their shoulder brushing against Wang Jingzhe's arm as they charged toward his chest. With a sudden jolt, Wang Jingzhe felt an intense and searing pain in his chest, his eyes widening in shock as he struggled to catch his breath. The principles of literature speak of the tranquility brought by Tai Chi, while martial arts assert the power of the 8 extremes to establish order. The force of impact he had just endured was unmistakably a technique known as Iron Mountain Lean, capable of splintering a tree trunk as thick as an ordinary forearm. Had he not practiced a modicum of martial arts in the past, his ribs would surely have been shattered. With great effort, he stifled his breath, gritting his teeth and tilting his head back before striking the opponent's head with a fierce blow. The collision of their heads produced a dull thud, momentarily disorienting both combatants. Wang Jingzhe bit down on his tongue, swiftly regaining his clarity, and then unleashed a formidable shout. "Begone!" The force of his exclamation reverberated, causing the newcomer to stagger back, his ears ringing, as he shook his head to regain his senses. Wang Jingzhe, fueled by a mix of embarrassment and rage, glared at his adversary, a man appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, dressed rather plainly in half-sleeved denim and trousers. The man lightly flicked a lighter that had fallen to the ground, retrieving it with a deft motion before extending his right hand to grasp it. "Are you out of your mind? What on earth are you doing?" Wang Jingzhe exclaimed in frustration. The man casually flicked the lighter's lid open with his fingers. striking the flint while observing the jade hairpin in Wang Jingzha's grip. You nurture spirits, don't you? Such a heavy aura of Yin suggests a considerable level of mastery. When you inquire about my actions, know that my purpose is none other than to confront you. Wang Jingzha was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether he had indeed stumbled upon a fool who believed he was enacting divine justice. The esteemed Daoist sects such as Maoshan, Longhu, and Tianshi have long regarded themselves as the guardians against malevolent forces, often intervening in the affairs of the common folk without hesitation when confronted with demons and spirits, embodying the very essence of righteousness. In truth, the philosophy of the Shi-Dao lineage diverges from that of these illustrious sects. While they acknowledge the existence of good and evil in the world, they also embrace a fundamental principle. Existence itself is justification. When faced with wandering souls or malevolent spirits, they refrain from immediate action, wary of entangling themselves in karmic repercussions. Therefore, in the eyes of Wang Jingzha, malevolent spirits can be vanquished, but reason must first be established. One must identify the root cause before taking action, never striking without understanding the circumstances. Which sect do you belong to? Wang Jingzha inquired irritably. Is it any of your business what I nurture? Have I broken the law or hindered your path? Are you from the orthodox Tianshi or a Maoshan practitioner? The other party, flicking the lid of his lighter, frowned and replied, Bai Chuma, Wu Qiao. Wang Jingzha sighed inwardly, feeling a wave of discomfort. In the courtyard of the Feng residence, Master had mentioned that, aside from the 5 branches of the Xianmen seeking the 3 texts of Lianshan, Guizong, and Chimenduanjia for countless years, both the southern Kunlun and northern Baichuma had been in pursuit as well. Yet, they perhaps remained unaware that these 3 texts were in the possession of the Shi-Dao practitioners. Just a few days had passed, and already he had encountered someone from Baichuma. The Shi-Dao had refrained from mingling with the world for decades. Was it their fate to encounter various deities upon their return? The southern Kunlun, with its vast expanse of 800 miles of desolate sea atop Kunlun Mountain, stretches into an uninhabited abyss. The Kunlun lineage places great emphasis on the art of feng shui. From the north emerges the malevolent of the Changbai Mountains, where a tranquil pond ripples with emerald waves, stretching infinitely towards the horizon. The term Ma refers to the celestial beings from the northeast, who traverse the realms of Yin and Yang. They specialize in diagnosing malevolent ailments, delving into matters of the afterlife, and conducting funerary rites, revering the 5 deities of Hu, Huang, Bailu, and Hui. In the realm of traversing the underworld, none can rival the prowess of the Ma Xian. Their mastery in spiritual communication and the art of borrowing from the shadows is unparalleled. Wang Jingzha reached for his bag, placing the hairpin within, while Wu Qiao, with an icy gaze, remarked, "You cannot take that with you." "On what grounds?" Wang Jingzha retorted, pursing his lips. "Being energy is too potent. It is detrimental to you. Is it not sufficient for me to thank you?" Wu Qiao nodded, responding, "No need for thanks." Wang Jingzha grinned and replied, "What if I disagree?" A flame erupted from the lighter in Wu Qiao's hand, as he coolly stated, "Your disagreement is of no consequence. I shall assist you regardless." "Very well," Wang Jingzha conceded, opening his bag further and declaring, "Since you are aware, I shall no longer conceal it. Do as you wish." Wu Qiao cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he toyed with the lighter, the flames suddenly soaring high, causing the room to grow oppressively warm. In a swift motion, Wang Jingzha's hand grasped the handle of a kitchen knife within his bag. Drawing it forth, the blade shimmered ominously as it sliced through the air towards Wu Qiao's chest. As Wu Qiao suddenly shook, the flame in his hand swiftly coalesced into a dragon-like form, soaring towards Wang Jingzha. In an instant, the two engaged in combat once more. Chapter 50. The Art of Concealment. Unpredictable transformations. As Wang Jingzha wielded a kitchen knife in a sweeping motion, Wu Qiao unleashed a burst of flames, the scorching fire instantly causing Wang Jingzha to gasp for breath. Evidently, the flames were excessively intense. A charred scent erupted from his nostrils, and he felt a sharp sizzling sound emanate from the left side of his head, his hair singed. "Why are you pretending to be a little red child? I am still the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace. Let me show you how to extinguish this sun fire. Wang Jingzhe suddenly took a deep breath, his chest and abdomen swelling with air. Upon witnessing this, Wu Qiao's expression shifted, and he instinctively retreated a few steps, cautiously observing his opponent. With a sudden exhale, Wang Jingzhe forcefully expelled a mouthful of saliva towards Wu Qiao, who hurriedly extinguished the sun fire in his hand by flicking off his lighter. However, at that moment, Wang Jingzhe abruptly turned and dashed to the door, pulling the handle and bursting out into the night. Inside, Wu Qiao wiped the saliva from his face, a pungent scent of chive flowers invading his nostrils. What on earth did I eat for dinner tonight? The smell is overwhelming. Wang Jingzhe, rather unreliable, had dragged Wu Qiao along before making his escape. He was disinclined to engage further, fearing that prolonged confrontation might expose his mastery of concealment techniques. As it stood, only those within the realm of Xianmen were privy to such knowledge, and an agreement had been reached between the two parties. If the information were to spread widely, many would covet this prized treasure. Thus, Wang Jingzhe had no desire to spar with Wu Qiao, opting instead for a strategic retreat. After Wang Jingzhe dashed out, Wu Qiao closely followed, and the two exited the hotel, one after the other. On the street, Wang Jingzhe sprinted with fervor, as if the very ground beneath his feet had come alive, swiftly covering a considerable distance. Upon emerging, Wu Qiao realized that pursuing Wang solely on foot would prove futile. Grasping a lighter in his hand, he flicked it gently into the air, and a burst of flame shot upwards, exploding with a resounding pop. Wang Jingzhe turned back, momentarily speechless. A piercing arrow through the clouds, 1,000 troops come to meet. Meanwhile, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away, individuals in 2 different directions caught sight of the fleeting fire in the sky and, after a brief discernment of its direction, began to chase after Wang Jingzhe and Wu Qiao. Lowering his head, Wang Jingzhe snorted softly upon spotting an alley ahead. He turned and entered, bending down to pick up several pebbles from the ground. After taking a few steps into the alley, he spread his palm and sequentially tossed the stones onto the ground. 2 returns to 1 of the 9 palaces, the interplay of yin and yang. 1 pebble landed with a thud. Yin and yang, divided by the flow of order and chaos. The essence of the 3 realms is unfathomable. 2 more stones were placed on either side of Wang Jingzhe. The 6 symbols of the original hexagrams, the 3 wonders, embody the essence of the elements. After casting the stones, Wang Jingzhe plunged a kitchen knife into the ground, causing ripples of energy to surge through the surrounding air. In the realm of the 6 realms, before the heavens and earth were formed, there existed a principle. Wang Jingzhe, in a moment of surprise, uttered softly, "The art of concealment has vanished." As he said this, Wu Qiao and 2 others coincidentally arrived at the alley, glancing around only to find that the figure of Wang Jingzhe had mysteriously disappeared. The 3 furrowed their brows and cautiously ventured inside. Wu Qiao flicked his lighter, a small flame igniting, which he then gently propelled into the air, illuminating the alley considerably. The distance was merely 100 meters, allowing for a clear view. "Where's the person? Did he come in?" Lao Qiao gestured to the side, prompting the other 2 to nod in understanding. They swiftly leaped onto the wall, carefully surveying their surroundings. Wu Qiao, with a furrowed brow, pondered aloud. "Where has he gone? I clearly saw him turn in here, and his presence still lingers. How could he have vanished?" Less than a foot away from Wu Qiao, Wang Jingzhe could even feel the breath of his companion as he spoke, and noticed a fragment of chives stuck to Wu Qiao's forehead. He had dined on dumplings filled with chives and eggs that evening. Despite the proximity, Wu Qiao remained oblivious to his presence, unable to reach out and touch him. The art of Qi Min Dun Jia, a method of concealment derived from the 9 palaces formation, serves as an illusion, obscuring all within its bounds, rendering sight and sound ineffectual. As long as Wang Jingzhe did not exit the formation on his own, even if someone were to collide with him, they would seamlessly pass through. With a splash, the 2 individuals who had been searching the wall for quite some time jumped down, shaking their heads in silent acknowledgement that they had seen no one. Wu Qiao remarked, "If there is no one, then so be it. I merely encountered this by chance." My journey to the capital was not specifically for him, so it matters not. Let us proceed. We must prioritize our important business." After a brief moment, the trio emerged from the alley. Just as they were about to turn the corner, Wu Qiao glanced back, casting a deep look into the alley. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an unsettling sensation that a pair of eyes was fixated upon him from within. Individuals of his ilk possessed an acute sensitivity to such feelings, with an infallible sense of judgment. Yet, this time, Wu Qiao sensed he might have misjudged the situation. If someone were indeed present, he would undoubtedly have noticed. Concealed under an illusion, Wang Jingzhe waited for a moment longer, calculating that the adversary would not mount a surprise attack before he stepped forward. He kicked a stone at his feet, and the illusionary barrier dissipated instantly. Wang Jingzhe sheathed his kitchen knife back into his bag and strode out of the alley, moving in the opposite direction of Wu Qiao and his companions. Previously, both Wang's father and Wang Dongzhi had cautioned Wang Jingzhe against entering the capital without necessity, warning that it was rife with complexities and dangers, a realm where a careless step could lead to dire consequences. Steer clear of the capital. Cherish your life. Thus, that very evening, Wang Jingzhe arrived at the train station in the capital, preparing to purchase a ticket at dawn to head towards Longxi. To linger here even a single day meant inviting additional troubles. Meanwhile, after Wu Qiao and his two companions departed, they entered a vehicle and drove to a secluded estate on the outskirts of the capital. It was nearly midnight, yet the lights illuminated a three-story building within the estate, where a line of cars was parked at the entrance. Upon their arrival, several individuals seated inside stood up to greet them, exclaiming, "Master Qiao has arrived." Wu Qiao waved his hand to signal for everyone to take their seats, and then furrowed his brow as he addressed an elderly man in his 50s across from him. Inquiring, "Speak up. What urgent matter necessitated my presence?" A week prior in Yongcheng, a disciple from his sect encountered a woman unexpectedly. A conflict arose, leading to a confrontation. This woman was exceptionally fierce in her attacks, employing techniques that were remarkably unusual and seemingly divergent from conventional Taoist practices. Had it not been for the timely intervention of individuals from a southern Kunlun, the disciple would have sustained severe injuries. Nevertheless, even the southern Kunlun experts were unable to restrain her. Subsequently, those from Kunlun remarked that the woman's techniques might be derived from the Taoist arts recorded in either the Lianshan or the Guizhong texts. Chapter 51. Where is the young lady of the Li family? Longxi, an ancient city, was known as Longxi County during the Qin, Han, and Sui Tang dynasties, encompassing the regions of Tianshui and Lanzhou. It served as a crucial artery along the ancient Silk Road and a contested territory for military strategists. Notably, several illustrious figures bearing the Li surname, such as Li Bai, Li Yuan, and Li Guang, hailed from Longxi County. If one were to inquire among the common folk about the prominent families in the country, aside from a few that cannot be openly discussed, some might mention the Kong family of Xiufu, whose lineage has endured for millennia, producing an abundance of renowned scholars. Others might refer to the Manchu royal family, the Aizenjoro clan, or the wealthy Shun family of Zhouzhuang. Some might even assert that Hong Kong is known as the city of the Li family, which could be considered valid. However, when it comes to the 5 surnames and 7 clans of noble families, the knowledge among the general populace may be scant. For instance, the Longxi Li clan, the Qinghe Chui clan, and the Taiyuan Wang clan are often overlooked, as it is said that the influence of these noble families diminished following Wu Zetian's rise to power, fading into the annals of history. Many believe that the legacies of the Longxi, Taiyuan, and Qinghe clans have long since dissipated. Yet, what is the truth? Take the Longxi Li clan, for instance. They are indeed of royal descent, even though the grandeur of the Tang dynasty has become but a wisp of smoke and memory. Do you know where the descendants of the Li royal family reside today? Wang Jingzhe arrived in Longxi 3 days after departing from the capital, yet his destination was not within the confines of Longxi city itself, but rather an obscure area of the old town. This ancient part of the city retains many historical features, with its buildings distinctly contrasting modern architecture. Wang Jingzhe stood before a grand estate gate, which was indeed quite imposing, at least twice the size of the entrance to the Feng family's courtyard. The plaque above the door exuded an overwhelming aura, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, while the central character, rendered in seal script, spelled out Li. The air was thick with an unmistakable sense of nobility. Wang Jingzhe murmured to himself, "Truly, the heritage of royalty is palpable. This residence is quite remarkable." He knocked on the door knocker, and after a moment, an elderly man in traditional Tang attire, stooped and frail, opened the door slightly. Wang Jingzhe adjusted his long robe, straightened his back, and spoke clearly, "I am Wang Jingzhe, here to visit the Longxili family." Chaoga, a modest town of little renown, was once, a millennium ago, the illustrious capital of the Shang dynasty. Li Bo, in your opinion, what sort of individual is this young man? After a few minutes, within the main hall of the Li estate, a middle-aged couple seated in two grand armchairs, holding delicate blue and white porcelain teacups, exchanged glances with slight furrows on their brows. Li Bo, the elderly servant who had just opened the door for Wang Jingzhe, stood nearby, his shoulders still hunched. He appeared to be quite young, likely around 23 or 24 years of age. His demeanor exuded a certain composure, far removed from a flamboyance often associated with youth. When he spoke, his voice resonated with conviction. Mr. Li offered a measured assessment, reflecting for a moment before adding, "He is rather unremarkable." The middle-aged couple exchanged a glance, their silence revealing their thoughts. Although Mr. Li held the position of a servant within the Li household, his relationship with the family was profound. He had raised the master himself, as well as the young master and mistress who were born later. Thus, his status was somewhat elevated. The couple in question were none other than the current heads of the Longxili family, the gentleman named Li Lanrong and the lady named Mao Qing-shui. Noticing their continued silence, Mr. Li inquired further regarding the marriage contract. Few were aware of the engagement involving the Li family's eldest daughter. Likely only a handful of elders within the clan were privy to this information. The contract was established over 20 years ago by the then head of the Li family, who was also Li Lanrong's father. It was said that the engagement was arranged with a young man of the Wang family. Yet the specifics of his identity remained elusive even to Li Lanrong and Mao Qing-shui. Li Bo remarked, "How could the elder master have arranged such a marriage for the eldest daughter? If he were still alive, you might inquire about his reasoning behind this betrothal, for I confess I am rather unclear on the matter." As Mao Qing-shui spoke these words, a hint of dissatisfaction colored her tone. The notions of parental guidance and arranged matches seemed to hold little sway with her, as the patriarch of the Li family had wielded absolute authority in such matters. His word was law. Where he declared a betrothal, one existed. Li Bo furrowed his brow and continued, "However, did not the Chui family from Qinghe also come to propose?" The eldest daughter of the Li clan had reached an age suitable for marriage, and over the past few years, suitors had indeed come forth. Yet, Li Lanrong and Mao Qing-shui had consistently suppressed such discussions. Approximately a year ago, emissaries from the Chui family had arrived to express their interest, as their young master had also reached the age of matrimony and sought to ally with the Li family from Longxi. In essence, this was a union aimed at strengthening the ties between two once prominent clans, aspiring to elevate their status further. Both Li Lanrong and Mao Qing-shui were quite pleased with this match, for it was said that the young master of the Chui family was exceptionally talented, having returned from studying abroad at a tender age, and had even apprenticed under a master to learn the art of feng shui. In summary, this individual was truly a dragon among men. The day of the Chui family's proposal was imminent, yet unexpectedly, the betrothal arranged by the elderly over 20 years ago had also resurfaced today, creating an awkward situation. There are people still waiting outside. Li Bo gently reminded. Li Lanrong furrowed his brow, while Mao Qing-shui chuckled. "You speak of the engagement arranged by the old master. To whom was it betrothed?" "Our esteemed young lady. What should her surname be?" Mao Qing-shui inquired further. "Naturally, it should be Li," Li Bo responded, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him. Mao Qing-shui smiled and, clapping his hands, remarked, "Indeed, this engagement was intended for the eldest daughter of the Li family. The young man, bearing the surname Wang, ought to marry the Li heiress. But where is this Li lady?" Li Lanrong shot a glance at his wife and frowned. This seems a bit far-fetched. Do my words hold any merit? If there exists a Li heiress, I could certainly consider her for him. But what if there is none? Li Bo inquired with surprise. Madam, did you foresee such a day? Mao Qing replied, I certainly do not wish for my daughter to be wed to an unknown, unremarkable fellow from nowhere. How can he compare with the young master of the Qinghe Shui family? My daughter deserves to marry a person of distinction. Indeed, after the old master's passing, Mao Qing had reconsidered this engagement. She did not wish to marry off the Li family's eldest daughter to one bearing the surname Wang. Thus, if the Li heiress does not bear the surname Li, does that mean she need not marry at all? After all, the initial agreement was made for the Li heiress. Merely a game of words. Chapter 52. A Joyful Countenance. Unperturbed by the awakening of spring, as Li Bo ushered Wang Jingzhe into the main hall, Li Lanrong and Mao Qing scrutinized him with discerning eyes, quickly uncovering his essence. Wang Jingzhe remained his customary attire, a long robe paired with layered cloth shoes. A worn canvas bag slung across his shoulder, producing a metallic clinking sound with each step. Apart from this, he possessed little else. His expression was as tranquil as a still pond, and his appearance was unremarkable, resembling an old scholar whose age seemed incongruous with his demeanor. Exchanging a glance, Li Lanrong and Mao Qing simultaneously conveyed a flicker of disappointment. Indeed, terms such as extraordinary or a dragon among men were evidently inapplicable to him. Wang Jingzhe stood confidently before the two, bowing slightly as he announced, I am Wang Jingzhe of the Wang family, here to pay my respects to the head of the Longxili clan. Li Lanrong gestured subtly and instructed Li Bo to serve tea. Momins latte. A delicate blue and white porcelain cup filled with steaming tea was presented before Wang Jingzhe. He lifted the cup and took a sip, and an exquisite fragrance cascaded from his throat, enveloping him with a lingering warmth that was truly delightful. Mao Qing remarked with a smile, Your posture suggests you are a frequent tea drinker. How does this tea fare? Wang Jingzhe smacked his lips and candidly remarked, This is exquisite tea. The tea in question is the finest Mingqian Dongting Biluakan, harvested in the period between the spring equinox and the grain rain, meticulously plucked by a young maiden with crimson lips, ensuring only the most tender buds are selected. The entire process, from pan-firing to rolling, shaping, and drying, is executed by artisans with decades of experience. Each year, approximately 100 to 180 pounds of this biluakan are produced. This year, after the new tea was finished, several prominent businessmen from Jiangnan conveyed their desire for a few pounds, but alas, there were no channels available. The tea garden has been cultivated by the Li family for centuries. We partake in it solely for our own enjoyment, exclusively serving our guests. Furthermore, the water used for brewing is sourced from the renowned Hupao Spring in Hangzhou, delivered by dedicated personnel. Ordinary water is simply not utilized. Mao Qing paused, then pointed at the exquisite cup in Wang Jingzhe's hand, saying, This set of blue and white porcelain dates back to the Tang and Song dynasties. It was acquired a few years ago at a Sotheby's auction, where, reportedly, several European royals were present, all vying for the same tea set. However, by a stroke of luck, the Li family managed to secure it. Wang Jingzhe sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that he truly did not wish to applaud such bravado. He had several pounds of Dahong Pao, harvested from the mother tree in Wui Mountain, stashed away in his cabinet. Who was he trying to impress? After a moment of hesitation, he mustered the words, I am quite taken aback. Mao Qing gathering her hair, spoke softly. The reason I share this with you is to ask, do you believe that if you were to marry one of the Li daughters, you could provide her with a lifestyle that, while commonplace to us, remains unattainable for others? The daughter of the Li family has grown accustomed to a life of quality. Should she be compelled to adopt an alternative lifestyle, she would likely find it quite disconcerting. Thus, I shall speak candidly with you regarding the betrothal arranged between my esteemed grandfather and your elder. I harbor reservations about this union. Wang Jingzhe was taken aback by such directness upon their very first meeting, momentarily rendered speechless. Mao Qing observed Wang Jingzhe's bewilderment and silently formed a new impression of him. Inexperienced and rather dull-witted, The notion of an arranged marriage might seem like a romantic tale, yet it merely reflects the antiquated customs of a bygone era. In today's society, such narratives are virtually non-existent. Suddenly, Mao Qing raised his voice, asserting, "Isn't it rather farcical that our patriarch established this engagement with your elder many years ago? What do you think?" Wang Jingzhe responded with a mere "oh." Uttering the words, "renounce the marriage?" Mao Qing chuckled, shaking his head. "Although I am not optimistic about this match, it was nonetheless a solemn commitment made by my grandfather, and our prominent family would never act in a capricious manner." Wang Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of Mao Qingshui's remarks. By the way, what was the nature of the engagement established by your grandfather with my family? Which member of our household am I meant to marry? The eldest granddaughter of the Li family, the young lady of the Li household. Yes, indeed, the eldest granddaughter of the Li family, the young lady. Mao Qingshui nodded and said to Li Bo, "Li Bo, please bring the young lady of the Li family here." Wang Jingzhe was taken aback. The term "bring over" left him utterly bewildered. Moments later, Li Bo entered the main hall, carrying a little girl around 6 or 7 years old, who was sucking on a lollipop and had her hair styled in a high ponytail. Mao Qingshui pointed at the child in Li Bo's arms and declared, "This is the eldest granddaughter of the Li family, the young lady, Li Xianghe." Wang Jingzhe's expression shifted from astonishment to disbelief, ultimately transforming into disdain and mockery. He looked at Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui and remarked, "You mentioned that the Li family is of noble lineage. Yet the manner in which you rescinded the engagement is truly astonishing. Over 20 years ago, when my father arranged the marriage with your elder, it was supposed to be with the one who was about to be born. If we calculate the time, she should now be in her 20s, right? After all, gestation lasts for 10 months. You wouldn't dare suggest it has been a matter of a decade or two, would you? Even a mother of Neza couldn't be this outrageous." Mao Qingshui's expression grew icy, and she replied calmly, "The engagement was indeed arranged for the eldest granddaughter of the Li family, who should bear the surname Li, correct? However, I must apologize. After giving birth to my daughter, she did not inherit the Li surname. She takes my surname instead. Thus, she cannot be considered the eldest granddaughter of the Li family. This little one is." Mao Qingshui enunciated the name Li with particular emphasis. Wang Jingzhe stood in astonishment, mouth agape, and after a long pause, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I understand now. This is a version of the classic tale of the cat swapping for the prince from the Li family, isn't it? Why not wait another decade or so until the young lady from the Li family comes of age, and then marry her?" Mao Qingshui replied calmly, "You are not worthy of the young lady from the Li family. There is something you may not be aware of. The promise made between our Wang family of Chaoga and the Li family is such that it is only us who can decline, and no one dares to refuse us." "Young man, you speak too presumptuously," reprimanded Li Lanrong, speaking for the first time. "Ha!" Wang Jingzhe chuckled softly, flicked his long robe, and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he abruptly turned back and declared, "I shall personally come to annul this engagement in a month. I hope you will be prepared for it." Mao Qingshui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do as you wish. The consequences will be yours to bear." Wang Jingzhe coldly scrutinized the two, noting the slight flush beneath their left brows, an indication of joyful tidings in their family. "Before I annul the engagement, your daughter shall remain unwed." The parents, with a rosy hue beneath their right brows indicating a son's marriage and the left for a daughter's, signify what is commonly referred to as joy reflected in their brows. When Wang Jingzhe first encountered Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui, he assumed their delighted expressions were due to his proposal. However, it now appeared that the young lady from the Li family was already promised to another. Chapter 53. Boating on the Wei River after Wang Jingzhe departed, neither Li Lanrong nor Mao Qingshui regarded the incident as significant. To them, Wang Jingzhe and the Longxi Li family were separated by the broad expanse of the Wei River, its turbulent waters rendering any possibility of convergence utterly impossible. However, the elderly Li Bo expressed a measure of concern, stating, "This young man mentioned he would return in a month. By then, it will be nearly the time for the Chui family from Qinghe to come forth with a marriage proposal. If he were to cause a stir at such a critical juncture, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. It would simply be a source of ridicule for us, wouldn't it? Li Lanrong chuckled in response. If he truly comes, we can simply show him the door. Mao Qing-Shui bluntly asserted. Then let us ensure he is denied even the opportunity to enter. As for the marriage proposal that the elder of the Li family had initially arranged for his granddaughter, both Li Lanrong and Mao Qing-Shui had always harbored reservations. It was not that they looked down upon Wang Jingzhe. Rather, they believed that determining the marriage of the Li family's eldest granddaughter based on a mere childhood betrothal was rather hasty. More than 20 years ago, shortly after Li Lanrong and Mao Qing-Shui wed, they conceived a child during a period of relative hardship for the Li family. Many of their assets were in disarray, and numerous challenges loomed ahead demanding resolution. It was a time when the domestic economy was on the verge of a significant upswing. A misstep in decision-making could potentially lead to the decline of the Li family's vast estate. At that time, the venerable patriarch of the family wore a perpetual expression of worry, with some influential members of the clan even beginning to pressure him to abdicate. It was during this tumultuous period that the patriarch confided to Li Lanrong his intention to venture to Longxi. Do you know the true reason behind Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, beyond her ruthless and formidable methods? Aside from the support of the aristocratic families, it was also due to the backing of two eminent court diviners, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, who predicted her fortunes and facilitated her rise to power. Without their guidance, there might not have been a female emperor, nor the flourishing era of the Tang dynasty. Emperor Li Shimin once summoned Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang to forecast the national fortunes of the Tang dynasty. Unfortunately, their predictions extended only 2 centuries into the future before they ceased. At that time, Li Shimin inquired why they could not predict beyond 500 years, to which they offered no response. The two individuals knelt down at that moment, asserting that to forcibly calculate a nation's fortune could jeopardize lives. If they were to analyze the entire destiny of the Tang dynasty, it was likely that they would perish on the spot. The death of the two would bode ill for the Tang without a national master, so they decided to limit their calculations to a mere 200 years. Li Shimin did not insist further, as he held great faith in the words of Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. After contemplation, he concluded that a fortune extending nearly 300 years for the Tang was acceptable. Little did he realize that the reign of the Li Tang family would conclude at a mere 289 years. In truth, when they initially calculated the nation's fortune, they were aware that the Li Tang dynasty was destined to last only 289 years. Yet this was a truth that could never be disclosed to Li Shimin. Li Lanrong inquired, "Father, is it truly so extraordinary, the art of divination practiced by Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang?" "Indeed it is," came the response. The elder did not elaborate further, merely informing Li Lanrong, "I'm going out to seek someone." This individual also possesses knowledge of divination and seems to share a common origin with Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. We shall inquire about our family's matters with him. The elder was away for more than 2 months, and upon his return, it was evident that Mao Qing-Shui was over 5 months pregnant, revealing the gender of the child. Upon learning that the Li family would have a granddaughter, the elder conveyed to the couple, "When this child grows up at the age of 25, someone will come to our family to propose marriage. At that time, we shall betroth her to him." As for the reason behind the decision to arrange a marriage for the Li family's granddaughter, the elder chose not to elaborate, only emphasizing that this marriage must come to fruition. Initially, Mao Qing-Shui intended to voice her opposition, yet Li Lanrong restrained her, articulating, "Regardless of my father's health, he certainly cannot live beyond 25 years from now. By that time, matters of marriage will be our own concern. Moreover, the suitor may not genuinely wait for 20 years. This engagement could merely be a jest, a casual remark." A few months later, Mao Qing-Shui gave birth to a daughter, while the patriarch's health continued to deteriorate. Within a few years, he found himself bedridden, nearing his end. Before he passed, he summoned Mao Qing-Shui and Li Lanrong, instructing them to remember the marriage pact and not to renege on it. Little did they anticipate that both Li Lanrong and Mao Qing-shui believed the old man had lost his senses, considering that he was gravely ill yet still recalled an engagement set for over 20 years hence. However, they refrained from contradicting him at that moment. After his demise, they promptly changed their daughter's surname, ensuring it was no longer Li. The engagement referred to the eldest daughter of the Li family. Yet with her no longer bearing the Li name, how could such a commitment hold any weight? Their intention was clear, irrespective of any matchmaking. Their daughter must wed into a family of equal standing. In the realm of aristocracy, marital alliances held paramount importance. Thus, for their daughter to select a husband, ordinary individuals were decidedly unsuitable. Consequently, Li Lanrong and Mao Qing-shui were filled with joy, yet it was not due to Wang Jingzhe. As for Wang Jingzhe, after departing from Li household, he felt little significance in the matter. His father had merely suggested he propose, but there was no insistence on marriage. Would he truly impose himself if the family was unwilling? There was no shame in breaking an engagement. However, he insisted on maintaining his dignity in the process. Shortly after departing from the Li residence, Wang Jingzhe hailed a carriage and made his way to the banks of the Wei River. With another visit to the Li family looming in less than a month, he intended to linger in the vicinity during this interval. Along the riverbank, numerous fishing boats and wooden canoes were moored. Some ferried passengers across the water, while others were engaged in commerce. The Wei River is renowned for its exquisite carp and river delicacies, often attracting individuals who embark on fishing boats to catch fresh fish, which they prepare and savor right on board. As mealtime approached, Wang Jingzhe sought out a fishing vessel and rowed into the river. Once the boatman secured the vessel, he inquired whether Wang wished to partake in some liquor, subsequently tethering a basket of beer and lowering it into the water. With a flick of his wrist, the boatman cast a fishing net into the depths. Once it settled, he swiftly reeled it in, triumphantly dragging it aboard. Ah, fortune smiles upon you today. You have caught a splendid haul. Upon hoisting the net, they discovered 2 lively carp and a bounty of river shrimp. Wang Jingzhe chuckled. It is said that the carp of the Wei River are exceptionally tender. Let us prepare them for a feast. Not far from this fishing boat, a wooden canoe floated gently, where a young woman sat upon a bamboo stool, clutching a fishing rod. Beside her, a younger girl gazed wistfully at Wang Jingzhe's boat, lamenting, "Cousin, we have been fishing for most of the day, yet we have caught not a single carp. Look at them, they pulled in a net full of fish. What fate we have." The fishing woman glanced over, just in time to see Wang Jingzhe exuberantly gesticulating and exclaiming about preparing the fish. Suddenly, she was struck by a moment of surprise. He radiated an innocent joy akin to that of a child, his laughter pure and untainted. Chapter 54. What an awkward situation. Wang Jingzhe possessed a remarkable spirit. Having just been rejected in marriage, he could still laugh heartily, squatting on the fishing boat while pointing at 2 Wei River carps and exclaiming, "Let us kill them and feast. One steamed and the other braised, and we can simply wash and fry that pile of river shrimp. All right then, we have cooking utensils on the boat. Please wait a moment, and I shall prepare it for you," the boatman replied. Seated on the fishing vessel, Wang Jingzhe lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a cigarette in hand, humming a cheerful tune, entirely devoid of the gloom typically associated with rejection. The boatman promptly set to work, skillfully dispatching the fish and preparing them in a rustic manner, relying solely on a few seasonings to enhance the inherent freshness of the Wei River carps. Before long, 2 platters of carp were ready, elegantly arranged on the deck of the boat. The boatman also brought up a basket of wine that had been submerged underwater. Wang Jingzhe picked up his chopsticks, sampled a piece of fish, and after savoring its flavor, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly fresh." Not far away, on another fishing boat, a young girl beside a woman fishing sniffed the air and complained, "This wind is quite peculiar. Why is it blowing directly towards us?" "It's not the wind that is peculiar. Perhaps it's your craving that is acting up," the woman retorted, lifting her fishing rod. Her luck today seemed rather dismal, for not a single carp had been caught all morning. Usually, during her leisure time, she relished drifting along the Wei River, fishing for hours without feeling lonely. Her master had once remarked that at 20 years old, she possessed the temperament of someone 50, calm, and reserved, which was somewhat surprising. Today, however, the weather appeared overcast, with the air infused with the scent of impending summer rain, occasionally punctuated by the gentle patter of light droplets. To indulge in fine spirits is essential, for not a single cup should be overlooked. One must empty each glass, yet somehow remain unperturbed by the intoxication. Wang Jingzhe, shaking his head, with one hand clutching a morsel of fish and the other gripping a bottle of wine, hummed a cheerful tune as he tilted his head back to drink. The angler, resting her chin upon her hand and lazily swaying her fishing rod, cast a glance in his direction, humming along with a melody. The youth listens to the rain while drifting upon the water, the red candles dim in the silk tent. The mature man hears the rain aboard his boat, amidst the vast river and low-hanging clouds, as wild geese cry in the western wind. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Wang Jingzhe flung the emptied bottle into the river. Upon hearing someone behind him humming a tune, he instinctively chimed in, "Now, as I listen to the rain beneath the Weha, my hair is speckled with silver. The joys and sorrows of parting and reunion are ever indifferent, as droplets fall upon the steps until dawn. Little cousin, that fool is exchanging verses with you." The young girl giggled, covering her mouth. The angler sighed and replied, "If it were you, you wouldn't be able to keep up either. What idea do you have to mock him? I simply despise him for eating fish while I have none." The young girl pouted. "Alas, let's row over there. That stretch of water seems to be abundant with fish. Did we not just catch two earlier?" After downing several bottles, Wang Jingzhe felt an uncomfortable fullness in his abdomen and inquired boatman, "What should I do if I need to relieve myself? For the larger matter, just hold it until we reach the shore. For the smaller, feel free to urinate directly into the river," the boatman replied. Wang Jingzhe responded shyly, "Isn't that rather improper?" The boatman chuckled, "What's improper about it? The nearby sewage flows into the Weha to nourish the fish. Where do you think all the waste goes?" Wang Jingzhe glanced at the half-eaten carp before him, a touch of bewilderment crossing his features. With a brief adjustment of his robe, he spread his legs and stood on the deck, releasing his flow towards the Wei River below. The sound was crisp and clear, a refreshing sensation coursing through his entire being. Wang Jingzhe shivered with delight, exhaling deeply with closed eyes, murmuring, "How pleasant." Suddenly, he heard a voice exclaim, "You rogue." Startled, he opened his eyes to see a small boat drifting toward him, where a young girl, covering her eyes, glared at him with clenched teeth. Beside her, a woman holding a fishing rod cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Despite Wang Jingzhe's thick skin, the awkwardness of the moment flushed his face crimson, prompting him to hastily adjust his trousers and clear his throat before turning away. "Oh dear, how embarrassing," he muttered to himself, sitting back down on the boat, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The young girl in the wooden boat stamped her foot and remarked, "Cousin, let us find another spot to fish. The catch here is not fit for eating." "I'm done fishing. Let us head home," the woman declared, reeling in her line. "Li Minghan, paddle us ashore. It looks like rain." After the boat had drifted away, the boatman glanced at the darkening sky and said, "We should return as well. If it rains, the wind will pick up, making the river unsafe. Most accidents on the river are due to inclement weather." Yes, let us go back." Wang Jingzhe nodded in agreement. The weather over the river changes with remarkable swiftness. Just as Wang Jingzhe and his companions began to row towards the shore, the rain intensified and a gust of wind began to stir. The surface of the river churned with rising waves. The old boatman vigorously wielded his oars, propelling the vessel towards the bank, muttering, "This weather is truly uncanny, shifting so rapidly. Is it time for offerings to the river god once again?" Since ancient times, there have been legends that those who rely on the great rivers, such as the Yellow River, Yangtze River, and Wei River, adhere to the custom of making offerings to the river deity. In addition to burning incense and praying, it is customary to sacrifice pigs and sheep, casting them into the water as tribute. Failure to do so may provoke the river god's wrath, resulting in a lack of bounty for fishermen and boatmen alike. After a mere 10 minutes, the fishing boat reached the shore, with the rain now pouring down in earnest. As Wang Jingzhe stepped onto land, he noticed the waves behind him beginning to swell ominously, while several small boats struggled to return to safety, swaying violently in the water. The old boatman frowned and remarked, "This bodes ill. Heavy rain and tumultuous waves can lead to trouble." Wang Jingzhe wiped the rain from his face and inquired, "Is there a risk of capsizing?" "It is difficult to say." Moments later, a few fishing boats began to return. Yet one vessel remained stranded over 20 meters from the shore. Suddenly, a massive wave surged forth, crashing directly against that fishing boat. Onlookers gasped in alarm. And within the blink of an eye, the boat was overturned, casting its two occupants into the river. The old boatman stamped his foot and exclaimed, "This is dire. Quickly, secure the boats together with ropes and row over to rescue them." The boatmen on the shore, familiar with one another, hurriedly organized to set sail upon witnessing someone fall into the water. The banks bustled with activity as many gathered. Wang Jingzhe joined the throng, but as he advanced, his foot slipped on a patch of moss, causing him to lurch forward. Just as he was about to fall, he instinctively reached out to grasp the person beside him for support. With a sharp sound, Wang Jingzhe knelt on one knee, but managed to avoid a complete tumble. As he raised his gaze, he found himself facing a woman, having inadvertently tugged at her clothing in his clumsiness. The woman blinked, nonchalantly adjusting her attire. Upon realizing this was the same woman he had encountered by the river not long ago, his face flushed crimson. The angler, tidying her garments, remarked lightly, "Why do you blush so easily?" Wang Jingzhe, flustered and speechless, awkwardly scratched his head. Years later, she posed a question to him. "What did you feel when you first saw me?" He replied, "Our story began with a blush and culminated in a tearful farewell." Chapter 55. The Souls Summoning in the Waters of the Wei River, the two individuals who had fallen and were tossed about amidst the waves. After a couple of tumultuous moments, their arms briefly emerged above the surface, only to be swallowed by the river's depths, disappearing without a trace. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 2 minutes, while the fishing boats and wooden vessels along the shore were still unprepared to set sail. The old boatman's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering as he muttered, "It is finished, it is finished. The river god is displeased. This year, our livelihood by the water is surely doomed. Alas, the heavens no longer bestow their blessings." Wang Jingzhe wiped the rain from his face and, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness beside the young lady, inquired, "How can it be finished? What connection does this have with the river god?" Two individuals fell into the water. One remains unknown to me, while the other is an old acquaintance from the banks of the Wei River. The expression on the old boatman's face was laden with sorrow as he pointed toward the surface of the river, saying, "That is the boatman, old Zhao. I have known him for decades. When he was born, his mother gave birth right here by the river while washing clothes. They didn't even have time to reach the village clinic. Remarkably, upon his birth, he fell into the river, yet this tiny infant emerged unscathed, floating atop the water. As a child of 7 or 8, he would plunge into the river, remaining submerged for long stretches without surfacing. By the age of 12, he had begun working on the river, a career that has spanned over 30 years. For men like us, a significant portion of our lives is spent drifting upon the way, and our familiarity with this river is akin to that of our own bodies. Just consider it. Old Zhao, a man so accustomed to the river, has vanished so swiftly, despite the turbulent winds and rain. Is that normal? Though the winds howl and the waves crash, it hardly seems sufficient to claim his life. As old Zhao spoke, the expressions of the nearby boatmen and fishermen grew grim. One of them remarked, "It must be the river god. Surely, the river god is angered. We ought to find an auspicious day to pay our respects. We must slaughter pigs and sheep to honor the river god." Those who live by the river often harbor an inexplicable reverence for the waters, much like the inhabitants at the foot of a mountain who steadfastly believe in the mountain deities. In times of calamity, it is almost certain that their misfortunes will be attributed to the whims of the river god. In contemporary society, while belief remains steadfast, the situation is not as extreme as it once was. Centuries ago, in the riverside villages, it was customary to sacrifice a pair of young boys and girls to the river god each year, literally submerging 2 living children to the riverbed. Strangely enough, during such rituals, the tempest would often subside, the fierce winds and torrential rains would suddenly diminish, and the waters would calm. The old boatman suddenly knelt on the ground, followed by those beside him, who humbly bowed in reverence towards the Weha River. Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brows and inquired, "Is the water deep here? Shouldn't we retrieve the bodies of those who just drowned?" The old boatman shook his head, replying, "There is no need to retrieve them. Even if we wanted to, we cannot. The waves are too tumultuous, and the bodies would have been swept away by the undercurrents long ago. How could we possibly salvage them?" As Wang Jingzhe lamented the natural calamity, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. This aroma was exquisite, surpassing even the 2 carp he had just consumed from the Weha. Turning his head, he noticed the angler had approached, the alluring scent emanating from her. The fragrance of her being. Wang Jingzhe suddenly understood. Upon her arrival, her gaze lingered on his face for less than a second before flitting away. Following her gaze, he turned towards the river and was startled to see the spot where the two had submerged still bubbling, ripples radiating outward. Before long, perhaps due to the overcast sky, darkness swiftly enveloped the surroundings, and the surface of the Wei River returned to its tranquil state, becoming as still as a forgotten well, with even the sound of flowing water fading into an almost imperceptible whisper. At this moment, a multitude of villagers gathered by the riverbank, with the family of the boatman old Zhao being the most numerous. An elderly woman, in her 60s, sat weeping sorrowfully by the river's edge, while several young men and women crouched nearby, burning paper money in a ritual of mourning. Old Zhao had drowned in the river, and his family bore the heaviest grief. Wang Jingzhe had not yet departed. He lingered on the bank, awaiting the veil of night. He harbored a curious sentiment regarding the two who had perished, dismissing the notion of an angry river deity as mere superstition. A river god could not possibly be so petty as to claim lives over a trivial grievance. Such an entity would surely be mindful of karma and virtue. Unless the river god had succumbed to folly, it was implausible for it to drown 2 individuals without just cause. All things in the universe possess a spirit, and even the king of hell must consider whether a soul is deserving of its fate. On the eve of death, it is customary for the family to keep vigil, especially before the 7th day, as the spirit of the departed may return to their home or reappear at the place of death. During this time, the family must remain present to ensure the soul does not feel abandoned in its solitude. As the clock approached midnight, a figure emerged from the distance along the riverbank, holding a lantern. As the figure drew closer, Wang Jingzhe recognized it to be the same woman who had been fishing earlier. The woman approached, carrying a lantern, and squatted down beside old Zhao's wife, speaking softly. "It is rather unfortunate that the old man has passed away, leaving no trace of his remains. However, I possess a method that may uncover his bones. Would you care to give it a try?" Old Zhao's wife and son exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, "But the body has been swept to the riverbed. With such strong currents during the day, it is likely that the corpse has been carried far away by now. Is it even possible to find it? Perhaps not impossible. It is worth a try." Old Zhao's wife responded eagerly, "If you could assist us, we will be most grateful if you could retrieve the body." "Thank you. Simply provide me with the deceased's birth date and time, along with a piece of his intimate clothing," the woman instructed. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingzhe immediately discerned the woman's intent. The lantern she carried was a soul-retrieving lamp. With the birth date and time, it could summon the spirit of the deceased. Once old Zhao's soul appeared, it would naturally reveal the location of his body. After old Zhao's family relayed his birth details, the woman inscribed them on a talisman and placed the soul-retrieving lamp on the ground. Once the talisman was ignited, it flared up, and the woman waved her hand, sending the ashes swirling into the air. "Dress the children in his clothing, then call out his name 3 times. Chapter 56. A leafy wooden canoe with 2 souls. Wang Jingzhe silently observed the fishing girl as she summoned the spirit for the Zhao family. He was taken aback to discover that she was indeed a kindred spirit, her methods remarkably authentic, far from the clumsiness of a novice. Earlier, while fishing on the Wei River, she had exuded a serene and tranquil demeanor reminiscent of a neighborly girl, her unassuming grace inexplicably flushing his cheeks. Wang Jingzhe's blush stemmed not only from the embarrassment of urinating in her presence, but also from an unsettling feeling of having defiled her purity, like carelessly marring a pristine sheet of paper with unsightly stains. An act too abrupt and disrespectful. Unbeknownst to him, the crimson hue on his face sometimes signified the fluttering of one's heart. The guiding lantern flickered uncertainly, its light wavering in the breeze. Clad in his father's attire, Zhao Sun suddenly called out towards the river. Zhao Changzhu. Come back quickly. A chilling gust swept across the surface of the Wei River, causing the water to stir restlessly, followed by the gradual crescendo of rushing currents. The fishing girl spoke up. Do not panic, regardless of what you may witness shortly. Everything will be fine. As her words faded, the sound of the water intensified, and a silhouette emerged from the depths, wading through the water in a blue work uniform, drenched as if it had lingered in the river for an eternity. The figure appeared swollen, pallid, with blood trickling from its 7 orifices. Old Zhao's wife and child were suddenly taken aback. Although they recognized him, they couldn't help but take several steps back in fright. Old Zhao seemed to be in a daze, as if devoid of consciousness, and he stumbled towards the guiding lamp placed by the riverbank. Upon approaching, he stood there like a statue, his gaze fixed intently on the flickering candlelight. Having just passed away, his spirit was still unstable, and his intelligence was not fully intact. His shadow appeared ethereal, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse it. Old Zhao's wife and family stared at him in terror, covering their mouths to stifle their screams. The fishing girl raised a finger and whispered, "Do not shout, or you will frighten him. Just stand still and watch. I need to ask him a few questions." Without waiting for a response from the Zhao family, she approached old Zhao, bent down, and placed a talisman on the flame of the guiding lamp. Instantly, the candlelight blazed brighter, and it seemed that old Zhao's spirit gradually became more stable. Naturally, if the flame were to extinguish, his soul would dissipate as well. Zhao Changzhu found himself in a perplexing situation by the river. Upon hearing the inquiry, he opened his mouth in confusion and pondered for a considerable time. Suddenly, a look of terror spread across his face, contorting his features. There was someone who pulled me down. He gripped my foot tightly, and no matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't break free. Then, he dragged me into the water, and I could never resurface. Someone was holding me, incessantly pulling me. I fought desperately to swim downstream, yet I was powerless. Old Zhao's son interjected, "That's impossible. The current was so fierce at that time. How could there be anyone at the riverbed?" The fishing girl shot him a glare, startling him into silence. She then continued, "Where's your body? Did it drift away? Or is it still beneath the river?" Old Zhao glanced back and raised his hand to point. The fishing girl acknowledged with an understanding "oh," and soon after, Old Zhao's spirit began to dissipate. The entire encounter, from Old Zhao's appearance to his eventual disappearance, lasted merely a few minutes. His spirit could not endure for long. It was the first day since his death. By the time of Old Zhao's 7th day of mourning, his spirit would likely be much more resilient, perhaps even transforming into a vengeful ghost, for his demise was indeed somewhat tragic. "You should return. Come tomorrow morning to collect the body." The fishing girl contemplated and added uncertainly, "It should be possible to retrieve it." Old Zhao's wife, taken aback, asked, "Isn't there a need to keep vigil? The spirit has already visited. What is there to guard?" The fishing girl replied with a furrowed brow. Subsequently, Old Zhao's wife and family tidied up and departed, leaving the banks of the Weihe River devoid of any presence. The woman approached the river's edge and deftly untied a wooden canoe. Wang Jingzhe observed silently from the side, refraining from interjecting until he noticed her intent to board the vessel and row into the river. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Are you planning to retrieve Old Zhao's body?" "To some extent, yes, yet not entirely," she elucidated. "I wish to discover what lies beneath the Weihe River. Having lived here since childhood, I developed a fondness for rowing and fishing on these waters. This river has nurtured me, and I truly wish to avoid any disturbances that might disrupt the lives of those on both banks. I must see what could have possibly claimed the life of an old boatman who has resided by the Weihe for decades. Nevertheless, you will need to find someone skilled in recovery," he remarked. "Do they dare?" she retorted. Wang Jingzhe, found himself momentarily speechless. After untying the boat, she pushed the canoe into the river and climbed aboard. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally expressed, "I shall accompany you. It is rather perilous for you to go alone. Come aboard," she replied without hesitation, likely aware that Wang Jingjia had remained by her side throughout, suggesting he possessed some degree of competence. With a splash, the canoe glided into the water. The woman, adeptly maneuvering the oars, remarked, "The area where Lao Zhao encountered trouble is not particularly deep, merely around 5 to 6 meters. The visibility is certainly inadequate. However, I can sense the vicinity of his spirit and discern where the body may lie." Wang Jingjia, caught in a moment of contemplation, offered no response. The woman cast a glance in his direction, choosing silence, as their small vessel traversed the tranquil waters of the Wei River. Swiftly arriving at the site of the capsized boat, she paused her rowing, rolled up her sleeves, and gathered her hair into a knot. Wang Jingjia found himself momentarily entranced by her delicate arms. On her right forearm, a striking red birthmark stood out, slightly smaller than a pinky nail. Wang Jingjia recognized it not as a mere mark, but as a guarding the palace sand. In ancient times, maidens untouched by worldly affairs or those destined for the imperial court would adorn their forearms with such a mark to signify their purity. This custom, however, had faded into obscurity over the past century, rendering it nearly non-existent today. Wang Jingjia was intrigued by how this woman bore such a tradition. Once she secured her hair, she rose, poised to leap into the water. Suddenly, she turned and said, "Under normal circumstances, wouldn't it be more fitting for you to say, 'Let me go down'?" Wang Jingjia, taken aback, stammered silently. The young woman burst into laughter, teasing, "I was just joking with you." Wang Jingjia's face flushed as he hesitated, finally managing to confess, "I cannot swim." Chapter 57. Indeed, something awry with a sudden leap. The young woman at the bow of the boat bent her knees slightly and plunged headfirst into the river. After she disappeared beneath the surface, Wang Jingjia stood there, gazing blankly at the ripples dancing across the water, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I should make time to learn swimming? It would be rather embarrassing to be belittled by a woman." Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the Wei River lay in tranquil silence, the moonlight cascading down and shimmering upon the water, evoking a serene beauty. Yet, behind this beauty lurked an unsettling chill. Mere moments ago, this very expanse of water had claimed 2 lives, stealthily and without warning. Wang Jingjia's eyes remained fixed on the surface, his heart racing for the girl who had jumped in. The water was 5 or 6 meters deep, enough to drown several people if they were piled together. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, with a sudden splash, the fishing girl burst forth from the depths, gasping for air before submerging once more, seemingly unable to locate old Zhao's body on her first descent. "Her temperament is rather hasty, isn't it?" Wang Jingjia remarked, exasperated. After several back-and-forth dives, the girl resurfaced once more, clinging to the edge of the boat and panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Water dripped from her body, and her once-tied long hair now cascaded freely, glistening with droplets that sparkled under the moonlight, creating an ethereal, translucent effect. If it truly comes to a dead end, then let us cease our search. The body, having fallen into the water amidst such tumultuous waves, must have been swept away by the undercurrents, rendering our efforts futile. If we cannot proceed any further, we should report this to the authorities tomorrow. Surely, the police and recovery teams are far more reliable than our current attempts. The young woman shook her head and replied, "Row a bit further east, approximately 10 meters. I sense that old Zhao's spirit lies in that direction. Since I have already descended, I shall not abandon this endeavor midway. If I cannot find him this last time, then I shall relent." With that, she took a deep breath and submerged herself once more. Wang Jingjia, unable to dissuade her, awkwardly paddled the small boat eastward. Moments later, just 2 or 3 meters to the east, the submerged young woman suddenly surfaced, waving at Wang Jingjia and exclaiming, "Extend the paddle to me. I've found him." Wang Jingjia promptly handed her the paddle, and the young woman grasped it, kicking her feet to propel herself closer. She then said, "Come, lend a hand. Let's retrieve the body." Without hesitation, she tucked old Zhao's lifeless form under her arm, demonstrating remarkable strength despite the weight of over 100 pounds and the resistance of the water. Wang Jingzhe lay upon the boat, grasping old Zhao's arm as he hoisted the corpse onto the vessel. The body, having soaked for several hours, had accumulated a significant amount of river water, causing it to swell grotesquely. Its skin, when touched, felt soft and taut, inducing an unsettling sensation. Suddenly, a woman emerged from beneath the water, her hands gripping the bow of the boat as she pulled herself up, leaning against the edge with her eyes closed, murmuring, "Let us return." Wang Jingzhe struggled to row the boat. For one who could not even swim, this endeavor was akin to asking a sow to climb a tree. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was peculiar. A bloated corpse, a woman resting with her eyes shut, and Wang Jingzhe laboriously attempting to row. After some time, he realized the boat had scarcely moved, and his face flushed with embarrassment. The fishing maiden seemed to sense the boat's stagnant position and opened her eyes to regard him. I still do not know your name," Wang Jingzhe ventured, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. "Call me Xiao Chao," the fishing maiden replied, her name exuding a rustic charm, albeit somewhat unrefined. Wang Jingzhe chuckled softly, nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Chao tilted her head, perplexed. "Is my name too ordinary, too unappealing?" "Not at all," he responded. "My surname is Wang, and I am called Wang Jingzhe." He spread his hands, adding, "You see, my name is rather commonplace as well. I was born on the day of the awakening of insects." Xiao Chao regarded him as though he were a simpleton. Wang Jingzhe blinked and cautiously asked, "What is the matter?" Xiao Chao pointed at the two oars floating in the river and replied, "Why do you spread your hands when you speak? Are you unaware that you are holding oars?" Wang Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. "Oh my goodness." After a while, he leaned over the stern of the boat, his arms dangling over the side, splashing the water rhythmically as the small vessel glided smoothly toward the shore. With a smile, he joyfully exclaimed, Look, paddling like this is quite swift." Xiao Chao remained silent. As Wang Jingzhe engaged in carefree conversation with Xiao Chao, neither noticed that the corpse of old Zhao lying on the deck had suddenly opened its eyes. Water trickled from the corners of his mouth, eyes, ears, and nostrils. Old Zhao's eyeballs rolled slightly, and he silently parted his lips, producing a gurgling sound from his throat. Wang Jingzhe frowned, while Xiao Chao, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them as well. A shared thought arose in both of their minds. Could there really be something beneath the surface? Moments later, the small boat reached the shore, and Wang Jingzhe unceremoniously dragged old Zhao's body and tossed it onto the bank. Xiao Chao refrained from uttering any words about respecting the deceased, as it was evident that this corpse was shrouded in mystery. Wang Jingzhe retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted a wrinkled cigarette, and placed it between his lips. Squinting at the corpse on the ground, he nudged it with his foot and remarked, "Come on, rise up, stop pretending. Aren't you merely seeking a body to inhabit?" After lighting the cigarette with a snap, Wang Jingzhe exhaled and turned to Xiao Chao, inquiring, "Has the Weihua River ever experienced a similar situation before?" Xiao Chao responded, "Not recently, but I heard that decades ago, the Yellow River underwent a period of drought, during which several corpses were exposed on the riverbed. Some of those corpses even rose from the dead, causing quite a calamity among the villagers nearby. Eventually, celestial masters and Daoists from Longhu and Maoshan heard of the incident and came to assist, expending considerable effort to eliminate the undead." Wang Jingzhe expressed an understanding with an O and further probed, "Which sect do you belong to?" Chapter 58. A pair of embroidered shoes. Which sect do you belong to? Wang Jingzhe inquired with curiosity. The myriad of Daoist sects in this world resembles a towering tree, branching out and giving rise to countless schools, both large and small. Among the most familiar are the orthodox sects such as Maoshan, Longhu, Jingyi, Chuanjin, and Tianshi. In addition to these, there exist numerous sects that revere the ancient Daoist sages as their masters, though they may not be classified as orthodox. For instance, the 5 streams of the Xianmen, which encompass medicine, fate, and divination, as well as the feng shui practitioners of the south, like Kunlun and the northern Chumaxian. Beyond these, Many secluded hermit sects lie hidden within renowned mountains and scenic locales. The Shadoran, for instance, follows a lineage without a fixed mountain gate, and there are numerous hermits on the Jinan mountain. Thus, it is evident that the world is replete with those capable of subduing demons, exorcising spirits, and dispelling malevolent forces. Wang Jingzhe, upon inquiring with the young maiden Xiao Qiao, was unexpectedly met with a sharp retort. Have you always been so impolite, prying into others' privacy? Wang Jingzhe, pouting in a huff, replied defiantly, Say what you will. Suddenly, an unsettling noise emanated from the ground, gurgling sounds as if water were boiling. Old Zhao's lifeless body stirred, producing a bubbling noise from his throat. Moments later, his bloated corpse wobbled upright, resembling the specter that had previously appeared. His body had become swollen from the soaking, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, with some water trickling down from his mouth. Wang Jingzhe glanced at Lao Zhao's feet, noticing the 2 dark handprints around his ankles. He remarked, Indeed, it appears he was forcefully pulled down by some unseen force. Yet, even more bizarre was the fact that Lao Zhao was adorned in a pair of brand-new embroidered shoes, their freshness suggesting they had just been crafted, with vibrant colors that shone with brilliance. Rivers, ponds, and lakes have always been locales rife with supernatural occurrences, stemming from the tragic drownings that have transpired in these waters. Any area with water is inherently steeped in the ethereal, as souls who perish by drowning are often transformed into vengeful spirits. Thus, folklore has long warned that water ghosts, upon spotting a living person on the surface, may drag them down to a watery grave. In this regard, the renowned online author, Mr. Kuhn, who suffers from insomnia, imparts a cautionary phrase. At night, avoid wandering into the woods and do not cross waters. The depths of forests and bodies of water at midnight are the most susceptible to supernatural events, teeming with countless lost souls and malevolent spirits eager to wreak havoc. This is no mere scare tactic. It is a stark reality. In this day and age, even the most remote and ancient villages may no longer have artisans skilled in the crafting of such embroidered shoes, and the banks of the Wei River are no exception. The style of these shoes resembles those worn by young women from the late Qing dynasty, before the Republic of China. The little grass maiden, after casting a few glances at Lao Zhao's embroidered shoes, lifted her gaze and remarked, Do you see how he holds his fingers? Is that not the posture of an orchid finger? Lao Zhao, with bloodshot eyes wide open, emitted a guttural sound from his throat, while his right middle finger and thumb pressed together awkwardly, rising to point at Wang Jingzhe. Why are you pointing at me? Wang Jingzhe scolded with irritation, abruptly lifting his foot to deliver a kick to old Zhao's abdomen. You've disrupted my beauty sleep. It's the dead of night, and I've wasted my time on you. I demand that you reveal yourself at once. If you insist on forcing my hand, so be it. With a thud, Wang's foot connected with old Zhao's belly, and he felt as though he had kicked a water balloon, his foot sinking into the softness. Old Zhao was propelled backward by the force of the kick, stumbling and rolling away. Ah! Old Zhao exclaimed, his eyes wide with an unusual intensity. Suddenly, his previously sluggish movements transformed into rapid agility as he sprang upright from the ground, arms outstretched towards Wang Jingzhe in an attempt to seize him. The nimble young girl, Xiao Qiao, quickly retreated a few steps to avoid the unfolding chaos, crossing her arms as she observed the two. Wang Jingzhe found himself at a loss for words. He had merely come to spectate, and it was Xiao Qiao who had instigated this situation. Now, unexpectedly, she stood by, leaving him to deal with the aftermath. Xiao Qiao indeed had no intention of intervening. Her curiosity was piqued by the young man in the long robe. On the surface, he appeared utterly ordinary, yet she sensed an extraordinary essence lurking beneath that exterior. Thus, she chose to remain an observer, eager to witness the young man's capabilities and to discern the origins of his prowess. Direct inquiries may seem somewhat awkward, especially considering her previous retort. Xiao Qiao possesses the confidence to discern, with a mere gesture from Wang Jingzhe, whether he hails from the Celestial Masters, Maoshan, Longhu, or the Southern Kunlun, or perhaps the Northern Outlanders, or even one of the 5 factions of the Xianmen. This assurance stems from her origins. Fanjing Mountain Tiandao Peak. colloquially known as the Library of Daoist Gates, houses an extensive collection of Daoist scriptures, boasting knowledge of nearly 99% of the world's Daoist arts. Unfortunately, Xiao Qiao finds herself somewhat disheartened. Wang Jingzhe's movements are straightforward and forceful, exhibiting a certain aesthetic of violence, yet they reveal little about his origins. As Lao Zhao reached out with his arm, Wang Jingzhe stepped back, lifting his left hand to intercept, while his right hand swiftly delved into his tattered bag, drawing forth an old pair of scissors. With a decisive thrust, the blade pierced the left side of Lao Zhao's chest. As the rusted scissors embedded themselves deep within the corpse, a grotesque transformation occurred. The bloated form seemed to deflate instantaneously, releasing a torrent of foul black liquid that gushed forth, restoring the body to its original state. With a casual flick, Wang Jingzhe extracted the scissors, nudging the corpse with his left hand, causing Lao Zhao to thud heavily to the ground. The young grass maiden furrowed her brow, for she discerned that Wang Jingzhe's decisive strike had pierced the vulnerable point of the corpse. That swift and precise thrust had effectively targeted the soft underbelly of the deceased Zhao, compelling the entity within to emerge. The maneuver was remarkably straightforward, its origins obscured. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. What was truly astonishing was Wang Jingzhe's exceptional perception. She had failed to detect the location of Zhao's weak point at a mere glance. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and a faint shadow drifted from Zhao's lifeless form, its feet adorned with a pair of pristine embroidered shoes. Chapter 59. Testing and Temptation. The figure was neither a blood-soaked ghost clad in crimson nor a fearsome apparition with a ghastly visage. Rather, it was a young maiden dressed in floral-patterned attire, her beauty evident, adorned with a hairpin nestled within her tresses. Apart from her newly embroidered shoes, which appeared particularly eerie, she exuded an air of poignant sorrow. These embroidered shoes have long been recognized as a harbinger of the supernatural and the chilling. She had cast herself into the Wei River while donning those very shoes, which she had painstakingly stitched together, her own blood mingling with the thread during the creation process. After her untimely demise, those shoes became the vessel for her soul, unable to transition into the underworld, eventually transforming into the haunting figure before us. The young maiden, with a soft exclamation, elucidated. This was likely a form of incantation from the Qing court, akin to the curses cast by the concubines upon their adversaries. Yet, she had turned it upon herself. This provoked a curiosity within me. What grievances could possibly compel her to inflict such torment upon her own spirit? It seems that a woman's despair is often rooted in matters of the heart. With a hint of exasperation, Wang Jingzhe remarked, "I would appreciate it if, when you utter that final statement, you refrain from emphasizing the word man so heavily, especially while gazing in my direction. What are you so defensive about? I didn't specify you by name," came the retort. Wang Jingzhe's face flushed suddenly. He realized that whenever he conversed with this little grass maiden, he was never in a position of advantage. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Was he truly feeling guilty? He recalled the marriage pact, which his father had spoken of long ago. Although his father had not explicitly stated that he must marry the eldest daughter of the Li family, he had warned him that this woman would be his destiny, inescapable. However, Wang Jingzhe was taken aback to find that he had blushed repeatedly in the presence of this inexplicable little grass maiden, while he held no vague notion of the Li family's eldest daughter. From an ethical and moral standpoint, did this not constitute betrayal on his part? Even though Li Lanrong and Mao Qing had renounced their engagements beforehand, a betrothal arranged from birth is still a commitment. To disregard it is to betray, regardless of whether the Li family adhered to the customs. As Wang Jingzhe's thoughts spiraled chaotically, the ghostly figure in embroidered shoes let out a piercing shriek and lunged towards him, finally revealing her true nature as a malevolent spirit. Her delicate hands extended claws that resembled overripe nails, painted in a garish red that exuded a nauseating stench. Wang Jingzhe quickly pivoted on his toes, gliding swiftly towards the little grass maiden, and as he brushed past her, he uttered a remark. "You have instigated your own troubles. Thus, you must resolve them on your own, as they bear no relation to me." In an instant, Wang Jingzhe brushed past the young grass, disappearing into the distance. The young grass maiden shot him a furious glare before turning to evade the approaching ghost clad in embroidered shoes. After sidestepping, she bent down to retrieve the soul-calling lamp she had previously placed on the ground. With a snap of her fingers directed at the lamp, a flame flickered to life, which she then positioned defensively in front of her. Upon seeing the soul-calling lamp, the ghost suddenly halted, as if confronted by an object of profound terror. She covered her face with her hands and retreated repeatedly, her body trembling uncontrollably. A short distance away, Wang Jingzhe frowned slightly, feeling a hint of exasperation. Both he and the young grass maiden shared the same intention. They sought to discern the ghost's true nature when pressed into action, to unveil the source of her powers. In the vast expanse of the Tao, there are myriad paths, yet ultimately, all converge into one. The supreme texts of the I Ching and Taoism encompass the Lian Shan, Gu Song, and Zhou Yi, within which myriad techniques are enshrined, earning the title of the foremost scripture of Huaxia, the guardian of all classics. The art of Qi Min Dun Jia, documented within its teachings, has evolved into countless methodologies. Although Wang Jingzhe would not claim complete understanding, he recognized that diverse paths lead to the same destination. Should anyone employ techniques related to this, he would be able to discern their essence. Regrettably, the opposing party never had the opportunity to strike. Wang Jingzhe and the young grass maiden exchanged a glance, their eyes conveying two words: cunning. In this encounter, neither party managed to discern the other's intentions. After the gaze of the maiden, Little Grass shifted away from Wang Jingzhe. She addressed the female ghost, stating, "This lamp is known as the soul-guiding lamp, and it is ignited by a strand of yang fire. This flame is assuredly incapable of extinguishing a human life. However, it proves quite effective against you wandering spirits. It can easily disperse your soul into the ether. When you perished, you were burdened with profound resentment, and your spirit remains ensconced within a pair of embroidered shoes. It seems you have yet to resolve this grievance. I shall offer you two choices. Either return to the shoes and reside there in compliance, or I shall incinerate you to ashes. The decision is yours to make." Wang Jingzhe sighed inwardly, realizing that his probing had been in vain. The female ghost, provided she was not foolish beyond reason, would not oppose such a proposition. He recognized that the yang fire of the soul-guiding lamp was the greatest nemesis of malevolent entities, and this ghost lacked sufficient power to withstand it. Indeed, as soon as Little Grass finished speaking, the female ghost lowered her hands from her face, gazing apprehensively at the candle flame of the soul-guiding lamp. She began to speak slowly. "I am a woman from the early Republic of China, a resident of a village by the Weihe River." Her tale unfolded like a scene from television. She recounted the story of her childhood sweetheart, with whom she had shared an innocent bond that blossomed until they approached their 20s. Little did she know that in those tumultuous times, he was conscripted and met his demise far from home. Overcome with grief and longing for her husband, she sewed a pair of embroidered shoes and cast herself into the river to end her life. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingzhe glanced sideways and remarked, "Men? What about men?" Regretting his words immediately, he realized he could not gain the upper hand. "Men, not a single one is worth a dime," Xiao Chao retorted with a cold laugh. Wang Jingzhe fell silent, rendered speechless. Xiao Chao then turned to him and inquired, "Do you have any unresolved matters weighing on your heart?" "I only wish to be buried alongside my husband. Nothing else matters," Xiao Chao replied with a frown. "How can you be buried together when you do not even know where he lies?" The ghostly figure of the woman in embroidered shoes lowered her head, beginning to sob. Suddenly, Wang Jingzhe spoke up. The two of them must have shared an intimate bond, which, according to the rites, implies they are effectively husband and wife. We should seek out this man as family. If they have descendants, we can inquire about his name, and if we are fortunate enough to learn his birth date, it would not be difficult to deduce where he is buried, provided his remains still exist. Xiao Chao shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "I am not adept at such deductions." Wang Jingzhe was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. Chapter 60, A Debate with a Woman the Girl. With her sparkling, tear-filled eyes, swept a glance over Wang Jingzhe before turning away, retracting her guiding light. leaving him with a profound sense of disdain akin to that of a monarch. Wang Jingzhe, grinding his small teeth in frustration, retorted, "Is this truly amusing to you?" Xiao Chao glanced back at him, replying, "If not, then what? Go ahead, bite me." Wang Jingzhe was rendered speechless. Indeed, what could he do? Previously, his elder sister, Wang Dongji, had tirelessly imparted several lessons of a similar nature to him, earnestly instructing him on the precautions to take when interacting with women. Wang Dongji remarked, "Do you know what the most foolish thing in this world is? It is the insistence on determining a victor during an argument. Such behavior is indicative of youth, naivety, and immaturity. When engaged in a dispute, a mere faint smile can convey a sense of superiority. However, when you seek to assert dominance over a woman in an argument, it transcends mere folly." Curious, Wang Jingzhe inquired, "Then what would you call it?" "Utterly foolish," Wang Dongji replied with utmost seriousness. "For women are the most unreasonable beings in existence. The moment you choose to argue with one, you have already lost. Consider this. Women are inherently illogical, so what is there to debate with them?" Wang Jingzhe has always regarded the words of Wang Dongji as sacred maxims, held in profound reverence. Despite being in his 20s, he seldom heeds the counsel of his grandfather or father. However, he has always viewed Wang Dongji as a guiding beacon. Even though his elder sister has persistently teased him throughout their upbringing, Wang Jingzhe harbors an unshakable admiration for her, emanating from the very depths of his being. With this thought in mind, he composed himself, casting a detached gaze at the grass while allowing a disdainful smile to escape his lips. Xiao Chao observed him for a prolonged moment before softly remarking, "You look rather foolish when you smile. It is quite unbecoming." At that instant, Wang Jingzhe felt a surge of indignation, nearly choking on an outburst of frustration, pondering that his sister's words may not be entirely accurate. Xiao Gao, with an air of nonchalance, departed, leaving Wang Jingzhe standing alone by the banks of the Wei River, lost in his own tumultuous thoughts amidst the wind. By the time Xiao Chao returned home, it was already well past midnight. Entering through the back door and making her way to her room, she was greeted by the sight of a figure curled up on her bed, blissfully asleep. With a sigh, Xiao Chao approached and nudged the person, saying, "Li Menghan, what are you doing sleeping in my room? Go back to your own." Li Menghan rubbed her eyes, still dazed from sleep, and replied, "Cousin, why are you only just coming back?" Xiao Chao rolled her eyes in response, muttering, "I might as well not have returned." She possessed a rather peculiar sense of cleanliness and was not fond of anyone disturbing her personal space, especially her own bed. Li Menghan stifled a yawn as she sat cross-legged and remarked, "Uncle and Aunt have been waiting for you all night. They mentioned wanting to discuss something with you. So I kept them company here. Who knew you would never return? And then they left. I ended up dozing off in a daze." "Discuss with me?" Xiao Chao replied lightly. Perhaps they're deliberating on how to marry me off?" Li Menghan instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I heard it's the eldest son of the Shui family from Qinghe." The phrases young talent and handsome figure seem utterly trivial when describing him. They say he is the brightest star in the sky, eclipsing all other celestial bodies with his brilliance. No one can outshine him. What does that have to do with me? Xiao Chao retorted. Li Menghan continued, "He's coming to propose." Xiao Chao responded with a nonchalant "oh," and added, "Then I retract what I just said. Why should have said is, why should I care?" Li Menghan fell silent, for her cousin had always been exceptionally independent. One could not label her as rebellious, for rebellion lacks any form or rationale. Rather, every action Xiao Chao undertook was beyond reproach. The wisdom and maturity she exhibited were likewise celebrated, marking her as the brightest star in the firmament. Thus, in her youth, she was taken from Longxi by the disciples of Tiandao Peak on Fanjing Mountain, becoming the saintess who had not graced the world for centuries. The summit of Tiandao Peak on Fanjing Mountain is often referred to as the library of the Daoist sects, housing nearly all the treasured manuscripts of Taoism throughout the ages. Its most ancient tomes can be traced back over 2 millennia, with the Tao Te Ching of Laozi purportedly residing at the peak. The Holy Maiden of Tiandao Peak is essentially analogous to the reincarnated spiritual children in Tibetan Buddhism. While this notion may seem enigmatic or hard to believe, the reality is that the Holy Maiden is determined through the collective calculations of 4 esteemed elders. Upon the passing of the previous holy maiden, the elders engage in divination to predict where the reincarnation will manifest in the mortal realm, subsequently dispatching individuals to conduct evaluations until a definitive conclusion is reached, at which point the chosen one is brought back to Tiandao Peak. Consequently, the holy maiden is not a title bestowed in every generation. There may be intervals of several decades, or even centuries, between each incarnation. In fact, it has been over 200 years since the last holy maiden departed this world. According to the people of Longxi, Xiao Qiao was born with her eyes wide open, exuding a brilliance reminiscent of someone far older, startling the attending nurse at her birth. Even now, those seasoned doctors and nurses still recall that moment vividly. Before reaching her first birthday, Xiao Qiao exhibited remarkable intelligence, articulating her first words far earlier than her peers. By the age of 2 or 3, she was already able to read and write independently. When the emissaries from Tiandao Peak arrived in Longxi at her 5th year, they preliminarily identified her as a potential reincarnation of the Holy Maiden. At the tender age of 12, Xiao Qiao was taken from Longxi to ascend Tiandao Peak on Fanjing Mountain for spiritual cultivation. By the age of 24, adhering to the tenets of the Holy Maiden at Tiandao Peak, she was to venture into the worldly realm, enduring the trials of mortal existence. After Li Menghan was dismissed by Xiao Qiao, she finally shed her still damp garments and retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Once she emerged, the horizon was already beginning to blush with the first light of dawn. Lying in bed, Xiao Qiao felt an overwhelming fatigue that made sleep elusive. After stifling a yawn, she reflected on the events of the day, smirking slightly as she muttered, "Fool." Chapter 61. On the art of language, days swiftly passed, and on this evening, it marked the 7th day of mourning for the boatman, Old Zhao. During these days, Wang Jingzhe lingered by the banks of the Wei River, wandering idly when time permitted, occasionally taking a boat to drift upon the river Esperise. The recent capsizing incident had not dampened the spirits of the locals along the riverbanks. As the saying goes, one who frequently walks by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. Thus, it is hardly surprising that fatalities by drowning occur among those who have lived by the river for years. Old Zhao's family gathered by the shore, kindling a heavenly ladder with offerings laid upon the ground, the faint sounds of sobbing echoing in the air. Once the flames were ignited, it signified a true separation between the realms of the living and the deceased. Wang Jingzhe observed silently nearby when he noticed the approach of the maiden, Little Grass. Today, she adorned herself in a simple, flowing white dress, standing quietly by the river, gazing into the distance, lost in her thoughts. Clutching a handful of paper money, she suddenly cast it towards the heavens, the papers fluttering down like leaves, eventually settling upon the water's surface, drifting gently away. As time passed, Old Zhao's family departed, and the twilight deepened. Only Little Grass remained, idly tracing patterns upon the water, while Wang Jingzhe, after a prolonged period of contemplation, hesitantly approached her. Initially, neither spoke. Little Grass, perhaps by nature serene, preferred silence, while Wang Jingzhe, shy and unaccustomed to conversing with women, found himself at a loss for words, having primarily interacted with his elder sister, Wang Dongji, throughout his life. After the untimely passing of their mother, he was raised single-handedly by his elder sister. Despite their minimal age difference, she assumed the roles of both a protective elder brother and a nurturing mother. She painstakingly nurtured Wang Jingzhe through every trial and tribulation, primarily because their father, Wang, was rather unreliable, often adopting a laissez-faire approach towards the siblings. Frequently, he would vanish for extended periods, sometimes lasting 10 days or even longer, leaving the 2 children to fend for themselves if they wished to avoid starvation. As Wang Jingzhe matured, Wang Dongji would, at times, resemble a gentle spring breeze, while at others, when angered, she would embody the harshness of winter frost, instilling trepidation in Wang Jingzhe. Occasionally, Wang Dongji would take on the role of a mentor, guiding Wang Jingzhe along the path of knowledge. Consequently, whenever he faltered, she would not hesitate to chastise him. Wang Jingzhe had a rudimentary understanding of the I Ching and the art of Qi Dunjia, while his grasp of the Book of Mountains was only superficial. In contrast, Wang Dongji had thoroughly studied the Book of Mountains, the I Ching, and the Book of Changes countless times. The lineage of the Shidao tradition was strictly male-oriented. Yet this did not prevent their father from bestowing these esoteric texts upon his daughter. In his words, as long as the Shidao line continued, he had not violated any of its tenets. His daughter merely read the I Ching a few times without him imparting any practical knowledge. Thus the ancestral masters could not hold him accountable. Wang Dongji was a self-taught scholar, aptly exemplifying the adage that one can gain mastery through diligent study. Later, Wang's father sighed, reflecting that if Wang Dongji had been born a male, she would have overshadowed Wang Jingzhe, who, throughout his 20s, lived in the shadow of his elder sister, leading to an ingrained shyness and inability to articulate his thoughts in the presence of women. Do you often suffer from insomnia? Wang Jingzhe initiated the conversation, sensing the awkwardness of the moment as they stood by the riverbank. However, it must be said that he approached the dialogue with women as if all his faculties were blocked, lacking any understanding of how to engage. While others would begin with charming compliments and gradually delve deeper into conversation, he blurted out a question about insomnia right off the bat. If Wang Dongji had been present, she would have undoubtedly slapped him, exclaiming, "Do you even know how to a woman?" Xiao Qiao tilted her head, frowning as she regarded Wang Jingzhe. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to believe he had struck upon a crucial point and confidently stated, "Nocturnal sweating and insomnia indicate a deficiency in kidney yin, often exacerbated by hormonal imbalances. Before bed, soak some goji berries in vinegar and place 2 slices of fresh ginger on the soles of your feet. After about half a month, your night sweats should alleviate considerably, and the frequency of your insomnia will diminish significantly. If you persist for another fortnight without interruption, your insomnia will eventually be cured." Xiao Qiao responded with a soft "oh," nodding in agreement. "Is there more?" Wang Jingzhe tilted his head in contemplation, his face slightly flushed as he cautiously remarked, "If you were to marry, such circumstances might improve." Xiao Qiao stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, while Wang Jingzhe's eyes darted around anxiously, a sudden unease gripping his heart. The implication of his words, that one must experience the tribulations of life, was rather straightforward. Such a statement could be somewhat abrupt even when directed at an ordinary woman. How much more so when addressing a lady bearing the mark of a cicada on her arm, symbolizing her conservatism or perhaps a certain psychological fastidiousness. Such words felt decidedly inappropriate. Xiao Qiao gradually rose to her feet, prompting Wang Jingzhe to take a few nervous steps back. She too advanced towards him. Fixing her gaze upon his eyes, she uttered 2 words, "Fool." Wang Jingzhe pursed his lips, remaining silent as an awkward smile crept across his face. While Xiao Qiao turned and gracefully departed, Wang Jingzhe crouched on the ground, extracted a cigarette, and lit it. He gently fanned himself with his hand, pondering. Language is truly an art. Upon returning home, Xiao Qiao passed through the main hall, where she observed her parents engaged in casual conversation. Li Bo stood behind them, and upon seeing her return, Mao Qingshui eagerly waved her over. "Daughter, come, come, come." Frowning, Xiao Qiao stepped inside, and Mao Qingshui grasped her arm, exclaiming with delight, "In just a few days, the Chui family from Qinghe will be coming to propose. Look, they've already sent over the photograph and birth details of their eldest son. TSK, TSK. I must say, this Chui eldest son is indeed quite the handsome gentleman." Li Lanrong nodded in agreement, adding, "He is indeed impressive, such a rarity." Xiao Qiao did not even glance at the photograph in Mao Qingshui's hand and replied with a faint smile, "Well, as long as you are happy. Of course, we must be happy. Xiao Qiao, allow me to assure you, my judgment in people is infallible. The eldest son of the Chui family has broad brows and a noble nose, with a tall and upright stature. His appearance transcends mere descriptions of beauty." "Yes, yes, as long as you are happy," Xiao Qiao nodded again. Then turned to Li Bo. "Please bring me some ginger, vinegar, and goji berries to my room." "Certainly, Mississippi." Mao Qingshui, perplexed, inquired, "What do you need those things for?" "I have been experiencing some insomnia lately." Chapter 62. Qinghe County. The Chui clan Xiao Qiao found herself inexplicably compelled to have Li Bo bring her vinegar, ginger, and goji berries. Firstly, she had long suffered from insomnia, and secondly, how had she so readily believed the words of that foolish man? During her years at Tiandao Peak on Mount Fanjing, Xiao Chao had often spent entire nights immersed in the Daoist scriptures. Over time, this had adversely affected her sleep, and in recent years, she had begun to experience night sweats, frequently lying down at midnight only to awaken at dawn. The sensation of being unable to sleep due to exhaustion was truly a harrowing experience. After Li Bo placed the items in her room, Xiao Chao suddenly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Has he arrived?" He referred to the man she was betrothed to since childhood. Xiao Chao had known about him for several years now, yet she felt no particular affinity towards him. Much like her indifference towards the eldest son of the Qinghe Chui family, the man she was betrothed to seemed no more than a fleeting figure in her life, someone she might never even meet. Perhaps there was no need for her to even know his name. Li Bo replied, "He came a few days ago and has since departed." Xiao Chao responded with a simple "oh," and casually asked, "What kind of person is he?" This question stemmed purely from curiosity, for he was her betrothed, and according to the customs and principles of ancient times, they were already regarded as having the name of a married couple. Li Bo contemplated for a moment and candidly remarked, "He is quite an ordinary individual, lacking any remarkable traits." The dialogue concluded there, and Xiao Chao did not pursue further inquiries, thus remaining oblivious to the words Wang Jingzhe uttered before his departure. "I shall personally come to annul the engagement." That evening, Xiao Chao retired early, sipping a cup of aged vinegar infused with goji berries, with slices of fresh ginger placed beneath her feet. The following morning, she awoke at her usual hour, yet felt unusually refreshed. Upon reflection, she realized she had enjoyed approximately half an hour more sleep than usual, a phenomenon that had not occurred in many years. Xiao Chao smirked and remarked, "The fool is not as ignorant as one might think." At that moment, the individual referred to as a fool, Wang Jingzhe, was resting in a stilted house by the banks of the Wei River. After sneezing, he rubbed his nose and rose from his bed, pushing open the window to behold the expansive river, reminiscent of a scene where one gazes towards the sea, basking in the warmth of spring blossoms. Standing before the riverside view, Wang Jingzhe, soaked in the sunlight, rummaged through his bag and casually tossed a turtle shell onto the table, his fingers rhythmically tapping upon its surface. About half a month left? The Chui family of Qinghe County, tracing its lineage back to the spring and autumn period, was once among the nobility of the Qi state. Their descendant, Chui Yin, had served under Cao Cao, establishing the family as a prominent lineage in Yuzhou. The Chui clan, renowned for its illustrious heritage, boasted 23 members who ascended to the rank of prime minister. However, by the late Tang dynasty, many esteemed families began to crumble, leading to the decline of the once mighty Chui lineage. However, due to the presence of numerous erudite individuals within the Chui family, prior to their decline, many began to engage in commerce, leveraging the family's influence in the court, particularly around the Ming dynasty, with Zheng he embarking on overseas explorations. Members of the Chui clan accompanied him on his voyages. They discovered that beyond the vast lands of China lay numerous other nations. Consequently, many from the Chui lineage transported porcelain, silk, gold, and silver across the seas to establish their businesses abroad. To this day, the entire Chui family of Qinghe has flourished both domestically and internationally, boasting an extensive and immeasurable array of enterprises. It is said that the Chui family's ventures span at least a dozen countries overseas, many of which operate discreetly, with the family holding controlling interests behind the scenes. Over countless years, the Chui lineage has come to understand the wisdom of maintaining a low profile. They are acutely aware that quiet prosperity often outlasts ostentatious displays of wealth. In front of the ancestral home of the Chui clan in Qinghe County, a long black Mercedes is parked, its trunk wide open, next to which stand several middle-aged men dressed uniformly in Tang suits. A steward, resembling a house manager, holds a ledger and calls out loudly. One dragon and phoenix auspicious jade pendant, 3 Tang Sankai horses, 2 exquisite Persian carpets, and 8 pieces each of gold bracelets and necklaces. As the steward reads aloud, individuals begin to place the enumerated items into the trunk one by one. After a thorough inspection by professionals, the trunk is securely closed, and once filled, the driver promptly enters the vehicle, awaiting further instructions. The steward took nearly 4 to 5 minutes to announce, as 8 Mercedes-Benz vehicles were filled to capacity. The total value of these items likely far exceeds that of the entire convoy. Take, for instance, the pair of jade pendants symbolizing the union of dragon and phoenix, along with the Tang Sankai horse. Such treasures are rarely seen in the marketplace and can only be found in prestigious auction houses. This serves as a betrothal gift, an essential component during marriages among noble families, where the quantity and value of the dowry reflect the prestige of the family. Families like the Chui clan of Qinghe and the Li clan of Longxi, which have thrived for countless generations, still adhere to many of their traditional customs. Although they have intermodernity, they persist in upholding the old values in various aspects. For instance, as the eldest son of the Chui family prepares to propose to the Li family of Longxi, there is a necessary journey to Bowling first. This is because many members of the Chui clan migrated south to Bowling during the Eastern Han Dynasty, establishing a significant branch there, with several notable ancestors who achieved great renown. Thus, according to tradition, the eldest son of the Chui family must first pay his respects in Bowling before proceeding to Longxi to seek a marriage proposal. In front of the old Chui residence, a young man, approximately 30 years of age, gazed expressionlessly at the steward managing the betrothal arrangements. Beside him stood 2 men who bore a resemblance to him. One of them remarked softly, "Brother, seeing you like this gives me the impression of a domineering CEO making a grand entrance. Do you envy that?" Yerbo nombi. Throughout my life, the most detestable aspect has been the lack of freedom in marriage. Fortunately, you stand as the leader, shielding us younger siblings from numerous troubles and sparing us from becoming mere sacrificial pawns. Another individual, with a disdainful curl of the lip, remarked, "Do not lament the unattainable grapes by declaring them sour. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Li family possesses beauty akin to that of a celestial being." The eldest of the Chui family cast a sidelong glance and retorted, "Do you envy her?" The one who had just spoken fell silent, realizing in truth, "I too advocate for the freedom of marriage." The eldest of the Chui family sneered, "Such notions are utter nonsense." The 2 younger brothers swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety, and said, "Brother, at this moment, please refrain from any peculiar antics." Chapter 63. Winter Solstice Northward at Gongai Airport. An Airbus arriving from Huhai glided gracefully to the ground. As the aircraft touched down, a woman in the first-class section, who had been feigning sleep since boarding, slowly roused from her slumber amidst a gentle jolt. As she stifled a yawn and stretched her limbs, nearly 2/3 of the male passengers in the vicinity cast their eyes upon her. The remaining third, seated beside their female companions, still bore an eager glint in their gaze. As the Airbus taxied towards the terminal, a man in his 30s, clad in an Armani suit and seated next to the woman, extended his right hand, revealing a Rolex Submariner on his wrist. With a charming smile, he remarked, "I noticed you've been asleep since we boarded. I hope it's not an intrusion, but may I introduce myself? I'm Chi Zhengrong, a Huhai native exploring the northern reaches of Tibet." The woman, having completed her stretch, lowered her hand and casually responded, "Thank you, but I truly dislike being disturbed while I sleep." Their exchange sparked a wave of regret among the 2/3 of men in first class, who lamented silently, wishing they had seized the opportunity to engage her first. The woman did not possess the youthful allure of a 20-year-old, nor did she resemble the 25-year-old beauty of Li Jiasin, and she bore no resemblance to the mature grace of a 30-something Maggie Chung. While she could not be deemed extraordinarily beautiful, lacking the enchanting figure of a model, her mere presence ignited an undeniable sense of conquest within the hearts of the men around her. Elegance. This is precisely the type of woman being referred to. As the airplane glided toward the terminal, she stood up to open her luggage compartment, intending to retrieve her carry-on bag. Before she could even extend her hand, an arm unexpectedly reached out beside her, and as he lifted his arm, a Patek Philippe watch casually made its appearance on his wrist. "My luggage is right next to yours. Allow me to assist you," said the man, exuding a distinguished aura reminiscent of an older gentleman, likely in his 40s, radiating a charm akin to Takashi Kaneshiro. His voice, deliberately lowered, carried a magnetic resonance. "Thank you," she replied with a smile, seemingly accustomed to such attentions, as if she were the center of admiration. "My company has sent a vehicle to pick me up. If it's convenient, I could offer you a ride." The middle-aged gentleman proposed, his face lighting up with delight upon receiving her response. Just then, Qi Zhengrong, who had spoken first, interjected, "My car is parked at the airport. I make it a point to visit the Potala Palace every month for pilgrimage. I can take you wherever you wish." The woman, pulling the handle of her suitcase, replied, "It seems inappropriate to refuse either of you, so I shall not trouble you further. I will take a taxi myself." The older gentleman and Qi Zhengrong exchanged a glance, a spark igniting between them, both believing the other had encroached upon their chance for a delightful encounter, their teeth nearly gritting in frustration. A few minutes later, the woman wheeled her suitcase out of the VIP passageway and approached the exit, where she queued to hail a taxi. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed behind her, and Qi Zhengrong hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "We still have time. The parking lot is nearby. It's certainly more convenient than hailing a taxi. Wouldn't you agree?" "I fear the destination may be rather far," she replied. "That matters not. In my eyes, there exists no distance between us," Qi Zhengrong responded with infectious enthusiasm. However, 2.5 hours later, Qi Zhengrong truly grasped the meaning of rather far. The vehicle traversed from the airport, passing the Potala Palace, and continued for nearly 100 kilometers into desolation, where the surroundings became increasingly barren. Approaching the northern Tibetan region, the journey would stretch another 500 kilometers to the border, had it not been for the faint presence of the woman beside him. Qi Zhengrong might have succumbed to trepidation as darkness began to descend. Around 7 in the evening, the car arrived at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by towering boulders and endless peaks. Suddenly, the woman instructed, "Stop the car," startling Qi Zhengrong. "Stop? Here?" he asked incredulously, glancing outside. "Yes, I shall disembark here," she affirmed with a nod. Qi Zhengrong swallowed hard, gesturing toward the desolate landscape outside the window. "But there is nothing here. Why are we stopping in this place?" Upon arriving at the destination, the woman softly remarked, then opened the car door and said, "Please open the trunk. I need to retrieve my suitcase." Qi Zhengrong, somewhat bewildered, opened the trunk. After the woman took out her luggage, she extended her delicate hand and added, "Thank you. It is indeed a bit far." Qi Zhengrong felt on the verge of tears. The location was exceedingly remote, and he feared that driving back alone might prove daunting. However, his curiosity piqued regarding where this woman intended to go after alighting from the vehicle. "I am heading up the mountain. Your car cannot navigate this path, so you should return," she stated. Could we exchange WeChat or perhaps a phone number?" Qi Zhengrong inquired tentatively. 3 days from now, I will be returning from Gongai Airport. If by chance we meet again, I shall inform you," she replied. The woman then opened her suitcase, donned a windbreaker, waved her hand, and turned to leave, saying farewell. With a sigh, Qi Zhengrong asked, "May I at least inquire your name?" "I am called Wang Dongji." Wang Dongji effortlessly lifted her suitcase and began her ascent up the mountain. Qi Zhengrong, feeling disoriented, lifted his head and faintly perceived a glimmer of light halfway up the slope. He took out his phone, located his position, and searched for the address. Moments later, the screen displayed several lines of text. Mount Namjigbarwa, towering at an elevation of 782 meters, is perpetually cloaked in snow and enveloped in mist. Ascending from the base to an altitude of 500 meters, one encounters a Lama temple known as Xiaozhao Temple. After a journey of over half an hour, Wang Dongji ascended the mountain with ease, arriving at the entrance of Xiaozhao Temple. Inside, the flickering lights cast shadows, revealing the presence of lamas engaged in their evening prayers, while the sound of scripture recitation echoed softly. Standing before the temple's gate, Wang Dongji called out in a clear voice, "From the Wang family of Chaogu, Wang Dongji comes to pay respects to His Holiness Sangmu Rinpoche." Wang Dongji refrained from crossing the threshold, for although most Lama temples do not prohibit the entry of women, the most orthodox practitioners often harbor reservations. The history of Xiaozhao Temple is remarkably ancient, tracing back over a millennium. The The reincarnation of its living Buddhas is free from the interference of any institution or administrative body, operating instead within its own self-contained framework. Wang Dongzhi continued his journey northward, pondering the origins of his quest. Chapter 64. Born as a sister in the Wang family of Chaoguo, Wang Dongzhi arrived at the Xiaozhou Temple to pay a visit to the venerable Sang Mu Rinpoche, the great treasure Dharma king. Her voice resonated softly, echoing through the temple, causing the recitation of scriptures to abruptly cease. Shortly thereafter, a group of monks emerged, surrounding a prominent lama. It is not customary for just anyone to call out at the temple entrance and expect an audience with Sang Mu Rinpoche. Among the lamas of Tibetan Buddhism, his reputation ranks at least within the top 5, perhaps even higher. His appearance was prompted by the fact that the lamas, while engaged in their recitation, had seemingly created a protective barrier. Not even the loudest noise from outside, be it firecrackers or drums, could disrupt their chanting. Had the lamas not ceased, the recitation would have continued for at least another 3 to 5 minutes. Yet, Wang Dongzhi's announcement of her identity shattered this tranquility. This alone attests to the fact that the individual outside the temple possessed a depth of cultivation that might surpass that of all the lamas within. Sang Mu Rinpoche appeared ageless, with long brows drooping over his eyes, his face etched with the marks of time. Although he seemed advanced in years, his steps were remarkably steady. Upon seeing Wang Dongzhi, an expression of surprise flickered in his eyes. This young benefactor seemed rather youthful. Wang Dongzhi clasped her hands together and softly spoke. "Most esteemed Dharmaraja, I humbly ask for your understanding and hope you will not take offense at my abrupt visit to Xiaozhou Temple. I have come with a request." Without any elaborate formalities, Wang Dongzhi approached Sang Mu Rinpoche, bypassing even the most basic introductions, knowing well that her identity would soon become apparent. She had learned that Xiaozhou Temple housed a sacred text, the Ma-Wai-Na Sutra, which, when recited consistently, could stabilize one's spirit and soul, enveloping one in the soothing sound of the Dharma. Wang Dongzhi expressed her desire to borrow it, promising to return it in 5 years. As her words lingered in the air, the lamas behind Sang Mu Rinpoche displayed evident displeasure. The Ma-Wai-Na Sutra was the temple's treasured scripture, essential for reinforcing the soul of the reincarnated living Buddha they had discovered. Wang Dongzhi's request to borrow it was not just audacious. It was akin to someone asking to temporarily take one's beloved spouse. Sang Mu Rinpoche frowned, his expression inscrutable, but it was clear he was far from pleased. Wang Dongzhi, unfazed, continued, "Regardless of the circumstances, it is improper to borrow items casually. Both sentiment and reason dictate such behavior is unsuitable. I can lend you a copy of the Ma-Wai-Na Sutra, and in return, I would expect 2 items from you, which should essentially be of equal value." Sang Mu Rinpoche, with great patience, responded, "Please elaborate." To the east of Lake Ramona, so, after walking 33,720 steps, one will encounter a village with a population of 726. Among them, there are 7 children under the age of 5, 3 of whom are boys. One was born on the day of the fire horse in the year of the Gongwu month during the hour of the pig. Wang Dongzhi spoke in a calm and measured tone. The lamas of Xiaozhou Temple were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment, while Sang Mu Rinpoche appeared utterly shocked, his eyes betraying a sudden seriousness. The information Wang Dongzhi had just revealed was precisely what the lamas of Xiaozhou Temple had deduced earlier that evening regarding the birthplace and candidate of the current reincarnated living Buddha, with plans to set out at dawn the next day in search. In essence, the emergence of the reincarnated child of Xiaozhou Temple was known only to those within the monastery, kept a closely guarded secret, and had yet to be made public. This was a matter of utmost importance to Xiaozhou Temple, a secret of the highest order, known only to the lamas within. If the reincarnated living Buddha were to be easily discovered by outsiders, it would spell disaster for the monastery. Consequently, the search for reincarnated lamas is considered a matter of utmost confidentiality, whether at Xiaozhou Temple, Dezhou Temple, or any other lama monastery. Wang Dongzhi's revelation left the entire assembly in stunned silence. As far as I know, over 4 centuries ago, The esteemed Marpalatsawa of the Xiaozhou Temple unexpectedly attained parinirvana at the age of 100. Yet, his Dharmakaya remains elusive, and it has been nearly 430 years since that time. Sangmu Rinpoche inhaled sharply, slowly articulating. He is one of the few revered as a Buddha within our temple. Regrettably, the master wandered extensively prior to his passing, offering us no guidance, which has resulted in our ignorance regarding the whereabouts of his relics after his demise, a significant lament for the Xiaozhou Temple, who claims that Marpalatsawa's passing yielded relics. I assert that he possesses an incorruptible physical body. Wang Dongji suddenly raised his arm, gesturing toward the direction, and proclaimed, I can deduce the whereabouts of your generation's reincarnated tulku. If I were to exert some effort to ascertain where Marpa Lama departed this world, might that also be a possibility? Sangmu Rinpoche was momentarily taken aback, as a memory flashed in his mind of Wang Dongji's words upon his arrival at the temple gate. Suddenly gaining clarity, the Wang family's ancestral lineage. Wang Dongji directly interjected, that would be my great-grandfather. In an instant, Sangmu Rinpoche clasped his hands together and bowed, exclaiming, I beg your pardon. Wang Dongji chuckled lightly, extending her hand as she said, May I borrow your why not scriptures for a moment? I shall return them to you in 5 years. Shortly, I will reveal to you the location of where the corporeal remains of the great Marpa, the Dharma King, are interred. Sangmu Rinpoche promptly turned and, spreading his palms, replied, There's a guest room behind the temple. I kindly invite you to relocate there. A day later, Wang Dongji deduced the resting place of the great Marpa at Xiaozhou Temple. On the 3rd day of her arrival in northern Tibet, she hurriedly made her way to Gongai Airport. Upon arriving at the airport, just as she was about to approach the counter to collect her boarding pass, she stood frozen in disbelief. The airport announcement echoed a missing person notice. Esteemed guest, Miss Wang Dongji, your friend Qi Zhengrong has gone missing and cannot be reached. If you hear this announcement, please proceed to the China Southern Airlines check-in counter to await further instructions. Wang Dongji was momentarily taken aback. Then a resigned smile crept across her face. It seemed that when it came to understanding the sentiments of women, men were invariably like Sherlock Holmes. Moments latte. Qi Zhengrong rushed over, panting, and upon seeing Wang Dongji, let out a sigh of relief. Gonga Airport is quite vast. Finding someone here is truly a challenge. I had no choice but to resort to this measure. I was beginning to wonder if the name you provided was merely a ruse. I was born on the day of the winter solstice, hence my name, Wang Dongji, she replied. Qi Zhengrong glanced at Wang Dongji, who appeared disheveled and hadn't even changed her clothes or shoes since her arrival. He inquired in surprise, You've only been here for 3 days and are already leaving? It doesn't seem like a business trip, nor does it appear to be a holiday. Why the haste? Wang Dongji brushed her hair aside and lamented, My little adversary is about to propose, and, as his elder sister, I must prepare a grand gift for him. Don't you think? Thus, I made a special trip to the northern reaches of Tibet. Chapter 65, Otherwise the Rest of My Life. Upon awakening in the riverside residence by the Wehe River, Wang Jingzhe drew back the curtains and opened the window, only to behold a figure seated on the stone steps below the stilted building. Xiao Xiao, clad in a simple dress, had her hair casually tied back with a 2-foot-long red ribbon. Unadorned with makeup, her bare feet dipped into the water, playfully splashing the surface and sending ripples across the river. At that moment, the morning light cascaded from the horizon, casting a gentle glow upon her, reflecting her silhouette in the water. The harmonious scene of verdant mountains, flowing waters, undulating waves, and the woman presented a poetic tableau, reminiscent of Fu Baoshi's exquisite depictions of landscapes and ladies, an image of beauty that transcends the ordinary. Wang Jingzhe stood silently, lost in contemplation for quite some time, before an inexplicable impulse compelled him to step out from a stilted house. As he drew nearer, he noticed that around Xiao Cao's submerged feet swam a few playful green fish, as she reveled in her innocent amusement. At an opportune moment, when Xiao Cao lifted her foot, Wang Jingzhe's gaze fell upon the sole, where a distinct dark red mark was visible in the center of her foot. A smile crept upon his face. The little grass seemed to sense someone behind her, and without turning around, she spoke as if she already knew it was Wang Jingzhe. Thank you for your advice. Placing ginger at my feet and sipping a cup of vinegar-infused goji berries does indeed have some effect on insomnia. Some ancient remedies are quite effective. After all, they have been validated by countless generations and must have endured for a reason. After Wang Jingzhe finished speaking, she suddenly furrowed her brows and blurted out, "The riverside is inherently damp, and the bluestone steps are prone to moss. Sitting there will invite moisture into your body. At the very least, you should place something beneath you. If your monthly cycle coincides with this, you might inevitably experience abdominal pain, and prolonged exposure to dampness could lead to more serious ailments." The little grass turned her head and shot her a fierce glare, saying, "You have never been one for conversation, have you?" Wang Jingzhe's face flushed as she asked, somewhat bewildered, "Is there anything wrong with what I said?" The little grass remained silent, realizing that the art of language is indeed a matter of innate talent. Take the fool behind her, for instance. He belonged to the kind who simply could not articulate without causing discomfort. Choosing silence, the little grass refrained from further comment, while Wang Jingzhe stood awkwardly for a moment, feeling somewhat lost. After a brief pause, she took off her shoes and sat on the nearby steps, dipping her feet into the water, then proactively sought to change the subject. "The embroidered shoes have been tucked away, as you promised the other party that she would be buried alongside her husband, whose whereabouts remain unknown. For ordinary people, making promises and then breaking them is commonplace. However, for individuals like us, a spoken word is akin to spilled water, irretrievable. Once a promise is made, it is not easily retracted. You must contemplate how to manage this situation properly. If you fail to do so, she may harbor resentment towards you, which would not bode well." Xiao Chao sighed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your help." "No need for thanks. I merely offer a reminder," Wang Jingzhe replied. "Do I require your reminders? Can I not resolve the troubles I have taken upon myself? Do you think me as foolish as you?" Xiao Chao retorted sharply. Wang Jingzhe opened his mouth, his face reddening with indignation, before he finally exclaimed, "Where does your temper come from? I have done nothing to provoke you." Seeing you as provocation enough, Xiao Chao snapped back, unreasonable as ever. She withdrew her feet from the water, donned her sandals, and stood up. In her haste, she splashed water onto Wang Jingzhe, grinding his teeth. Wang Jingzhe muttered, "Truly unreasonable." Xiao Chao scoffed, "Arguing with a woman? You claim not to be foolish, yet here we are." Wang Jingzhe found himself at a loss for words, for there was a certain truth to this statement. Xiao Chao tossed her long hair, lifting the hem of her skirt to reveal a smooth, fair calf, and abruptly turned on her heel to leave. Wang Jingzhe turned his head to watch her graceful figure, bathed in sunlight, as she walked away light-footed. Despite her earlier unreasonable outburst directed at him, a thought emerged in his mind. A youth should not encounter such a stunning woman, lest the rest of his life be spent shadowed by her presence. Xiao Cao's temperament today was decidedly not amiable. Upon waking, Mao Qing-shui informed her that the members of the Chui family from Qinghe had already set off for Longxi, first to visit bowling before making their way here. Calculating the days, it seemed that not many remained. When Mao Qing-shui relayed this news, he was filled with exuberance, embodying the adage that a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law, even though he had yet to meet the eldest son of the Chui family. Xiao Chao displayed little reaction, merely tossing out a comment that they could be happy before departing. She clearly assumed a compliant demeanor, as if accepting the arrangements of her parents regarding this union, seemingly without any objections to the match. The entirely family of Longxi was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy. Xiao Cao's younger brother was still quite young, not reaching marriageable age for at least another 7 or 8 years. Thus, Xiao Cao's impending marriage had become a significant affair for the Longxi family, particularly since the groom was the eldest son of the esteemed Chui family from Qinghe. The proposal was tantamount to an engagement, with little chance of alteration. 3 days elapsed, and visitors arrived at the Tiandao peak of Fanjing Mountain, specifically the elder of Xiao Chao, known affectionately as Granny Yu. The true orchestrators of Xiao Cao's betrothal were not Ma Qing-shui or Li Lanrong, but rather the esteemed presence from Fanjing Mountain. For the eldest son of the Qinghe Chui clan was the foremost disciple of the southern Kunlun sect. The alliance between the Qinghe Chui family and the Longxili clan represented a union of significant stature. Similarly, the connection between Tiandao Peak and southern Kunlun also constituted a matrimonial alliance, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Upon her arrival in Longxi, Granny Yu summoned Xiao Qiao privately, imparting several words of wisdom. Her counsel emphasized the gravity of this marital affair, highlighting its profound implications for both her sect and her family. She assured Xiao Qiao that the young master of the Qinghe Chui clan, possessing both remarkable appearance and talent, was indeed a worthy match. Xiao Qiao responded with a calm demeanor, merely stating, "Yes, that is acceptable, as long as you are pleased." As days passed, the proposal entourage from the Qinghe Chui clan reached Lanzhou, where they settled into a hotel, poised to journey to Longxi County in 2 days' time. The day of the proposal was merely 2 days away. Wang Jingzhe had lingered in Longxi for nearly a month, awaiting this very moment. The Shidoran had spoken words that could not be retracted, should retrieval prove impossible. He would bear the consequences of his actions. Chapter 66. As you wish, the evening prior to the proposal from the Chui family, dusk began to settle. The sun dipped low, casting its golden rays across the surface of the Weihe River, soon to be swallowed by the horizon. Wang Jingzhe found himself alone upon a rented fishing boat, having perfected the art of rowing during his time by the river. In his leisure, he would often glide to the river's center, reclining in the boat, idly passing the hours. As the sun approached its descent, he stretched languidly and prepared to return to shore. At that moment, he noticed a small wooden boat gliding toward him, aboard which sat the maiden Xiao Qiao. Their eyes met, and it was Xiao Qiao who broke the silence. "I will be leaving Longxi tomorrow." "Where to?" Wang Jingzhe inquired, lacking any finesse in his conversational skills. "Chang'an," Xiao Qiao replied, rolling her eyes. "The husband of the embroidered shoes is to be laid to rest near Chang'an, and I shall accompany her to the burial." "I leave tomorrow." Wang Jingzhe simply responded with an "oh," allowing the conversation to fade. He had contemplated suggesting a delay of a couple of days, as he had an urgent matter to attend to the following day. After resolving his task, he could then accompany her to Chang'an. However, he soon realized that their relationship was one of fleeting exchanges, and there was no substantial reason to impose upon her schedule. Thus, he merely acquiesced with a simple "all right." The little grass cast a sidelong glance at him, letting out a faint sigh within her heart. A man so utterly dull-witted was truly remarkable. Any individual with even a modicum of insight could have grasped the implication of her earlier words. Why on earth would she make the effort to bid him farewell? She could see that Wang Jingzhe was merely drifting along the Weihe River day by day, languishing in idle monotony. Unfortunately, Wang Jingzhe was exceedingly slow to comprehend the nuances of social interactions. He still believed that the young lady was merely engaging in casual conversation without any ulterior motives. Even a few awkward exchanges could have served as a prelude to the main topic, but alas, there was not even that. A brief moment of uncomfortable silence enveloped them. With the wooden boat and fishing vessel nestled together, the only sounds being the gentle flow of the water and their faint breaths, leaving the surroundings in a near total stillness. How embarrassing, how painfully awkward. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, the little grass picked up the oar and declared, "I'm leaving." Wang Jingzhe responded, and as he observed her rowing away, it seemed as if a thought suddenly dawned upon him, prompting a decision. He too grasped the oar and began to row with determination, though his technique paled in comparison to hers, sending splashes of water soaring high into the air. His boat barely gained any speed, and by the time the little grass had reached the shore, he was still over 20 meters away from land. When Wang Jingzhe finally made it to the bank, the little grass had already ventured far ahead. He waved his hand in a bid to call out to her, but it appeared she did not hear him. Upon reaching the shore, Wang Jingzhe cast aside the oars and leapt onto land, swiftly pursuing the direction of the young maiden Xiao Qiao. After a brief chase, he found himself at a corner, panting as he stood by the roadside, scanning his surroundings. To his surprise, had she vanished so quickly? He shook his head, letting out a sigh, and as he turned around, he was taken aback to find Xiao Qiao leaning against the wall behind him. "Were you looking for me?" A Wang Jingzhe scratched his head. Is there something you need? Oh, if there is nothing, then I shall take my leave. Xiao Qiao, with an impassive expression, brushed past him. Hey, wait a moment. Wang Jingzhe called after her retreating figure. When Xiao Qiao turned back, he retrieved a piece of red cloth from his bag, beneath which lay a talisman. Xiao Qiao glanced down, and Wang Jingzhe extended it towards her, saying, "This is for you." "What is this?" Wang Jingzhe replied earnestly. "This item took considerable effort for me to acquire. A month ago, it held great significance for me. Initially, I intended to gift it to someone important in my life, but recently I realized that perhaps it cannot be given to her. So, I thought I would offer it to you instead." Xiao Qiao scoffed. "Oh, something you can't give away, and now you're giving it to me?" Wang Jingzhe was momentarily stunned and, feeling flustered, explained, "No, that is not what I meant. I genuinely didn't know to whom I should give it. Perhaps there was never any fate between us. If it cannot be given away, then so be it. But why do you insist on giving it to me?" The little grass inquired. Wang Jingzhe pondered for a moment before murmuring, perhaps instinctively, "I feel you are the most suitable. Bring it here." The little grass extended her hand, receiving it from Wang Jingzhe. Upon opening it, she discovered a jade hairpin wrapped in red cloth. By this time, the sky had darkened slightly, with only traces of the evening sun lingering. As the hairpin rested in her palm, it shimmered with a vibrant hue. The glass-like jade appeared exceptionally radiant, exuding a remarkable clarity. It is a common trait among women to be irresistibly drawn to glittering objects, be it diamonds, jade, or gemstones. The little grass was no exception, particularly as she experienced an inexplicable sense that this jade hairpin was meant for her. Alongside her fondness, there lingered a hint of familiarity. A fleeting expression of joy crossed the little grass's face, which was promptly captured by Wang Jingzhe. He felt a sense of relief deep within, inexplicably fearful that she might reject it. "Thank you. I really like it," the little grass said as she carefully rewrapped it. "As long as you like it," Wang Jingzhe replied. The two parted ways thereafter. The following morning, Li Minghan burst into the little grass's room, her face aglow with anticipation and delight. "Cousin, are you excited?" she asked eagerly. "He's just an ordinary person," the little grass replied. "He is neither the legendary figure descending on a rainbow to marry me, nor the valiant warrior who would choose to end his life at the banks of the Wu River. What is there for me to be excited about?" The young man meticulously styled his hair, casting a glance at his reflection in the mirror, where dark circles under his eyes hinted at a restless night. Yet, he was the eldest son of the Shui family, the most resplendent star in their constellation. Why should I care? At that moment, the Shui family's entourage was merely a few kilometers away from Longxi, alongside the eldest son and his father. An elder from the southern Kunlun accompanied them. The union between the Shui and Li families was not only of great significance to these two clans, but also held immense importance for both southern Kunlun and Tiandao Peak. This implied that once the engagement was formalized, a plethora of resources would be shared between the Shui Corporation and the young lady of the Li family. Perched on the stilts of a riverside building by the Weha, Wang Jingzhe was equally concerned. He understood that his journey entailed confronting not only the Li family of Longxi, but also the Shui family from Qinghe. Offending two prominent clans simultaneously was undoubtedly a most imprudent decision. Chapter 67. I have opinions. The Li residence was adorned with festive decorations today. In addition to Mr. and Mrs. Li Lanrong standing at the entrance, two esteemed elders from the clan and Granny Yu from Tiandao Peak were also present to welcome guests. This arrangement could be considered a mid-tier configuration between Tiandao Peak and the Li family, as it was not a day for grand wedding celebrations. The proposal signifies the prelude to marriage, holding similar importance for affluent families. Once the engagement is established, it is merely a matter of selecting an auspicious date for the wedding. "Where is Xiao Qiao? What about Minghan?" asked Mao Qing-Shui. Li Minghan replied, "I just visited my cousin. She is currently busy with her makeup and changing outfits. She asked for my advice on several ensembles, but was not entirely satisfied. So she requested that I step out for a while to contemplate her choices." Mao Qing-Shui chuckled. This child takes things quite seriously. It is indeed challenging for her, given her composed nature. "My daughter has always been rather indifferent towards most matters," So this earnestness is truly remarkable. Li Lanrong nodded in agreement. Marriage is a significant affair, not to be taken lightly, and Xiao Chao understands the gravity of the situation. As the group at the Li residence exchanged a few casual remarks, a procession of vehicles approached from the distance, eventually halting before the grand entrance. From a lead Mercedes emerged the son of the Chui family, accompanied by his father and an elder from the southern Kunlun. Li Lanrong and Mao Qing promptly approached each other, the two heads of their families clasping hands. Li Lanrong remarked, "Brother Chen-Liang, it has been many years since we last met. Welcome to my humble abode. Huikin Liang Gachakod. If your esteemed Li family from Longxi considers this a humble abode, then our Chui family is but a small courtyard. Let us refrain from mutual flattery." Indeed, Li Lanrong concurred. As Li Lanrong and Chui Chen-Liang exchanged pleasantries, Granny Yu nodded in acknowledgement to Elder Tang from Nan Kunlun, a fleeting smile of satisfaction illuminating their faces. This meeting held immense significance for both Nan Kunlun and Tiandao Peak. Mao Qing gazed contentedly at the eldest son of the Chui family, with a courteous smile revealing his immaculate set of teeth, exhibited a perfectly rehearsed expression. After a brief conversation at the entrance, both parties proceeded into the grand residence. A small group arrived in the main hall, where the Chui family members were seated on either side, while Li Lanrong, Mao Qing, and the two clan leaders occupied the central position. Chui Liangshan surveyed the room and inquired, "Miss Li?" Mao Qing chuckled. "After changing my outfit all morning and spending half the day on makeup, I just inquired about her. She should be out soon. It's only natural for a girl to want to present herself well in such situations, especially when meeting new people." Hui Yang Kim promptly complimented. "I have long heard that the eldest daughter of the Li family is as graceful as a water lily. Even without makeup, she is incomparable. Indeed, Master Chui is the epitome of excellence among men." Mao Qing replied before calling for Li Menghan, saying, "Go check on your cousin and urge her to come quickly." "Certainly, Aunt," Li Menghan responded and promptly left the main hall, heading to her cousin's bedroom. Upon her arrival, she found that Xiao Chao was already gone. The room was tidy and immaculate, with the blankets folded neatly, and everything was arranged just as it had always been. After scanning the room and finding no one, she dismissed it as unimportant at first. However, after waiting for a while without seeing her cousin, she grew suspicious and began searching other rooms. After a protracted search with no sign of anyone, she felt bewildered. When she picked up her phone to call, it indicated that it was turned off. Growing anxious from the inability to locate anyone, Li Menghan hurried back to the main hall and leaned close to Mao Qing whispering, "Aunt, my cousin is missing." "Missing? What do you mean missing?" Mao Qing initially failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "She's gone. Not in her room, nor anywhere in the house. And I can't reach her by phone." A sudden sense of dread enveloped Mao Qing as she gently nudged Li Lanrong with her toe, murmuring, "Our daughter is missing. She's not in her room, and her phone is unreachable." Li Lanrong frowned. "Have you searched everywhere?" "Indeed, they are not present. Let Menghan continue her search. As for us, we shall proceed with what is to be done," Li Lanrong calmly instructed, his expression remaining unperturbed. Granny Yu, who had been listening nearby, exchanged a knowing glance with him, signaling that all was well. Though their daughter was missing, there was no cause for alarm. As long as the parents remained, all would be well. The proposal had encountered no objections, even if the eldest daughter of a Li family had not made an appearance. As long as the elders from both sides consented, the marriage was assured. After Li Menghan hastily departed, Li Lanrong and Mao Qing resumed their conversation with Chui Liangshan. At that moment, the eldest son of the Chui family sat upright in his chair, his expression inscrutable, yet his fingers moved with remarkable rapidity. After a brief interval, the conversation seemed to have meandered to its conclusion, and they began to address the matter at hand. The steward of the Chui family summoned individuals to present the betrothal gifts, elegantly adorned with red silk. The marriage between the Chui and Li families had officially entered its substantive phase. This union, unlike those of ordinary families, was devoid of excessive discussion, being a strategic alliance. It indicated that both parties had reached an agreement. There was no need for further negotiation. The only requisite step involved presenting the birth dates of the two individuals together for a reading. Having long been assessed, their astrological compatibility was deemed satisfactory, while not flawless. There were no indications of any adverse influences upon one another, thus signifying their union. Meanwhile, outside the Grandly residence, Wang Jingzhe, clad in a pristine Daoist robe and carrying a bag, approached the Li household. As he neared the entrance, he noticed a procession of vehicles, all bearing consecutive license plates. Wang Jingzhe, with a calm demeanor, strode past several vehicles and, upon reaching the entrance, was intercepted by two members of the Li family. "My apologies, sir, but due to family matters, we cannot receive guests today," one of them began. "While you may refuse others, I must insist on entering. Today's affairs are rather pertinent to me." The two men simultaneously frowned and replied, "What jest is this? We have declared that no one is to be received today." Wang Jingzhe chuckled softly. Inside the main hall of the Li residence, Granny Yu held the birth dates of Mao Xiaoqiao, while the elder from Nan Kunlun held the birth date of the son from the Chui family. They spoke in their capacity as introducers. Chui Xuanzi, 26 years old, born in the Dingmao year, the Guo Chou month on the GC day. A living soul. Mao Xiaoqiao, 24 years old, born in the Jimao year, the Ding Chou month on the Gongwu day. A living soul. The compatibility of their birth dates was exemplary, a match made in heaven. Should there be no objections from the elders of both families, the union of Mao Xiaoqiao and Chui Xuanzi would be deemed official. Chui Liangqian nodded with a smile, agreed. Simultaneously, Mao Qing and Li Lanrong echoed, agreed. Granny Yu and the elder from Nan Kunlun also nodded in affirmation. Very well, barring any objections. We shall finalize the auspicious date. I have an objection. Before they could finish their statements, an unexpected voice interrupted the proceedings. Wang Jingzhe, clad in a long robe and carrying a bag, entered with steady strides. "I have a dissent." These four words instantly extinguished the joyous atmosphere within the main hall, causing the expressions of Li Lanrong and Mao Qing to darken abruptly. This voice was not unfamiliar to them, having reverberated in this very hall less than a month prior. Li Bo furrowed his brow. He had previously stationed two individuals at the entrance, and upon seeing Wang Jingzhe enter, he spoke in a low voice. "Who dares to disrupt our gathering? Do you not know that the Chui and Li families are celebrating?" He summoned his attendants, commanding them to expel the intruder. Swiftly, members of the Li family approached, intending to block Wang Jingzhe's path. Unperturbed, he halted his steps, his gaze cutting through the obstruction to fixate on Li Lanrong and Mao Qing, smiling as he remarked, "It may be a tad late to chase me away now. I would not have dared to cross your threshold if I feared expulsion. Furthermore, now that I am here, I can only assume that the Chui family of Qinghe is equally curious about why there exists opposition to your union. If you were to cast me out, would you not fear sowing discord among the Chui family? Some matters may not be so easily clarified. The engagement of Mei Xiaoqiao was known to the Li family, as well as to Granny Yu of Tiandao Peak and the elders of Nan Kunlun. Naturally, the Chui family of Qinghe could not have been privy to this information. Upon witnessing Wang Jingzhe's sudden intrusion, the members of the Chui family, not lacking in intelligence, began to grasp that there might be more to this marriage than meets the eye. Li Lanrong's face turned pale with rage, and he abruptly rose, pointing at Wang Jingzhe and shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Our families are engaged, with both parents and elders present. What connection do you have with this? And is there any animosity? Why are you all still standing there? Are you waiting to carry him out on a grand palanquin?" Wang Jingzhe cast a glance at the people nearby, and his gaze halted upon seeing Chui Xuanzi, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Someone immediately attempted to take action against Wang Jingzhe, when suddenly Chui Xuanzi, who had remained silent since arriving in Longxi, spoke up. "Uncle Li Aunt, as the male party in this engagement, should I not possess a modicum of say? Young Master Chui, you certainly have the right to speak. But please allow me to deal with this unruly individual first." Chui Xuanzi pointed at Wang Jingzhe and continued, "My remarks are directed at him. If you expel him, how can I voice my thoughts?" Li Lanrong was momentarily speechless, while Mao Qing chuckled. "Look at his bizarre attire. He must be causing a ruckus. Clearly not in his right mind." Why pay heed to his nonsensical ramblings? Chui Xuanzi smiled and replied, if the garments from Long King Xiang can be deemed peculiar, then I truly wonder what constitutes normal attire. Uncle and aunt, I doubt you have encountered many who can don a custom robe from Long King Xiang. Chui Xuanzi's keen eyes quickly discerned the Long King Xiang label beneath Wang Jingzhi's robe, recognizing it as clothing that the Chui family orders from Long King Xiang's proprietor each year. Li Lanrong exhaled deeply, returning to her seat with an unfriendly expression. Chui Xuanzi turned his head and smiled. What were you saying about this engagement earlier? What is this disagreement? Wang Jingzhi inquired. I have a prior engagement with the eldest daughter of the Li family, arranged by our elders. If she intends to marry someone other than myself, I naturally have objections. Chui Xuanzi narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, while Chui Qinliang cast a faint glance at Wang Jingzhi before turning to the members of the Li family beside him. Mao Qing Shui, with an impassive expression, remarked, this is utter nonsense. You claim there is an engagement with my daughter, but where is the proof? Who among your elders made this arrangement with our Li family? Your claims are baseless. Do you possess any evidence? Is there a signed document or a token to substantiate this? An engagement cannot simply be established through empty words. You inquire about my family as elder? My father, Wang Jingzhi, named his father, causing both the Chui and Li families to pause in confusion, their minds racing as they struggled to recall who Wang Xinji might be. It seemed no one, whether of common birth or within the ranks of the Daoist elite, recognized this name. Mao Qing Shui burst into exaggerated laughter, saying, I expected you to mention a name of great significance. It appears we are the ones lacking knowledge. Wang Jingzhi, unfazed, continued, it was indeed my father who established the engagement with your family as elder. Li Lanrong scoffed derisively. You continue to spout nonsense. If there was an engagement, do you have anything in writing to prove it? Wang Jingzhi shook his head. No, I do not. Is there anyone to corroborate this? None. Do you possess any token from my Li family? Still, there was no response. Li Lanrong and Mao Qing Shui burst into laughter, while Chui Qinliang and the elder from Nankunlin frowned. Granny, you could not help but speak up, saying, youngster, your arguments are utterly nonsensical. Do you take us for a joke? What you claim is indeed absent, but the betrothal my father established is recognized by no one but us. No one in this world dares to disregard it. Wang Jingzhi replied calmly. What a farce! Li Lanrong coldly retorted before turning to Chui Qinliang, saying, Brother Qinliang, you must have noticed this individual's absurdity. If he truly possessed evidence of the betrothal, I might concede, but since he has nothing to back his words, he seeks to dishonor my Li family. Surely, you have all witnessed this, have you not? Chui Qinliang pondered for a moment and replied, it does seem that way. Then let us have him expelled. We cannot allow him to disrupt our joyous occasion. Li Lanrong suddenly rose, pointing at Wang Jingzhi and demanding, will you leave on your own, or shall I summon someone to carry you out? I can leave on my own, but tell me, Master Li, would you dare to answer a question of mine? Wang Jingzhi asked disdainfully, hands clasped behind his back. Speak. Wang Jingzhi raised his head, articulating each word with precision. All you need to do is declare that the marriage pact between the eldest granddaughter of the Li family and the Wang family of Chaoga does not exist, and I shall immediately turn on my heel and never set foot in your Li family mansion again. Henceforth, I shall never mention the engagement between myself and your Li family daughter. Mao Qing Shui's heart leaped with joy, while Li Lanrong pressed her lips together and inquired, is that so? Do you dare to admit it? What is there to fear in acknowledging something that was never true to begin with? It is merely your fanciful nonsense. Wang Jingzhi smiled, a knowing look in his eyes, and replied, very well, you admit it, and I will leave at once. Li Lanrong Baozha, hesitating for but a moment before declaring, the marriage agreement between the eldest granddaughter of the Li family and the Wang family of Chaoga is entirely fabricated and nonsensical. Though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind, she was aware of the Daoist belief in the sanctity of a spoken promise. She reasoned that the engagement was a matter settled between her father and Wang Jingzhi's father, thus having little bearing on her. With that thought, she dismissed it from her mind. As soon as Li Lanrong's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the main hall. However, at the very instant she uttered her last word, ominous clouds swiftly gathered above the Li residence, converging with alarming speed. Suddenly, a flash of lightning crackled through the clouds. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the ancestral hall of the Leaf family with ferocity. Lilanron, momentarily raised her head in bewilderment, pondering from where this thunder had come. Such oaths should not be taken lightly. For there will always be those who proclaim that if I were to lie, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me. It appears that we have reached such a moment now. Crack! The second thunderclap resounded as the crowd remained in bewilderment, causing the very hall of the Leaf family to tremble. Following swiftly were the third, fourth, and fifth thunderbolts, striking in succession, leaving the onlookers' heads buzzing. The sudden explosion of thunder heralds inevitable upheaval. Chapter 69. Great change after the thunder. The weather in July is not akin to that of June. The countenance of a child can shift in an instant. When the envoy from the Shui family of Qinghe came to propose in the morning, the sky was clear and devoid of clouds. The morning weather forecast had also indicated a pleasant day. And even Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui had taken the trouble to consult the almanac, which deemed the day auspicious for marriage and other significant events. Given these conditions, from whence did this sudden thunderbolt descend? Was the heavens merely afflicted with a cold, resulting in an unexpected sneeze? After 5 claps of thunder resonated, the main hall fell into silence, only to be interrupted by the hurried footsteps of the Li family members rushing in, entirely disregarding the tense atmosphere within. They exclaimed, "Patriarch! Just now, the thunder struck our ancestral hall, leaving a gaping hole, and several ancestral tablets have been shattered." In an instant, at least a dozen pairs of eyes turned towards Wang Jingzhe, especially those of Li Lanrong, Mao Qingshui, as well as several elders of the Li family. Their faces flushed with anger, their bodies trembling with indignation. Undoubtedly, the thunder was linked to Wang Jingzhe. Everyone could see the mocking smile etched upon his face. For venerable families that have endured for millennia, ancestral tablets symbolize their honor, particularly for the Li family, which boasts several tablets of historically significant figures, including that of their esteemed forebear. Those seated within the hall were not the ordinary folk outside who doubt the existence of spirits. They all possessed a certain awareness that beyond the realm of men and beasts, there exists much that eludes the understanding of commoners. For instance, in the realm of feng shui within the southern Kunlun, it is well understood that this vast expanse of 9,600,000 square kilometers is inextricably linked to the principles of feng shui. Take the peak of Tiandao on Mount Fanjing, revered as the library of the Daoist sect, housing countless scriptures. It is evident that the myriad of supernatural entities and malevolent spirits are not mere fabrications. Furthermore, the Shui and Li families both boast a lineage spanning a millennium, with a considerable collection of ancestral texts preserved through the ages. Thus, it is widely acknowledged that the recent thunderclap was no mere coincidence, nor a whimsical act of the heavens, but undoubtedly emanated from Wang Jingzhe himself. However, it leaves many perplexed as to how this thunder was summoned. Cui Xuanzi cast a profound gaze upon Wang Jingzhe before diverting his attention to the Li family, and slowly articulated, "To my knowledge, within the sect, there exists a solemn vow. Once established, it is irrevocable unless the vow maker personally retracts it or both parties mutually agree to abandon it. Should one party unilaterally fail to uphold their oath, they shall inevitably face retribution." I have been reflecting on your earlier statement, wherein you claimed that Uncle Li would not dare assert the non-existence of a betrothal between the Li family's eldest granddaughter and the Wang family of Chaoga. Following your assertion, Uncle, you merely echoed the sentiment, and then the thunder struck. It seems to me this is indeed the essence of the solemn vow within our sect. Consequently, it appears that this individual from the Wang family of Chaoga is genuinely bound by a marriage contract with your esteemed young lady of the Longxi Li family. Otherwise, the thunder's manifestation would hold no rationale. The lineage of the Sha Dao places great emphasis on promises. The vows made by its practitioners are unbreakable. Should the borrowed blade remain unretrieved, it would validate the words previously spoken by Wang Jingzhe. The consequences are to be borne by oneself. Yet this time, it is not Wang Jingzhe who will bear the repercussions for the Longxi Li clan, but rather, the heavens themselves shall enact their will. Chui Xuance's words served as a resounding slap to the face of the Li family. Echoing loudly after Li Lanrong and Mao Qing had confidently dismissed Wang Jingzhe's assertions as mere nonsense. Shortly thereafter, the Li family ancestral hall was struck down. Indeed, the sound of that slap was deafening. What of it? Why must we acknowledge this ambiguous engagement? Why must the Li family's eldest granddaughter comply? A senior member of the Li family remarked coldly, "Now that the marriage contract has been revealed and the thunder has struck, must we not proceed with the engagement?" Wang Jingzhe paused momentarily, then disdainfully uttered 3 words. "Shameless." The elder of the Li clan, unfazed, retorted, "And what of it?" With a knowing smile. Wang Jingzhe chose silence and turned away. Li Lanrong then addressed Chui Chunliang, saying, "Brother Chunliang, this is merely a minor interlude. Now that it has passed, shall we not continue our discussions regarding the betrothal of our families?" Chui Chunliang furrowed his brow. This interlude had been rather unpleasant, bordering on distasteful. Yet, as Li Lanrong had stated, the interlude was over. Might we not proceed with the engagement? Chui Chunliang turned to the elder of the Nan Kunlin and whispered a question. The elder nodded in agreement, indicating that the engagement would proceed as planned. Although the eldest granddaughter of the Li family was already betrothed, it seemed that time had rendered that bond irrelevant. The Li family was eager to marry off their daughter, while the Chui family aspired to wed. Thus it was indeed logical for the arrangements to continue. At that moment, Wang Jingzhe had arrived at the entrance of the main hall, slightly tilting his head and gently shaking it. Just as he was about to step outside, the phone beside Li Lanrong rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was a call from the elder responsible for guarding the family cemetery. Such calls were only received during the Li family's ancestral rites each year. The Longxi Li clan possessed 2 cemeteries, one of which was well known, located at the Tangzhou Mausoleum, which had nearly become a tourist attraction. To be honest, that cemetery no longer belonged to the Li family. They merely visited annually to pay their respects. The other cemetery was situated near the Weihe River in Longxi, serving as the resting place for the clan leaders and significant figures of the Li family since the Tang dynasty. Li Lanrong, taken aback, answered the phone, and the solemn voice of the guardian elder resonated through. "Lanrong, there has been an incident at the cemetery." Li Lanrong was immediately alarmed and hurriedly inquired, "What has happened?" "The tomb of your father has cracked, and numerous serpents, insects, and beasts have emerged from within. Additionally, the graves of your great-grandfather and elder brother have also encountered issues. I glanced over a few moments ago and observed that at least 4 or 5 tombs exhibit abnormalities." The phone call of the elder guarding the tomb has yet to conclude when another member of the Li family rushed into the main hall, anxiously exclaiming, "Water is overflowing from the old well in the backyard, nearly flooding the courtyard. Behind the Li family estate lies an ancient well, which has been part of the Li lineage for many years, tracing back to the era when the Li clan established themselves in Longxi. The Li family is well aware that their ancestral home in Longxi boasts excellent feng shui, yet few are cognizant of the fact that the old well, which had long since dried up hundreds of years ago, serves as the focal point of this auspicious residence. Li Lanrong is in a state of panic, her chest rising and falling erratically. Chui Xuance solemnly remarks, "The feng shui has deteriorated." Chapter 70. Along in Chui, Xuance remarked that the feng shui of the Li family had indeed deteriorated. As the most illustrious star among the disciples of the Southern Kunlun, and the chief disciple under the sect leader, Chui Xuance's mastery of feng shui was such that many would hesitate to approach him, and none could rival his expertise. To say his words were as valuable as gold would not be an exaggeration. The overflowing water from a dry well signifies financial leakage, while cracks in an ancient grave portend the dispersal of fortune. If these 2 calamities are not addressed with due diligence, the Longxi Li clan may soon face a second grave misfortune. The first was the downfall of the Song dynasty at the hands of the Tang. When Wang Jingzhe reached the entrance to the main hall, he sensed that he might not cross the threshold of the Li family unscathed. Suddenly, several menacing presences emerged behind him. Li Lanrong, Mao Qing and Granny Yu, along with a few elders of the Li clan. The vendetta of a slain father, the enmity of a stolen wife, and the destruction of one's legacy are the deepest sources of hatred. Li Lanrong staggered down, her voice laced with fury and fear as she exclaimed, "You have ruined the feng shui of the Li family? How dare you?" "Let's clarify." Wang Jingzhe slowly turned, his tone laced with derision. "Since the moment I crossed your threshold, have I lifted a finger? Have I wielded a knife or a sword? Or uttered a single incantation? It is your ignorance that blinds you. You have shattered your own rules and sullied your own feng shui. Yet you insist on placing the blame upon me. What rationale is this?" Li Lanrong was left speechless. Mao Qingxue rose, coldly remarking, "In the Li family's domain, one must adhere to rules and reason. Do you not find yourself rather foolish?" Wang Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback, suddenly finding the phrase rather familiar, as though someone had uttered it to him not long ago. "Are you foolish enough to reason with a woman?" "Granny," Yu quietly inquired of the elder from the southern Kunlun, "has the feng shui of the Li family truly deteriorated?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, it has. If this continues, the Li family is destined for decline." The prosperity of the Tang dynasty for 289 years was solely upheld by the two national masters, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang. After their passing, the foundation of the Tang dynasty ultimately could not endure beyond 3 centuries. The Li family, in its later years, has merely been surviving by a thread. Should the feng shui worsen, the Li family of Longxi may soon become a thing of the past. Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang ceased their predictions after 289 years of the Tang dynasty because they understood that the flourishing era of the Tang could not surpass the critical threshold of 300 years. Looking at the annals of Chinese history and the durations of various dynasties, taking the most renowned and prosperous ones as examples, the Tang dynasty lasted 289 years, the Qing dynasty 276 years, and the Ming dynasty also 276 years. Dynasties that lasted less than a century are numerous, while the Qin dynasty endured for a mere 15 years. Those that achieved 3 centuries of prosperity are exceedingly rare. Surviving for 300 years of national fortune is a formidable challenge. Indeed, Grandma Yu sighed deeply, casting a lingering gaze at the composed Wang Jingzhe, before softly stating once more, "The feng shui of the Li family must not be compromised." "Elder Su Jie, you ought to take a look." Elder Su Jie responded with a thoughtful hum, beckoning Cui Xuanzi, "Come with me to assess the situation. Even a shattered mirror can be mended, let alone the flawed feng shui, which surely has its means of restoration. Your time at Kunlun Mountain has been brief. The integration of practice and theory is essential for true mastery." Cui Xuanzi arose, acknowledging, "Understood, Master Uncle. Let us proceed." Li Lanrong pointed sternly at Wang Jingzhe, issuing a firm admonition to Li Bo and the Li family members, "Keep a vigilant watch over him. He must not leave the Li household, not even a single step." Wang Jingzhe merely smiled faintly, choosing to return and casually take a seat on a chair, closing his eyes to meditate. After a moment of stillness, he uttered softly, "If you manage to restore this damaged feng shui, then Nankunlun will no longer be Nankunlun." Both Su Jie and Cui Xuanzi, who had not wandered far, halted in their tracks, sensing the weight of Wang Jingzhe's words, though their understanding eluded them. Su Jie furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Jingzhe simply chuckled without offering an explanation. The feng shui arrangement devised by Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang for the Li family of Longxi stemmed from the ancient text Lianshan, a tome that in contemporary times only Wang Dongzhi and Wang Xianzhi might comprehend thoroughly. Wang Jingzhe, however, was merely acquainted with its surface. "Though you, from the southern Kunlun, wield dominion over the art of feng shui, your knowledge of the written word remains deficient. How, then, do you intend to mend this already fractured feng shui arrangement?" To restore this arrangement would naturally transcend the southern Kunlun. It ought to be termed the Kunlun of the world. Cui Xuanzi cast a penetrating glance at Wang Jingzhe, who remained silent, before following Su Jie toward the rear courtyard of the Li residence, arriving at the site of an ancient well. At this moment the well, which had lain dry for nearly a century, was inexplicably exuding water, saturating the entire courtyard, with fish and shrimp visibly surfacing within the well's depths. Granny Yu, astonished, inquired, "Wasn't this well dry?" Li Lanrong furrowed her brow and elucidated, "It is said that the well connects to the Wei River. Its dryness was merely due to a blockage preventing the river's water from flowing in." After exchanging glances at the once dry well, Su Jie and Cui Xuanzi said nothing, both departing the courtyard in unison, swiftly circumnavigating the entirety of the Li family residence. As experts in feng shui, a mere glance sufficed for them to discern the source of the issue. After a considerable interval, Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie reemerged, simultaneously querying, "This cannot be. There should not be only this one well. There ought to be another." Li Lanrong and several elderly members of the Li family were momentarily taken aback, shaking their heads in response. "There is none. Only this one well exists." "Impossible." Su Jie shook his head and remarked, "This well is said to be the focal point of the formation, but in reality, it resembles a dragon's eye. It stands to reason that a dragon's eye would not appear singular. There should be a pair. Truly significant geomantic formations are typically constructed upon dragon veins. And the Li family's courtyard in Longxi is indeed situated atop a dragon's head. The two wells represent the dragon's eyes. However, if one dragon's eye is present here, where might the other one be? The emergence of water from a dried-up well signifies the dragon's eye weeping, which is an ominous portent." Li Lanrong was momentarily taken aback, for no one knew the intricacies of the Li residence's every blade of grass and parcel of land better than he. How could he be unaware of the number of wells on his property? If this well is producing water, then if there truly is another, wouldn't it also be flowing? Elder Yu interjected suddenly. "What is peculiar lies here?" Cui Xuanzi glanced towards the direction of the main hall and said, "Such an intricate scheme. It is indeed challenging to perceive its true nature." Su Jie furrowed his brow, pondering, "A single dragon's eye? How could there possibly be just one? This is exceedingly strange. Exceedingly abnormal. Xuanzi, you have nearly exhausted the study of the geomantic text from Kunlun. Have you ever encountered a formation featuring a solitary dragon's eye? To my knowledge." Cui Xuanzi, with a look of astonishment, replied, "It seems there has indeed been such a situation before." "Ah!" The gazes of the others instantly converged upon Cui Xuanzi. Chapter 71. You and him. Destiny. As far as I know, there once existed a phenomenon known as the Cyclopean Bureau, though it was indeed a long time ago. Cui Xuanzi's mind resembled an extraordinarily capacious repository, swiftly sifting through the myriad of memories he had once stored. El Buwei, a merchant of the pre-Qin era, was said to possess wealth rivaling that of nations. Some claim he met his demise due to the treachery of Lao Ai, which resulted in his loss of the prime ministerial position. However, the records in our Kunlun texts suggest that El Buwei's immense fortune may have been attributed to the geomantic arrangements laid out by his master, Giguzi. The veracity of this tale is difficult to ascertain, yet 3 months prior to his tragic suicide by poison, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. A desolate well in his home suddenly overflowed with water, teeming with fish and shrimp. This occurrence seemed to echo the Cyclopean Bureau, with speculation that a promise between El Buwei and Giguzi had been violated, inciting Giguzi's wrath and severing his favorable feng shui. In the aftermath, El Buwei's attempts at atonement were rendered futile. Within a mere 3 months, he lost both wealth and status, plunging into irrevocable despair, ultimately leading to his tragic end. Li Lanrong, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Such historical anecdotes are often mere hearsay, not necessarily grounded in truth." Cui Xuanzi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Those accounts that have been recorded in our Kunlun texts are likely to be true in 7 or 8 instances, albeit with occasional inaccuracies." At that moment, within the terminal of Nakagawa Airport, Xiao Qiao, carrying only a few simple belongings, took out her phone. As she turned it on, a torrent of message notifications surged forth, incessantly ringing for nearly a minute before finally quieting down. A cursory glance at the sender-S numbers revealed that all the messages were from Li Menghan and Mao Qing-Shui, whose calls had seemingly persisted without interruption. Just as Xiao Qiao finished reviewing the messages, a phone call came in. Upon answering, Mao Qing-Shui's urgent and irate voice echoed through the line. "Xiao Qiao, where have you gone? Everyone is waiting for you, didn't you know? I often tell you all that as long as you are happy, that's what matters, but in your moments of joy, you never once considered whether I share in that happiness. It seems as though my opinions are entirely disregarded. The matter of marriage is a woman's foremost reliance and hope for her latter years. Yet in the face of such a significant decision, no one has bothered to ask me, the one directly involved, if I wish to depend upon that young man from the Shui family. You all presume that because you consent, I should too, but that is not the case. Can no one see that I am quite unhappy? Xiao Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, her voice tinged with rare frustration and indignation. On the other end of the line, Mao Qing was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, she replied, "What are you talking about? Your father and I are only doing this for your own good. The young man from the Shui family is a person of considerable stature. He is set to take over the Qinghe Shui family and will also assume leadership of Nankunlin. What could possibly be wrong with such a match? Everything is fine. Everything is correct. The only flaw lies in my personal disinclination towards him," as Mao Xiao expressed with a hint of indifference. "This sentiment alone suffices as my reason for resistance. I do not require a man of extraordinary brilliance. I merely seek companionship for the remainder of my days." With a decisive action, she ended the call, extracted her SIM card, and carelessly discarded it into the nearby trash bin. Not every woman aspires to wed a domineering CEO. For her, the more ordinary a man is, the better. She believes that overly brilliant men are ill-suited for her, as their brilliance often correlates with a hectic lifestyle. She yearns for a partner who has the leisure to accompany her through the vagaries of life. After tossing aside the SIM card, Mao Xiao grabbed her suitcase and moved forward, only to cross paths with a woman approaching from the opposite direction. As they brushed past each other, the woman paused after a few steps, turning her head to contemplate Mao Xiao's retreating figure. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, Xiao instinctively turned around. Their eyes met, and she hesitated momentarily, tilting her head slightly. There was an inexplicable familiarity in the woman's face that stirred a sense of recognition within her. Yet she could not recall where she had seen her before. Wang Dongji smiled and suddenly spoke. "Why are you looking at me like that? I feel as though we have met before." Mao Xiao found herself in a state of confusion. She had always prided herself on her excellent memory, capable of recalling everyone and everything she had encountered. Yet this woman evoked a rather nebulous feeling in her. The familiarity between their brows was palpable. Mao Xiao let out a soft exclamation and nodded, replying, "Indeed, it is the space between our brows." Wang Dongji chuckled, leaving behind an enigmatic remark as he departed. "Ultimately, it is all fate." Mao Xiao furrowed her brow, murmuring in a tone laden with skepticism and confusion, "What fate do I possess? Whose fate is intertwined with mine?" At that moment, Wang Dongji arrived at the Li residence in Longxi. Within the grand Li estate, Su Jie and Cui Xuanzi were in search of another longan fruit. They scoured the entire mansion and inquired among all those bearing the Li surname, even those from Longxi. Yet no one had knowledge of the whereabouts of the second longan. Longxi boasted numerous ancient wells, with at least a dozen still in existence. Yet after inspecting each one, none revealed the location of the elusive second longan, as if it had never existed at all. Having found nothing, the group hastily proceeded to the Li family tombs. Upon their arrival at the cemetery, they could sense a heavy, ominous aura enveloping the surroundings, causing the hearts of all the Li descendants to race with unease. The elder overseeing the cemetery, upon seeing Li Lanrong and the others, promptly stated, "Lanrong, ever since I received your call, all the graves of the direct Li lineage have begun to crack." At that moment, Li Lanrong, upon hearing the elder's words, abruptly lifted his foot and crushed a cockroach that had scuttled onto his shoe. The elder of the mausoleum pointed to the ground and remarked, "Such serpents and insects are now ubiquitous." Within the cemetery, several small snakes, as thick as a thumb, coiled around the branches, while cockroaches and centipedes scurried about on the ground, and even a few large rats darted to and fro, unperturbed by the presence of humans. The presence of serpents, insects, and beasts in the graveyard is an ominous sign, suggesting that the resting ancestors have been disturbed, which indeed portends calamity for their descendants. Upon entering the cemetery, Li Lanrong and others beheld several ancient graves, which had developed fissures, allowing insects to crawl in and out. In that instant, the members of the Li family were engulfed in a fury. Is it not infuriating to see insects crawling upon your ancestral remains? They exclaimed. Outrageous, preposterous. Li Lanrong fumat. Her lips trembling with indignation. Su Jie retrieved a feng shui compass from his belongings, and as soon as it was unveiled, the needle began to spin wildly, rendering its direction indiscernible. The magnetic field of this graveyard was in utter disarray. Chapter 72. The one who ties the knot must also untie it regarding ancestral graves. The appropriateness of their location and the quality of their feng shui have a direct and profound impact on future generations, often playing a crucial role in their destinies. For decades, many have pondered why, among the numerous illustrious figures with remarkable military achievements and influence before the founding of the nation, it was specifically the Taizu who was chosen, rather than any other. Subsequently, whispers of intrigue began to surface, suggesting that the ancestral grave of the Taizu was situated in an extraordinary feng shui site, aptly named by Long Chaori, a veritable royal burial ground. Thus, the positioning of ancestral graves is of paramount importance. Unlike modern individuals, whose ashes are often relegated to funeral homes, failing to achieve true rest, it is difficult for them to benefit from the blessings of their ancestors. They must rely solely on their own efforts to forge their paths. Upon discovering the anomalies surrounding the ancestral grave, the Li clan of Longxi was incensed, feeling as though their descendants' prospects had been severed. Their animosity towards Wang Jingzhe ran deep, yet they failed to recognize that it was the Li family who had initially breached their promises. In this tumultuous moment, Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui were consumed by their fury, losing even the most basic capacity for rational judgment. They could not fathom why a mere betrothal could lead to such extensive repercussions, culminating in the severing of ancestral ties. The engagement between Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao was likely far more complex than it appeared. Regrettably, when the heart is shrouded in anger, it becomes exceedingly difficult to unveil the truth. The irregularities surrounding the ancestral grave and the disruption of family feng shui struck directly at the Li family's vulnerabilities. Old Su, can the issue regarding the Li family's ancestral grave be resolved? Li Lanrong asked, suppressing her anger. It is quite difficult. The damage to your ancestral grave does not stem from the burial site itself. There are no traces of human intervention, making it challenging to ascertain the source of this mischief. To uncover the reason will require considerable effort and thought, Su Jie replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, Cui Xuanzi recalled a statement made earlier by Wang Jingzhe. If you manage to restore the ruined feng shui, the South Kunlun would no longer be called South Kunlun. Wang Jingzhe had only shared part of his insight, yet it was evident he possessed unwavering confidence that the Kunlun sect would be unable to rectify the feng shui woes of the Longxi Li family. What shall we do then? Li Lanrong bit her lip and inquired. After a moment of silence, Su Jie replied helplessly, the one who tied the bell must untie it. Li Lanrong fell silent at once. Cui Xuanzi leaned into Su Jie and whispered, Master, have you noticed a peculiar issue? What is it? The feng shui arrangement of the Li family's one-eyed dragon, along with the recent disturbances at the ancestral grave, seem to have no record whatsoever in our Kunlun archives. This is quite intriguing. The saying that all feng shui originates from Kunlun is becoming a source of embarrassment for me. Encountering one troublesome feng shui dilemma is understandable, but suddenly confronting two simultaneously seems far too coincidental. It feels as though we, the Kunlun practitioners, are mere elementary school students faced with a college entrance examination. Su Jie was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and asked, What exactly are you trying to convey? Cui Xuanzi possesses an extraordinary intellect, adept at discerning the unusual from the subtlest of clues, unraveling complexities with remarkable finesse. It is said that the records of the feng shui formations throughout the Kunlun Mountains comprise roughly 50 to 60% of the total knowledge, while the remaining undocumented formations, lost or forgotten over millennia, may account for an additional 20 to 30%. As for the portion of feng shui arrays unknown to Kunlun, Cui Xuanzi narrowed his eyes and articulated with clarity, "Master Uncle, I have a bold conjecture that bears substantial likelihood." Su Jie fell silent. As Cui Xuanzi's assertion had struck a chord, his expression growing grave, even his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. After a considerable pause, Su Jie rubbed his hands and inquired, "Do you genuinely believe the possibility is significant? Is it not nearly certain?" He reflected that the feng shui formations unknown to Kunlun might solely include those chronicled in the records of Lianshan. Long ago, it was suggested that Lianshan's knowledge had not been wholly lost, but perhaps remained in the possession of certain individuals. For instance, during the Tang dynasty, when Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tianyang served as national masters, speculation arose regarding their potential awareness of Lianshan or Guizong. Yet, the disappearance of these texts had been noted even before the Tang era. How then could Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tianyang possess such knowledge? Su Jie exclaimed in astonishment. If your conjecture holds true, it implies that the ancestral graves and the grand residence of the Li family have been compromised due to the influence of Lianshan. Cui Xuanzi asserted with conviction, "It is highly likely that Wang Jingzhe is aware of this." Su Jie cautiously inquired of Li Lanrong, "Is it possible that the feng shui of your Longxi Li clan originates from the hands of Yuan Tianyang or Li Chunfeng?" This matter remains shrouded in mystery. Li Lanrong responda uncertainly. However, since Longxi is the Li family's rented land, it seems reasonable that Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tianyang, who were the national masters of the Tang dynasty and renowned feng shui masters, will have conducted feng shui for the Longxi Li clan. Cui Xuanzi remarked, "If that is indeed the case, it becomes quite intriguing. Sometimes, human calculations fall short of the heavens' designs. The lineage of the Shi Dao possesses Lianshan, and the texts of I Ching and Qimeng Duanjia have long been kept secret. Yet, perhaps even Wang Xianji could not have anticipated that the Li family, upon renouncing this marriage pact, would inadvertently involve the turmoil of Nankuan, thereby alerting others to the possibility of Lianshan or Guizong coming to light. To be candid, if these two feng shui conundrums were presented to other masters, they might not discern any issues. Yet, the Nankuan mountain is unique in its ability to unveil these mysteries. For the adage the world's feng shui emanates from Kunlun holds true. Kunlun Mountain harbors an abundance of feng shui formations, and it is truly rare for there to be any formations not cataloged within this treasure trove. Thus, Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie swiftly deduced that Wang Jingzhe or members of the Wang family might indeed possess knowledge of the Lianshan text. Fate often outmatches human calculations. Even the most astute plans cannot contend with the whims of chance, which introduce an overwhelming array of uncertainties. Su Jie narrowed his eyes and softly remarked, "To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it." The gathered individuals, all astute and seasoned, immediately recognized the profound truth in his words. Rather than exhausting themselves in the arduous pursuit of resolving this perplexing issue of feng shui, why not summon the very person who can provide clarity? Is it not a more straightforward approach? That person is Wang Jingzhe, who is currently present in the Li family's grand residence. Wang Jingzhe remains, having no intention of departing. Chapter 73. The absence of righteousness in the Jianghu. Wang Jingzhe had no intention of departing, even though he was acutely aware that he might face an ambush later. His reluctance to leave stemmed not only from the pride and self-respect of the Shidoran, but also from a desire to ascertain the outcome of a confrontation between his understanding of feng shui and that of Nan Kunlun. During the years spent away from home, he had seldom engaged in combat. Even when pursued by Bei Chuma Wuqiao, he had refrained from striking back. This was partly due to a wish to conceal his abilities and partly because he was eager to propose marriage. However, this time, he felt no urgency or concern. The principles of feng shui did not necessarily require the contents from his concealed knowledge. The Shidoran possessed numerous methods to navigate the realms of yin and yang. Regrettably, Wang Jingzhe's lack of experience in handling such situations became evident. At just over 20 years of age, his encounters in the Jianghu were limited, and he had not anticipated that Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie could deduce certain truths based on the peculiarities of a unique dragon's eye and the feng shui changes surrounding the Li ancestral tomb. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he suddenly sensed a profound shift in the energy around him, akin to being ensnared within an invisible cage, devoid of bars and chains. In simpler terms, he found himself trapped, unable to escape from the main hall of the Li residence. Feng shui, one of the most enigmatic concepts in Chinese culture, is often associated solely with residential placement, with many only recognizing its influence over homes, ancestral graves, and even fortunes. Yet, what remains obscure to many is that the art of feng shui can also be wielded against adversaries. Take the example of the 8-formation battle diagram devised by Zhuge Liang during the Three Kingdoms period, which serves as a manifestation of geomantic principles. This formation, employing human resources, can annihilate foes at a ratio several times greater than one's own strength, akin to the formidable 8 Gates Golden Lock formation that once instilled terror throughout the warring states. Thus, the term feng shui transcends mere fortune and prosperity. It can also wield fatal consequences amid the clashing of blades. Upon King Jingzhe's realization of his entrapment, he observed a group entering, comprising Cui Xuanzi, Su Jie, Li Lanrong, Mao Qing-shui, and the elderly Granny Yu. Each of their faces bore distinct expressions. Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie appeared astonished and perplexed, tinged with a sense of yearning and desire, while Li Lanrong and Mao Qing-shu radiated indignation and fury, their eyes blazing with a fire potent enough to consume him. Have you not yet departed? The newcomers, witnessing King Jingzhe seated with unwavering composure in a chair, were filled with curiosity, puzzled as to how he could remain so serenely poised. Why should I depart? King Jingzhe retorted with a seemingly superfluous inquiry. With a scowl, Li Lanrong declared, "You have marred the feng shui of my Li family, severing the ties to my ancestral tomb. Do you remain here under the delusion that I would allow you to escape unscathed without vengeance? Do not speak to me of the trivialities regarding the illegality of murder. Here in Longxi, the Li clan is vast, with thousands bearing the surname. The officials here are intricately connected to the Li family, and should you perish within my abode, it would surely go unnoticed. Cast into the Weha River to nourish the fish, all that may remain of you would be a pile of unrecognizable bones. The depths of the Weha conceal countless corpses, some of innocent souls who drowned, others of those who were deliberately submerged." Wang Jingzhe tilted his head, speaking earnestly. "All that you have mentioned must rest upon one condition, that you possess the requisite power to detain me." Su Jie interjected suddenly. "Is that not possible? Can you truly leave? Do you not sense the gravity of your situation? The formation of Tianjin 16, with its outer square and inner circle, creates a wind-raising image. Its essence celestial. The two instruments confining life formation has sealed the magnetic field of this area. Not only humans, but even a host of restless spirits cannot escape. This geomantic configuration is said to have been employed by Zhong Kuei in his ghost-catching endeavors." Clap, clap, clap. Cui Xuanzi, smiling, applauded. "Truly splendid. You have not moved an inch from your seat, yet you have discerned your predicament. I was previously concerned that my deductions might be somewhat unreliable, yet now my confidence has surged. Few outside of our southern Kunlun understand the two instruments confining life formation. I am astonished that you recognized it at a glance. I have a question for you, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to ask." Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Cui Xuanzi squinted and remarked, "The art of geomancy in this world is ever-changing, yet fundamentally adheres to the principles of the I Ching. Among the various texts, the Lianshan and Gesang are the most detailed. It is said that 70 to 80% of the geomantic knowledge derives from these two works, or has evolved from them. Am I mistaken in my assertion?" Wang Jingzhe maintained a stoic expression and replied without hesitation, "Zhong Kuei hails from Mount Zhongnan and is a renowned celestial master. It is said that he has taken numerous disciples. Thus, his teachings seem to have been preserved, correct?" Cui Xuanzi chuckled. "Your response was rather swift." Wang Jingzhe. Cui Xuanzi continued, "Your reaction was too immediate and rather misplaced. If I were you or anyone else, upon hearing my question, the most fitting response would have been to exclaim, 'What nonsense are you spouting? What do Lianshan and Guizong have to do with me? Have you lost your senses? Those texts have been lost to time for countless years, And yet you presume I would comprehend Lianshan and Guizhong? Have you gone mad? Yet you, without hesitation, attributed it to the esteemed Zhang Kuei, neglecting to mention the conspicuous methods of Lianshan and Guizhong. Frankly, this is quite a failure. Any seasoned negotiator would perceive a hint of discrepancy in your defense. Su Jie remarked with a cold smile. In truth, it matters not whether you acknowledge it. We can simply press you for answers later. I do not require certainty. Mere suspicion suffices. In the realm of Jianghu, there exists no morality, only interests and desires. At this moment, Wang Jingzhe's demeanor shifted noticeably. He had unwittingly stepped into a rather simplistic trap of verbal manipulation, which was indeed quite embarrassing. Yet what could he do? A novice who had never gained the upper hand in conversations with women was now expected to contend with someone as seasoned as Cui Xuanzi. If he could withstand even 3 exchanges, it would be a cause for celebration. For instance, in his interactions with Mao Xiaoqiao over the past few weeks, he had been left speechless time and again by her remarks. He was genuinely lacking in eloquence. Lianshan and Guizhong, can you enlighten me on which particular text you are familiar with? Upon Cui Xuanzi's inquiry, the breaths of Granny Yu and Su Jie became noticeably tense and hurried, as if Wang Jingzhe had suddenly transformed into a treasure trove, and they stood at the threshold of the I Ching. Wang Jingzhe remained silent, his gaze sweeping over them calmly as he stated, "But what significance does that hold? First and foremost, you must ensure that you can actually keep me here." Chapter 74. The two masters Wang Jingzhe remarked, "First and foremost, you must ensure that I remain here." To which Cui Xuanzi responded, "Secondly, can you escape?" Their brief exchange concluded, giving way to a momentary silence. After they exchanged a glance, Wang Jingzhe suddenly sprang into action, not towards any of Cui Xuanzi's companions, but rather directly towards the entrance of the main hall. As he exited, it felt as though he had encountered an invisible barrier, a protective shield created by the 2 instruments confining life formation, which ensnared individuals within its confines, rendering them, as if imprisoned, unable to take flight even with wings. This was a technique employed by the legendary Zhang Kuei to trap lost souls and wandering spirits. Upon emerging, Wang Jingzhe swiftly pivoted and charged towards an ancient locust tree in the courtyard. As he approached, he drew forth a seemingly ordinary kitchen knife from his bag. With 1 foot planted on the trunk, he vaulted upward to the branches, and with a decisive stroke, he struck down upon a branch that appeared unremarkable. With a sharp crack, the branch succumbed beneath the blade. Su Jie furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, this is extraordinary." He has swiftly located the formation's focal point. Every feng shui formation hinges upon the concepts of the life gate and the death gate. By stepping into the death gate, one becomes ensnared, while discovering the life gate offers a path to liberation. Wang Jingzhe, seemingly well-versed in the intricacies of the 2 instruments confining life formation, had, in the blink of an eye, pinpointed its life gate focal point, and with a single stroke, shattered the formation. As Su Jie was about to make his move and follow up with a flurry of attacks, Cui Xuanzi halted him momentarily, saying, "Master Uncle, this matter pertains to the youth. I shall handle it. It is said that Nan Kunlun commands the world's geomancy. If I cannot surpass him in the mastery of the geomantic formations, it would only serve to tarnish the reputation of Nan Kunlun as mere empty fame." "Very well. You may proceed. I shall cover your flank." Su Jie nodded in agreement. After Wang Jingzhe had effortlessly shattered the 2 instruments' confinement formation, he did not hasten to exit, but instead turned a glance at Cui Xuanzi. He wished to gauge the true capabilities of Nan Kunlun, fully aware that his opponent surely had more tricks up his sleeve. A master of geomancy excels in the intricate interplay of formations, capable of layering multiple identical geomantic arrays. Seemingly casual modifications can lead to profound transformations. Indeed, Cui Xuanzi then spoke with an unhurried demeanor. "Your speed in breaking the formation is impressive. It not only astonishes me, but also reinforces my assertion that aside from the denizens of Nan Kunlun, only those knowledgeable in the classic of mountains or the classic of changes can achieve such feats with ease." "And what of it?" Wang Jingzhe replied nonchalantly. "Let's not overthink it. A simple contest of skill will suffice, suggested Chui Xuanzi. With a casual demeanor, he picked up a chair and seized 2 cups brimming with tea from the table. As he gracefully stepped forward, executing the 8 trigrams footwork, he seemingly placed the chair on the ground at random, then moved left 3 steps to set down one of the teacups, and advanced 3 feet further to position the other cup on the windowsill outside, as if discarding 3 ordinary objects. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the courtyard outside shifted, and a chilling breeze arose from nowhere. The interplay of the 2 vital energies manifested into the 4 symbols, as in the blink of an eye. Chui Xuanzi transformed the 2 vital energies confinement formation into the 4 symbols confinement formation. This formation, an evolution from the confinement formation of the celestial master Zhong Kuei, was known only to the descendants of the Kunlun lineage. Rarely seen in the world, it was documented solely in the ancient texts of Kunlun. The 2 vital energies confinement was employed to restrain wandering souls and malevolent spirits, while the latter could ensnare any living being. Most importantly, Chui Xuanzi was certain that aside from their own people from South Kunlun, no outsiders had encountered this 4 symbols confinement formation. Indeed, though Chui Xuanzi had made only slight adjustments, Wang Jingzhe furrowed his brow at once. Despite the seemingly casual movements of his opponent, the formation had undergone a significant transformation, no longer resembling the familiar 2 vital energies formation. Why not give it another try? Quick Swans prompted. Wang Jingzhe replied with less certainty, as this marked his first genuine encounter with a fellow practitioner since leaving home. If at this moment, Wang Dongji were to replace the current individual, and Shui chose to address her in such a manner, the likely response would be a disdainful glance from Sister Dongji, as if to say, "You lack the qualifications to engage with me." After conversing with Chui Xuanzi, Wang Jingzhe began to move, but her steps were not directed towards the chair and the 2 teacups, which were the tools of her opponent's formation. It is not as simple as merely scattering the chair or shattering the teacups to dismantle the arrangement. The energy within the formation had already taken shape, and to break it, one must find the pivotal point of the array. Wang Jingzhe furrowed her brow, wandering through the courtyard, her mind racing to calculate the transformation of the 2 elements into the 4 symbols. Her lips quivered slightly as she murmured, and if one were to approach her closely, they would hear her reciting, "The earth array takes the form of a square, governed by the clouds of the 4 corners. Upon scrutiny, there will surely be repercussions. A single strike, and the entire army shall falter." At that moment, Wang Jingzhe had taken 81 steps, when beneath her foot lay an unremarkable brick, roughly the size of a fist. She lifted her leg and kicked the brick with force. With a swift motion, the brick was sent skidding away, and instantly, the cup that Chui Xuanzi had set down shattered with a sharp crack. Su Jie paused, his expression grave, while Chui Xuanzi remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated Wang Jingzhe's rapid dismantling of the formation. A flicker of excitement and astonishment crossed his face before he resumed the contest of geomantic arrays with Wang Jingzhe. In this encounter, the 2 appeared akin to legendary masters from a martial arts novel, each countering the other's strikes with skillful precision. Chui Xuanzi and Wang Jingzhe were merely a dozen meters apart, as he swiftly transformed the familiar formations of feng shui. With each arrangement, Wang Jingzhe promptly devised countermeasures, resembling 2 master players engaged in a strategic duel of Go, embarking on a battle devoid of bloodshed, yet fraught with peril. A single misstep could result in the formation master being ensnared by their own trap, while the one unable to breach the formation would find themselves ensnared in a precarious situation. Gradually, Chui Xuanzi's breathing became rapid and erratic, his eyes veined with crimson, and with each subsequent movement, his hands trembled slightly, a testament to the immense concentration exerted. Wang Jingzhe, too, was not in a state of ease. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and the tip of his nose, and his brows remained tightly knit. Chapter 75. I have a sister. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but both Chui Xuanzi and Wang Jingzhe have become disoriented in their steps, resembling frail old men leaning on their canes, trembling with each movement. They have expended immense mental and physical energy. a toll equal to that of battling amidst a sea of adversaries. It is evident to all that within a brief moment, one of them is bound to collapse, or perhaps both will fall simultaneously. This time, as they set and dismantle formations, Chui Xuanzi and Wang Jingzhi's rhythm has distinctly slowed. Each strike is met with hesitation, their movements appearing exceedingly rigid and laborious. Aunt Yu gazes at the two in astonishment, uncertainly remarking, Xuanzi seems to have established 18 formations, and that lad named Wang has consecutively unraveled 18 as well. 19 formations, d'où il replied gravel. This is an exceedingly rare occurrence. The Kunlun classics once recorded that before Jiang Ziya assisted King Wu in overthrowing the tyrant Zhou and establishing the Zhou dynasty, he had laid down 28 feng shui formations consecutively. This is the only record of such an achievement by a single individual. Since then, while there have been unmatched feng shui masters who have attempted similar feats, none have reached the level of Jiang Ziya. Only figures like Huang Shigong, Zhuge Liang, and Giguzi could aspire to such heights. For hundreds of years hence, we have not seen anyone capable of consecutively laying down multiple formations. This is likely due to the absence of opportunity or necessity, and moreover, few possess the capacity to expend such tremendous mental and physical fortitude. Most importantly, who can harbor within their heart the essence of myriad feng shui formations. Old Lady Yu sighed, remarking, Kunlun Xian Su truly deserves to be hailed as the most radiant star of South Kunlun for centuries. Su Jia, with an air of pride, responded, Is the foremost disciple of Kunlun merely a name without substance? As their dialogue concluded, the expressions of those present suddenly froze. Indeed, Chui Xian Su was that dazzling star. Yet, what of the unexpectedly emerging wild youth, Wang Jingzhi? He had contended with Chui Xian Su on equal footing, and now neither could claim superiority over the other. Was he not equally luminous? Observing Wang Jingzhi and Chui Xian Su, who were both staggering as if on the verge of collapse, Su Jia's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, his gaze darkening as it settled upon them. The 20th formation, one set, one unraveled. This time, both seemed to be at their wits' end, their eyes showing clear signs of dispersion. The toll on their spirit and the rapid decline of their physical strength rendered them on the brink of falling. Kuik Xuan Che gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Jingzhi, declaring in this final move, you and I. Before Chui Xian Su could finish his sentence, Wang Jingzhi, who was engaged in unraveling the formation, suddenly gasped, and blood erupted from his mouth. With a splatter, a spray of crimson erupted forth as Wang Jingzhi began to cough violently. His right leg buckled, and he sank to one knee, his knees striking the ground. Chui Xian Su stood in stunned silence for a moment, then turned furiously towards Su Jia, shouting, Master Uncle, what are you doing? Su Jia had unknowingly positioned himself a mere 7 or 8 meters away from Wang Jingzhi. The spot he occupied was the final threshold of the deadly formation, disrupting the energy flow of Wang Jingzhi, who was on the verge of breaking the array, resulting in an immediate backlash against him. The shameless Wang Jingzhi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Su Jia, with an air of calmness, addressed Chui Xuanzi as the foremost disciple of Kunlun. It is inevitable that you will one day assume the role of sect leader. Your duty is to elevate the prestige of South Kunlun, not to squander your efforts in this endless and futile private conflict. Should you suffer a backlash that leads to unforeseen consequences, it would represent a significant loss for our South Kunlun. You have fought long enough. There's truly no need to remain entrenched in this stalemate. Chui Xuanzi sighed and replied, Is this not, in itself, a form of tempering? In the midst of conflict, self-improvement has always been the most effective method. Such opportunities are rare and invaluable. Master, your actions do not assist me, but rather jeopardize my progress. What I seek is not merely victory or defeat, but a genuine confrontation. Alas, such is the pity. Su Jia, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head with an air of indifference, stating, Your intentions are commendable, yet the outcome is not what I desire. As your elder and a senior of Kunlun Mountain, my perspective is shaped by the greater good. My desired result is victory, not for you to fall like you did. Wang Jingzhi scoffed, grinding his teeth as he retorted, Kunlun claims dominion over the world's fortune. How utterly ironic that such nonsense can be perpetrated. Shui Xuance's face flushed, rendering him silent. Su Jie, unfazed, continued, I have previously expressed that the martial world has lost its ethical compass, leaving only self-interest and desire. In the face of such interests, what does it matter if I appear shameless? All I require is the outcome, which is your defeat. You will falter, and Kunlun will seize you, obtaining what we desire. Su Jie's words, though harsh and devoid of modesty, ring with truth. Conflict inherently revolves around victory and defeat. The methods employed are of little concern to most. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. It matters not how many hands I employ against you, for I shall emerge victorious. Su Jie slowly approached Wang Jingzhe and remarked, I have also stated that I do not care whether you acknowledge your understanding of Lianshan or Guizhong. I require no admission from you. All I need is to capture you and extract the information through interrogation. Is that not so? Wang Jingzhe cast a glance at him, then observed the visibly relieved Li Lanrong, Mao Qing and Granny Yu, before suddenly uttering a seemingly nonsensical statement. I have an elder sister. Su Jie and Shui Xuance were taken aback. I have an elder sister. Her name is Wang Dongji. She possesses a rather irritable temperament and has often bullied me from childhood to the present. Should I ever dare to retort or resist, she might very well strike me across the face or give me a thorough beating. On days when I wish to shirk my studies, she would wield a broom to chastise me. I have lost count of how many brooms she has broken in the process. Wang Jingzhe inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Despite her fierce temperament and relentless bullying, she absolutely will not permit others to mistreat me. It is akin to the time I was pursued and bitten by a wild dog in our village. My sister dispatched that dog with a single kick, declaring that if anyone dared to lay a finger on me, she would retaliate by severing their hand. After recovering from his stupor, Su Jie frowned and said, What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Jingzhe replied, I am not speaking nonsense. I am conveying a serious warning. If you dare to bully me, my sister will not hesitate to storm Kunlun and topple your grand hall, extinguishing the lineage of the Li family from Longxi. I am not jesting. I earnestly advise you not to provoke me, for my sister will be most displeased. Chapter 76, A Thunderous Resound. The entrance of Dongji, I have an elder sister. Should you dare to bully me, she will ascend Kunlun Mountain and topple your grand hall. As Wang Jingzhe uttered these words, he resembled a child wronged and beleaguered, yet his tone was imbued with utmost seriousness and conviction. Wang Dongji had nurtured Wang Jingzhe since his infancy. This sister, only slightly his senior, was both a sibling and a mentor. Due to their father, Wang Xianji's negligence, the responsibility of educating Wang Jingzhe had largely fallen upon Wang Dongji. Wang Xianji once lamented that had Wang Dongji been a male, her prowess with the blade would have far surpassed that of Wang Jingzhe, leaving him trailing far behind. While Wang Jingzhe spoke earnestly, his words elicited laughter from those who overheard. It was akin to a child who, after losing a scuffle, seeks refuge in parental comfort. Su Jie regarded him with a tone of derision, saying, Have you lost your wits? You threatened to overthrow our Kunlun Hall? Do you even know who the founding ancestors of Kunlun sect are? Are you aware of the multitude of disciples upon Kunlun Mountain? Do you know who the current leader is? And do you understand how many have dared to provoke Kunlun over the years, only to find themselves struggling to return unscathed? Wang Jingzhe shook his head and replied, I know none of those things, but I do know that Wang Dongji will not spare you. Then let someone venture to Kunlun Mountain and fetch you back, Su Jie retorted coldly, advancing to seize Wang Jingzhe. With a sudden crash, before Su Jie could even touch Wang Jingzhe, the gate of the Li residence was forcefully kicked open from outside. A woman, unadorned yet serene, stood at the threshold, her gaze fixed on Su Jie's outstretched hand. Should you dare lay a finger on him, she warned, I shall sever one of your claws. If both hands dare to touch him, you might as well resort to using your toes to grasp your chopsticks at meal times. Wang Jingzhe turned, and upon seeing Wang Dongji at the entrance, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, he called out, Sister. In an instant, Wang Dongji's face broke into a smile. transforming her previously frosty demeanor as if a spring breeze had suddenly swept through. Several pairs of eyes turned towards the doorway, taking in the sight of her. Wang Dongji was not the archetype of breathtaking beauty that could topple kingdoms, yet her presence invoked a multitude of poetic descriptors. One might liken her to a lotus, unsullied by the mud, or to a peony, resplendent and vibrant. Alternatively, she could be compared to a strikingly vivid rose, adorned with thorns. In essence, when Wang Dongji stood there, one could hardly overlook the elegance and grace of this woman, reminiscent of clouds that adorn the horizon. After being chastised, Su Jie's outstretched hand faltered, remaining suspended for several moments before he again reached for the utterly exhausted Wang Jingjia. A flicker of cold determination flashed across Wang Dongji's face as she softly uttered, "You truly do not learn from your lessons. Do you genuinely believe that your Kunlun sect is the progenitor of all mountains? Is it not? In my eyes, certainly not. You are at best a group of frogs confined to a well." Wang Dongji gracefully glided over, and upon her arrival, both Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie were taken aback. One must understand that at this moment, the 20th array had yet to be breached. Those within could not escape, and naturally, those outside could not enter. How then did Wang Dongji appear to saunter in so effortlessly? Cui Xuanzi was incredulous. He found this woman exceedingly peculiar. Why did he not perceive her as extraordinarily powerful? Because he believed that even if she had commenced her cultivation from the womb, she could not possibly cast him aside by any significant margin. This was not a martial arts novel where one could accumulate decades of internal power through sheer effort or consume elixirs to gain a century's worth of strength. Such notions were mere fabrications, fantastical and impossible. The manipulation of winds and waters, the interplay of yin and yang, relied on the accumulation of knowledge and experience, a treasure trove of wisdom hidden within one's heart. Thus, this woman was indeed strange, but it could not be said that she was extraordinarily strong. This was the 8-direction storm array, designed to confine from all angles. It was said in ancient times to be employed for imprisoning ferocious beasts, a notion that is utterly absurd, for where would such beasts come from? It was merely a trap utilized by ancient shamanic tribes for hunting, which later evolved into a feng shui array. My dear brother, did your sister not teach you that this so-called 8-direction storm array is actually quite simple to dismantle? One need only grasp the positions of Kan and Kun to unravel it. Look at you, in your 20s. Have you truly squandered your youth? To have been struck by that paw, how disgraceful. I ask you, is that not filthy? Wang Dongji spoke as she walked, when suddenly Su Jie realized he was immobilized. Ah, indeed, it is true. When I previously taught you, it was merely theoretical, devoid of practical application, hence you may find it somewhat challenging. Now observe how your elder sister imparts the knowledge for practical use. As she spoke, Wang Dongji suddenly leaped forward, gracefully soaring to a point less than 3 meters away from Su Jie, where she landed heavily, creating a profound footprint in the ground. Su Jie trembled in shock, his breath and body abruptly freezing. This is the critical point, Wang Dongji continued. That old man played a trick, concealing a mystery within the deadlock, hiding the critical juncture. As she lifted her right foot, a talisman inexplicably revealed itself beneath her. Su Jie's expression shifted dramatically. The knife. Wang Dongji beckoned with her finger, and the kitchen knife in Wang Jingjia's hand suddenly floated towards her. With a delicate motion, she received it, and amidst the astonishment and confusion of onlookers, she swiftly swung it towards the immobilized Su Jie, who was ensnared. With a decisive slice, Wang Dongji struck Su Jie's wrist, proclaiming, "The tempestuous array originates from the distant mountains. Did you not wish to know? Allow me to candidly disclose that this originates from the continuous mountains. I could even transform it into a 16-direction storm, or, indeed, a 32-direction tempest. However, regrettably, you lack the qualifications for me to proceed." Su Jie's wrist expelled a spray of crimson, and his already pale visage turned utterly ashen. Chapter 77 is also quite remarkable. Su Jie pressed his bleeding wrist and lowered his gaze to the severed hand on the ground, beads of cold sweat starting to form on his forehead. Cui Xuanzi, in a state of panic, called out, "Master Uncle, Wang Dongji replied nonchalantly. I warned you that I would not indulge you by severing one of your hands. Would you care to test your other claw against my brother once more? Should you choose to do so, I shall make you experience what it feels like to grasp chopsticks with your toes. At your age, resorting to ambushes against a junior. Do you not fear that others will mock you, claiming that all from Kunlun Mountain are cowards? I believe I just heard you speak of martial ethics. Thus, if I take advantage of your ailment to end your life, does that not align with the principles of the martial world? Regardless, when the time comes to cast you into the Wei River to feed the fish, you shall ultimately be reduced to nothing more than a pile of bleached bones. Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui's faces flushed crimson, while Wang Jingzhe exclaimed in astonishment, Sister, you arrived early. I have long noticed your ridiculous demeanor. Wang Dongji retorted with a glance. Cui Xuanzi took a deep breath and said, Miss, let us accept the truth. You may do as you wish with my life. But even if Nan Kunlun is as you described, it still possesses some formidable resilience. Wang Dongji turned slowly and remarked, Is your resilience truly that formidable? It is sufficient. Cui Xuanzi nodded in agreement. Wang Dongji smiled, brushed her hair aside, and said lightly, I have heard of you, the senior brother from the southern Kunlun. It is said that you are the most gifted disciple on Kunlun Mountain in centuries, a predetermined candidate for the next sect leader. The fact that you and my brother have managed to dismantle over 20 formations together is indeed no small feat, especially considering you accomplished this without understanding Lianshan and Guizong. It is quite remarkable. Cui Xuanzi humbly replied, In comparison to the young lady, it appears I still have much to learn. With a chuckle, Wang Dongji retorted, What merit is there in comparing yourself to a mere woman? You may measure yourself against my brother later. She then turned back to Wang Jingzhe and remarked, The consequences you have woven for yourself cannot rightly be resolved by my intervention. Can they? Wang Jingzhe nodded and affirmed, Indeed not. Wang Dongji shot a glare at Su Jie and commanded, Then why are you still lingering with that wretched hand of yours? Hurry and leave. If you delay any longer, you will miss the opportunity altogether. Su Jie glared at Wang Dongji with resentment, bent down to retrieve his severed hand, and, with the assistance of Cui Xuanzi, made his way toward the exit. As he approached the doorway, Cui Xuanzi gazed intently at the stunning woman before him and remarked, As we part today, I hope you will remember me. I am Cui Xuanzi from the southern Kunlun. Wang Dongji, indifferent, waved her hand dismissively and replied, There are many men who wish to be remembered. You shall have to line up behind them. After Cui Xuanzi and Su Jie departed, Wang Dongji turned to Granny Yu of Tiandao Peak and said, At your age. Granny Yu's expression fluctuated between various emotions before she let out a long sigh. She was not intimidated by Wang Dongji. After all, Tiandao Peak of Fanjing Mountain was renowned as the library of the world's Daoist sects, harboring an abundance of magical arts. She genuinely did not fear losing face in a confrontation with Wang Dongji. However, Granny Yu felt that today's union had been thoroughly disrupted, leaving her with no reason to persist in her endeavors. It suddenly dawned on her that this youth named Wang Jingzhe might not be so bad after all. Casting a glance at the two siblings, she left them with a thought-provoking remark. Should you find the time, you are welcome to visit Fanjing Mountain. Once the Qinghe Cui family and Granny Yu had departed, only the members of the Longxili family remained in the courtyard, with Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui wearing expressions of awkwardness. It seemed that Wang Dongji had no intention of conversing with them. Instead, she pulled the nearly exhausted Wang Jingzhe closer and asked, Why is there no joy or excitement on your face upon seeing your sister? I fear you might strike me. What a lack of ambition. The two siblings stepped towards the courtyard gate when Li Lanrong, summoning all her courage, suddenly spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, what can you say about the ancestral grave and feng shui of the Li family? Fear gripped her. She trembled at the thought that the Li family's feng shui had deteriorated and their ancestral lineage severed, which effectively obliterated the future of the Longxili clan. She was terrified, feeling utterly unworthy to confront the ancestral spirits of the Li family. Wang Jingzhe turned around and replied, That is your own doing. Once I annul the engagement, Wang Dongji abruptly pinched Wang Jingzhe's cheek and, after silencing him, calmly stated, What significance does the Longxili clan hold? I care not at all. Merely the remnants of a fallen dynasty, Do not overestimate your worth. Even the great ancestors have turned to dust. What is that but history? Therefore, I suggest you remove the proud halo from your heads. Our interest lies in your daughter, and has no connection with your Li clan whatsoever. As for your concerns about feng shui and ancestral graves, as long as the engagement persists, there is nothing to worry about. Reflect upon yourselves, and when we return to propose again, I hope you will adopt a more humble attitude. Li Lanrong spoke hurriedly, but the thunder has struck our ancestral hall, and the graves on the mountain. Wang Dongji scoffed. That engagement was arranged by my father. If you go back on it, you must accept some consequences and lessons. Remember this. The promises made by the Wang clan of Chang'an are as solid as gold, unalterable. As for the engagement, it was not my father who personally annulled it. It has remained in effect all along. This insufferable young man spoke without consequence. Wang Jingzhe said with a sullen expression, "Sister, I refuse to marry." His dissent was futile. "Close your mouth, or I shall strike you." He was warned, and immediately fell silent. The betrothal had been established over 20 years ago between Wang Xianji and the elderly. Once set, it could only be nullified by Wang Xianji herself. Otherwise, only someone of greater cultivation than her could dissolve it. Li Lanrong and Mao Qingshui were powerless to resist, as were Wang Dongji and Wang Jingzhe. Thus, despite the current uproar, the engagement remained unbroken. This is the fate that cannot be altered, a prophecy that stands immutable. After Wang Jingzhe and Wang Dongji departed, a pall of despair enveloped the Li household, with their hearts in their throats. In this somber atmosphere, someone inadvertently uttered a thought. This young man of the Wang family seems rather remarkable, does he not? Indeed, humanity is often governed by the harsh realities of existence. Chapter 78. Your Destiny. Her destiny on the Weha River. A fishing boat swayed gently, adorned with 2 Weha carps and a few assorted side dishes. Wang Dongji languidly reclined on the deck, casually picking up chopsticks to lift a morsel of fish into her mouth. Is this the legendary Weha carp? Its flavor is quite acceptable, yet I find the taste of the yellow river carp to be more exquisite, she remarked. The boatman chuckled and replied, "Miss, the Weha is a tributary of the Yellow River. Technically, the carps from both rivers are of the same species. The water quality is rather similar. Hence, there is little distinction in the flavor of the fish." Wang Dongji retorted nonchalantly, "The Yellow River drowns countless people every year, far more than the Weha. How can their tastes possibly be alike?" Wang Jingzhe, who had just savored a piece of fish, suddenly froze, feeling a wave of discomfort in her chest and abdomen. Wang Dongji's comment was a severe dampener, rendering the once delectable carps unappetizing. "Sister, what brings you to Longxi?" With a swift motion, Wang Dongji produced a scroll of scripture from her possession and tossed it toward him. "This is the Malevolent Sutra I procured from the Xiaozhou Temple. It is utilized by the living Buddhas to fortify their 3 souls and 7 spirits during the process of reincarnation. You happen to be fortunate enough to encounter a practitioner of the 3rd generation, and this scripture will be immensely beneficial to you. While it may not alter your unfortunate fate, it will certainly add a touch of embellishment to your journey. Take it and study it diligently. I must return to those lamas afterward, so please do not misplace it." Wang Dongji's words were casual, yet Wang Jingzhe understood that merely requesting this scripture from Xiaozhou Temple would not suffice for its acquisition. This scroll must be considered a treasured relic of the temple, and one could scarcely hope to obtain it without a significant exchange. It was clear to her that there must have been a convoluted process involved, which Wang Dongji chose not to disclose. It was evident that she must have gone to great lengths to secure it. "Being your sister, Wang Dongji, sister, why do both you and father insist that I must become the fiancé of the Li family's daughter from Longxi? Is there no possibility of calling off the engagement?" Wang Jingzhe refrained from uttering expressions of gratitude or sentiment. Instead, she curiously inquired about her betrothal. "Indeed, it is of great assistance to you. The esteemed Miss Li of Longxi holds a precious destiny. United with her, you would become each other's support in this mortal realm, and you shall undoubtedly benefit from her noble fortune. The members of the Shidao clan are fated to encounter divine retribution every 3 generations. Yet there are remedies for such trials. This marriage contract has been deliberately arranged by your father, no matter what I convey to you now. It may not resonate until the moment you are joyfully wed to her. Otherwise, why would the Wang family of Chaoga so eagerly seek your hand? The Li family lacks the standing and merit. This is all meticulously planned. Thus, do not entertain thoughts of retracting the engagement. It is your destiny, as much hers as it is yours. Wang Jingzhe fell into silence for a moment before expressing, "But what if I do not harbor affection for her? What does that matter?" Wang Dongji replied matter-of-factly. Wang Jingzhe, with utmost seriousness, stated, "An engagement signifies marriage. I am to establish a household with her, perhaps even bear children. We are destined to coexist for a lifetime. In such circumstances, if I do not cherish her, or she does not cherish me, would that not doom the latter half of our lives? What does that matter?" Wang Dongji replied once more. Wang Jingzhe lapsed into silence again, and suddenly a maiden's visage flickered in his mind. He turned to gaze at the river's surface and pondered, "But what if I have someone I truly adore? What does that matter?" Wang Dongji playfully poked Wang Jingzhe's forehead and suggested, "You could marry the lady from the Li family and simultaneously cherish the one you favor outside of that union. It is a win-win situation that does not hinder you, is it not?" Wang Jingzhe gazed at the water's surface, lost in a tumult of thoughts, as Wang Dongji sighed deeply, adopting a rare serious tone to address him. "You claim to have someone you cherish and wish to be with. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that she reciprocates your feelings. Under such circumstances, is it not essential for you to lead a life free from peril? If you cannot even master your own fate, how can you speak of growing old together with your beloved? Should you forsake the daughter of the Li family for this woman, only to meet your untimely demise at 30, would that not condemn her to a life of mourning? Tell me, is this love or a path to ruin? And if children were to come into the picture, would it not thrust her into the struggles of raising orphans? Were I in her position, I would be consumed by sorrow or overwhelmed by resentment." Wang Jingzhe remained transfixed, profoundly affected by Wang Dongji's words. He contemplated the harsh reality that such mutually beneficial outcomes were all too rare in this world. How splendid it would be if the daughter of the Li family were indeed the maiden he adored. Alas, reality is often cruel. Shaking off these thoughts, he resolved to focus on the matter of proposing, reminding himself that he would need to pursue that endeavor soon. Suddenly, Wang Jingzhe lifted his head and declared, "I wish to journey to Chang'an." Chang'an, where the ghostly bride of the embroidered shoes was said to rest beside her husband. Wang Dongji waved her hand dismissively. "Go wherever your heart desires. The choice is yours. Sister, where will you venture next? Do not concern yourself with me. I am quite occupied." Wang Dongji suddenly remarked with a smile, "There is something I must first caution you about." "What is it?" "You are currently akin to a piece of Tang Seng's flesh. Once the individuals from Kunlun Mountain return, your possession of the Lianshan or Guizhong will undoubtedly be revealed. Consequently, as you traverse the martial world, there will surely be those who wish to take a bite out of you, so exercise caution." Wang Jingzhe paused momentarily, then inquired, "Aren't you in the same predicament?" Wang Dongji regarded him with an expression of disbelief and replied, "Are you foolish? Do you think I have anything to fear? Ha, how amusing! I only hope they do not cross my path when I'm feeling particularly irritable. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." After considering her words, Wang Jingzhe concluded that she was indeed correct. If someone truly sought to consume Tang Seng's flesh and encountered Wang Dongji, she would not be the immortal Tang monk. Rather, she would embody the great sage Sun Wukong. With a single strike, the outcome would surely elicit tears from her adversary. "My dear brother, it would be prudent to exercise caution," Wang Dongji advised earnestly. Chapter 79. One night, the spring breeze arrived suddenly. A gust of wind swept through, stirring a wave of excitement among the Daoist sects, including the Xianmen, Wumai, and Maoshan. Those who heard the news were taken aback. Whispers circulated that the Lianshan and Guizhong text had surfaced, with some claiming to understand the sorcery contained within, providing examples with unwavering confidence. This wind undoubtedly originated from the southern Kunlun. Some may wonder why the Xianmen, upon learning of this matter, chose to remain silent, while southern Kunlun released this information into the world. Such a discrepancy appears illogical. Surely, the three monks understand the principle of scarcity? Chui Xuanzi articulated. This grand opportunity is clearly beyond our solitary grasp. We are ill-equipped to counter the moves of Wang Dongji. In light of this, if we cannot partake of this bounty alone, why not invite others to share it? Though our portion may be diminished, it is still better than leaving empty-handed. Wise individuals never lament over unattainable desires. Instead, they devise means to reach out and touch them. Chui Xuanzi's perspective garnered unanimous support from Kunlun's ranks. After deliberation, they concluded that the news should be disseminated, inviting all those interested in Lianshan and Guizhong to unite in collective effort to extract these treasures from Wang Dongji and Wang Jingzhe. Thus, as Wang Dongji has articulated, Wang Jingzhe must exercise caution. You have now become the coveted prize, akin to Tang Seng's flesh, while I, in contrast, embody the white-boned spirit. They may hesitate to provoke me, yet you remain an easy target. Indeed, upon the emergence of this news, many have swiftly responded. In the capital, at a certain location, Yi Tianyi, Yi Su, and their grandmaster, along with their second master, gathered in a solemn assembly, their expressions marred by discontent. The information that had surfaced was exceedingly vexatious for them. Consequently, the agreement forged between us and Wang Jingzhe appears to have devolved into mere words, rendered null and void. With a heavy sigh, Yi Tianyi lamented, "What was once a secret known only to us is now a matter of public knowledge. What are we to do?" Yi Su, clenching her small fists and gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "How utterly frustrating." The Grand Master and the Second Master exchanged glances, remaining silent. It was evident that they were both engaged in some scheming contemplation. The headquarters of Xianmen has already issued an order to convene a meeting regarding this matter. The 5 branches of the Xianmen, Shan, Yi, Ming, Xiang, and Bu, had traditionally operated independently, refraining from interference. However, these 5 branches being rooted in the Xianmen, are under the jurisdiction of a central headquarters, which, although lacking direct authority over the branches, possesses the power to summon them for collective deliberation in the face of significant events. This particular gathering of the 5 branches is prompted by the recent manifestations of Lianshan and Guizhong. The meaning of the General Hall is fundamentally straightforward. It is evident that the intention is to align with others and collectively pursue Wang Jingzhe. This is patently clear. Such a substantial temptation would indeed provoke the interest of the mysterious sections. Thus, the question that confronts us is whether we should advance or retreat in unison with the mysterious sects, remarked the Second Master with a furrowed brow. The Grand Master then inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "Grand Master, I believe we should certainly follow the footsteps of the General Hall. Our 5 branches have always acted in solidarity, and although we have previously interacted with Wang Jingzhe, and he has given his word, it remains merely a verbal promise." Someone remarked, clearly inclined towards conformity. "Does that not position us in opposition to that young man?" Isusu interjected with a frown. "This would render us hypocrites. Once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted easily. It would be unseemly to change our stance so abruptly. For us, a promise is not merely idle talk. Prioritizing our interests is crucial. Sikit, Yi Tianyi. There is merit in following the General Hall's lead. However, I believe that since we initially reached an agreement with the other party, we should not hastily alter our course. After all, competing with so many others for a single prize leaves the extent of our share uncertain. Yet, if we adhere to our previous accord, the benefits could potentially be more substantial. But what if Wang Jingzhe is snatched away by someone else? There is a pack of hungry wolves eyeing him right now." The Second Master countered. The Master gently tapped the table and said, "Let us not quarrel for now. After we visit the main hall, we shall deliberate further. However, for the time being, let us refrain from antagonizing Wang Jingzhe. We shall observe the unfolding events." Meanwhile, in Yongsheng, the people from Beichuma had gathered together. Wu Qiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening to the heated debate behind him. "It seems without a doubt that it is indeed that woman. We have pursued her from the capital to Yongsheng, only to find that she has fled to Longxi and has even gotten entangled in a dispute with the people from Nankanlin. She is truly a restless spirit. one who has caused us no small amount of trouble in the past. About a month ago, some members of Beichu Ma had an encounter with Wang Dongji in Yongchen. The two factions clashed over a certain matter, resulting in Wang Dongji swiftly incapacitating her opponents before making her graceful exit. At that time, those from Beichu Ma were formidable fighters. They pressed Wang Dongji to the extent that she had to employ all her skills to escape, narrowly avoiding being overwhelmed. Ultimately, she was compelled to resort to her most secret techniques to break free, thus revealing her true capabilities, prompting Wu Qiao to rush over with his men. This woman has a brother? According to reports from those affiliated with Kunlun, it appears that his expertise in geomancy possesses considerable merit. What is the background of this brother-sister duo that they command both Shan and Guizhong? Why concern ourselves with their origins? What matters is that an opportunity has arisen. What opportunity? Wu Qiao turned back with a furrowed brow. Upon his inquiry, the speakers fell momentarily silent before one of them replied, "A robbery, perhaps? Everyone desires good things. If they cannot obtain them, they might resort to seizing them instead," chuckling at the thought. Those from the north possess an inherent audacity, a hint of brigandry in their nature. Wu Qiao cast a casual glance at them and remarked, "Do you truly believe the people of South Kunlun are fools? It seems unlikely, does it not? The esteemed disciple of South Kunlun, Chui Xuanzi, is reputed to be quite talented and is poised to assume leadership of this generation of Kunlun." Wu Qiao countered, "If he is so astute, why would he allow such news to leak? Is it not curious to you all? Unless the people of South Kunlun are akin to a herd of swine, foolishly neglecting to seize such a significant advantage for themselves while naively broadcasting the information to outsiders. If you were aware of a gold mine, would you not invite only your closest allies to excavate it, rather than proclaiming it to the world? Are we selecting moral exemplars here? Chapter 80, for instance. Love the words of Wu Qiao rendered the others momentarily speechless. None among them were foolish, and a moment's reflection revealed the profound significance behind Nan Kunlun's actions. "Old Qiao, what do you mean by that?" Wu Qiao replied, "Unless Nan Kunlun considers this a particularly tough nut to crack, I truly cannot fathom why they would not seize it for themselves. That woman, whom you all have encountered, is surely not someone to be underestimated, especially when she possesses the ability to overshadow you all. Furthermore, has anyone not noticed that the opponents are merely two individuals in their 20s? It is unlikely that such prowess stems solely from innate talent. If that is indeed the case, it suggests that their mentors or family elders wield considerable influence. Even if we can overpower these two youngsters, can we be certain that Wang Jingzhe and Wang Dongji's guardians will not intervene? Protectiveness is a natural instinct for many." Upon hearing Wu Qiao's words, the members of the Beichu Ma clan grew solemn, recognizing the wisdom in his insights. They had not encountered Wang Jingzhe, yet they had faced Wang Dongji, a seemingly delicate young lady capable of dominating them. It was evident that she must be supported by someone extraordinary, if not more than one. Are we to remain passive while so many others are stirred into action? Must we, the practitioners of the Ma clan, merely observe from the sidelines? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Qiao remarked, "Let us observe the unfolding events. Sometimes the enemy may not always remain an adversary, and a friend may not truly be a sincere companion." At the Longxi train station, following their separation on the Wehe River, Wang Jingzhe procured a ticket to Chang'an. He was inexplicably drawn to the thought that the young grass girl, adorned with embroidered shoes, had also journeyed to Chang'an, prompting his own desire to follow suit. Time is a tormenting concept, akin to a saying that perfectly encapsulates Wang Jingzhe's current sentiment. In just a few days apart, one feels an overwhelming longing. Navigating through the throngs of passengers, he passed through the ticket gate and boarded the train. After stowing his bag, he settled into a window seat. Before long, an elderly man, frail and burdened with tattered luggage, took the seat beside him. The man, dressed in worn and faded work clothes, deliberately created a slight distance between them, seemingly to avoid his garments brushing against Wang Jingzhe. At this moment, Wang Jingzhe scrutinized the old man. Besides his gaunt physique, the man's complexion was a sickly yellow, with dark circles under his eyes. Notably, a shadowy line was persistently visible on his forehead, indicative of a grave illness. This appearance suggested that he was beset by a serious ailment, and without timely medical intervention, he might not endure for long. The elderly man, having organized his belongings, took out a bottle of water and a dry bun from his bag, promptly beginning to gnaw at it. After a few hurried bites, he found himself in a fit of coughing, expelling a cloud of crumbs. The individual across from him wrinkled his brow in mild disgust. The old man quickly offered an apologetic smile, extending his gnarled hands, calloused and weathered, to tidy up the mess. Wang Jingzhe observed the elderly figure silently and gently advised, "Sir, if you feel any discomfort, it would be wise to seek medical attention." He refrained from revealing the old man's dire condition. The Shidoran could perceive much. Yet certain truths should not be hastily articulated. Each day, countless souls confront the specter of death, and the Shidoran are not celestial saviors. For while they can discern the cycles of life and death etched upon a person's visage, they cannot simply sit on the roadside and prophesy destinies. The world necessitates its cycles. When one's time to depart arrives, clinging to life becomes futile. In response to Wang Jingzhe's remarks, the elderly man displayed little reaction, merely uttering a seemingly mundane yet profoundly bitter statement. "I usually endure minor ailments and await death for the grave ones." Wang Jingzhe, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" The old man, tilting his head to sip water, replied, "Because I have no money." Each day, countless individuals languish in despair due to financial constraints. This elderly man has evidently long been aware of his physical ailments. As he remarked, he typically endures minor illnesses while awaiting the inevitable arrival of more serious ones, for he lacks the means to seek treatment. Yet, Wang Jingzhe discerned no trace of regret, helplessness, or desolation upon the elder's visage. He is a person of such ordinary existence, so profoundly commonplace within the very depths of society. One would expect that, as a human being, he would strive to survive. However, Wang Jingzhe was astonished to find no glimmer of ambition in his eyes. Wang Jingzhe, in contrast, is a man driven by a desire for survival, laboring under the weight of his destiny as a debtor. He mused that observing life, even in its bleakness, was preferable to turning a blind eye, perhaps beyond monetary concerns. There exist alternative means of healing. He gently urged the elder to consider this. The old man chuckled softly, setting down the bottle in his hand and reflecting, "Having lived a long life, married, and raised children, I have tasted the sweetness of prosperity in my youth through business endeavors, and now I have also known the bitterness of hardship in my old age. I have experienced all that life has to offer, and thus the question of living or dying has become inconsequential to me. After all, death is inevitable. Why should I strive for a few additional days of life?" Wang Jingzhe was taken aback to hear such seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly philosophical words from someone like him. Particularly resonant was the final thought, "Why should I contest for a few more days of life?" This prompted Wang Jingzhe to ponder. Why should I contest for a few more years of existence? The elderly man's words conveyed the sentiment that he had savored all that life had to offer and encountered every experience. Life is, after all, rather simple. To live well constitutes a lifetime, while merely existing also spans an entire existence. At that moment, Wang Jingzhe suddenly attained clarity, pondering what he had yet to experience or enjoy. If death was inevitable, he concluded, he ought to strive to immerse himself in all that he had not yet tasted or undergone. For instance, love? It was then that Wang Jingzhe comprehended the origin of his sudden desire to journey to Chang'an. With gratitude, he turned to the elder and expressed his thanks. The old man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaware that their conversation had illuminated many aspects for Wang Jingzhe. That simple expression of gratitude allowed Wang Jingzhe to release a significant burden from his heart. A few hours later, the train arrived in Chang'an. The city, a historical capital of 13 dynasties, evoked a profound sense of imperial grandeur the moment he stepped out of the station. He felt the rich atmosphere of dynastic heritage permeating the air. This city, imbued with nobility, was a place where southern scholars mingled with northern generals, and the yellow earth of Chang'an cradled emperors. Chapter 81. The necropolis outside Chang'an on the eastern outskirts of Chang'an lies a desolate expanse of wilderness. This area, part of the suburban realm of Chang'an, remains undeveloped, as the nation has recently embarked on an ambitious real estate initiative, enveloping rural areas with urban expansion. The relentless cycle of demolition and construction has reached the outskirts, transforming the landscape. Historically, this stretch of land has been a barren wasteland, devoid of human presence. Logically, given its proximity to Chang'an, one might expect that even if factories could not be established, at least agriculture could thrive here. It seems rather unfortunate for such fertile ground to remain fallow without purpose. However, the elders residing in the city are well aware of the unsettling reputation this locale bears. Their warnings suggest a singular possibility. Something malevolent may lurk here. Legend has it that around 1995, a Taiwanese businessman ventured to Chang'an for investment opportunities and set his sights on this very expanse of land in the eastern outskirts. After negotiations with the authorities, he swiftly acquired the plot. As spring approached, preparations commenced to break ground for a factory. Materials were soon delivered, and construction workers began to arrive. Yet, within a fortnight of commencing work, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. During the excavation of the foundation, approximately 3 to 4 meters deep, a collection of scattered skeletal remains was unearthed, startling the construction crew. The authorities were promptly notified, and upon arrival, they secured the site and exhumed the bones. The fragmented remains appeared to comprise approximately 5 or 6 individuals, bearing discernible evidence of both blade and bullet wounds. Subsequent police investigation and forensic analysis suggested that the remains were several decades old, predating the establishment of the nation. A preliminary assessment posited that these remains might be attributed to atrocities committed by the Japanese during that tumultuous era when the deceased were often disposed of without proper ceremony. Given the historical nature of the discovery and the absence of any apparent criminal implications, the incident was swiftly relegated to the past and construction resumed. However, merely a day later, another unforeseen incident occurred during the continuation of the foundation work. Workers unearthed a dilapidated straw mat, which, to their astonishment, contained a cadaver. What was even more perplexing was the remarkable preservation of the corpse within the mat, clad in antiquated and tattered garments. The discovery of the intact body sent shockwaves through the workforce, and the authorities were equally bewildered upon their arrival. While the discovery of skeletal remains could be rationalized, the unearthing of a complete cadaver presented a far more significant matter. Furthermore, the body's exceptional state of preservation, with its facial features clearly discernible, added an element of profound intrigue to the situation. An elderly resident from the eastern suburbs came to witness the commotion, recounting that this area was once a chaotic graveyard, where one could still catch glimpses of a dozen scattered tombs. However, for reasons unknown, those tombs eventually vanished, yet locals would not dare traverse this territory after nightfall. After that, there was nothing more to speak of. The investors from Taiwan quietly withdrew their capital, leaving the construction site abandoned, and the land returned to a desolate wilderness. Nonetheless, some nearby residents recalled that on the third night following the exhumation of the body, a group of individuals suddenly arrived to cordon off the area. In the dead of night, flames erupted, burning fiercely for an extended period, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred remains. By dawn the next day, a brave soul ventured forth to discover that a patch of earth had turned ashen black, with the surrounding wild grasses entirely consumed by the fire. This was the very site where the corpse, wrapped in a straw mat, had been unearthed. 2 decades passed, and this place remained forsaken, even as developments flourished nearby in Chang'an. For reasons still unclear, it continued to languish in neglect. That night, around 9 o'clock, a vehicle approached the desolate fields of the eastern outskirts. The doors swung open, revealing 3 individuals, their heads wrapped in cloth and clad in traditional garments. Apart from one who appeared considerably older, the other 2 seemed to be around 40 years of age, with dark skin and modest stature. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, 2 individuals opened the trunk and began to retrieve tools. The elderly man, rather advanced in years, walked purposefully towards the center of the wilderness, then knelt down and casually sifted through the dirt beneath him. After a brief moment, he uncovered a patch of charred earth, as if it had once been scorched by fire. With a sigh, he spoke without raising his head. "It is a pity that one is gone. After being exhumed, it was burned. We had no time to take it away, and thus it was wasted." "Uncle Dongon, is everything else all right?" The two men, wielding shovels, inquired as they approached. Uncle Dongon shook his head and replied, "All is well. Since then, this place has seen no visitors, and the burial is quite deep, so it is unlikely to be discovered easily. I will indicate the spot. You must work swiftly to unearth it. We shall depart tonight." "Very well, Uncle Dongon. Let us fetch the body." The term fetching the body is a specialized and somewhat obscure phrase. It is said that the ancient witchcraft practitioners of Xiangxi would place corpses in a location rich in negative energy. Once the bodies had been nurtured sufficiently, they would excavate them for removal. This practice of nurturing corpses differs significantly from the custom of transporting deceased individuals back to their homeland for burial, which is merely a means of returning those who have died far from home, often associated with the practices of poison and the spirits of the flower cave women, collectively referred to as the three evils of Xiangxi. The practice of corpse nurturing is distinctly different. It is an ancient sorcery passed down from the Miao people of Xiangxi. Practitioners, known as corpse nurturers, intentionally seek out deceased bodies to cultivate underground. When the body reaches a certain stage of preservation, it is exhumed, emerging almost unchanged, with flesh remarkably intact, and even hair, teeth, and pores clearly visible. The skin remains supple, as if the individual had only recently passed away. In China, there were once two renowned sites for this practice, one in Yong'an of southern Fujian and the other at Fuxian Lake in Yushi. It is said that numerous corpses stand beneath the waters. As the currents flow, these submerged bodies sway, as though the deceased are still alive, treading the depths. However, as these locations became widely known, they gradually fell into neglect, and now they have nearly vanished. The reasons behind the practice of corpse nurturing remain a mystery to outsiders. Only the ancient shamans of the Miao tribe possess the knowledge of this ancestral secret, which is not meant for external understanding. Under the pitch-black night sky, shovels turned the earth, and before long, two individuals had excavated a pit approximately 4 to 5 meters deep, from which an old, decaying coffin was unearthed. Chapter 82. A fortuitous encounter in the wilderness. A decrepit coffin, exuding a foul odor of decay, was unearthed. The wood, brittle and damp, crumbled away upon the slightest touch, clearly having succumbed to the ravages of time. Two middle-aged men, wielding a crowbar, leaped into the pit. They each pried open one end of the coffin, revealing a corpse within. Although the coffin itself had warped and deteriorated, the body lay preserved as though in a deep slumber. Between its rows of teeth, a piece of jade had turned black, while a yellow talisman was affixed to its forehead, prepared to summon the spirit. Moments later, Uncle Dongon, his demeanor solemn and reverent, lit 3 long incense sticks. He raised them above his head, offering a silent prayer to the corpse, murmuring incomprehensible ancient Miao incantations. "O distant deity, Zhu Rong, grant your faithful servant the power of the shaman." The two middle-aged men set aside their crowbars and began to dance around the coffin, their bodies bending in rhythm to the sacred rite. As Uncle Dongon and the others recited the Miao verses with increasing fervor, a sudden chill swept through the eastern wilderness. The talisman on the corpse's forehead was whisked away by the wind. In an instant, the corpse's eyes snapped open, revealing a gaze devoid of emotion. Hollow and unsettling, a plume of dark mist slowly emanated from its nostrils. The Miao people, devout followers of the shamanic beliefs, held a unique reverence for the dead. They believed that the soul persists after death, rejecting the notion that death extinguishes all existence. The corpse, with its eyes suddenly opened, sat upright in the coffin, its legs unbending as it sprang forth from the more than 4-meter-deep grave, resembling a wooden post firmly planted in the ground. "Unso Zhonggan Uget Hudi." We must retrieve the second corpse at once. We need to leave before midnight and head into the mountains. Minutes later, the trio unearthed another deep pit nearby, this time uncovering a grass mat that similarly encased an intact corpse. Over an hour passed, and the 3 men had successfully exhumed 5 corpses, all preserved in pristine condition. their heads bowed, arms hanging limply and legs together, standing rigidly side by side. The jade stones clenched in their mouths served to anchor their souls, ensuring that their spirits had not departed, effectively imprisoning them within their lifeless forms. This phenomenon created the illusion that while they were deceased, their bodies remained animated. A middle-aged man produced a long red string from his belongings, tying the middle fingers of the 5 corpses together in a knot, connecting them as he held one end of the cord, positioning himself at the forefront. Wenhua, light the lantern and summon the corpses. Prepare to lead the way. Unso Zhonggan Witspa. Wenhua retrieved a lantern from the vehicle, and upon igniting it, a ghostly blue flame flickered to life, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. With a gentle shake of a bell in his hand, Uncle Donggon produced a clear, resonant chime. At the sound, the corpses abruptly lifted their heads, their vacant gazes fixed ahead. "Please come forth," Donggon suddenly exclaimed, taking a few steps ahead. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man behind him, who held a red string, also advanced, and 5 corpses sprang to life, following the 2 of them. In the vast expanse of the eastern outskirts, only a sprinkling of starlight fell, while darkness enveloped the surroundings. The once tranquil night was abruptly pierced by the sound of footsteps thudding against the ground, echoing in tandem with the leaping corpses. Should this scene be witnessed by anyone, it would undoubtedly send shivers down their spine. Before dawn, Donggon and his companions aimed to lead the bodies into the nearby forest, lest they be discovered. They intended to travel by night and rest by day, as the harsh sunlight could provoke a transformation in the corpses if exposed for too long, leading to uncontrollable consequences. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared beyond the fields. A petite woman with long hair, clad in a flowing gown, entered the open space and happened to witness Donggon and his companions guiding the corpses. She furrowed her brow slightly. "Are they practitioners of corpse guiding?" Ma Xiaoqiao murmured to herself before dismissing the matter, retrieving a pair of embroidered shoes from her bag and placing them on the ground. The tradition of corpse guiding in Xiangxi has endured for centuries, not merely a fabrication of films and novels. In the regions of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Xiangxi, the craft of corpse handlers has never ceased to exist. During her time in Longxi, Mao Xiaoqiao, through calculation and inquiry, nearly deduced that the husband of the vengeful spirit hidden within the embroidered shoes was buried near Chang'an. Upon leaving Longxi, she made her way directly to Chang'an and sought out the eastern outskirts, where she almost confirmed that the deceased had indeed been interred there. Once the embroidered shoes were placed upon the ground, the female specter emerged gracefully. Mao Xiaoqiao softly spoke, "Your husband should be buried nearby. As you have already shared a marital bond, you are in essence family. As long as his remains have not been reduced to ash, you should be able to sense his resting place. When the time comes, I shall ensure that you are laid to rest together, fulfilling the promise I made to you." The ghost, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed her thanks and, after bowing to Mao Xiaoqiao, abruptly turned her head stiffly. Her gaze fell upon the 5 corpses being hastily escorted by the 3 men from the east. Suddenly, the embroidered shoe specter let out a piercing shriek, and her once beautiful visage twisted into a ghastly and terrifying expression, propelling her towards the bodies. Mao Xiaoqiao, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head in disbelief, murmuring, "This can't be mere coincidence." At that moment, any notion of coincidence was rendered moot. It was abundantly clear that the ghost's husband was among the corpses being driven away, igniting her fury. The core issue remained that although her husband had passed, it was evident that his 3 souls and 7 spirits were still trapped within his body, preventing the spirit from entering the underworld for reincarnation, potentially condemning him to eternal confinement. The female ghost let out a piercing shriek, which caught the attention of Donggon and his companions. They turned to witness the approaching figure, their brows furrowing in concern, particularly at the sight of the second corpse, which leaped and bounded uncontrollably before crashing to the ground, its lifeless body quivering slightly. Observing this, Wenhua hurriedly produced a talisman, slapping it upon the head of the corpse. With deft strokes, he inscribed a series of runes upon the talisman with his right hand, causing the corpse to gradually settle into stillness. Chapter 83. Is it worth the face? In the eyes of ordinary people, malevolent spirits are often depicted with grotesque visages and terrifying expressions, bearing their fangs and bleeding from all 7 orifices. However, what many fail to realize is that the expressions of these specters are not dissimilar to those of humans. Most of the time, they merely display a fade intended to instill fear. They too possess emotions and desires. The spirit of the woman in embroidered shoes fluttered in a state of urgency, her eyes brimming with dread and fury. She suddenly lunged towards the feet of a second corpse, that of a young man, likely in his 20s, who had once possessed a rather handsome countenance, but now lay pallid and devoid of life. A stream of blood tears cascaded from the woman's eyes, dissipating into mist as they vanished quietly. Tears shed by women are often born of deep feelings. At this moment, the divide was not one of realms, nor was it a matter of human versus ghost, and certainly not a separation of a century. Rather, I stood beside you, yet you would never be able to reach me. Alang, do you recall the words you spoke to me when you were conscripted? The ghost murmured softly, cradling the feet of the lifeless body. The maiden walks northward, while Alang ventures south. Thus we part in this life, never to disturb one another again. I wish for you, dear Shui, to cherish yourself, encounter noble souls, share laughter with your beloved, and bask in warmth for the remainder of your days. The ghost, named Qin Shui, recalled the farewell uttered by her childhood sweetheart, Alang, when he was taken away to serve in the army. His words conveyed a poignant sense of finality, suggesting that their paths might never cross again. He expressed his hope that she would find another worthy companion, living a carefree life henceforth. Alang's corpse twitched slightly once more, the talisman affixed to his forehead fluttering delicately, yet remained steadfastly in place. How peculiar, Dongan remarked, observing the scene. His soul has clearly been sealed, yet it still stirs with life. It must be that this woman has provoked a profound response within him. I do hope she does not disrupt my plans. We have nurtured these corpses for a century. Having lost one to an inexplicable fire is already painful enough. I cannot afford to lose another. Wenhua, please contain this female ghost and ensure her tranquility. Understood, Wenhua replied, lifting the lantern of souls as he approached Qin Shui. Not far off, Mao Xiaoqiao sighed inwardly and interjected, May I propose a discussion, esteemed gentlemen? Dongan and Wenhua turned their gazes towards her as she continued. I have promised her that I would find her husband and ensure they are interred together. Thus, I journeyed a great distance to Chang'an and, fortunately, located the remains of her beloved, which I presume is the very corpse she now clutches. Might you consider granting them this posthumous union? They could not share a life together. Perhaps in death, they may rest side by side. Why should that concern me? For a century, we have tended to these corpses. In life, he was a man of flesh and blood. In death, he is nothing but a lifeless entity, lacking even a soul to claim him. Hence, he has become an unclaimed object, and having discovered him, he naturally belongs to us. The poignant love story you recounted has failed to stir my heart in the slightest. Your fearless demeanor suggests you possess some wisdom. It would be prudent to take this female specter away, and I shall pretend I have never laid eyes upon you. As for these 5 corpses, I shall see them removed immediately. Mao Xiaoqiao furrowed her delicate brows and replied coolly, I only desire that one. I will ensure he and this woman are laid to rest together, but the others are of no concern to me. Zongan, Isapa, Juka. Do you truly not grasp my words? If you continue to dally, my patience shall wear thin, and should I take this female spirit, you may very well find yourself claimed as well. Sighing deeply, Xiaoqiao responded earnestly, Do you also fail to comprehend my words? If you persist in this exchange, I too will lose my patience, and it is possible that I may seek more than just this single corpse, leaving you with none. The two exchanged nearly identical sentiments, and a profound silence enveloped the space between Mao Xiaoqiao and Dongan, interrupted only by their faint breaths. Dongan stood in stunned silence, while Wenhua and another middle-aged man glared in anger. Xiaoqiao whispered to Qin Shui, By the banks of the Weha River, I promised you that once I found your husband, he would be laid to rest with you. Having made such a vow, How could I possibly retract it? Return at once. For the anniversary of your and his demise approaches. I shall fulfill my promise without fail. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui reluctantly released her grip on Lang's legs, wiping away the blood tears from the corner of her eyes, which then drifted to the side of Mao Xiaoqiao. She could not fathom why she felt such unwavering trust towards this woman, seemingly an ordinary blade of grass. After the young maiden spoke, her gaze shifted towards Donggon, who discerned a hint of warning in her eyes, a silent message that proclaimed, "Should you dare to strike, I shall retaliate with equal fervor." How amusing it is that you would dare to lay hands upon us three. Huh! It has been many years since we last offered a living sacrifice. Today, you have presented yourself, and with no one around. You shall serve to replenish the ashes of the corpse that was consumed by flames. Donggon directed his words to the two middle-aged men. Wenhua, Qiusheng, dispose of him. Mao Xiaoqiao raised her head defiantly and proclaimed, "The old Miao of Xiangxi, known for their practice of nurturing corpses, can transform a dead body into a zombie, subsequently utilizing it for the dying within their sect. They drive out the soul from the corpse and transfer their own 3 souls and 7 spirits into it, allowing them to cling to life for several more years before continuing the cycle of nurturing corpses endlessly. Yet, the souls of those corpses nurtured by you cannot transcend into the underworld for rebirth. They are destined to disintegrate into nothingness. I have never cloaked my actions in the guise of righteousness against your kind, but should you provoke me, I shall not extend my courtesy. Allow me to inquire once more, do you still possess any semblance of shame?" Wenhua and Qiusheng were momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Donggon, with a fuming indignation, retorted, "Were you two still standing there for? If she questions your dignity, why not simply mar her face? After all, we merely seek a lifeless body. The appearance is of no consequence." In an instant, both Wenhua and Qiusheng lunged forward, each extending a hand towards the young lady. Ma Xiaoqiao, with a delicate touch of her toes to the ground, she gracefully glided backward, and as she landed, a guiding lantern appeared in her hand. With a snap of her fingers, a flicker of flame suddenly erupted from the guiding lantern. Donggon's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "How could you possess such an object?" Following his words, a glimmer of avarice crossed his face, revealing a keen interest in the guiding lantern held by Ma Xiaoqiao. Disdainfully, she spat, "What utter shamelessness!" Chapter 84. The unassuming grasped the soul-guiding lantern held by the young maiden, Xiaoqiao, had previously been revealed by the banks of the Weihe River, leaving Wang Jingzhe in a state of astonishment, though he could not identify the object. However, upon laying eyes on the lamp, Donggon instantly comprehended its significance. It was indeed a remarkable artifact. This object bore an ancient legacy, so ancient that no one could ascertain its precise origin, save for the knowledge that it initially came into the possession of Zhang Daoling and accompanied him on his path to enlightenment, marking it as a genuine magical instrument. A magical instrument, by definition, is an entity imbued with spirit, as if crafted by the very forces of nature itself. Such items are predominantly held by the esteemed masters of Buddhism and Taoism. Any single piece extracted from this category cannot merely be regarded as an antique. For many of these instruments possess remarkable capabilities that transcend mere monetary valuation. In contemporary times, magical instruments have become increasingly rare with the passage of history. Most have either been lost or returned to the earth, leaving only a scant few remaining, primarily utilized by the major sects of Buddhism and Taoism for ceremonial purposes. The soul-guiding lantern in Xiao Cao's possession has the power to capture all manner of lost souls and wandering spirits, confining them within its glow. When ignited, the flame emanating from the lantern embodies the most potent yang energy in existence, akin to the legendary true fire of Samadhi in Taoist lore. A fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in Donggon's eyes, while a momentary expression of disdain flickered across Xiao Cao's face. With a gentle puff, Xiaoqiao ignited the flame upon the lantern, causing the flames to dance energetically. Donggon felt a surge of realization. Although he understood the lantern's origins, his knowledge of its capabilities was limited, seemingly confined to its ability to subdue spirits. Suddenly, the 5 corpses that had been nourished began to tilt their heads back and emit piercing shrieks. The talisman papers affixed to their foreheads fluttered away, and as they lowered their heads in unison, 2 elongated fangs protruded from their gaping mouths. The dead exist as corpses. If a corpse does not decay, it becomes a zombie. Zombies are not mere fabrications of novels and films. Reports of their existence have emerged from various locales numerous times over the years. The nourished corpses and zombies are essentially indistinguishable, possessing consciousness and mobility, with the most crucial aspect being their capacity to kill. Are you fools? When you bully a frail woman like me, do you not consider why a delicate girl would dare to contend with you? Am I so foolish as to wait for you to strike without any self-defense? Mao Xiaoqiao scoffed derisively, shaking the soul-calling lantern in her hand. I believe you recognize this object. Now I shall demonstrate its true power. Seize her quickly. Wenhua and Qiuxing shouted urgently, preparing to pounce on her once more. With a smirk, she let out a huff, and with a gentle flick of her wrist, the flame atop the lantern immediately drifted toward them. In an instant, the corpses pivoted in unison, their legs unbending as they forcefully propelled themselves towards this direction. In an instant, the distance of several meters vanished as the foremost zombie extended its arms, revealing a pair of emaciated, jet-black hands. The nails stained with a dark brown hue, evoking a disquieting sensation. Wenhua swiftly sidestepped, crouched down, and rolled twice on the ground before raising his hand to grasp the red string previously tied to the zombie's finger, simultaneously shouting, "Qiuxing, extinguish your flame." Earlier, when summoning the corpses, a red string had been affixed to each zombie's finger, binding the 3 souls and 7 spirits within the undead. The flame ignited by Qiuxing served as a guiding light. With a puff, Qiuxing blew out the lantern's flame, and as the light extinguished, Wenhua yanked the string forcefully towards himself. The 5 corpses immediately became still, as if suddenly immobilized, and collapsed in unison onto the ground. As the bodies thudded to the earth, Donggon, not far away, remarked, "Her soul-guiding lantern can draw out the spirits from corpses. Be cautious. First, seal the jade stones in the mouths of the dead, rendering her powerless." Understood, Uncle Donggon. Wenhua and Qiuxing each produced a piece of talisman paper, bit their tongues to draw blood, and let it fall onto the paper before swiftly advancing towards the zombies. They raised their arms and pressed the talisman against the jade stones nestled within the zombies' mouths. Mao Xiaoqiao, with a stern expression, did not intervene. Instead, she gently pinched the flame with her fingers, causing it to flare up with a sudden intensity. The corpses of the zombies suddenly trembled violently, their movements becoming increasingly erratic as the flames began to blaze more fiercely. At this moment, a fierce contest ensued between Mao Xiaoqiao and her adversaries, both factions vying for the souls trapped within the zombie bodies. Donggon, Wenhua, and Qiuxing sought to seal these spirits, while Xiaoqiao aimed to awaken the 3 souls and 7 spirits within the cadavers, directing the zombies to attack their foes. As the tug-of-war unfolded, ominous tendrils of dark energy began to emanate from several of the corpses. This was the miasma of the zombies, a toxic essence that could prove fatal to any ordinary person who inhaled even a whiff, either resulting in immediate death or transformation into a zombie themselves. Not far from Chang'an, the dark mist coiled ominously in the air, gradually rising higher. At that moment, a few residents of Chang'an caught sight of the ascending black vapor, their expressions shifting to astonishment. The miasma from the expansive fields in the eastern suburbs lingered overhead, refusing to dissipate. And more observers began to take note of this strange phenomenon. Those who could see it were no ordinary folk. They sensed that something unusual was unfolding to the east of Chang'an. The talented scholars from the south, the valiant generals from the north, and the rich loam of Chang'an buried emperors. This ancient capital was a city steeped in nobility, surrounded by countless imperial tombs that attracted throngs of visitors each year. Among these travelers were not only ordinary tourists, but also those seeking to uncover hidden fortunes. Beneath the imperial tombs lie not only the remains of emperors, but also countless opportunities, albeit few are fortunate enough to grasp them. Nevertheless, This does not deter those who aspire to ascend rapidly to greatness from venturing here in search of their fortunes. As the malevolent energy of 5 corpses was forced to rise into the air, several groups of individuals hastily made their way towards the eastern outskirts. Upon witnessing this, Dong was incensed, leaping in agitation and cursing vehemently. The corpse-raising sect was the most despised, not merely akin to a rat scurrying across the street, but rather, they were universally shunned. In this era, the nurturing of corpses was strictly forbidden, and both officialdom and the populace alike harbored deep-seated aversion toward such practices. In Chinese culture, it is believed that the deceased should be laid to rest peacefully in the earth, reflecting a profound respect for the departed, while Dong and his sect acted in stark opposition to this reverence. Chapter 85, persistently troubling stop. Zonggan et glim an so li. His voice laced with exasperation. You madwoman, cease your actions at once. Mao Xiaoqiao smiled sweetly, her eyes narrowing with mischief. If you wish for me to halt, then how would that reflect upon my dignity? Why did I come here in the first place? Dong retorted, have you lost your senses? What will happen if you attract attention? If I am in peril, will you truly be safe? That soul-calling lamp in your hand is coveted by many. Do you not fear it being snatched away? That would only hold true if they could indeed take it, Mao Xiaoqiao replied, her cheerful demeanor vanishing as she suddenly inhaled deeply, turning towards the lamp and blowing with great force. Immediately, the flame surged, leaping to a height of nearly 30 or 40 centimeters, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Simultaneously, the 5 corpses, their 3 souls and 7 spirits sealed, began to tremble violently before abruptly falling silent. A wisp of spirit emerged from each of their heads. Gather, Mao Xiaoqiao commanded, waving her hand towards the wandering souls. They immediately surged towards her. Donggan, Wenhua, and Qiuxing stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with despair. It is over, it is all over. These corpses, nurtured over a century, are lost. Their original intention had been to return the bodies to the Miao village in Xiangxi, but they had not anticipated encountering Mao Xiaoqiao. With effortless ease, could extract the souls from the 5 corpses using her soul-calling lamp. This truly feels like a rat gnawing at a cat's behind, stumbling upon an iron plate, a stroke of ill fortune indeed. The 5 souls were ensnared by Mao Xiaoqiao into the soul lantern, while the 3 from Donggan displayed expressions of dejection and frustration, soon followed by a grimace of resentment. After a century of effort, they had merely nurtured 5 corpses, only to see them squandered without reason, akin to discovering one's bank account, once brimming with millions, has been pilfered overnight. Wouldn't that ignite your ire? Gritting his teeth, a Donggan representative remarked, if we cannot prosper, neither shall you, especially with that soul lantern in your possession. Mao Xiaoqiao remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. There exists a term for this situation. Rare commodities can be leveraged, and she now held a treasure coveted by countless individuals. The crucial point being, this particular item is singular, a solitary soul lantern in the world. For the first time, by the banks of the Wei River, Mao Xiaoqiao produced the soul lantern, confident that Wang Jingzhe would not covet her possession. This time, however, she was compelled to ensure the burial of Qin Shui, or alongside her husband. Without extracting the souls from the corpses, concealment was unattainable. Her promise was one she intended to fulfill. Bending down, Mao Xiaoqiao retrieved the embroidered shoes from the ground and placed them back upon herself. Just as she was about to tuck the soul lantern away, the sound of several vehicles racing toward her from the wilds caught her attention, followed by a sudden cacophony of screeching brakes. The clanging of car doors closing echoed several times, and soon after, someone swiftly approached her direction. The 3 Donggan individuals watched her with a sense of schadenfreude, hardly anticipating that help would arrive so swiftly. Within a mere 10 minutes, people began to gather, and the influx would undoubtedly increase as time went on. The first to arrive was clad in a traditional Daoist robe, his long hair secured at the back with a wooden hairpin, and a wooden sword sheath peeking from his shoulder, presenting an appearance steeped in antiquity, embodying the quintessential Daoist garb, more authentic than even that of Wang Jingzhe. In the contemporary world, only the disciples of the Celestial Master sect, Long Hushan and Mao Shan adhered to such attire, preserving the garments of a millennium past without alteration. Following the initial arrival, a few others trail behind, each adorned in varying styles, some in plain clothes, others in full Daoist robes. Yet, without exception, their gazes fixated on the soul-calling lantern held by Mao Xiaoqiao, particularly that of the foremost Daoist. Infinite longevity Buddha, he uttered, extending a trembling hand. Is this not the soul-calling lantern of the Zhengyi sect? Since the ascension of our ancestral master, Zhang Daoling, this object has been lost to us. We believed it to have been buried alongside the celestial master. However, it appears we were mistaken. I would like to inquire, esteemed lady, from whence you acquired our Zhengyi sect's soul-calling lantern. Upon his pronouncement, the surrounding individuals cast him incredulous looks, as if to say, how shameless. He had audaciously claimed ownership of the lantern, asserting it as belonging to the Zhengyi sect, without allowing anyone else a chance to speak. Mao Xiaoqiao murmured softly, I found it. She understood that no matter how she explained, it would be futile. She had already been accused. Regardless of the multitude of excuses she could conjure, her interlocutor would ultimately dismiss her with a retort that this was the possession of Zhang Daoling, the celestial master of the Zhengyi sect. Indeed, it was common knowledge that the soul-guiding lantern was an artifact closely associated with Zhang Daoling, who had wielded it in his battles against demons and malevolent spirits. As for how it came to reside at the summit of Fanjing Mountain, Mao Xiaoqiao was unaware. It had been entrusted to her by her master upon her departure from the mountain, with the stipulation that only the saintess of each generation at the Tian Dao Peak was deemed worthy of possessing it. I am Qiu Qingzi, a disciple of the Zhengyi sect, he declared. Mao Xiaoqiao replied with a nonchalant hum. And then, the lady of the house held the soul-guiding lantern, an object of our Zhengyi sect, which successive leaders have sought tirelessly. It is evident that the heavens have finally allowed me to recover it. I beseech you, kind lady, to return it to us. The Zhengyi sect shall be eternally grateful. I found it. Mao Xiaoqiao replied softly, it's not as though I stole it. I found it, so it belongs to me. Qiu Qingzi was momentarily taken aback, his irritation palpable as he retorted, what kind of reasoning is that? Mao Xiaoqiao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied coolly, who said anything about reasoning? Don't be naive. What is reason worth, after all? How much does it weigh? Whatever you have, I shall take. Qiu Qingzi, momentarily at a loss for words, pointed at Mao Xiaoqiao, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Mao Xiaoqiao remarked, if you possess the ability, then you may retrieve it from here, and I shall consider myself yours. Qiu Qingzi nodded repeatedly, stating, such obstinacy and such unreasonable entanglement compel me to believe that I must educate you on behalf of your esteemed teacher. The onlookers remained silent, observing the two as they grappled with one another. The soul-guiding lantern in Mao Xiaoqiao's hand was not something to be claimed merely by desire, with so many witnesses present. It must be declared that it belongs to whoever has seized it. Chapter 86. Deception in the expansive fields of the eastern suburbs. The number of people began to swell, as if an impromptu outdoor celebration had suddenly commenced, albeit devoid of the usual revelry of lights and wine. All these individuals congregated around a focal point, the centerpiece being a young woman adorned in a flowing white dress. Her long hair was secured at the back with a vibrant red ribbon, and in her hand she held an ancient brass lamp. She captivated the attention of all present, much like a queen at a grand ball, drawing gazes filled with greed and desire. Among the throng, only Qiu Qingzi boldly introduced himself, while the others remained silent about their origins. This was due to the fact that only Qiu Qingzi had the rightful claim, as a disciple of Zhang Tianqi's lineage, to demand the return of the soul-calling lamp from Mao Xiaoqiao. The rest could only resort to outright theft should they wish to possess it. Mao Xiaoqiao raised the lamp, cradling it in her hands as she surveyed the crowd, inquiring, do you desire this? The air was thick with eager breaths, for to these individuals, the significance of a magical artifact was akin to that of a gold mine. While they may have had an interest in wealth, their fascination with the lamp was unparalleled. With a glint of fervor in his eyes, Qiu Qingzi proclaimed, that is the soul-calling lamp of our Zhengyi sect, a relic of our ancestor, Zhang Daoling. Mao Xiaoqiao scoffed disdainfully, retorting, Do you truly believe they would comply with your claim? Do not be naive. They would seize it from my grasp just as easily as they would from yours. Have you heard of killing for profit? The expression on Xiao Qingzi's face suddenly turned blank, for he perceived the avarice and unabashed desire reflected in the eyes of many, tinged with a hint of ferocity. It was evident that today, all present harbored ill intentions. Then, Mao Xiaoqiao abruptly declared, "Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that this guiding lantern belongs to your Jingyi sect. Even if I were to return it to you, could you truly safeguard it? Whether you can retain it or not is questionable. In fact, your own lives might be at stake unless the entirety of your Jingyi sect comes to protect it. Otherwise, do I even need to elaborate? However, I can promise you one thing." Xiao Qingzi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" "I can assure you that if the guiding lantern remains in my possession after today, I will personally visit the Zhengyi sect to return it to you." Xiao Qingzi's gaze sharpened at once. "Is that a promise? Are you truly stating that you will return the guiding lantern to our Zhengyi sect?" "Yes, you." Mao Xiaoqiao reiterated solemnly that should the guiding lantern still be in my possession after today, I will return it to your Zhengyi sect. She added, "The condition, however, is that we must safely endure this evening, correct?" Unbeknownst to anyone, amid the perilous circumstances, Mao Xiaoqiao had, with a few words, drawn Xiao Qingzi into her camp with an empty promise. All attention shifted to her declaration of returning the guiding lantern to the Zhengyi sect, particularly igniting a flicker of gratitude and excitement in Xiao Qingzi's eyes. "Thank you," Xiao Qingzi said earnestly, bowing in appreciation. Mao Xiaoqiao smiled sweetly, saying, "We are all kindred spirits. There is no need for formality." Shu Kechengzi withdrew a peachwood sword from behind, standing resolutely in front of Mao Xiaoqiao. In his turn, he was oblivious to the slight smirk that curled at the corners of the lips of the young woman who had just confided in him. Was he so easily deceived? Dong Gon, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of irritation and remarked, "Kechengzi, have you lost your senses? She is merely using you as a pawn. Can you not see that you have been duped?" Mao Xiaoqiao replied nonchalantly, "As practitioners of Taoism, our words carry weight. Every utterance is precious. Would I jeopardize my Daoist integrity over such trivial material possessions?" Kechengzi nodded in agreement. What this young lady says is indeed correct, since she has openly acknowledged it. She will not go back on her word. Come now, I am eager to see who amongst you dares to brazenly seize the guiding lantern of our Zhengyi sect. The onlookers furrowed their brows. The Zhengyi sect is the orthodox Daoist school, founded by Zhang Daoling. Few sects, such as Maoshan, Long Hushan, and the Heavenly Master School, could be mentioned in the same breath, making it unwise to provoke such a prominent faction without cause. Mao Xiaoqiao surveyed the crowd and, noticing their inaction, took a couple of steps back. Upon hearing her footsteps, Kechengzi also retreated, the two gradually moving towards the exit. Dong Gon, unwilling to accept the stillness of the crowd, exchanged glances with Wenhua and Qixing, saying, "It is dark. Whoever strikes in the shadows may not be seen clearly. What are we hesitating for? If we are to seize, let us seize. Who will know who did it? When engaging in misdeeds, it only takes one leader to set the precedent. Once a single individual takes the initiative, others will invariably follow suit." This was evident in the successful uprising led by Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, who rallied others with their call to arms. Dong Gon exchanged glances with Qiu Sheng and Wenhua, prompting the latter two to act first. Despite Xiao Qingzi's somewhat dull-witted nature, which made him susceptible to manipulation, he was resolute in his actions. After performing a flourish with his peachwood sword, he directed it towards the two individuals. Meanwhile, at least 7 or 8 others, witnessing the escalation of hostilities, rushed in to join the fray, igniting a tumultuous melee. At that moment, Wang Jingjia, who had just emerged from the train station, caught sight of the sudden surge of ominous energy emanating from the eastern outskirts of the city. However, by the time he arrived, he found himself unexpectedly confronted by the very individual he had been seeking, the young maiden, Mao Xiaoqiao. Initially, Wang Jingjia had intended to perform a divination to ascertain Mao Xiaoqiao's whereabouts before embarking on his search. Yet, the peculiar occurrences in the eastern suburbs of Chang'an piqued his curiosity. With a desire to uncover the source of the heavy aura of death. He yearned to witness firsthand the unfolding events. Upon reaching the eastern outskirts, as soon as Wang Jingzhe alighted from the taxi, he was greeted by the sight of a chaotic brawl. The taxi driver, taken aback by Wang Jingzhe's eccentric appearance, inquired, "Hey, my friend, is that a shootout? Are those individuals negotiating?" To which Wang Jingzhe could only respond, "I'm not sure, but it seems like sparks are flying over there. What else could it be?" The driver craned his neck, and from a distance he could faintly discern someone wielding a long sword with great ferocity, exclaiming in astonishment, "What a fierce battle, reminiscent of the conflict between the formidable Hong Kong hero and the notorious Eastern Crow." Within the confines of the vehicle, Wang Jingzhe spotted a petite figure amidst the crowd, and his heart raced with urgency. He flung open the car door and leapt out. "Be careful, my friend. Blades are merciless," he cautioned. "Curse the Eastern Crow. I'm still with Hong Xing-erk." Upon catching sight of Mao Xiaoqiao, he charged towards her as if his tail were ablaze. Chapter 87. The remote incantation in the realm of men. There exists a phrase often uttered in fervent anger for the sake of a beloved woman, to rage at the heavens for the sake of a fair maiden. The naive Wang Jingzhe was uncertain whether the young maiden, Mao Xiaoqiao, could be deemed his cherished one, particularly given her consistently aloof demeanor, which occasionally bore a hint of playful teasing. Yet, such trivialities paled in comparison to the pressing concern that surged within him upon witnessing Mao Xiaoqiao besieged at the center of a tumultuous fray. By the time Wang Jingzhe arrived, Qiu Chengzi found himself cornered, grappling with overwhelming odds. The onslaught of adversaries rendered his fists insufficient against the multitude, resulting in his peachwood sword being sent flying, leaving him reliant solely on his own two hands to shield the vulnerable Mao Xiaoqiao behind him. Mao Xiaoqiao, however, stood idly by, embodying the essence of a gentlewoman unaccustomed to the brutalities of conflict, which led none to fathom the potential devastation should she choose to engage. Alas, she seemed bereft of the opportunity to act, for Wang Jingzhe had arrived. As Mao Xiaoqiao and Qiu Chengzi retreated under relentless pressure, they were taken aback by the emergence of a newcomer. In her staggered retreat, Mao Xiaoqiao unexpectedly collided with someone behind her, an all-too-familiar scent wafting into her nostrils. The figure she had bumped into bore a soft, warm chest, accompanied by the rapid cadence of breath. Wang Jingzhe, panting from his hurried approach. The scent was reminiscent of their previous encounter, which had occurred merely days prior, effortlessly conjuring memories of his identity. Thus, without hesitation, the young maiden inquired, "What brings you here?" Wang Jingzhe, candid and forthright, remarked, "What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here." Mao Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes and replied, "What else can we do upon this encounter? With so many people bullying me, do you dare to lend a hand?" Wang Jingzhe puffed out his chest, ready to express that since yesterday he had practically offended all the sects in the world. Offending a few more here was of little consequence. He felt like a piece of Tang Seng's flesh that everyone wished to take a bite out of. However, as the words formed on his lips, he swallowed them back, realizing they lacked the dramatic flair he desired. In such a heroic moment of saving a damsel in distress, one ought to embellish the atmosphere with poignant words. "For you, I would not fear offending the entire world. If given another chance, I would likely choose the same. I am willing to stand against everyone for your sake." Wang Jingzhe confessed, his head lowered and his face flushed with embarrassment. Mao Xiaoqiao stared at him in disbelief, finally managing to exclaim after a long pause, "Are you a fool?" Wang Jingzhe's face reddened even further, pondering that his previous statement lacked coherence, a clear sign of terminal straight male disease. The debate over whether Wang Jingzhe was a fool remained open, but at that moment, Qiu Chengzi was on the verge of having his head turned into mush, his robe torn in several places, and his hair, previously secured with wooden hairpins, had come undone. "You too? Could you possibly lend a hand? Why must I bear this alone?" Qiu Chengzi cried out in frustration. Wang Jingzhe tugged at the wrist of the young girl, Ma Xiaoqiao, pulling her behind him. As she felt the grip around her wrist, an unfamiliar sensation washed over her, prompting a desire to break free. Yet, upon positioning herself behind Wang Jingzhe, she beheld his broad back, standing resolutely like a bastion of strength, and suddenly a term came to mind: sense of security. Regardless of how formidable or astute a woman may be, the notion of security evokes an undeniable sensitivity within her. Wang Jingzhe released his right hand and reached into the crossbody bag he carried. When he withdrew it, he held a piece of yellow talisman paper. His calm gaze swept across the circle of individuals before him. In the realm of Daoism, confrontations typically revolve around two aspects: the prowess of martial arts, akin to the adeptness of the Taoist priests on Wudong Mountain, who have mastered Tai Chi to perfection, and the art of spellcasting, wherein the purity of one's Daoist techniques is paramount. When dealing with demons, malevolent spirits, or adversaries, the encounters bear striking similarities. His previous encounter with Cui Xuanzi from the southern Kunlun, where they had competed in the intricacies of feng shui formations, had significantly bolstered Wang Jingzhe's confidence in his abilities. If he could effortlessly handle Cui Xuanzi, the brightest star of his generation, he felt assured in facing the current assembly of opponents. He was eager to test the capabilities of the Shadao lineage techniques in combat. The art of Qimen, particularly within the realm of Duanjia, is exceedingly adept at countering foes. Upon witnessing Wang Jingzhe spread his palm to reveal a stack of yellow paper, the surrounding crowd's expressions grew notably grave. Earlier, Qiu Qingzi merely wielded a peachwood sword, relying solely on physical prowess. However, Wang Jingzhe's actions clearly invoked Taoist arts, indicating an unshakable confidence in his mastery of such practices. Suddenly, with a deft motion, Wang Jingzhe pinched a talisman between two fingers and flicked it into the air, promptly following it with a series of rapid finger gestures. The banners of the sacred are raised, boundless blessings are bestowed. May the deities protect against heavenly transgressions. As swift as the law commands, ignite. He chanted in a hurried incantation, causing a symbol to appear on the soaring talisman. The faces of several individuals across from him paled in shock as one exclaimed, "A spell drawn from afar." Traditionally, talismans were inscribed using brushes dipped in vermilion or other exorcistic substances. However, it was said that those who perfected their craft could conjure symbols from the air, requiring an extraordinary purity of Taoist mastery. No one anticipated that Wang Jingzhe would commence with such an aerial incantation. As the talisman approached the crowd, it suddenly erupted with a resounding pop, igniting into a fierce blaze, sending sparks cascading in all directions. Those closest to the spectacle instinctively recoiled, scrambling to evade the imminent danger. After the completion of the ritual, the banners fell and the clouds returned to the heavens, each adhering to the divine decree without delay. Following the release of the second talisman by Wang Jingzhe, a complex sigil appeared upon the paper. The Thunder Talisman, once invoked, could summon a flash of lightning. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the talisman, with the sound of thunder resonating in the air, and soon after, a serpent of lightning, as thick as a thumb, began to twist and coil forth. Chapter 88. The art of showmanship. The thunder encompassed within this talisman does not belong to the category of celestial thunder. In simpler terms, it signifies that the practitioner channels their own ethereal energy into the talisman, subsequently enticing a bolt of thunder conjured from the essence of heaven and earth. Such a phenomenon instills trepidation in spirits, yet its lethality to humans is rather limited. A single strike may merely singe a person, leaving them charred. As the bolt of thunder slithered forth from the talisman, an unfortunate individual found himself unable to evade it, receiving a direct hit. His hair stood on end, his visage turned ashen, and a distinct odor of burning flesh permeated the air. 2 talismans were inscribed and deployed from a distance by Wang Jingzhe, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. These individuals were initially drawn to the soul-retrieving lantern held by Mao Xiaoqiao, lacking any genuine intent to unite against the threat. Witnessing Wang Jingzhe's decisive and ruthless actions twice instilled a sense of dread among them. No matter the significance of the soul-retrieving lantern, one must possess the capability to seize it. Previously, while besieging Qiu Chengzi and Mao Xiaoqiao, there appeared to be a glimmer of hope for acquisition. Yet, with Wang Jingzhe's arrival showcasing formidable prowess, apprehension swiftly took hold. "Friend, are you truly willing to offend so many of us?" One voice thundered in anger. While we may not stand a chance against you, have you considered that none of us is truly alone? Each of us has our own sect and allies. Should we cross paths again, the consequences may not be so favorable. Wang Jingzhe mused to himself that just a few days prior, his sister and he had made their presence known in Longxi, and it seemed they would inevitably offend all these individuals. Truly, this encounter was of little consequence to him. As for the future, when you encounter me, will I not become the proverbial rat scurrying across the street, universally condemned? Wang Jingzhe contemplated that perhaps he should simply abandon all restraint, decisively demonstrating his might, so that the mere sight of me would instill fear, creating a psychological shadow that would compel you to retreat at the mere mention of my name. With an air of aloofness, Wang Jingzhe coldly maintained his composure, casting aside the remaining talismans. A series of intricate and obscure incantations erupted forth in an instant. 9 luminaries in harmony. The primordial beginning lingers, the spiritual essence disperses. Urgently, as commanded, let my radiance descend, illuminating the stagnant and liberating the constrained. Urgently, as commanded, may the mysterious spirit flourish, ensuring eternal life. The supreme mystery safeguarding its true form. Urgently, as commanded, multiple talismans were unleashed, and spells were drawn through the air in rapid succession. Wang Jingzhe then reached into his bag once more, emerging this time with a kitchen knife in hand. Just as the talismans were still unfurling, he boldly charged towards the crowd, wielding the knife. With a swift motion, he thrust the blade into the chest of the man who had just spoken, the force of the blow leaving the other gasping, as if his ribs might shatter, his face paling instantly. Grasping the man's hair with his left hand, Wang Jingzhe raised his right. Do you fear? One might ask, yet I am inclined to inquire if you tremble, Wang Jingzhe remarked, striking his own face emphatically. Do you submit? I question you. Will you, upon our next encounter, dare to speak from beneath the curb, diminished in stature? The adversary's face swelled under the force of Wang Jingzhe's blows, becoming notably inflamed. Speak. I address you. Will you indeed lower yourself upon our next meeting? Yes, yes, I yield. I concede. Is that satisfactory? The opponent responded, humiliation evident in his capitulation. Wang Jingzhe released his grip and, with a decisive turn, brandished a kitchen knife, charging at the nearest individual. Before he could make contact, a talisman he had previously thrown detonated nearby. The shockwave from the explosion sent the person staggering backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. With a swift flick of his wrist, Wang Jingzhe launched the knife, which embedded itself with precision into the side of the adversary's head, the blade grazing perilously close to his ear. The man turned pale, swallowing hard as he cast a sidelong glance at the knife resting ominously beside him. Wang Jingzhe surveyed the 2 individuals who had previously displayed eagerness, stepping closer while cracking his knuckles, causing them to recoil in fear. Here is your opportunity. Squat there and sing conquer. Is that agreeable? You must not cease until your voice resonates like Yang Koan's. Will you not cherish this chance? The 2 men, gritting their teeth, yearned to salvage their pride, yet the undeniable truth remained. They were no match for him. Wang Jingzhe cast a fleeting glance at the 2 of them and instantly discerned their defeat. He raised his hand, gesturing broadly, and then uttered a phrase steeped in pretentious bravado. Who else? This proclamation echoed with a flair reminiscent of feng Shaojiang, each syllable resonating with the might of an army, leaving the listeners' ears ringing. Mao Xiaoqiao felt beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead and covering her face, exclaimed, "Oh my, how ostentatious!" Wang Jingzhe chuckled softly, his demeanor both modest and arrogant as he strode towards her, grasping her wrist and declaring, "We shall take our leave." Years later, whenever the gentle maiden Xiaoqiao reminisced about this incident, she would recount to Wang Jingzhe, "You have no idea how utterly foolish you appeared back then, believing yourself to be a valiant warrior on the battlefield. In truth, you resembled a simpleton, utterly daft." Wang Jingzhe, taken aback, responded, "So you mean to say I have become a blemish on my own life? It seems I cannot wash that away," as Mao Xiaoqiao was swiftly pulled away by Wang Jingzhe. The group he had bewildered stood in stunned silence, watching the pair depart. Particularly slow to react, Qiu Chengzi, after realizing they had vanished from sight, patted his head in confusion and muttered, "Where is my lamp?" Mao Xiaoqiao, being led by Wang Jingzhe, took small hurried steps, tilting her head to gaze at the back of his head, inquiring, "What brings you to Chang'an?" "Do not speak," he replied. "Just savor this moment of tranquility. Look at the night sky. Isn't it beautiful?" Chapter 89. As Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao gazed into the night, he mused silently. "The night is beautiful, but the person beside me is even more so." After departing from the expansive fields of the eastern suburbs, they hailed a taxi back to the bustling city of Chang'an. The hour was nearing midnight. Mao Xiaoqiao leaned against the window, resting her chin in her hand, her gaze lost among the flickering streetlights and vibrant neon signs, her thoughts veiled in mystery. Sensing the palpable tension and awkwardness between them, Wang Jingzhe, seeking to break the silence, inquired, "What are you looking at? What occupies your mind?" Mao Xiaoqiao sighed softly and replied, "I was pondering whether you might have some schemes in store for me." "Ah." Wang Jingzhe, momentarily taken aback, failed to grasp her implication. With another sigh, Mao Xiaoqiao continued, "If you were to deceive me, I would contemplate whether to deliver a kick that would render you unable to fend for yourself for the rest of your days, or simply to walk away in disdain." "Ah." Wang Jingzhe asked, bewildered, "Why would you strike me?" Mao Xiaoqiao merely shrugged, leaving her thoughts unvoiced. Meanwhile, the taxi driver, glancing at the young couple through the rearview mirror, shook his head in resignation, a wistful expression crossing his face, reminiscent of his own youthful days filled with ambition and dreams. After 20 minutes, the taxi arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Mao Xiaoqiao opened the door and stepped out. Just as Wang Jingzhe was about to exit after settling the fare, the driver called out to him, "My friend, allow me to share a piece of advice. When you present your identification at the hotel reception shortly, draw a circle on your ID with your index finger. And remember to do so while facing away from that young lady." "What does this imply?" The driver, with a knowing wink, replied, "It's merely a matter of experience. This trick is universally applicable in the hotels of Chang'an. Just trust in it, and once your endeavor bears fruit, a silent gratitude towards me will suffice. The rest is within your grasp." With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Wang Jingzhe stepped out of the vehicle. Upon entering the hotel, he found Mao Xiaoqiao idly humming a tune at the bar, her gaze fixated on her fingers. "Good day, sir and madam. Are you here to check in?" "Yes, indeed. May I see your identification?" Wang Jingzhe produced his ID and inquired of Xiaoqiao once more. After receiving her identification, he handed it to the front desk attendant, and suddenly recalled the driver's earlier counsel. Almost as if compelled by an unseen force, he drew a circle on his ID with his index finger. The attendant's face brightened with an understanding smile, accompanied by a subtle wink directed at Wang Jingzhe, suggesting, "Rest assured, I comprehend your intention." Wang Jingzhe was taken aback, bewildered. After a brief pause, the attendant, peering at her computer, announced, "I regret to inform you, sir, that our hotel is fully booked. We only have one room available, a deluxe double." Wang Jingzhe blinked in confusion, his mind momentarily paralyzed, only to be interrupted by a sound of grinding teeth from behind him. "Did you just play me? I considered you a brother, yet you dare to deceive me." Miss Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth, grasped Wang Jingzhe's collar, and yanked him closer, her finger jabbing at his chest as she declared, "Ha! With your intellect, you think you can play tricks on me? If we were to race in a contest of wits, I would allow you a 200-meter head start and still surpass you with a cunning maneuver. What do you possess to fool me, you foolish bird?" Wang Jingzhe, still bewildered, replied, "But the hotel has no rooms available. That is not my fault. Who consults an oracle before checking into an inn?" Still unwilling to admit it. "Are you? Why did you draw a circle around your pig's trotter on your ID? Do you think I am oblivious to your schemes?" In that moment, Wang Jingzhe became enlightened, covering his forehead in exasperation, and said, "Please stop talking. This is too embarrassing." 10 minutes later, Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao arrived at the guest rooms upstairs, of course, 2 separate rooms, facing each other. As he pushed the door open with a creak, Wang Jingzhe darted into the room like a startled rabbit. Outside the door, Mao Xiaoqiao suppressed a smile, thinking to herself, "Silly bird, truly a fool." With a thud, Wang Jingzhe entered the room and flopped onto the bed, burying his face in the quilt, kicking his legs back and forth as he lamented. How embarrassing! How utterly embarrassing! In the adjacent room, Mao Xiaoqiao closed the door, made her way to the bathroom, turned on a faucet, and let the warm water run. She began to hum a little tune, this time with much clearer notes. The thoughts of a girl, oh boy, do not guess. Do not guess, do not guess. The thoughts of a girl, oh boy, do not guess. For in your guessing, you may lose her love. After a night passed, with the sun now high in the sky, and having gone to bed rather late the previous night, they arose later than usual. Wang Jingzhe called out to Xiaoqiao twice, only to be met with her retort. I'm trying to get my beauty sleep. Are you a pig? It was not until nearly noon that Mao Xiaoqiao finally emerged, having groomed herself. When she stepped out of her room and laid eyes on Wang Jingzhe, her expression remained unchanged, as if the previous night's little incident had dissipated into thin air after a good night's rest. Feigning calmness, Wang Jingzhe inquired, "Did you sleep well?" Mao Xiaoqiao merely rolled her eyes. As they exited the hotel, she asked, "Have you eaten? What shall we have for lunch?" There's a place that serves delicious bread soaked in broth. I've been there twice before in Chong, and Wang Jingzhe interjected, not allowing Mao Xiaoqiao a chance to object. He took her by the hand and ushered her into a vehicle, instructing the driver to head to the old town of Chang'an. They traversed a narrow alley until they arrived at an old establishment. 2 bowls of bread soaked in broth, please, with extra chili, Wang Jingzhe called out. After a brief moment, 2 bowls of bread soaked in broth arrived. Wang Jingzhe picked up his chopsticks, and after uttering a few eat, he immersed himself in the task at hand, shoveling the bread into his mouth with abandon. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoqiao delicately picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks, slowly savoring each bite. After Wang Jingzhe swallowed his mouthful with a satisfied gulp, he asked in surprise, "Don't you find it enjoyable?" "It's quite delicious." Mao Xiaoqiao regarded him earnestly and replied, "I implore you, next time you take a woman out to dine, could you please first seek her preference? With so many chili peppers, do you wish for my face to be covered in blemishes? And with all this oil, how much weight do you intend for me to gain? Shouldn't you first inquire whether I prefer Western cuisine, Chinese cuisine, or perhaps Sichuan or Cantonese dishes?" Wang Jingzhe blinked in response, maintaining a serious demeanor as he said, "I simply believe that this place serves excellent food." Mao Xiaoqiao, feeling exasperated, let out a deep sigh, internally lamenting, there is ample time ahead. You're in need of guidance. Moments later, Wang Jingzhe suddenly noticed that Xiaoqiao was enjoying her meal even more than he was, as her bowl of bread was vanishing at an astonishing pace. "I thought you didn't like it," he remarked. "I do not dislike it. I was merely trying to convey a principle to you," she replied. After finishing her meal, she daintily wiped her mouth and inquired, "What do you intend to do next?" Wang Jingzhe pondered for a long while and finally said, "I still don't know. What about you?" Mao Xiaoqiao also reflected for a moment before replying, "I am equally uncertain." A sudden silence enveloped the two, only for Wang Jingzhe to awkwardly part his lips, struggling to articulate a thought, yet failing to produce a sound. Miss Xiaoqiao cast a sidelong glance and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I accompany you on a journey, sword in hand, through the vastness of the world?" Wang Jingzhe, with a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, replied, "I once dreamed of traversing the world with a sword, but did you fail the security check?" Mao Xiaoqiao sighed despondently. Chapter 90. Chang'an remains Chang'an if you wish to traverse the world with me. It may not be so convenient. Wang Jingzhe's words trailed off as Mao Xiaoqiao set down her chopsticks and inquired, "Is it perilous?" "Indeed, it seems that accompanying me would entail considerable danger. My current circumstances are rather precarious, and I'm likely to attract numerous adversaries. Many individuals have their eyes set on what I possess. Their gazes turn envious upon sighting me. Fortunately, the darkness of last night kept certain news from circulating, or else I fear that many in Chang'an would be seeking to capture me." Mao Xiaoqiao tilted her head in surprise and asked, "What heinous act have you committed to garner such infamy?" Wang Jingzhe pointed to his own nose and replied earnestly, "With someone like me, what do you think I could possibly do to provoke such ire?" Mao Xiaoqiao pondered this and realized it made sense. This lad struggled even to secure a room. and his courage and intellect hardly aligned with committing any nefarious deeds. "So what now?" she asked. Wang Jingzhe contemplated for a moment before stating, "For the time being, I believe I am safe. News about me will not spread rapidly, allowing us to journey together for a while longer. However, the future remains uncertain." Mao Xiaoqiao smiled. "Then let us traverse together for a while." Wang Jingzhe paused, feeling both delighted and curious, and asked, "Aren't you at all curious why so many have their sights set on me? Women should never cultivate an excessive curiosity towards men. Have you not heard the adage that curiosity killed the cat? While it may not lead to dire consequences for me, it certainly poses a significant risk." Wang Jingzhe persistently inquired, "What kind of danger?" Mao Xiaoqiao, clutching her head, felt a wave of discomfort. She could hardly articulate that a woman's curiosity towards a man often signifies the onset of an emotional trap. This intrigue typically begins with novelty and fascination, gradually leading to an inescapable entanglement. The most alarming aspect is that this trap is devoid of resolution. Once ensnared, escape becomes impossible. After they finished their meal of rujiamo, it was already noon. The two strolled side by side along the streets of Chang'an, where Wang Jingzhe asked if she had ever visited the city before and if she would care to explore it together. Mao Xiaoqiao replied, "You are quite optimistic. Even at this hour, you wish to wander about?" "I simply wish to accompany you," Wang Jingzhe responded. "Very well." Mao Xiaoqiao did not contest his sentiment, despite having visited Chang'an numerous times prior. In the afternoon, they ventured to the Qinling, explored the Terracotta Army, and admired the big Wild Goose Pagoda and Huaqing Pool. As they meandered, time slipped away swiftly and twilight approached. The two young individuals, seemingly unburdened by their concerns, immersed themselves in the experience, allowing the world around them to fade. They indulged in enticing street food, played with intriguing trinkets, and paused to capture the beauty of their surroundings in photographs. Despite their numerous visits to Chang'an, both of them still managed to exhibit a genuine sense of joy and curiosity. This was not a mere pretense. Rather, it emanated naturally from their hearts. Chang'an remained the same city, yet the people surrounding them had changed. In the evening, I might have an appointment with someone. After returning from the Terracotta Army, while seated in a large bus, Wang Jingzhe remarked, "I need to meet someone to inquire about certain matters." He is quite esteemed in Chang'an and well-informed. The individual Wang Jingzhe referred to was known by the nickname Master Qing, a man approximately in his 50s. He was neither an official nor a businessman in Chang'an, yet his reputation resonated loudly in the ears of some. To put it plainly, Master Qing was known by all walks of life in Chang'an and its surrounding areas. From common laborers to affluent merchants, there was scarcely anyone who hadn't heard of him. He was akin to the character by Shaoxing from Gulong's novels, possessing an uncanny ability to discern the happenings of Chang'an without ever leaving his abode. Wang Jingzhe had met Master Qing years ago when he accompanied Wang Xianji to Chang'an. It was said that Wang's father and Master Qing had been acquainted for many years, and although they had rarely met in recent times, their bond remained intact, characterized by a relationship where years could pass without a call, but once reunited, they could converse as if no time had elapsed. Wang Jingzhe wished to consult Master Qing regarding the current attention directed towards him. He pondered whether the matter had begun to stir up a considerable commotion throughout the city. In the early evening, Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao arrived in the old district of Chang'an, not far from the bell and drum tower. Qingye's residence was situated within a traditional courtyard akin to a sihiyuan, a familial estate passed down since his grandfather's generation. Upon reaching Qingye's home, they stood outside and knocked on the door. Shortly after, a young man in his 20s appeared, opening the door only slightly. Upon noticing the pair, he frowned and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Wang Jingzhe replied, "Is Qingye at home? If he is, please inform him that a friend from the Wang family in Chaogo wishes to see him." The young man responded with a simple "Oh," before stating he would have them wait and closing the door. Mao Xiaocao's gaze shifted from the young man's hand resting against the door's edge as she remarked, "The person you just met seems rather extraordinary, wouldn't you say?" "How so?" Wang Jingzhe asked. Mao Xiaoqiao observed the young man had calloused hands and notably thick joints, clear indicators of rigorous martial training. It is very likely he practices Bagwazang, a discipline that requires a decade of dedication to yield any significant skill. Given that he is merely in his 20s, it is evident he has been training since childhood. A moment later, footsteps echoed from within the courtyard, and the door swung open to reveal a rugged man clad in traditional Tang attire. Upon spotting Wang Jingzhe, he exclaimed, "You little rascal have grown so much. The last time you visited with your father, you could hardly wipe your nose clean." "Qingye," Wang Jingzhe exclaimed. "Bah, don't call me Qingye. Simply call me Uncle Qing." The rugged man reached out and pulled Wang Jingzhe inside, stating, just in time, "Dinner has just been prepared, and I cooked it myself. You are in for a treat." Uncle Qing, holding on to Wang Jingzhe, nodded with a smile at Mao Xiaoqiao, leading both of them through the entrance. The courtyard exuded an ancient charm, spacious and adorned with ancient trees and vibrant flowers, with a stone table and benches at its center, creating an ambience of tranquility and elegance. After a leisurely conversation with Uncle Qing, the sky darkened. "Jingzhe, take a seat for a moment. I will check on the kitchen," Uncle Qing remarked, patting his shoulder with a smile. "All right, Uncle Qing," Wang Jingzhe replied. As Uncle Qing walked away, Wang Jingzhe gazed at his retreating figure, softly murmuring, "Chang'an remains the same Chang'an, yet the people may not always be the same." Chapter 91. The most difficult to understand human heart Chang'an remains the same Chang'an, yet the person is no longer the same individual. The person Wang Jingzhe refers to is naturally Qingyi. It is still the same individual, yet the heart has transformed. Mao Xiaoqiao let out a soft exclamation, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Have you discerned something amiss?" Wang Jingzhe replied, "Observing the fluctuations of a person's inner self is, in fact, rather simple. No matter how adept a master of disguise may be, or how exceptional an actor's performance, or even a quintessential hypocrite, it may often prove challenging to penetrate their faade. However, when they utter a falsehood, regardless of how deeply they conceal it, their inner turmoil will inevitably surface. This turmoil is particularly pronounced in their countenance. Just moments ago, when Qing Yi and I engaged in conversation, everything appeared quite ordinary. Yet, when he rose to claim he would check the kitchen, a subtle line appeared between his brows, and a fine bead of perspiration formed at the tip of his nose. At that moment, I knew he was lying. He did not intend to visit the kitchen, but rather to relay information. It is also plausible that he may have gone to the restroom or attend to some other matter without disclosing it. It is not necessarily the case that he intended to communicate. Mao Xiaoqiao said softly. Wang Jingzhe pointed to his own eyes and earnestly remarked, "If they were not accurate, our lineage would have perished in the annals of history long ago." Sometimes, what the eyes perceive may not always be precise, but when combined with intuition, it becomes undeniably accurate. I require no justification to trust my instincts. I merely need to feel it, whether it is through divination, calculation, or inquiries about the future. One cannot truly behold the essence of things, for that would equate to foretelling the future, a feat achievable only by the heavens. 1/3 of understanding relies on observation, another third on calculation, and the remaining third on intuition. And what that last fraction? Wang Jingzhe continued, that is the aspect of fate, of discerning whether the heavens truly favor you. Mao Xiaoqiao gazed at the assured and confident Wang Jingzhe, sighed, and inquired, "Since you are already aware that he has gone to leak information and that he is lying, it follows that someone will soon come to apprehend you. I'm merely curious as to why, during our conversation, we could have stealthily slipped away far from here, yet you remain lost in thought." Wang Jingzhe lowered his head and spoke. "I remember the first time I met Master Qing. He was inebriated, sharing drinks with my father, and then he patted my head, saying he wished for me to be his godson. At that time, my father declined, remarking that my fate was fraught with misfortune, and that to accept anyone as a father would not bode well. Even then, I could see that Master Qing took a liking to me. I remain here, not having departed, simply to witness how, in just a few short years, he has come to disregard our former acquaintance." Mao Xiaoqiao scoffed and interjected, "In truth, there's a remark you made that I am quite eager to contest, that the most elusive thing to perceive in this world is the human heart." Wang Jingzhe closed his eyes, remaining silent, yet murmuring inwardly, especially the heart of a woman. In the courtyard, Master Qing emerged, tilting his head back, letting out a sigh, his gaze wandering towards the heavens, his expression laden with complexity. "Father, are you still hesitating?" inquired the young man who practiced the iron sand palm technique. "Tieng Kuan, do you believe what I'm doing is right?" Master Qing asked, furrowing his brow. Zheng Kuan smiled, replying, "In this world, where's the clear distinction between right and wrong? What you are about to do may seem erroneous in the eyes of Wang Jingzhe, yet I perceive it as entirely justifiable. In essence, it is a matter of differing interests and perspectives. This situation is reminiscent of the resentment harbored by the Han people towards the Manchus during their entry into the Central Plains, where the former wished for the latter's utter destruction, clamoring for the restoration of the Ming dynasty. However, from the Manchu viewpoint, this marked the dawn of the illustrious Qing dynasty. The Han naturally deemed the Manchus in the wrong, yet the latter thrived in their newfound glory. If you deceive Wang Jingzhe, he will undoubtedly harbor animosity towards you. Yet, as your son, I shall be profoundly grateful for your actions, for they are ultimately for my benefit, dear father." Qing Yi gazed silently at him, pondering the essence of fatherhood. Ultimately, everything is for the sake of the children, is it not? After a brief moment, Qing Yi returned to his usual demeanor, accompanied by Qi Zhengkuan, who bore an unchanging expression. The father and son took their seats opposite Wang Jingzhe and Mao Xiaoqiao. Qing Yi smiled and remarked, "Today, I shall personally prepare the meal. You are in for a treat, Jingzhe. Do join me for good drink later. It has been many years since we last saw each other, and even your father has not visited Chang'an for quite some time." Wang Jingzhe lamented, "I do not even know where he is. My father has been remarkably irresponsible, abandoning my siblings and me for years without a word." There was a palpable sense of melancholy in Wang Jingzhe's voice as he spoke these words. With Wang Xinji's departure, years passed in silence. Had it not been for Wang Dongji's support, it is uncertain how Wang Jingzhe would have fared. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, he bore no ill will, for he understood the reasons behind his father's absence. Qi Zhengkuan glanced at Qing Yi and remarked, "In comparison, you are truly far behind. My father's affection for me is unequivocal." He chuckled softly. Wang Jingzhe smiled lightly, and Qing Yi suddenly interjected, "All right, let us eat while we converse. We have ample time ahead of us. We can talk through the night. Jingzhe, do stay here tonight." Wang Jingzhe regarded Qing Yi with a calm expression.